and he's known to be a coward in school. He ran out of bread 2 days ago, and now he's too hungry to carry on before he comes out to challenge the door. Holy? 3 red doors. What the hell kind of luck is that? Just in front of Robert, out of the 4 doors, a full 3 of them were actually red doors. It's simply a skyhook opening. This time, all the spectators were stunned, and the pollen people were even more excited. Robert's luck is too good. My God. This doesn't just pick a red door and have to take off. Robert, pick a red door quickly. When you make it, we'll take off in pollen country. That's right. This Robert fellow can't be unlucky to come across 3 red doors. Robert scanned the random rooms. While there was a chance of finding food, there was a greater chance that people would die. Might as well find a spouse and take yourself through it first. With a powerful mate, surely there will be no shortage of food when the time comes, right? Chapter 78. The wave takes off? Robert plucked up his courage and casually picked a marital room to open. Walked in. The scene changes for a moment. Opening his eyes again, Robert was surprised to find himself in the middle of a mountain field. A patchwork of cabins and a few fields that clearly show signs of cultivation. It's a small village. Robert was beaming. Other than humans, there's no community that currently makes a living from farming, right? Married to a human? That's fantastic. Robert's face was red and agitated. He's 25 or 26 years old because he's so timid, and he's never even touched a woman's hand, let alone played with one. Thinking about the fact that he would be able to share a bed with a beauty later on, he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. It was just that when that ugly face smiled, it looked rather obscene. What a obscene smile. Smells like a perverted man. Looks like a coward on the outside, but an extremely twisted pervert on the inside. The foreign audience murmured, and the pollen people were not happy and immediately retorted. What's with your foul mouths? No matter what, Robert represents the face of our pollen people. Laugh, keep laughing. You'll know you're wrong when we take the marriage reward. That's right. The great wave will rise again. The Dragon Nation was shocked by Pollen's shamelessness. No, when did you Pollen ever rise? Blitzkrieg Pollen understand. I remember correctly that Pollen lasted 18 days before German died. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. The Lord strikes a surrender fast. Poked and prodded, the Boilermakers ripped right into the audience of each country. Robert headed inside the village. Every now and then a cabin appeared along the rugged trail, but none of them were occupied. My beauty, in which room are you? Robert grinned lewdly as his thin figure kept pushing open one wooden door after another. Just want to hurry up and meet his marriage partner. Perhaps it was the excitement of the mood that made Robert feel his hunger fade. When he had a powerful spouse, when the time came for God to kill God and Buddha, there would definitely be no more lack of food. Robert pushed open one of the wooden doors again, but the sight inside the cabin made his face harden. It was a messy setup, with tables and chairs overturned, as if there were signs of a fight. On the ground, there were still some dried blood stains. Is there some unknown danger here? No, this is a marriage room, not a copy room. Robert suppressed the thoughts in his mind. There shouldn't be any danger in the marriage room, so maybe he was overthinking it. Robert continues his search for a marriage partner. However, each cabin that follows has signs of a struggle and fight inside. There was also dried blood, and on the blood he saw some beast-like footprints. The sense of foreboding grew stronger, and even the viewers of the live broadcast could see the abnormality. Is the marriage partner not inside these cabins? What the hell is going on here? There are signs of a fight in every room. Is there a possibility that Robert's marriage partner is not human at all? In the face of the analysis of the audience from various countries, the pollen people are still dead ducks. You don't analyze if you don't know how to analyze. It's just a few traces of a fight. It doesn't prove anything. That's right. You guys are just jealous of us getting beauty. However, the next second the pollens were lightning fast in the face. Robert finally found the main event. A wolf's den surrounded by gnawed human bones. A werewolf with scarlet eyes and thick fur walked out. A lot of people think werewolves are human bodies with wolf heads. That's not the case. It's a wolf's body, a wolf's head, similar to human arms and legs, only upright. It was covered in hair and smelled like it hadn't been bathed in 30 years, mixed with the unpleasant odor of blood. The werewolf swept a glance at the scrawny Robert, contempt in his scarlet eyes. But it still said, "You are my husband?" Robert held his nose, The other man looked like he hadn't bathed in 30 years, and the stench almost made him faint. The werewolf showed a fierce look the next second, his scarlet eyes seeming to eat him. Robert hurriedly let go of his hand and forced himself to hold back the stench, the look on his face almost like he was about to cry out in general. The live feeds have long since exploded. Werewolves. 666. Is this what you Boilermakers call beauty? Laughing my ass off, Pollinites, you guys flipped. Damn it. How could this happen? Robert is so timid. Surely he wouldn't dare marry a werewolf. This werewolf is so disgusting. Flies around his body. He probably hasn't bathed in decades. Get rid of it. This is a werewolf? You think it's as clean as humans? It's over. We're going to have an outbreak of disaster in Pollen. No, actually, Robert stammered, tempted to refuse, but he'd seen previous broadcasts where the refusals had died. It's the dead that are scarier than being married to a disgusting werewolf. Isn't it? I don't want to die. Robert, his legs shaking with fear, gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. I'm your husband. And it's you I'm looking for." The ferocious look on the werewolf's face then faded, and his expression looked at Robert with a playful expression. This thin arm and leg, can it withstand it? Don't look at me like this. I will try to satisfy you. Cold sweat broke out on Robert's forehead, fearing that the werewolf would eat him. Oh, try it then. The werewolf sneered. The screen is black. What? The live feed. Where's the promised Robert cowardice? This trooper is a real warrior. That's pretty bombastic in the bombastic world, too. I'm cracking up. Robert the werewolf who hasn't bathed in 30 years and is covered in body hair has the nerve to get on? Werewolves don't have much to do with people, even though they have personal characters. Awesome. Robert wouldn't be afraid to die biting ya hard. The Pollen people couldn't keep their faces up, and for a moment they didn't know how to retort. They were shocked too. Man-beast. That's pretty much a bomb in the AV world. Never in a million years would I have thought that Robert, who was so timid, would be so brave. Unlike Yen Lo, who could battle for hours. A short 20 or 30 seconds later. Black screen and it's over. A werewolf's physical strength is no match for Robert's. The force was so great that it almost didn't break Robert in his seat. Robert went limp and stifled his vomit. The werewolf's entire body smelled fishy, as foul as if it had been fermenting food waste in a sewer for 300 days and nights. Robert was practically throwing up while being furiously squeezed. You complete the mating ritual with the werewolf, who is very unhappy with you because of your poor performance. You don't have access to skills. You receive a personal attribute point bonus. Strength +1. Robert's eyes widened as the national games simply humiliated himself. This mosquito leg of a reward is naked humiliation. Chapter 79. Reward or humiliation? Robert felt humiliated too. A little power value bonus and he goes from fine dog to just skinny. Glancing at the lusty werewolf beside him, Robert shivered. Pond stink, werewolves really pond stink. Robert consummates his marriage with the werewolf, and Pollen will be rewarded with a national fortune. At this moment, the Pollen people were all abuzz. It's as if they see longevity and attributes beckoning them. My God, we're going to get a national reward. Ha 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 ha. We're taking off in Pollen. Good job, Robert. You're a true warrior. Take off. Wait for the Dragon Kingdom. Waveland will soon be the rising star, trampling you underfoot. Waves are invincible. We are no longer the weak waves of the past. We want to become the strongest nation. The Pollen Man was all smug and proclaimed it around. Watching the rest of the country's viewers' teeth itch to call Deutsche for another flash mob. Yet even the dragon audience was powerless to refute it. Is Pollen really taking off? In the next second, the national rewards were officially distributed. Pollen has been rewarded by the national fortune. All Pollen people's agility +1. Constitution 1. What? Pollen Man. What's with this mosquito leg bonus and the negative rewards? A number of Pollen men have found that the time they spend with their wives in the same room is at least half as short. This is because agility boosts speed, while constitution is lowered. Speed becomes faster, endurance decreases. All at once, all the Boilermakers became useless fine dogs. Damn it, you call this a reward? This is clearly humiliation. How come? Why are the rewards so good for the dragons and our rewards are mosquito legs? Mosquito legs? You think too highly of this reward. It's clearly humiliating. It's over. The time my wife and I spend in the same room has been shortened by a large margin. 10 minutes to 3. 3 minutes is good. A lot of people don't last more than a couple dozen seconds now. It's all Robert's fault. This useless punk only lasted a couple dozen seconds. All the Pollens were annoyed. 1 minute you're cheering for a national transportation reward, the next you're getting slapped hard in the face. Instead of getting any good rewards, the whole crew turned into fine dogs. The Dragon Nation audience was delighted. Fine dogs, okay? Joy to my heart. The whole of Pollen has turned into a fine dog. It's so tragic. It's rumored that the Pollen divorce rate spiked 300% today. Huh? For what? For all the Pollen men are wasted. Their speed is increased. Their endurance is weakened. And all of them are turned into fine dogs. Ha 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 ha. I'm ing happy. A fine dog. Can you do it? It would be able to break the defense of any Pollen man. There's no need for Deutsche to blitz the Pollen. The Pollen man himself breaks his defense and can't wait to find a river to pop into. Robert's adventures will continue. After getting a powerful aid in the form of a werewolf spouse, he was emboldened. The less a person has, the more they will flaunt something. The original obsequious Robert broke through 2 rooms in a row after getting the werewolf. One is a supply room with delicious food. Robert ate and drank. One is a boss room. After defeating the boss, he actually exploded into a B-ranked extreme weapon. Robert's confidence was unprecedentedly inflated, with the B-ranked weapon flowing fire twin blades in his hands and the immensely powerful werewolf standing next to him. He's bloated. A man who had never lived by his word changed his personality drastically when he gained his power, showing off his power to the whole world. Robert sliced a boulder into several pieces with a burst of swings from his flowing fire dual blades, and he was so proud that, "See, I'm already invincible. The sword in my hand can cut down all enemies." Robert was so proud of himself that he wanted to carve the word braggadocio on his face. Seeing that Robert's strength had increased so quickly, the Pollen people once again boiled over. "Robert is awesome. Keep getting stronger and we'll definitely get back what we lost." "That's right. Robert's surging now. First tier of the players. Ha 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 ha. Maybe it won't be long before he can defeat Yen Luo of the Dragon Kingdom. Well, when Robert gets Yen Luo, we'll be #1 in the world. We Pollen are destined to rise." The sadness of the Pollen people before they turned into thin dogs was washed away by joy. It was as if they had seen the hope of Robert's rise. As soon as Robert takes off, sooner or later Pollen will become as powerful as Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation audience was speechless. "What's this? You're all puffed up like that?" It's no wonder that the first German to blitz back in the day was Pollen. "I'm in need of a beating." Robert was refreshed and he knew everyone was watching him live. He was now in the limelight, and everyone was watching his rise. It's a great feeling. Keep up the challenge and wait. I'll soon be able to surpass that Yen Luo guy. Robert looked exuberant and continued to open the door of the room. This time, however, he entered a pure white space. "You have entered the PK room and are waiting for the other contestants to enter the room." Robert looked stunned as the werewolf beside him was isolated from the PK room. Since he didn't have a summoning card, he couldn't bring a werewolf into the PK room. But Robert's demeanor didn't change much. Instead, he was exuberant. "My flowing flame twin blades. It's an invincible B-rank weapon. You know, even Yen Luo doesn't have such a powerful weapon." Robert looked smug, sure of his PK victory. "As long as we don't run into that Yen Luo guy, wouldn't it be a sure win if we ran into other players?" With over 100 players around the world playing at the same time, it was impossible to be so unlucky as to encounter Yen Luo. "Oh, wait until you see me crush my opponent." Robert laughed lightly. He fell in love with showing off. Now the world is watching him show and watching him rise. It's a great feeling. Live stream. The Pollens blew in a frenzy. Robert's flowing fire twin blades can easily cut through boulders. Whoever comes dies. Robert is awesome. As long as he PKs a few more times and loots the attributes of other players, Robert will sooner or later become stronger than Yen Luo. Who will the opponent be? As long as it's not that pervert Yen Luo, we're all sure winners. What's Yen Luo? Sooner or later, Robert will be able to take his place as the new world #1. Just as everyone was talking, there was a movement at the door of the room opposite Robert's. The door to the room was slowly pushed open. A figure whose entire body was surging with astonishing magical power and a strong sense of oppression slowly stepped into the PK room. When Robert saw the visitor, his smug face instantly stiffened, and his entire body felt like it had been struck by 5 thunders. The brain went blank. How could this happen? What kind of luck is this nigga? Chapter 80. Nice knife. It's mine. Yen Lo had looked at it with his omniscient eye before he came in. PK room. With a sweep of his eyes, he landed on Robert. To be precise, it was on the flowing twin blades in Robert's hands. Flaming swords. Classification B. Effect. Attack power plus 88 points. Armor break plus 30 points. Each attack is accompanied by a searing flame, dealing an additional 50 points of fire damage. Special effect. Famous sword. Resist 1 lethal damage. Extreme. Yen Luo's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, there was an additional flowing fire dual blade in his hand. Nice knife. It's mine. Robert was still in a daze at this point, and it took a moment before he looked at his empty hands. Where's my knife? Robert lost his voice and screamed. Where did you go with my excellent equipment? Robert touched his whole body for a change, not finding his knife, and finally his eyes fell on Yen Lo's hand. Robert. When the knife was taken from him, he didn't react at all. In the live broadcast room, the originally complacent pollen people were dumbfounded. In full view of everyone, under the clear sky, Yen Luo actually instantly took away Robert's weapon. Not to mention Robert. Even the audience didn't see Yen Lo's movements. All I saw was a flash of shadow and Robert's knife was snatched. Too fast. Is this the speed a human can have? It's this pervert Yen Luo. How come it's so unlucky? Damn it. Robert bumped into no one but Yen Lo. Barbie cutie up. Play the hell out of it. The most important weapons have been taken. The pollens were collectively dumbfounded. Robert, whose original strength was rapidly increasing and whose heart was expanding, was severely slapped by Yen Luo with his strength. Yen Lo was able to take the knife away before he could react. He was able to take his life before he could react. Realizing this, Robert could no longer be wild, cowed and cold. Then, plop! Robert dropped to his knees naturally and raised his hands high above his head. Don't kill me. At this moment, the world audience was shocked. Good man. Do you want to wimp out so fast? Where's your backbone? Awesome. 1 second he was clamoring to surpass Yen Luo, and the next he was kneeling to Yen Luo. I thought Robert was stumped, but I didn't realize that he went straight to his knees and begged for mercy. Unexpectedly reasonable. And isn't the pollen specialty a mainstay of being a quick wimp? Suddenly I understand why pollen, a country of this size, was ed to extinction by Germany in 18 days. 666. 男儿膝下有黄金，罗伯特膝下有榴莲. The Boilermakers couldn't keep their faces off the ground and lambasted Robert for his cowardice and incompetence. My God, you just surrendered? It's a disgrace to the pollen people. However, Robert didn't care about face at this point. As long as he could survive, Yen Luo would be willing to roll on the ground even if he was told to learn how to bark like a dog. Yen Luo are speechless, but where Robert hardened a little, maybe Yen Luo has now sent him down to see the tits. He couldn't even find a reason to strike when he surrendered outright like that. The opponent initiates a surrender, and by accepting the surrender you can loot all of the opponent's attributes, equipment, props, and spows. Will retain human base attributes for the other party. Of course, you can also kill him. Yen Lo stroked his chin and finally agreed to Robert's surrender. Surrender and don't kill. The rules of the jungle. The opponent agrees to your surrender and you will be teleported back home after losing everything. Robert's face paled. Losing everything? His werewolf, his flowing twin blades were gone. Everything has to start all over again. He's a thin dog again. Robert's figure disappeared into the PK room. Yen Luo's figure stood upright, contentedly equipping his flowing flame dual blades. Having a new love and forgetting the old one. The red fire blade and the cold water blade were mercilessly left in the backpack to eat dust. Live stream. Everyone was stunned. They knew Yen Luo would win, but they didn't expect it to be such a win. Without even making a move, the other party was scared less and begging for mercy on their knees. 6. No pollen. Just blew my mind. Robert is so miserable. The stuff all goes to Yen Lo. Laughing to death. Worthy of the 18 days of the dead country's pollen. This operation is awesome. Robert is working for Yen Luo, giving away equipment and attributes again. You loot the opponent's attributes. Serenity retains base attributes. Your attributes increase. Strength +3, agility +2, magic +1. Looking at this pathetic and incomparable attribute, Yen Luo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Together, this Robert's attributes were dozens of times worse than his own. It's pathetic. I wonder how he got such a good knife. Lucky? You pillage your opponent's skills, and they have no skills. You looted your opponent's equipment, and you gained the twin swords of flame. You prey on each other's mates' werewolves. Yenluo. Only a foul-smelling, hairy werewolf appeared in front of Yenluo. It knew it was being preyed upon. But the moment it saw Yenluo's handsome face, the werewolf's heart fluttered. "You're my new husband?" A suffocating stench spewed from the werewolf's bloody mouth. A flash of fiery red blade light flashed instantly, and the werewolf was directly split in half, dropping 100 gold coins. Yenluo kicked the werewolf's fallen carcass off the ground and picked up the gold coins. "You get gold 100. It stinks. How did this Robert put up with being married to a werewolf?" Yanaro frowned and reached out to fan the air in front of him, feeling the werewolf dirtying his eyes. Seeing Yenluo with a disgusted face and killing the werewolf with a single slash. The live feeds were stunned. I don't know why, but I'm happy looking at this disgusted expression on Yenluo's big brother's face. Laughing my ass off at the fact that big man Yenluo is in shock. Shocker. A nightmare for human ceilings. Ha 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 ha. This expression of Yenluo's big brother. How disgusting is this? Yenluo scanned the panel and the attributes were added by a drop. Player, Yenluo. Level, 60. Body mass, 226. Strength, 198, 201. Agility, 201, 203. Magic power, 235, 236. Charm, 165. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 Shots S rank, Wings of the Fire Demon S rank, Unending Life SS rank, Current Cage SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Flaming Swords Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold, 2,500, 2,600. Luckily, I have the Flowing Flame twin blades, so it's not a bad trip. Yenluo smiled and played with the Flowing Flame twin blades for a moment. The streamlined body of the blade, the sharp tip, in addition to the arcane fire red pattern. The Flowing Fire twin blades are not only powerful, but also have an extremely high face value. The more Yenluo looked at it, the more he liked it. Chapter 81. The little unicorn is born, requesting golden votes. Yenluo hummed a little tune. A man's 3 main hobbies are fishing, gaming, and treasure knives. There really is no man who can say no to a cool and dominating long knife. Yenluo returned to the homestead in an excellent mood. It was just a few of Daji's people all gathered around the pet nook they had made. Yenluo mentally thumped. Daji wouldn't steal the unicorn egg and cook it for dinner. Hurrying over, Yenluo was relieved to see that the Qilin egg was still intact. Lillian pulled Yenluo's big hand. "Hubby, look. The unicorn egg keeps shaking. The little unicorn seems to be about to be born." "Yeah, so looking forward to it." "Hubby, look." Miao Weiwei was also surprised and pointed at the unicorn egg. Yenluo followed the 2 women's gaze. Sure enough, the unicorn egg was shaking continuously, even producing a hint of cracks. The little life inside seemed to do its best to be born into the world. "Hubby, it feels like the eggshell should be very hard. I just knocked it with a stone, but it didn't open. The little Qilin won't be unable to come out, right?" Worry flowed from Daji's beautiful eyes. Yenluo huffed. Daji must have tried trying to eat the unicorn egg. Otherwise, what was the point of knocking it with a rock? He gave Su Daji a popping chestnut on the forehead on the spot. "No hitting on the little Qilin. Do you hear me?" It was then that Suda realized that she had misspoken, but she turned the tables and didn't admit her mistake at all.
他撅了撅嘴，捂着额头，美眸中水雾流转。呜呜呜，老公你凶我，你是不是不爱我了？
"Are you I have another bad woman outside?" "You!" Yenluo's eyes widened as a breath caught in his throat. The force with which he had just knocked Daji's forehead could probably kill a mosquito. "Ooh. Husband, why don't you say anything? You're silent, you're acquiescing. So that's what you're like?" Daji's small mouth bulged with a face that I can see, especially with the watery mist flowing from those big beautiful eyes, as if the uninitiated young girl was being bullied. It sent a shiver down the spine. Yen Luo's face collapsed and he reached out and wrapped his arms around Daji. Baby, don't get mad. Baby, I was wrong. Daji blushed. So you really do have someone on the outside? It was the first time Yen Luo realized what it meant that a woman in love could not be messed with. Magical brain circuits always leave men in awe. He couldn't help but think of an online segment. What is a man's life like? When I was a kid. Mom, I was wrong. As a youth. Baby, I was wrong. As an adult, my wife, I was wrong. In middle age, my daughter, I was wrong. In old age, granddaughter, I was wrong. Just then, the unicorn egg moved even more. Everyone's eyes were once again drawn to the unicorn egg. Daji blinked her big eyes and looked at the unicorn egg with that curious look. Where was the aggrieved look? The corners of Yen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It was really a waste of talent not to give Daji an Oscar for being a movie queen. Yen Luo suppressed his thoughts, his gaze fixed on the Qilin egg. He was also very much looking forward to it. The fire unicorn must be very majestic. Come forth, my mighty and domineering fire Qilin, Yen Luo shouted in his heart. As if sensing his master's call. Click! The little fire Qilin broke out of its shell, revealing its tender little body. Its fur was silky smooth and shimmered with a golden red color, as if it was cloaked in a mysterious battle coat. Its eyes were as bright as stars, sparkling with curiosity and wit. Its ears were pointed, like two tiny fan blades that swung with its mood. Ow, it roared in a milky voice as if to celebrate its arrival in this world. Seeing the handsome and adorable little fire Qilin, the four women's eyes immediately changed. When faced with their cute pets, their eyes are lit up with little stars in general. Very pleasantly surprised. Wow, honey, look. The little fire unicorn is so cute. Really handsome. Little fire Qilin, if you can talk in the future, you'll call me Mom and Yen Luo Dad. The four women chattered and surrounded the little unicorn and couldn't stop touching it. Smooth fur, soft body. Feels simply too. Darla and the others simply loved it. Only Yen Luo stared. Where's my majestic fire unicorn? How come it's a little puppy with a milky bark like this? Yen Luo cracks the defense. In his imagination, the unicorn descended into the world. How could it be that the sky had to be auspicious? It looked like he was overthinking it. It wasn't like he was living in a metaphysical novel. A newborn baby unicorn is fragile. By the way, look with the eyes of omniscience. Fire unicorn unnamed. Strength rating, B. Growth state, juvenile, BAC, 20%. Skills, fireball grade A, titty punch grade B. Hint. Feeding it more of the blood and flesh of powerful bosses will allow it to grow faster and have a higher probability of increasing its bloodline concentration. A hint of shock flashed in Yen Luo's eyes. The little unicorn that couldn't even walk properly yet actually had a B-class strength rating. It's on the same level as Vivian Myo. It's outrageous. It's really hard to see that the little Qilin has this strength. Yen Luo marveled. As for the little Qilin's bloodline concentration being only 20%, Yen Luo wasn't too disappointed. Griffins were super powerful creatures from ancient mythology, and it was considered remarkable for a little griffin to have a 20% bloodline concentration. The key has to be the hints given by the all-seeing eye. As long as you insist on feeding the little Qilin the blood and flesh of high-level bosses, it will grow stronger quickly. There's also a chance to raise the bloodline concentration. Yen Luo stroked his chin and muttered while making a decision in his mind. Gotta go fight some bosses and train the little unicorn properly. By the way, hubby, what are we going to name the little unicorn? Daji asked suddenly. Yen Luo pondered slightly. Take a look, guys. Is the little Qilin a female or a male? Where's the female? Ling Long then. Wow. Hubby really knows how to pick names. The little unicorn is a girl, and her name is Ling Long is very nice. Is Ling Long hungry? What do you want to eat? Little Ling Long, also known as the little Qilin, waddled over to the eggshell and gnawed at it. Click, click, click. She ate, her soulful eyes full of happiness. It seems like the eggshells are very tasty. Daji wanted to stop it, but Yen Luo called out, don't worry about it. The eggshell is the first lunch her mother prepared for her. It's very nutritious and can make her grow fast. Is that so? Hubby is awesome. You know all this. Yen Luo nodded. You guys keep an eye on this little guy. I'll go fetch some meat. Husband, I want to go with you. Lillian wrapped her arms around Yen Luo's arm, her soft and erect breasts rubbing against his arm as she pampered him. It's not like it's any fun. No, just wanted to hang out with you. Okay. Yenlo smiled and stroked Lillian's soft hair, dotingly. Daji glared at Lillian, who had actually said what she wanted to say first. Chapter 82. Where the Fire Qilin Fell. Challenging the Space. For white doors at the front and back. Hubby, which one do we choose? Lillian asked in a delicate voice as she wrapped her arms around Yen Luo. The sweet and creamy voice made Yen Luo's heart tingle, and he coughed dryly as his eyes quickly swept over the 4 white doors. Boss room, Earth Manticore. This is a powerful B+ level boss, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Survival rate 96%. This room perfectly fit Yen Luo's expectations, and the purpose of his trip was to fight some boss meat back for little Linglong. However, in line with the principle of not being left out, Yen Luo's gaze continued to look at the other rooms. Just in case there's a better room. Creepy room. There's an Apiao inside. Most of your skills can't damage it. Caution is advised. Survival rate 60%. Yen Luo shook his head. What was the difference between a 60% chance of winning and sending someone to their death? He won't go if the rewards are any better. Environment room. Thirsty desert. You need to survive 3 days and 3 nights in the desert without water. Survival rate 98%. Yen Luo's current physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he was able to tough it out without drinking a drop of water for 3 days and 3 nights. However, after using the Eye of Omniscience to look at the specific rewards, Yen Luo also gave up on this room. It was just a C-rank shield not worth his time. Copy room. Fire Unicorn Fallen Land. You will need to survive thousands of degrees of heat and defeat the remnants of the Fire Unicorn within 3 hours, or the fallen land will erupt in an unforeseen catastrophe. Reward. Blood Spirit Flower containing the true blood of the Kirin. Hint. Originally you had almost no chance of winning, but who told you to have the heart of lava? Survival rate 100%. Yen Luo's eyes lit up, and he fell in love with this copy at a glance. Blood Spirit Flower. Contains the true blood of the Qilin. It's a good thing to hear at first. This makes little Linglong eat it and not crunch and take off. Pick this one, but I'm going to test it first. Yanaro said to Lillian. Then, the heart of lava was energized, and a pale red shroud of light enveloped Yen Luo, as well as Lillian, who had her arm around him. What is it? Lillian asked, blinking her pretty eyes. This is the reliance against this copy. You must not leave the range of the light shield later. Yen Luo looked serious. This is no joke, but something could happen. Lillian hurriedly nodded her head, though she didn't know how the light shield worked, or how Yen Luo knew about the copy, but she trusts her husband unconditionally. Live stream. Yen Luo Big Brother is taking his sister to play a copy this time. Lillian is the queen of the elves. It's not certain who will lead who. Awesome class envious. That said, no matter how many times I look at it, Lillian's body sways me. Old colorful lot, not to be Chow Mengda. I don't dare to dare. I'm afraid Yen Luo will kill me with a single glance. After testing the effects of the heart of lava, Yen Luo's heart was strengthened. It was still popped out when fighting the lava giants, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Heart of lava. Gain the ability to avoid fire when equipped. Immunity to fire. You will ignore fire damage. Yen Luo pushed open the door to the room without hesitation. At that moment, the voice of the national games suddenly rang out. Dragon Nation's player Yen Luo enters the replica Fire Unicorn's Fallen Land. The contestants need to survive thousands of degrees of heat and defeat the remnants of the Fire Unicorn within 3 hours. Otherwise, the land of the fallen will erupt into an unforeseen disaster. At this moment, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded. Thousands of degrees of heat? The remnants of the Fire Qilin. Is this nasty? I'll be damned. Big Brother Yen Luo isn't being targeted, is he? Thousands of degrees of heat. This guy won't be gone once he gets in there. Damn. How did that happen? The Dragon Kingdom netizens were anxious inside, not realizing that Yen Luo's luck was actually this bad this time, entering a copy of such a hellish level. Thousands of degrees of heat, even steel will be melted into iron. Yen Luo is, no matter how strong he is still a human being after all. Is this wave going nowhere? The news immediately set off a global audience. Viewers from various countries flocked to the Dragon Country livestream. Ha 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 ha. Yossi, Yenro has his day? Baka drop guys, didn't expect it. Your good luck has come to an end. Thank God. This brutal Dragon Nation will die today. The wind and water are turning. It's Yen Luo's turn to be unlucky. Simeon. Finally waiting for today. When Yen Luo falls, our kimchi country will be on top of the world. Beautiful. Yen Luo has killed so many people in our country. Now he has been punished. The spectators from various countries, especially those countries whose players were stomped on the ground by Yen Luo, were severely stomped on. One was ecstatic. I've been looking forward to Yen Luo's death, but today I finally had the chance. The Dragon Nation audience held their fire and were about to retort when the image in the copy cleared up. The world was full of roaring flames and tumbling lava. The earth was crimson. Flames seemed to be the main theme of this heaven and earth. It never goes out, it burns. The extreme heat was causing the air to distort. At the center of the fire was a mountain, a flaming mountain to be exact. Smoke rolls in and fire pours out. The mood of all the dragons sank to the bottom. Where can humans survive in such an environment? Damn, how did that happen? Why such a copy? Thousands of degrees of heat. Let's not live. Brother Yen Luo, you must not be all right.
呜呜，阎罗大佬，怎么会这样？
Many people in the Dragon Kingdom were so anxious that they were on the verge of crying. Foreign viewers, on the other hand, were smug and felt like they were going to get their revenge. Yen Luo, die here forever. If you die, first place is ours. However, after a few dozen seconds, the game announcement of Yen Luo's death still did not appear. In the blinding firelight, everyone saw two figures. That tall and upright figure, with his left arm wrapped around a woman, was covered in this light red shroud of light. He had a calm gaze and a steady pace. Thousands of degrees of heat couldn't hurt him one bit. Yen Luo had a faint smile on his face, his gaze calmly pointing straight to the center of the flame land. That mountain should be where the remnant soul of the fire Qilin is. Wife, go. Let's go slaughter this Qilin remnant soul. Okay then, hubby. Then, Yen Luo's flaming wings behind his back spread out, and with one arm around Lillian, he rose up into the air as if the brightest flames were flashing through the sky. Live stream. The world was shocked to see Yen Luo unharmed. Chapter 83. Class A Boss. Seeking golden votes. Baka, what's going on? This Dragon Nation is actually fearless of thousands of degrees of heat. How is this possible? Cheating. He must have cheated. Impossible. There's no way anyone could have survived thousands of degrees of heat. Smithy. Why is this damn Dragon Nation still alive? Audiences in all countries were dumbfounded. Yen Luo was fearless of the thousands of degrees of heat and was even in the mood to talk with his arm around the beauty. The Dragon Nation also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried to death before. It's so scary. I was literally in a hurry just now with tears in my eyes. Is Yen Luo Big Brother so fierce? Thousands of degrees of heat like nothing. Couldn't read it, but I was blown away. It's too good. It's good that Brother Yen Luo is fine. Indeed, we don't care what method Big Brother Yen Luo used, as long as he's fine. Flying in the sky with your arms around a beauty. So handsome. Worthy of being Big Brother Yen Luo. Yanaro wrapped one arm around Lillian and let the other snuggle into his arms. At the same time, the fire demon's wings fluttered up, and it didn't take 2 minutes to cross several kilometers and appear near the Flame Mountain. The Flame Mountain towered over the entire mountain. Boiling molten lava, rushing fires, and thick smoke. Yen Luo didn't bother to look for the location of the fire Qilin's remnant soul, and his right hand coalesced divine currents. Sacred electromagnetic cannon. The divine current was like a huge cannonball bombarding the Flame Mountain, directly blowing out a large crater and splattering rubble. The huge commotion had really angered the boss hiding in the middle of the flaming mountain. The remnant soul of the fire Qilin stepped out of the Flame Mountain with a fiery aura and endless majesty. Its figure was like a blazing fire, coloring the air around it with a thick layer of oppression. Spirit of the Fire Unicorn. Race, Soul. Type, Boss. Strength rating, A. Hint. Although the Fire Qilin only has a remnant of its soul left, its strength is still not to be underestimated. If you fight with the Heart of Lava on, the survival rate is 100%. If you fight with the Heart of Lava off, the survival rate is 15%. And a rank boss is so terrifying? Yen Luo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Without using the Lava Heart restraint, even he only had a 15% chance of winning. He had easily killed B+ level bosses before. As a matter of common sense, with such a large increase in strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with an A-ranked boss. Didn't realize. A levels are like a watershed moment. Both the players and the bosses have been turned upside down at a level. Yen Luo boldly speculated that there might be a qualitative difference between the power of B and a class, which could no longer be compensated by quantity. Of course, it was also possible that the Fire Qilin Remnant Soul was already overpowered. The Fire Qilin Remnant Soul looked indifferent and coldly glanced at Yen Luo. "Griffin, how dare you disturb my peaceful sleep?" Live stream. Seeing the remnants of the Fire Qilin at this moment, the National Games also gave the audience a hint. A class boss. All the audience exploded. This is the first time in the history of mankind to fight an A-ranked boss. Isn't it? Such a terrifying boss is actually just a wisp of a remnant soul. How strong should it be in its heyday? So scary. I feel like the boss's eyes can kill. It's especially oppressive. Big brother Yen Luo must be careful. The Dragon Nation's palms were clenched in cold sweat. I wonder if Yen Luo can defeat such a powerful A-rank boss. Little Sakura and Pickles jumped back in. They were dreaming of Yen Luo flipping over. Ha 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 ha. A class boss. Isn't this Yen Luo dead? The National Luck Game has hinted that the strength of an A-ranked boss will have a qualitative change. It's not something that can be compared to a low-level boss. That's right, this time Yen Luo is bound to lose. Fire Qilin Remnant Soul. Quickly kill Yen Luo. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Nation viewers were so enraged by these mother heirs that they just wanted to start spraying. A fierce battle broke out. Only Yen Luo took the lead, condensing sacred currents in his hands and slamming a cannon into the Fire Qilin Remnant Soul. The Fire Qilin Remnant Soul looked contemptuous. It was too slow. This kind of attack couldn't hit it at all. Only a flash of his figure was seen like the first flash of fire, directly avoiding the holy electromagnetic cannon. It's too slow to try to hit, even at this speed. The Fire Qilin Remnant Soul's face changed and turned back with a start. The sacred current that he had avoided actually came in a big drift. Before it could react, it was blasted solidly with a cannon. Bang! A huge explosion rang out as electricity raged. The Lin armor on the remnants of the Fire Qilin faded a bit. Roar! It let out a roar, feeling humiliated too. Along with this roar, pillars of flames erupted from the sky, huge pillars of flames with dozens of channels, locking up all of Yen Luo's evasion routes. The pillar of flame surrounded him. Yen Luo's expression stared. No wonder a rank is so strong. A normal skill with such a large range and even more intimidating power. But it was also just an exclamation. Yen Luo didn't even dodge and allowed the pillar of flame to fall on him. The flames were so intense that the fire engulfed Yen Luo's figure. The remnant soul of the Fire Qilin revealed a smug expression and snorted coldly. "No one has yet survived my move." The change in the situation made the hearts of the dragons sink. "Watch out, Yen Luo big brother. This boss is too terrifying. How can I dodge such a wide range of skills?" "Don't, brother Yen Luo. Don't be okay." The foreign audience was ecstatic. Taking a hard shot from an A-ranked boss, Yen Luo will surely die. This time it's really dead. A man who has come this far by luck will eventually fall from grace. However, when the flames dissipated, Yen Luo stood where he was with a calm demeanor, without the slightest trace of injury on his body, and even had one hand wrapped around Lillian. Lillian tugged on Yen Luo's big hand. "Stop playing around. It's time we got real. Your Fire Unicorn Remnant is A-ranked. Doesn't that mean I'm not? If you dare to take a shot at my husband, be prepared for retaliation." The whole world was shocked to see Yen Luo take a hard shot of an A-ranked boss move and not have anything happen to him at all. Nothing at all happened to big brother Yen Luo. Wow, brother Yen Luo is awesome. Smitty, what's going on? Baka. Why isn't Yen Luo doing anything at all? My god. Yen Luo hasn't moved on yet. When the Fire Qilin Remnant Soul saw Yen Luo, who hadn't done a thing, the entire boss looked like he had seen a ghost. This can't be. Then something even more shocking happened to it. Lillian took a step forward, and the raging magical power on her body burst out unabashedly. The magic fluctuations were getting stronger. Class C. Class B. Grade A. The Fire Qilin was dumbfounded. This soft-looking woman was actually an A-class powerhouse as well. Chapter 84. First kill. Requesting golden pick votes. As the queen of the elves, Lillian naturally possessed powerful magic. However, most of them were would attribute magic, and it was difficult to cause damage to the Fire Qilin remnant. However, she wasn't the only one who knew would attribute magic. Lillian casually swept everything away with a single hand of the great storm spell. The hurricane devoured the figure of the fire Cheelant's remnant soul. The hurricane was like a composition of countless wind blades, mercilessly cutting the fire Cheelant, leaving large and small gaps in its soul body. Yen Luo even pointed his finger to the sky. The current cage took shape, and the dense electric current bombarded the remnant soul of the fire Cheelant, at the same time insanely stacking up the layers of poisonous parasites. The fire Cheelant remnant soul also tried to counterattack. However, its fire skills were unable to deal any damage to Yen Luo, who possessed the heart of lava. It was completely dumbfounded. Yen Luo and Lillian held hands, both using only one hand to release their skills. A mixed-gender double whammy beat the remnants of the fire Cheelant to the point that they roared in anger. Scumbag! Dogs and boys! Mean! The remnant soul of the fire Cheelant could only end up collapsing to the ground with unwillingness and resentment. Live stream. It's so brutal. It's true that when men and women work together, violence knows no bounds. Too ruthless. Such a terrifying boss. Held to death by Big Brother Yen Luo. The key is that in the past, it was all Yen Luo Big Brother's own show, but now I realize that Yen Luo Big Brother's spouse is also incredibly strong. The fire Cheelant is so miserable, probably suffocated to death. Big Brother Yen Luo seems to have a special prop that can ignore the damage of the fire Cheelant's remnant soul. Yay! Brother Yen Luo won. Awesome! Those foreign spectators who had been clamoring endlessly were collectively dumbfounded. How could this happen? Such a strong boss was killed by Yen Luo. Damn it! Yen Luo, why don't you die? Damn it! How did this happen? Even an A-class boss is no match for Yen Luo. What else is there to play for? It's not fair. Yen Luo must have cheated. Strongly suggest weakening Yen Luo. A group of foreign spectators gnashed their teeth in jealousy. Flame Mountain. Yen Luo watched the remnants of the fire Cheelant's soul fall. A bunch of gold coins and experience stones were exploded, plus a red skill book. Hubby. So many gold coins and experience stones. Lillian pulled Yen Luo and helped him pick up all the prizes. Yen Luo smiled and nodded, putting the gold coins away and using another 10 medium experience stones in one click. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. Your level has increased to 65, and you have gained a total of 80 free attributes. It's doubled again. It's getting harder and harder to level up, but the free attribute points have doubled every 20 levels. Yen Luo stroked his chin. Each level from 120 awards 2 points of free attributes per level. Levels 20-40 award 4 points of free attributes per level. Levels 40-60 award 8 points of free attributes per level. Now that it was over level 60, the attributes rewarded with each level up were becoming more and more exaggerated, with 16 points of free attributes at level 1. According to the old rules, Yen Luo distributed the attributes evenly. Then Yen Luo's gaze went to the red skill book. This was the first time he had ever fought a boss and exploded a skill book. Skill book. Formation of the Divine Inferno Pillar. Rating. Effect. Summons 18 huge pillars of fire, blocking the enemies in the burning area, and the enemies burned by the pillars of fire receive 200% of their magic power value in fire damage per second. Yen Luo's eyes lit up. Wasn't this skill the same skill that the fire Cheelant's remnant soul had used to deal with himself earlier? Large range group damage, a powerful skill indeed. Use. Yen Luo instantly used the skill book. There was instantly more information about the formation of the Divine Flame Pillar and how to use it in his mind. Attribute enhancement and learning new skills, Yen Luo's panel changed quite a bit. Player. Yen Luo. Level. 60-65. Body mass. 226, 246. Strength. 201, 221. Agility. 203, 223. Magic. 236, 256. Charm. 165. Talent. Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Skills. Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Impact S rank, 2 Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 shots S rank, Wings of the Fire Devil S rank, Unending Life SS rank, Electricity Cage SS rank, Formation of Divine Inflammatory Pillars SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Flaming Swords Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart, Gold, 2,600, 3,600. Yen Luo nodded with satisfaction. The densely packed S-ranked skills were comfortable to look at. The feeling of getting a little bit stronger is really addictive. Lillian had long since lost her cold and icy look from the previous battle. Now it was back in Yen Luo's arms, snuggled in his embrace. Yen Luo didn't mind the trouble, and wrapped one large hand around her petite body, soft and warm. Lillian's hair still had a distinctive, fresh scent that smelled soothing. Honey, let's go see what the reward is. Aha! Soon, the two of them walked to the interior of the flaming mountain. A portal was found, a door to leave the copy. Next to the door, there was a blood-red ticking flower growing. This should be the blood spirit flower. Yen Luo confirmed it with his eyes of omniscience. Blood flowers. Grade. Effect. Containing the true blood of the Kirin, it can stimulate the Kirin bloodline in the eater's body and enhance the concentration of the bloodline. Do not use it without the bloodline. It will explode and kill you. Yen Luo nodded. This stuff can only be given to little Linglong as well. Carefully dig out the blood spirit flower and put it into the backpack. Yen Luo then led Lillian out of the boss room. Dragon Nation's Yen Luo has successfully challenged the A-class boss room. All dragons will gain longevity +2, constitution +2, strength +2, agility +2. Dragon Kingdom players' first kill of an A-class boss is now announced worldwide. The Dragon Kingdom will receive an additional super reward, Origin of Fire. Within the Dragon Kingdom, select 100 viewers who love the Dragon Kingdom and have excellent character to obtain fire attribute powers. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation boiled over. The Dragon Kingdom is going to give birth to 100 transcendents? Such shocking news almost set the world on fire. This was the first time anyone other than the players within the national games had mastered a transcendent power. Chapter 85. This chapter is being fixed urgently. Please be patient. Chapter 86. The Maze Game requesting golden votes. You have entered the mystery reward room and completed the mystery quest to receive the mystery reward. The man was stocky, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, a hard-wearing leather undershirt and pants, and sturdy leather boots. A sharp short sword hung from his waist, and a backpack full of various survival supplies was slung over his back. Mysterious mission? Mon's expression was stunned for a moment, then dissolved into excitement. He was an adventurer and revered exciting adventures. This mysterious mission is challenging on first listen. It simply gave him an adrenaline rush. There was a lot of talk on the air about the sight of Mond. It's Mond. This guy is famous.
Wo's Mond?
Tell me. This guy may not be recognizable to the average person, but in outdoor adventure circles, this guy is famous. He once went alone to the primitive forest to search for the lost treasure of an ancient civilization. Whether he found it or not is not to be discussed first. He just relied on a dagger and froze and traveled through the crisis-ridden primeval forest alone for a month. So powerful. This is a tough character. It's pretty impressive, but it's unremarkable in a per capita transcendent player, right? Amidst the murmurs, Mond accepted the mysterious challenge without the slightest hesitation. Mystery quest. Pass the Lost Labyrinth. Lost Labyrinth. 99 participants from their own countries were selected to join the contestants in the challenge. One participant from one country is also designated to take on the challenge. Rule number 1. The first country to reach the finish line receives a mysterious prize and the entire group is teleported back to reality or home. Rule 2. The terrain and walls of this copy are indestructible. Rule number 3. Flying is prohibited in this copy. Rule number 4. The player from the losing country may also escape from the maze within 30 minutes after the other player has received the super reward. If you fail to escape within the time limit, you will be trapped in the Lost Labyrinth forever. Rule number 5. The winning official player will loot everything the other player has, including but not limited to attributes, skills, equipment. When this rule came out, all the viewers were stunned. 100 versus 1? And such an unfair copy? Yeah. Even if 100 people wander around blindly, There's always one or two lucky ones who reach the finish line. I always feel that this copy won't be that simple. My God. This copy is so biased in favor of our English nation. It looks like we're going to rise. Isn't this a case of picking anyone as an opponent and winning? Mon's eyes lowered, his mind racing. Rule number 2. Terrain walls can't be destroyed? Rule number 3. No flying? This isn't the perfect opportunity to screw over that Rococo guy. These 2 rules directly locked out Yen Luo's way of relying on his strength to get through the copy. Yen Luo had only one person, while there were 100 on their side. This wave is advantageous to me. The key to why Yen Luo was chosen as an opponent was that the official players could loot everything the other player had. As long as I win, I'll rock the world, and Yen Luo's equipment, all his strength and beautiful women, will all be mine. Mond was flushed with excitement. The lure of being number 1 in the world was something that almost no one had the ability to resist. I choose Dragon Country as the rival country. At this moment, the world exploded. Is Mond crazy? A direct challenge to the world number 1? Baka, do you guys want to look at the rules? The walls can't be destroyed. Flying is forbidden. This copy locks up Yenro to pass with strength. More than that, Mon's side is 100 people. Yen Luo is only 1 person. This time the copy rule Tian Ku Yen Luo. Smithy. I've been looking forward to this day for I don't know how long. And Yen Luo is finally going to fall off the pedestal. Thank God England is our ally in Eagle Sauce. It's better to have them as the world's number 1 than Dragon Nation as the world's number 1. The Dragon Nation audience had a stomach full of fire at these words and came out to defend Yen Luo. The rules are in your favor, but don't get too happy too soon. That's right. I'm sure Yen Luo will win. Big brother Yen Luo has never lost. And I'm sure this time won't either. A bunch of little cherry blossoms and pickles. You're so proud of yourself. The Dragon Nation did their best to defend Yen Luo though. But a number of people are also getting worried. Truly, this time, the rules were simply targeting Yen Luo as much as anything else. The walls are unbreakable and unflyable, and one man can fight 100 of them alone. It's so damn targeted. Soon, 99 participants teleported around Mond. These participants were of average quality, some were terrified, some were yakking away, just no one listened to Mond. Mond sulked, "Hurry up and follow me. There's no time for idle chit-chat now. Losing can be deadly." Only then did the group of participants follow Mond as he slowly entered the copy of the Lost Labyrinth. Emerging from the portal, there were towering walls on either side and intricate passageways in front of them. It was a complex maze, and the group was dizzy just looking at it. "Stay close to me later. Whatever there is, don't run around, and don't touch anything strange if you see it," Mond yelled with a sullen face. A group of participants were unimpressed and took it completely in stride. I don't know how many of them listened. All right, lead the way. What's the big deal? There's 100 of us, and one of us can find the exit by going one way. What's all the yelling about? It's not a must-win inning. It's no big deal. It's been a long walk and we haven't encountered any danger. After a little while longer, the crowd came to the fork in the road, and Mond was about to send a man to try to find out if there was any danger. Instead, one of the team broke away from the group. He found a wall with a bright jewel set in it. He is in the jewelry business. This bead at a glance is very good color. Less said can be sold for millions of pounds. Wealthy. The man had a greedy look on his face. When he was teleported out of the copy, he would be able to use this precious pearl to sell it for a sky-high price and live an enviable rich life. Mond was thinking about it when suddenly his afterglow caught sight of the man and his face changed. "Don't touch!" The man, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it, and snapped the precious pearl hard. "Kada!" A peculiar rattling sound came as if an organ had been touched. Mond's face paled. Years of exploring had told him that something was wrong. "Run!" Immediately, he returned towards the original path with some people who had reacted fairly quickly. And those who didn't react only saw densely packed spears suddenly emerge from the walls on both sides. Intense piercing sounds rang out, and on the spot, more than 30 people were pierced into a hornet's nest by the dense spears. Blood stained the floor of the passage. This shocking scene scared everyone's legs and stomachs. The one who favored the one who touched the mechanism is still alive. "I'll your horse. My girlfriend is dead because of you." A young man with red eyes grabbed the man who had touched the mechanism and punched and kicked him. Instead of being stopped, a number of people rushed up and violently beat this person together. "Ouch, I didn't mean to. Stop fighting. I was wrong. Wrong works? That's 3 dozen lives. Shoot him. The scene was a mess. Mond blushed hard. He thought 100 men was an advantage, he realized now. 100 is a disadvantage. The more people there are, the more clueless guys there are. One brainless one can pit a whole bunch of people against each other. Chapter 87, Luck Against All Odds? Requesting golden votes. Live stream. Huh? Just this. That's it. The cartwheel also flipped too quickly. Still saying 100 people are sure to win. Joy to my heart. I thought this Mondo was much better. What do you know? It's all because the man himself is sick and wants to touch the organs on the wall. That's right. It's not Mon's problem. This incident happened solely because someone didn't have a brain. Beat this guy to death, killing so many people. The guy who snapped the gem to trigger the mechanism was straight up beaten half to death by the group and casually tossed in a corner. It looks like it's not going to live much longer with less air in and more air out. With a sullen face, Mond led the crowd on. Seeing another fork in the road, he spoke up. We'll have to split up from now on. What? Split up? What if we run into danger? Yeah, you're a player, you should protect us participants. Why are you so irresponsible? What if something happens when you split up? Several people came out against it, playing a handful of moral abductions. Mon's face grew even more somber. Mad, the 100-person group opening, froze by this group of not listening to the command to get into this situation. They don't listen when they're told to, and they mess with the authorities. Don't they follow and then stand up for moralizing? Mond was barely out of breath. Just like that, a group of people followed Mond in a dead heat, counting on Mond to scout out a safe route. Totally play to the strengths of the crowd every day. Instead, the advance was slow because of the crowd. It took half a day of walking to get to the new intersection. Just then, clatter! A man stepped on a floor tile with a loud sound that made everyone's heart skip a beat. Don't put your feet up! Mond blanched and yelled hurriedly. The one who stepped on the floor tiles was a woman, already terrified, and Mond's voice scared her even more. She lifted her feet in a hurry and hurried to the wall, holding onto it and breathing heavily. So scary. Everyone was stunned. Like they were looking at a little cutie. Like they were looking at this panicked woman. Mondo told you not to lift your foot. Are you deaf? Rumble. Rumble. The mechanism was triggered, and in the passageway, a huge round rolling stone had crushed towards all of them at an astonishing speed. Muntrauma back teeth are gnawing. Another pit the old man. Run. Waiting to be crushed to death. Cam. Bunch of useless losers. The group ran back towards the original path. Some of the timid ones were so scared and dumbfounded that they couldn't even send out a scream before they were crushed into mush. It was a miserable death. The rest of the people were red-faced, fearing that they would be left behind, and ran wildly with all their strength. In the end, only some people who usually exercise regularly and have developed physical fitness managed to run back to the fork. Running into the fork in the road, the huge rolling stone was caked with blood and mushy flesh and rolled, almost grazing the faces of the crowd. Someone glanced at the passageway that had just been made. The ground was covered with blood and crushed flesh. The picture is bleak and unsettling. Mond breathed heavily, feeling his lungs burning with pain. The group of people were all paralyzed on the ground, no longer looking as smug and confident as they did at the beginning. Mond gave a hasty head count, and after just 2 forks in the road, there were only 12 still alive. He was getting pissed off that a bunch of his piggy teammates couldn't do anything to help and almost sent him away as well. Viewers from all countries looked on in amusement. A bunch of piggyback teammates pitted Mond against each other. Joy to my heart. Tian, who opening game played like this. Let me count the ways. There are 12 left. Weren't you confident just now? Now what? Laughing my ass off. Mond's got a look on his face like he ate a pile of repartee. This time, even the Anglos had no shame in defending Mond. 100 men against 1, and a maze-savvy explorer, plus the rules that restrict the strict rule. Perfect start, and as a result, there were 12 living people left in less than 10 minutes. Ingrid really wanted her player to find a block of tofu and crash it. The other side. Yen Lo had come to the nth fork in the road. It's a 4-way stop. There are 3 full options other than the passage you're taking now. The Eye of Omniscience sweeps through. Left. This direction has a thorn in the ground, and it's impossible to get to the end. 100% survival rate. In the middle. There is a rain of poisonous arrows in this direction. Even if you are as powerful as you are, If you are hit by the arrows and infected with poison, you may die with a survival rate of 96%. Yen Luo's eyes widened. The middle road was too dangerous. Even he had a 4% chance of dying on this road. What's the difference between this path and getting killed? Hurry and look to the right. Right. Correct. Safe. There's no danger and we'll make it to the finish line. Yen Luo nodded. It was true that no matter how many paths there were, one would be left absolutely safe. Yen Luo continued to advance, relying on the eyes of omniscience all the way, and froze without encountering any danger. The Lost Labyrinth is full of crises, even for Yen Luo. If you pick a path that's too dangerous, you may also roll over and not make it out of the Lost Labyrinth. Like the one in front of us. Left. This road will appear absolute zero when you're halfway there. Even if you're as strong as you are, you're bound to die, survival rate 0%. It's true that it gets harder and harder the farther back you go. Yen Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. Absolute zero is 273.15 degrees Celsius. This is the lowest temperature at the theoretical limit of physics, and when this level of cold is reached, even atoms are frozen. All matter is made up of atoms and molecules, and that would be the same as absolute zero freezing everything that has a solid existence. Even Yen Luo would be sure to die if he entered this path. Thanks to the eyes of omniscience, otherwise Yen Luo would also have to roll over. Right? Safe. Correct. There is no danger on this path. Survival rate 100%. Yen Luo nodded, relieved, and continued toward the right. Yen Luo crossed dozens of forks in a row in one breath, stunning all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Really not encountering any danger at all? Ingrid's passed the third fork in the road, and there are 4 of them alive now. What do you mean by Oh Huang? Yen Luo big brother is really Oh. It's so damn outrageous. Everyone else is in danger around every corner. And big brother Yen Luo looks like he's shopping. Brother Yen Luo, let me have a kiss. I want to inhale your Oh chi. Huh? Sis? Suck me. I'm lucky too. I really doubt if big brother Yen Luo is the chosen one. This luck just main hit and outrageous. The world was stunned, and there was no comparison. Yen Luo's luck is against the heavens. No wonder he became the strongest human being. If Yen Luo knew what the world thought of him, he would have come up with, I never relied on luck, and I don't drive. Everything I do is based on my hard work. All-seeing eye. Give me information. Chapter 88. Real dogs requesting golden votes. As the clock ticks down, Yen Luo gets closer and closer to the finish line. Left. Passage full of broken boulders. A dead end, but nothing dangerous. Survival rate 100%. Center. There are 5 immobile man-eaters there. Man-eaters are C-rank monsters, so there is little danger to you. Survival rate 100%. Right. Congratulations. There's the exit to the labyrinth. A mysterious reward awaits you. Yen Luo nodded and was about to go straight to the right and get his reward and leave. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Surprised the opposite side. Yen Luo first came to the left passage and moved a boulder to the passage leading to the end. We blocked the road and left a gap to climb through. Then come to the intersection in the middle. The cannibal flower opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Yen Luo's slap directly made the cannibal flowers realize their mistakes, and one by one, they shut their mouths honestly. Then Yen Luo moved the 5 beads of cannibalistic flowers, one by one, with dirt behind the pile of rubble. Only if someone climbed down through the gap. What awaited him was the bloody mouth of the cannibal flower. So much for maneuvering. Yen Luo looked at his carefully laid trap and patted the ash on his hand with satisfaction. Whoever comes dies. Dropping such a sentence, Yen Luo walked towards the exit. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded one by one when they saw Yen Luo's heartless operation. Huh? There's still this kind of pit maneuver? Is this the first time I've realized that big brother Yen Luo is actually this doggy? Mond. Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. Mond is miserable, and even if he does make it to the finish line, there will be nothing but big surprises awaiting him. I'm not human, but you're a real dog. Delighted to death. Yen Luo big brother's operation is too tawdry. Amidst a murmur, Yen Luo came to the finish line. Where's the mystery reward? Congratulations on reaching the end of the line. You need to wait for the copy to be completely finished before you can receive the mystery reward. You can go home first and sit back and wait for the reward. Yen Luo nodded, thinking that it was because of rules 4 and 5. Rule number 4. The player from the losing country may also escape from the maze within 30 minutes after the other player has received the super reward. If you fail to escape within the time limit, you will be trapped in the lost labyrinth forever. Rule number 5. The winning official player will loot everything the other player has, including but not limited to attributes, skills, equipment. Ingrid's side has 30 minutes left to escape the lost maze. If the opposing official player had escaped, Rule 5 would certainly not have been in effect. That way Yen Lo could only gain super rewards and could not loot the opponent's attributes. Luckily, I prepared a surprise for the opposite side. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as his figure disappeared at the end of the maze. 10 minutes later, 2 men covered in filth, tattered clothes, and still covered in blood came to the last fork in the road. One of them was Mond. Mond's face was ugly, his chest was on fire, he had just taken a wrong turn and was scratched by a giant wolf. After paying for the lives of 2 of his companions, Mond was lucky enough to escape here with his last pair of friends. At this point, the left and center passages were tried by both men, nothing dangerous but a dead end. The only way left is this way on the right. The remaining 2 paths are both dead ends. This is the first time this has happened, and I'm afraid this path is the end. The teammate exclaimed, pointing to the path blocked by boulders. You have a point, we've finally made it through. Mond also looked pleased. The 2 men climbed toward the boulder pile. Being able to survive until now, the 2 men's hand and footwork was naturally not bad. Easily over the pile of rocks, he crawled down the gap given by Yen Lo. The Anglos were all dumbfounded. Don't go. It's a trap there. Damn. This Yen Luo is simply a pitiful person. Don't jump. My fark. They don't realize the danger. Sure enough, the moment the 2 men jumped with joy, the 5 cannibal flowers hidden under the pile of boulders suddenly burst forth, their bloody mouths devouring the 2. Click, 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 came the sound of chewing. Mond and teammates pawns. The Dragon Nation is happy. Big brother Yen Luo is really bad. So cruel. Giving people hope in pitting them against each other. Brother Yen Luo is so bad. I love it so much. Laughing my ass off, Mond was smiling like a daisy on his face 1 second and the next he was gone. Mond. Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. All Anglo-Norman players and participants are dead. A catastrophe will break out in England. Disaster confirmed. Stampeding cannibal flowers. 1 million mobile cannibal flowers will descend on the English nation and devour Englishmen indiscriminately. Next moment. A large number of cannibalistic flowers running on rhizomes have appeared in every corner of the English country. These cannibalistic flowers went on a hunting spree to kill the Anglos, and no one survived the bloodbath. Help! Help! There are cannibal flowers everywhere. It's so scary. It's no use getting Mond. Tien, who has let him play and lose in his opening game. Yen Lo, are you evil? Why did you get Mond killed? Not good. Cannibal flowers are banging on my house door. The room door is broken. Ah. So many people died. I'm afraid to go out on the street now. It's full of cannibalistic flowers. It's horrible. Hurry to the airport. I want to escape the Anglosphere. It's late. And the airport is paralyzed with cannibals everywhere. It's over. The Anglosphere has fallen. Casualties in the Anglosphere soared under the cannibalistic frenzy. 300,000. 600,000. 900,000. Soon, close to 1 million lives were lost to the cannibal flower. Due to the delayed response of the Anglosphere, by the time they remembered to mobilize their troops, many of their barracks had already fallen. Officials in England were dumbfounded and watched as cannibalistic flowers ravaged the English nation. And not a thing to do about it. A large number of people took to social media platforms to frantically curse official incompetence. The Anglosphere almost fell and was reduced to a fiery prison on Earth. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom also sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the tragic situation in the English country on social media. And the official reaction of the Anglo-Greeks was so slow that it took so long for the disaster to start mobilizing the army? It's a good thing I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. It's still good for our Dragon Kingdom. Even if there's a disaster, I'm sure the people's sons and daughters will be the first to take the top. The people have faith. The country has strength. I am proud and honored to be born in the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you to Big Brother Yen Luo, who has kept the Dragon Kingdom a clean slate. Right? Thank you, Big Brother Yen Luo. There's no harm without comparison. While foreign countries are in chaos, the Dragon Kingdom can still sing and dance. The cohesion of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom is also growing. Reached unprecedented levels. Chapter 89. Dragon's Blood Potion Requesting Tickets. Congratulations! You've won a copy of The Lost Labyrinth. No survivors from the Anglosphere. Trigger Rule 5. You loot your opponent's official player attributes. Physique plus 14, Strength plus 19, Agility plus 17, Magic plus 4, Charisma plus 5. You have been awarded the mysterious reward, the Dragon's Blood Potion. Yen Luo's expression was joyful as an extra bottle of red potion appeared in his hand. Yen Luo could feel that there was boiling energy inside. The Eye of Omniscience gives information. Dragon's Blood Potion. Type: Transfer Props. Rating: SSS. Effect: by taking the Dragon's Blood Potion, your race will be transformed into the Dragon Race. Transforming into a Dragon Race? Yen Luo's eyes widened and his entire body became short of breath. What's the concept of a dragon? Both in Western and Eastern mythology, dragons are all synonymous with the top of the food chain. Those at the same level who could be rivals with the dragons could be counted on the palm of one's hand. Even in Eastern mythology, besides the gods, the dragons are one of the most powerful. It was estimated that there were only a few great saints that had the certainty of suppressing this powerful race, the Dragon Clan. Of course, these are all myths and don't have much to do with the national games. To summarize this Dragon's Blood Potion, there are only two words: awesome. For words awesome to the heavens. Yen Luo's gaze was lowered as he tightly gripped the Dragon's Blood Potion. Whether it takes off or not depends on this one. Yen Luo slowly raised the Dragon Blood Potion in his hand, his heartbeat thumping in his chest like a war drum. He took a deep breath and poured the potion into his mouth, the cold liquid sliding across his tongue with a hint of bitterness. Then his eyes blurred, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if it was being pulled by a great force. His skin began to become rough, scales gradually grew out from underneath his skin, and the icy coldness made his whole body shiver. The muscles also began to swell, and the clothes that had fitted him were now straining against his body. Pain coursed through his body like electricity. His bones creaked as if protesting the sudden change. 10 minutes later, all was quiet. The protagonist opened his eyes, and the pupils in his eyes radiated a surprisingly intimidating power. That's dragon power. Your S-rank skill Fire Demon Wings has been replaced by SS rank Dragon Wings. You have obtained the SS level skill Dragon's Wings. You have acquired the SS level skill Dragon Might. You have acquired the SS level skill Dragon's Lin Armor. Your life level has gained a leap, and your race has been transformed from human to dragon. You gain attribute completion. Physique plus 564, Strength plus 486, Agility plus 499, Magic plus 528, Charisma plus 281. What a powerful feeling, this kind of power. It's incredible. Yen Luo marveled and frowned as the power in his body was like a surging sea. The body had a feeling of being out of control. He felt that if he were to throw the current him back to Earth, he would be able to destroy a city with a single blow, or dry bomb a huge mountain with a single punch. Taking a look at the panel, Yen Luo's eyes nearly glazed over. Player: Yen Luo. Race: Human Dragon. Level: 65. Body mass: 246,824. Strength: 221,726. Agility: 223,739. Magic power: 256,788. Charisma: 165,451. Talent: Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Bloodline skills: Dragon's Wings SS Level, Dragon's Might SS Level, Dragon's Lin Armor SS Level. Skills: Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Impact S rank, Two Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, Hundreds of Shots S rank, Unending SS rank, Electricity Cage SS rank, Formation of Divine Inferno Pillar SS rank. Special skill: 100 hits. Equipment: Flaming Swords Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item: Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold coins, 3,600. Yen Luo was truly shocked. I didn't realize being inappropriate was so cool. The difference between the weak physique of the human race and the dragon race was really too great. At the same level 65, the average attribute of the dragon race is 3.5 to 4 times that of the human race. Without saying a word, Yen Luo unfolded the golden dragon's wings behind his back and flew out of the homeland with a flash of his figure. In a few breaths of time, it came before a barren mountain several hundred meters high. The audience in the live room was confused. Why Yen Luo Big Brother seems to have become handsome again. The wings are different. Before they were fire demon wings. Now they're actually golden wings. I always feel that Big Brother Yen Luo is different from before, but I can't say where. This speed is too intimidating. It feels like I don't know how far I can fly in a second. What is Big Brother Yen Luo trying to do? Then, in front of everyone's puzzled gazes, Yen Luo slowly raised his right fist. A punch was thrown in the air. Bang! This moment, this punch, it was as if it was capable of extinguishing the world. The huge mountain was shaken by the punch, and the debris rumbled and tumbled towards the ground. A landslide. The ground shuddered. In the end, the entire mountain could not withstand the power of this punch. Hundreds of meters high, the mountain collapsed as if it had been pushed over like a building block. Live stream, the live broadcast room, fell into a deathly silence. Is this a power that a human being can possess? What the do I see? Is this what I can see? I'll be damned. A mountain hundreds of meters high. One punch and blow it up? Is this a ing power a human can have? I'm kneeling down for Big Brother Yen Luo. This Tama is too strong. What's the point of playing with this other people's players? Let's just ask who can catch a punch from Big Brother Yen Luo. Official live stream. Ice was narrating. Then her beautiful eyes rounded and her whole body was stunned. In the scene, Yen Luo blew down a huge mountain several hundred meters high with one punch. Gang. Be seen, Yen Luo he smashed a few hundred meters high big mountain with one punch. I stuttered. As strong as Yen Luo was before, he still felt like he was still in the human category. Now! A punch with the power of an ICBM? This is no longer a power that humans can have. This power is equivalent to the power of drying out an intercontinental missile with one punch? Someone analyzed. At this moment, the live broadcast exploded. Main Nima? A serious punch equals an ICBM. Kneel down and kneel down. Big Brother Yen Luo showed me what true power means. Invincible. Just nifty outrageous. Big Brother Yen Luo is now a humanoid ICBM. It's so explosive. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation was stunned. Yen Luo was already strong, but now he was even stronger and inhuman. What do you know about humanoid intercontinental missiles? Chapter 90. Sakura Nation flopped? No way. How can you eat a clucky chicken when it's so cute? No can do. Can't. No eating. Daji and Miao Weiwei were furious, their beautiful eyes glaring viciously at Yen Luo. Please wipe the drool before saying that. Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile as he reached out and wiped the crystallized drool from the corners of Daji's mouth. A touch of redness flew up Daji's delicate and pretty face. Ah, you! What? It's all cooked into old hen soup. Eat it, Yen Luo said while bringing the chicken soup to the table. Eat some of this, it's a tonic. Angie and Lillian couldn't help themselves a long time ago and came to smell the aroma and joined the three Yen Luo in drinking the soup and eating the meat. Wow, it's so fresh. The muscle was tender, chewy without being stuffed, and the bite was a delicious soup. Daji crossed her arms and forced a small face. I'll go eat first, Miao Weiwei said unrighteously. Make it to the table and get yourself a spoonful of chicken and chicken broth as well. Daji, we agreed not to eat cluck chicken. Why have you all gone rogue? Bunch of spineless guys. The tantalizing aroma of chicken soup burrowed into her agitated nose, constantly seducing her. But really smells good. I'm sorry, clucky chicken. I'll take one bite of you, just one bite. Daji murmured, sat down at the table, and ate as well. Took a sip of soup from a small bowl. Whoa! So fresh, so fresh. Daji's fuzzy fox ears suddenly stood on end. Delicious! Yen Luo skimmed Daji's ears and smiled without saying a word. He knew that Daji was usually excited when her ears stood up. For example, when rolling in bed. Half an hour later, a large family was fed and watered. Sit in a row by the lake of stars. As the sun was setting, the clouds in the sky were dyed a golden color. as if they had painted the land with a golden glow. The surface of the starry lake, sparkling as if it were a mirror inlaid with countless diamonds, reflected the afterglow of the setting sun. The shadows of Yen Luo and Daji and the others were drawn long. Hubby, the sunset is really beautiful. Daji's pretty face was flushed. Her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and happiness flowed from her eyes. Yeah, it's beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. Yen Luo smiled, and his handsome face revealed peace. What about me? Who's beautiful between me and Sister Daji? Miao Weiwei shook her long, slender legs that were soaking in the lake water. All beautiful. No way. Of the four of us, you have to say the prettiest one. All beautiful. Humph. Perfunctory and meaningless. A man and four women chatting, under the beautiful view of the sunset. The picture is harmonious, peaceful, and happy. Live stream. 我真的木了. Woo. To conquer the battlefield with a sword, and to lie drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. So happy. It's a great life for the Yen Lo big brother. Not just happy, but sexually happy. The most outrageous thing is that all four daughters get along well, and this family is happy and still united. Guys, it looks like Sakura's player is going to take off this time. What? Anyone can take off. Not Sakura. That's right. Hurry up and check it out. The commotion on the Sakura countryside soon attracted the attention of the whole world. The Sakura country is considered to be the country with the most outbreaks of disasters, and the deaths and injuries have long exceeded 10 million. Flip it this time? Live feed screen. See only. A samurai's wearing a white top and baggy pants. He wears a red sash around his waist and a black helmet, holding a long, sharp, and cold sword. He looked grave, his eyes cold. In front of him was a giant bear. The giant bear, with bloodshot eyes and a size of 3 to 4 meters, roared and lunged at him. Baka! What a scary giant bear. Can Takashi Miyamoto win? It's a sure win. Takashi Miyamoto has already broken through 4 doors in a row, and this is the 5th. He's bound to win this time. Yoshi. Just now Miyamoto Takashi defeated the wolves with his out-of-this-world swordplay. Miyamoto Takashi has been rewarded several times, and now he's not weak against the red-eyed giant bear. Takashi Miyamoto is one of Sakura's top 10 samurai, and sure enough, he's risen quickly since entering the marriage game. It's just a shame he hasn't come across a matrimonial home yet. Listening to the fiery chatter of the little hot books, the dragon audience froze. I didn't realize that 2 days of not seeing Sakura had really given Sakura an unbeatable player. Letting little hot Ben sneak up and develop in the last couple days? I looked it up. It's one of Sakura's top 10 samurai, and was an expert before he entered the marriage game. No wonder this guy can break through 5 doors in a row. It's not a big problem. He's struggling so much to hit a giant bear. There's still a big gap between him and Yen Luo big brother. Well, one heavenly and one lowly. Giant bears are nothing more than C-rank monsters, and Miyamoto Takashi spins around in all sorts of ways, relying on his stance and show maneuvers. Took a full half-hour to wear down the giant bear. The Dragon Nation audience has seen the century of Yen-Lo humanoid ICBMs, and then this level of combat. It's just like dreaming back to when Yen-Lo first came into the game. I can't see it. However, the little hot books are boiling over this time. As expected of Takashi Miyamoto, my Sakura Kingdom's top 10 samurai. Too strong. Such a terrifying monster that Miyamoto Takashi could easily kill. Yoshi, we're about to rise in Sakura Nation. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. The might of the sick man of East Asia is ultimately short-lived, and the rise of the Sakura Kingdom is the destiny of heaven. That's right, we are the mandate of heaven, and Sakura is bound to rise up and trample the Dragon Kingdom underfoot. Just like in the last century, a bunch of little hotbook nuts even, and they have to bring up last century's crap. That's a pain in the heart of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the Dragon Country audience was enraged. I'll you up, bunch of mother heirs. I told you that the nation of Little Hatamoto would have been better off with an early demise. That's disgusting. A living bunch of births. You'd better not meet Big Brother Yen Luo, or prepare to die. These little hot bloods really need to be beaten up. Sooner or later we'll have to kill them. On the spot, Little Hot Ben cursed with the Dragon Nation audience. Miyamoto Takashi killed the red-eyed giant bear and received the attribute reward, feeling his body that was far more powerful than before. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It only took him 2 days to develop to this level. Dragon Kingdom Yen Luo, just a person with a false reputation. Wait for me to trample you under my feet. Takashi Miyamoto, a man who revered martial arts, acted in a crude and overbearing manner while being arrogant. In his eyes, that Yen Luo of the Dragon Kingdom didn't even deserve the title of world number 1. That title should and must belong to him. Chapter 91. Cold Weapon Athletic Room Request for Votes. Takashi Miyamoto breaks away from the monster room, getting back into the challenge space. Keep up the challenge. I must surpass that Yen Luo, he said in a hushed voice. Front and back, the familiar 4 white doors. One of the doors, however, had silver trim. Takashi Miyamoto noticed this keenly. He walked over to it, confident enough to look at the silver paneling. It was engraved with patterns of swords, guns, swords, and halberds. Could this be the special room? Takashi Miyamoto's breath caught suddenly. Live stream, and the little cherry blossoms boiled over. No one has come across a room that looks like this yet. What a peculiar room. Miyamoto Takashi is lucky. This is a special room. Yoshi Miyamoto Takashi is going to rise to the top this wave, and our Sakura Nation is going to take off. Looking at these patterns, this room should have something to do with cold weapons. Amidst a murmur, Takashi Miyamoto slowly pushed open the door to his room. Scene change. You have entered the Cold War Athletic Room. The beeps of the state games went off one after the other. Rule number 1. You may choose a player from any country to duel in the Cold War Athletic Room. Rule number 2. The winner will loot everything from the other team, including, but not limited to, levels, attributes, equipment, mates. Rule 3. Only cold weapons may be used in combat in this room, and the use of skills other than sword-like skills is prohibited. Note: class blade technique, such as sword technique, knife technique, fist technique, stick technique, and cold weapon-related skills can be used. Rule number 4. This room is a duel to the death, and a true samurai never surrenders. Surrender is forbidden. Seeing the introduction to the rules, Miyamoto Takashi looked pleased. This room, it was literally made for him. No skills outside of cold weapons are allowed, even that Yen Luo. Can you beat yourself as one of Sakura's top 10 samurai? Live stream. The little cherry blossoms realized this as well. One was ecstatic. Challenge Yen Luo. If we win Yen Luo, we Sakura will be number 1 in the world. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yen Luo is full of perverted skills that can't be used. Competing only in class swordsmanship, who can be a match for Takashi Miyamoto, one of our Sakura top 10 samurai? Yoshi, it's a sure win. I told you, we Sakura are bound to rise this time. Good opportunity. We have to take advantage of this chance to completely trample the Dragon Kingdom under our feet. Takashi Miyamoto passed 5 doors in one breath, giving the little hotshots an unprecedented level of confidence. Plus this Cold War Athletic Room, almost tailor-made for Takashi Miyamoto. The Dragon Nation audience was unexpectedly calm, even a little breathless. Where do these little hotshots get their confidence? Even if Yen Luo didn't use his skills, he could still up Dashin with one punch. Some people think about it slightly, sort of figured it out. Yen Luo demonstrated greatness just as this Miyamoto Takashi was continuously challenging the door. Probably because Hataru Jr. was focused on Takashi Miyamoto. No one saw the scene where Yen Luo displayed his strength. Also, this Miyamoto Takashi probably didn't know how terrifying Yen Luo's full strength was. After all, normally Yen Luo didn't have the chance to use his full strength no matter what copy he fought. Most people only knew that Yen Luo was strong, but they didn't know exactly how strong. Don't remind them of that. Let's just get our melons ready for a good show. Someone cautioned. All of the Dragon Nation audience would understand. One pretended not to know anything and waited for Miyamoto Takashi to roll over. Miyamoto Takashi's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally made up his mind. Just take a big gamble. Take a chance to destroy the Dragon Kingdom Yen Luo. He believed that with his whopping 80 points of strength, he could definitely beat Yen Luo to his knees and beg for mercy. I choose the Dragon Kingdom for the duel. Takashi Miyamoto sneered. The other side. Yen Luo had just finished a campaign of beating his filial son with a stick with Daji. Sakura Nation's Takashi Miyamoto has challenged you to a cold weapon duel. Yen Luo looked stunned for a moment. What's wrong, husband? Daji blinked her sparkling eyes at him. It's okay. I'll be right back. Yen Luo smiled back and rubbed Daji's furry fox ears. Bummer. Yen Lo's figure disappeared into the bedroom. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a silver-colored ring. In the ring, a samurai dressed as Takashi Miyamoto, a Sakura man, was already standing. The National Luck Game also introduces the rules to Yen Lo. Yen Luo nodded slightly at this. He kind of figured out where this little Sakura got the nerve to send herself to her death. It turns out that this room prohibits the use of skills other than class blade skills. Yen Lo looked calm as he slowly walked up to the silver ring, his gaze calmly looking at Miyamoto Takashi. The moment Miyamoto Takashi saw Yen Luo, he revealed a cold smile. "Your Dragon Kingdom, Yen Luo?" He took a closer look at Yen Luo's walking posture, which was unorganized and broken. If it wasn't for the fact that the duel hadn't started yet, he would have already cut Yen Luo down. "Your Excellency, the #1 in the world, is truly a waste of time, and today I'm going to cut you down to size." Miyamoto Takashi sneered and continued. "A sick man of East Asia like you who relied on luck to get this far won't get very far after all. This cold weapon athletic room, where no skills other than cold weapon are allowed to be used, and your Excellency who relies on skills in order to fox your opponent, what should you do now?" Miyamoto Takashi taunted Yen Lo unmercifully. In his eyes, Yen Lo was nothing more than a sick man of East Asia who relied on luck. Live stream. The young hotshots were also warmed up by Takashi Miyamoto's words. Him. Yoshi. This is the aura of our Sakura samurai. Ha 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 ha. After killing Yen Lo, we're #1 in the world. Today will be a great day. The day our Sakura nation rises. Our samurai of the Sakura Kingdom are truly dominant. The rules in this room are a godsend, and the dragons are going to lose. A bunch of little hotbooks, excited and oblivious. Yen Luo's gaze was cold and he didn't even bother to respond, using the eye of omniscience to look at Miyamoto Takashi's information. Up to 80 points of power. That's scary. Miyamoto Takashi saw Yen Luo ignoring himself, but instead became infuriated and raised his katana to quickly rush towards Yen Luo. Swish! A knife's cold aura lit up, and the snow-white blade light pointed straight at Yen Luo's neck. Yet Yen Luo was as calm as stagnant water. It gives outsiders the impression of being scared silly. Ha ha ha. This Yen Luo really does live up to his name. Can't use skills, scared silly? Got this far by luck. Just useless trash. Kill him. We, Sakura, are #1 in the world. A sardonic smile also appeared on Miyamoto Takashi's face. Yen Lo, who couldn't use his skills, was so easy to kill? All scared silly. Only when the blade was only 3 centimeters away from Yen Luo's neck did Yen Luo's hand instantly extend. Ding! A sound like the clash of gold and iron rang out. The sardonic smile on Takashi Miyamoto's face suddenly stiffened. Chapter 92. Favorite Big Mouths. The sharp edge of the samurai sword was only 3 centimeters away from Yen Luo's neck. But it was these 3 centimeters, like a rift valley, not to advance an inch. Yen Luo looked indifferent. His right index and middle fingers held the tip of the katana and slowly pushed it away. The look of shock on Takashi Miyamoto's face as he tried hard to jerk his katana away. However, it was impossible to do this with all the strength of one's body. Miyamoto Takashi's face turned a pig's liver color for a moment, as if he had been greatly humiliated. The live room was dead silent. The little hotshots stared at the scene with wide-eyed horror. Next, in the gazes of countless people, Yen Luo slowly extended his left hand. The left hand instantly swung out of the stump. There was a loud bang, and a bright red slap mark appeared on Takashi Miyamoto's face. His face was on fire, and Takashi Miyamoto's entire body was confused by the slap. The brain went blank. Still, Yen Luo controlled the force. Otherwise, if it was a full force slap, Miyamoto Takashi's head would have been slapped off. This slap is to pay you back for disrespecting me. Next. Slap. Another loud slap. Miyamoto Takashi had half of his teeth shattered by the slap, and a mouthful of blood and foam mixed with his teeth spewed out. He was so dazed that he dropped his katana to the ground with a clang. This slap is to return your disrespect to the common people of the Dragon Kingdom. Next moment. Pop! Bang! Yen Luo swung one arm, this time using 20% of his strength. The palm of his hand was like a residual shadow, swinging out with a whistling sound of wind, and ruthlessly threw it at Miyamoto Takashi's face, which had already swollen into a pig's head. Bang! The loud bang. Half of Miyamoto Takashi's face was dented by the slap, and a spray of blood frothed from his mouth. A tremendous force lifted him up, and his entire body flew into the air, spiraling upwards. I don't know how many revolutions. Miyamoto landed on the ground with a muffled thud and rolled a dozen meters away like a dead pig. This slap is to return your disrespect to my Chinese nation. Yen Luo's voice was low, with a hint of cold killing intent. He slowly walked up to Miyamoto Takashi and looked at Miyamoto Takashi, who was as if he was a dead pig with a condescending gaze. Miyamoto Takashi couldn't even speak at the moment. Half of the bones in his face had been shattered, and blood was constantly spilling out of his mouth. His originally arrogant and cocky eyes disappeared, and at this moment there was only a strong fear. This man. Is it the devil? Let go, let me go. Miyamoto Takashi begged vaguely for mercy. With an icy expression, as if he was looking at a dead man, Yen Luo raised his right foot and stomped hard on Miyamoto Takashi's face. God has sentenced you to death as you humiliate me and my beloved country. Yen Luo's voice was icy cold, and his right foot fiercely exerted force. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open in a burst of cracks like a spider web. Even the silver-colored ring could not withstand Yen Luo's fury. Dragon Nation's player kills Sakura Nation's player and wins the cold weapon athletic room. It wasn't until the beep of the national games sounded that the dead silence of the broadcast room was broken. The little hot bodies went from cocky and smug to being as cold as ice in just 3 slaps on the wrist. First slap, and you disrespect me. The second slap, also you disrespect the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The third slap, also you disrespect the Chinese nation. Each slap seemed to literally land on Hot Ben Jr.'s face. The fire hurts. Baka, how did this happen? No, this is impossible. How could the difference in strength be so great? Damn it. Takashi Miyamoto is leading Sakura country to disaster. Why is Yen Luo so powerful when he can't use his skills? Takashi Miyamoto, this useless punk, can't even win this. Damn it. The Dragon Nation is humiliating our Sakura Nation. Yen Luo could have killed Miyamoto Takashi with a single slash, but he favors not. It's all about smacking Takashi Miyamoto alive with a big mouth, for no other reason than to take a stand for the dragons. If only he knew what the Sakura people were thinking. It must be like, that's right, I'm humiliating you, little Hot Ben. At this moment, the hearts of the dragon audience, who had been holding their tongues, were free and boiling over. It's so handsome. Big brother Yen Luo is really handsome. Awesome. 3 slaps to send Miyamoto Takashi to the west. I told you these little hot bloods wouldn't be pleased for long. That's the way it should be. That's so cool. Those 3 slaps, 3 sentences. Every one of them is a classic. Yen Luo big brother, I really blow up. Too much for us Dragon Nation people. Big brother Yen Luo is awesome. All rise. Hats off to big brother Yen Luo. All rise. Salute to big brother Yen Luo. Plus 10,086. The Dragon Nation crowd was in an uproar, exploding to kill little Hot Ben. This was just too good to be true. 3 slaps hit the Dragon Nation's arrogance and momentum, ruthlessly humiliating little Hot Ben. The death of Sakura Nation's player Takashi Miyamoto has been detected. Disaster will break out in Sakura Nation. Disaster confirmed. Immortal Ancient Army Formation. 1 million immortal ancient soldiers will appear in the Sakura country, and they will go on a rampage to slaughter the people of the Sakura country. With the outbreak of the disaster, the Sakura country is plunged into a quagmire of war. Military formations of ancient soldiers appeared in every major city, frantically hacking away at the Sakura Nation. Blood stained every corner of the city. Sakura Nation mobilized its army to counterattack. It did manage to shatter ancient soldiers with cannonballs. However, soon enough, the remnants of these ancient soldiers would automatically recover again and then continue hacking away at the Sakura people as if nothing had happened. This Sakura country is like a deep doom. Baka, help! Help! It's over. These ancient soldiers can't be killed at all. No, my store was destroyed by ancient soldiers. And have the heart to care about your store. It's good to be alive. No good. There's no safe place left. The ancient soldiers are attacking the air raid shelters. Within the Sakura country, there was a wail. Casualties soar in the Sakura country under the disaster. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Soon, 3 million people died by the swords of ancient soldiers. And that's just the beginning, the figure still continues to grow. For what happened to Sakura Nation? The Dragon Nation audience was unimpeded. I want you to fool around. And now you're getting what's coming to you. This is retribution. If it wasn't for the food given by our dragon kingdom last time, Sakura might have died long ago. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. This is retribution. Serves them right. Bah! I won't sympathize with little hot Ben even if he's all gone. The Sakura country is the kind of country that flaunts aggression at every opportunity. And this is the price. I'm going to set off 2 firecrackers high and low to celebrate. Ha 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 ha. That's right, congratulations. Inside the Cold War athletic room, Yen Lo hasn't left yet. The rewards for the national games arrived quickly. You loot your opponent's attributes. Your attributes have increased. Physique plus 62, strength plus 80, agility plus 54, magic plus 17, charisma plus 8. Chapter 93, 3 Daggers Flow, Rashomon. Yen Luo immediately felt that his own strength had been boosted again, and his body had become more sensitive. You looted your opponent's skill. Bushido Blade Technique a rank. Yen Luo looked stunned, not realizing that Miyamoto Takashi still had a good skill in his hand. Unfortunately, having a 2-dagger stream is not something he can see. Just then, detected that Ninjutsu Ryu and Bushido Blade Technique are of the same type of skill and can be fused. Do you want to fuse them? Yen Luo's expression was slightly pleased, not realizing that skills of the same type could be fused. But on second thought, wasn't his own fire demon's wings covered by dragon's wings? Getting a higher level skill loses the lower level skill of the same type. Now it seems that if the skills can be adapted, can also be fused. Fusion. Then, the techniques of the Ninbutsu Ryu were blended with the Bushido swordsmanship. Yen Luo had a brand new skill in his head. Skill name: Nyan Bashiru Sambashiru, Rashomon. Skill level: S rank SS rank. Skill effect: you can master the 3-blade stream, and your blade skills have been perfected, and the power of your blade skills has been increased by 100% 180%. The speed of the blade is increased by 100% to 180%. No one would mind having too many means, and mastering a powerful blade technique would many times have the wonderful effect of being taken by surprise. Comfortable, another SS-ranked skill. Yen Luo's expression was joyful as he muttered to himself. You looted your opponent's equipment. Death Blade. Deadly Blade. Classification: B. Effect: attack power plus 88 points. Armor break plus 30 points. Each attack comes with Death's Erosion, dealing an additional 50 points of dark attribute damage. Special effect: blood drinking. 30% of the damage dealt by the Death Blade is converted into your own life recovery. Yen Luo's figure was shaken. His eyes were clumsy before. He didn't expect this blade in Miyamoto Takashi's hand to be so good. A B-ranked weapon with a blood-drinking effect. And just in time to use it with his new skills to form a 3-blade stream jutsu, equipped with a deadly blade. Yen Luo now carried 2 swords behind his back, a bow, and a death blade at his waist. The figure was erect and tall. Don't mention it. Open the panel. Changes at a glance. Player: Yen Luo. Race: Dragon. Level: 65. Body mass: 824, 886. Strength: 726, 806. Agility: 739, 793. Magic power: 788, 805. Charisma: 451, 459. Talent: Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Bloodline skills: Dragon's Wings SS level. Dragon's Might SS level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS level. Skills: Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 100 Shots S rank. Second stream, third stream. Rashomon SS rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, Unending Life SS rank, Electricity Cage SS rank, Formation of Divine Inflammatory Pillar SS rank. Special skill: 100 hits. Equipment: Flame Twin Swords Grade B, Death Blade Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item: Summoning card: Lava Heart. Gold: 3,600, 4,000. Satisfied, he glanced at his panel. Mainly a luxury. Yen Luo closed the panel, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. Leave the Cold War athletic room. Yen Luo, however, did not return to his homeland first, but came to the challenge space. Challenge the space walls to be pure white. There are 4 doors in the front and back. Surprisingly, This time there was actually a gold door to the room, just a moment after the golden gate appeared. And the audience talked. Holy, refreshed golden gate. Aren't there only white doors and pink marriage rooms? How come there's a golden door? Holy, I don't know what the golden gate is used for, but it sure is awesome is what it is. Worthy of a yen lo big brother. This hand is absolutely perfect. This is the first time a player has met Golden Gate, right? What the hell is this for? Feels so powerful. Not to mention the Dragon Country audience, even Yen Luo himself. The gods were stunned. The golden door of the room in front of him gleamed, inscribed with arcane and honorable designs. Just one look at it makes you think that it's definitely not simple. Yen Luo hurriedly used his eyes of omniscience to look toward the Golden Gate. Type of room: Superior Marriage Room. Marriage to Bei Xiaoyu. Race: aquatic. Identity: carp of high dragon blood. Face value: 50. Standard score: 50. Gift: S. Description: family members who understand Despite having a noble dragon bloodline, the northern minnow is currently still a carp and needs to leap over the dragon gate to become a dragon. Hint: it's up to you whether you're a little carp or a little dragon lady. Yen Luo looked shocked and ignored the system's flirtation. Although Bei Xiaoyu was currently still a carp, he had a noble dragon bloodline, and her talent was S rank, beyond any of Yen Luo's current mates. As it turns out, the Golden Gate is the senior marriage room. Yen Luo added in a low voice. An S-ranked spouse. Yen Luo was saying that he didn't want to miss anything, and if he succeeded he would definitely be able to obtain a very strong skill. The only problem is that 4,000 gold coins is not sure if it's enough. Yen Luo frowned. The first time he encountered an S-ranked spouse, he also had absolutely no bottom in his heart. The power of nodding power must consume enough gold to take effect. In case the North Small Fish Leap Dragon Gate needs to consume far more gold than it has. That's probably gonna roll over. Whatever. It's out of this village. Say what you will and try it. Yen Luo took a deep breath and sort of made up his mind. Without hesitation, he pushed his way into the gold-colored, high-class matrimonial room. Dazzling golden light engulfed his figure. Global announcement. Dragon player enters high-level marriage room. Will tie the knot with S-ranked spouse. As the announcement of the national game rang out across the globe, the world blew up. Nanny? S-class spouses? Are you kidding me? Baka. How did this Dragon Kingdom villain get so lucky? Is actually a high-class matrimonial house. Let's just say that this Golden Gate is not simple. Holy. Big brother Yen Luo is awesome. This luck is unbelievable. My god. Damn how the dragons always have so much luck. Smitty. I can only be jealous following the purple. Wake up. You pickle men are down to one little worm and purple. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Dude, you're taking the shoots. At this moment, the eyes of the world looked towards the Dragon Country livestream. This is the first time a player has been in the senior marriage room. It's literally the world's attention. Chapter 94. Leaping the Dragon Gate. Requesting tickets. Push open the door to the golden wedding room. Scene change. When the vision is clear. Yen Luo's expression was also slightly stunned. The sky is clear and the sun is warm. The lotus pond is green and blooming in the daylight. The sunlight on the lotus leaves was crystal clear and glittering. Dragonflies weave in and out, and small fish play. The breeze is so intoxicating that the scent of the lotus is overflowing. So beautiful. Yen Luo couldn't help but marvel as well. In the center of the lotus pond, there is an ancient attic which seems to be the place to meet the marriage partner. Yen Luo looked relaxed as he slowly walked towards the attic. Live stream. Holy. It's beautiful here. It's still daytime. If it were night, it would be a lotus pond. Looking at this, it's unlikely that big brother Yen Luo's marriage partner is a monster. It has to be, whose monster lives in such a beautiful place. What a beautiful spouse to have in a high-class matrimonial home. The foreign audience was even more jealous. It shouldn't be. Baka. Jump a monster out of the water quickly. I don't believe that Yen Luo can be so lucky every time. Right in front of the eyes of the world's audience, Yen Luo finally walked to the attic in the center of the lotus pond. His face was calm as he looked into the lotus pond. After a while, a small carp covered in gold swam by with cute bubbles coming out of its mouth. Bei Xiaoyu can't speak yet, and can only anxiously spit out bubbles and look straight at Yen Luo in the attic. So handsome, but he's still a carp. Does he see me? If he rejects Fishy, is Fishy going to be angry? The northern little fish just hadn't finished transforming into a dragon yet. But in fact, its spiritual intelligence was already quite high. A whole lot of sputtering in my head. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth hooked up into a smile, and both gazes made contact in the air. The northern minnow froze for a moment, gurgling and spitting bubbles from his mouth. People are just a carp, and his eyes actually blaze so hot. So scary. He can't be a pervert. He's just a carp. The scene where Yen Luo and Little Carp, also known as North Little Fish, locked eyes made the Dragon Nation audience collectively confused. Huh? Where's the marriage partner? How come there's only one stupid carp spitting bubbles here? Yeah, where's the marriage partner? Is there a possibility that this carp is the marriage partner? Huh? Are you kidding me? Blow up? And that's quite a blow up in the whole marriage scene. Holy, Big Brother Yen Luo is so unlucky this time? Another moment passed. There was still only Yen Luo and the small golden carp in the whole picture. The foreign viewers were instantly ecstatic and then madly taunted Yen Luo. Ha 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 ha. I told you that Yen Luo's good luck has come to an end. You dragons wouldn't even flush a carp. Yossi, that's the way it should be. Let's guess, carp have no teeth. Laughing my ass off. This is your senior marriage partner? A carp. Yen Luo, your marriage partner is a carp. How are you going to cope this time? To the dumbfounded eyes of the Dragon Nation audience, amidst a sky full of jeers from the foreign audience, Yen Luo slowly stretched out his hand, and an invisible mysterious power instantly gushed out, wrapping around Bei Xiaoyu's body. Bei Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Then she felt her whole body was warm and a mysterious power wrapped around her, rapidly transforming her body. What kind of power is this? Bei Xiaoyu was shocked in her heart. She could feel that this power was emitted by Yen Luo, and it was rapidly transforming her body, stimulating the hidden dragon bloodline within her. Also with a shocked face was Yen Luo. Bei Xiaoyu's body seemed like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the power of pointing. Gold is consumed at an incredibly fast rate. 4,000, 3,000, 3,000, 2,000, 2,000, 1,000. The power of illumination required for an S-ranked spouse was simply worlds apart from an A rank. When he first nudged Angie, an A-ranked spouse, he had only consumed a mere 300 to 400 gold coins. And with S rank, the consumption is actually 10 times as much. A whole 3,000 gold coins. If this were to be any player other than Yen Luo, even if he had the power of points, he wouldn't be able to hold up to such a horrifying exertion. Finally, after consuming 3,000 gold coins, Bei Xiaoyu's entire body was radiating a golden glow. The sky, a large golden arch suddenly appeared. The great golden archway radiated a golden light, and the mysterious and incomparable power shook the hearts of the people. Dragon Gate now. Carp leaps the Dragon Gate when it can be transformed into a dragon. The moment the Dragon Gate appeared, the live broadcast instantly exploded. What's this again? One thing leads to another. What's this? Have you all heard of the legend Carp leaping Dragon Gate? This I know. Legend has it that some carp with the bloodline of a dragon can transform into a dragon if they can leap over the Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate is afraid to be 1,000 feet high, and a carp can leap over it? Simply outrageous. Isn't this a wedding room? With a live performance of carp leaping through the door. The Dragon Nation audience was shocked one by one. Dragon Gate appeared really unexpectedly. This little carp, can it leap? After a brief moment of confusion, the foreign audience got bad breath again. Dragon Gate, huh? Do you guys want to see how high this Dragon Gate is? That's right. The Dragon Gate is at least 3,000 meters high. It's impossible for a silly fish that only spits bubbles to jump over it. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Nation, tough luck? Give you hope before you despair. I just looked it up, and 9 times out of 10, the mythological carp will die if it fails to cross the Dragon Gate. That's right. Yen Luo is destined to return empty-handed this time, and won't be able to get any benefits. Some of the spectators from countries that harbored animosity towards Yen Luo were eager for Yen Luo to return empty-handed. They couldn't see Yen Luo being good, and they didn't want Yen Luo to become stronger. Jealousy, the original sin of mankind. Bei Xiaoyu looked at the high Dragon Gate, grunting and spitting bubbles. She had a gut feeling that she could jump over it. Then she swam in a circle, glancing at the man standing in the loft before she jumped. Yen Luo's gaze met hers again. Seeing that gaze full of trust and encouragement, Bei Xiaoyu made up her mind. Even if she would die if she failed, she would be brave enough to attempt this leap. If I jump over it, I'll become a dragon. It will become very, very powerful and can be transformed into a little dragon lady. That way he won't mind me. Well, seems like he doesn't mind me now. Hey. Bei Xiaoyu suppressed the strange and many thoughts in his head. Finally, an indignant leap in the eyes of the world. The small, weak-looking carp leapt 1,000 feet high, almost grazing the edge of the dragon gate. In that instant, the sky filled with golden light erupted, and the sky's auspicious clouds lit up with 7 eye-catching colors. The world is confused. That's okay. Chapter 95. The Dragon Lady of Transformation, requesting tickets. When the northern minnow leaps over the dragon's door, the body began to emit an incomparably astonishing aura as golden light shone and dragon scales covered it. Its body began to change, muscles expanding, bones elongating, tail wagging. Bei Xiaoyu rose up in the air, weaving through the 7-colored auspicious clouds, a shocking golden light. Transforming into a golden dragon, she slowly flew. The dragon's eyes stared tightly at the upright figure above the attic Yenluo. The golden dragon comes out. Auspicious clouds fill the sky. Such a shocking scene. It left the foreign viewers in the live broadcast room who had previously taunted confused. And that worked. My God. It's the golden dragon from Eastern mythology. Baka. How could this happen? What a powerful divine dragon. Smithy. Just looking at it sends shivers down my spine. But as strong as the golden dragon is, it can't marry a dragon nation. And right in the middle of the questioning, the golden dragon's figure quickly shrunk. In a blinding golden light, a slender figure slowly appeared. When the golden light cleared, the world got a good look at a stunningly beautiful woman. Her skin was like snow, her eyebrows were like pictures, and her delicate features formed a flawless face. Her eyes were deep and clear, sparkling with spirit. Her nose was pretty and playful, slightly arched, adding a touch of cuteness to her. Her lips were red and plump, slightly upturned, and she looked gentle and lovely. Long, dark, smooth hair with a pair of beautiful antlers on the top of her head. The golden dragon is transformed. Little dragon lady. Then, to the shocked eyes of the world, Bei Xiaoyu flew down from the sky and landed playfully in front of Yenluo. Husband, she said, her eyebrows as if painted. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude and recognition. If it wasn't for Yenluo, she didn't know how long it would take for her to transform into a dragon. Yenluo shifted slightly. It's only when you look at it so close up that you can feel how amazing North Little Fish's face is. Alabaster skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a slender figure. Whether it's the face, the body, the temperament, all of them are stunning. Husband, just call me little fish from now on, Bei Xiaoyu said with a smile like a flower. Husband, just call me little fish from now on. A sentence that blew up the world. Originally, the whole world was waiting to see Yenluo laugh. See how he marries a carp? Who knows? First, a shocking dragon's door, and then, amidst a sea of skepticism, what looked like a weak and ungainly little carp leaping over the dragon's door, turned into a golden dragon. And then, it was transformed into a beauty with a stunning face in front of her. The foreign audience that was waiting to see a good show was completely dumbfounded. Baka, how did this happen? Similac, that works too. A little carp turning into a little dragon lady? My God. Why is this dragon nation's luck always so contrary? It's not fair. Cheating. This must be cheating. It's not fair. No. By what right should the dragons get such a beautiful and honorable woman? Lord, punish this vile dragon nation. The foreign audience was shocked while casting gazes of incomparable jealousy. The Dragon Nation viewers were also confused. Originally, they were all prepared for Yenluo to roll over and return empty-handed. I didn't expect to actually see the carp live. Now little dragon girl was in a slender figure, with a mouthful of husband. They blew up too. Forgive me for being uneducated. I just want to come up with an awesome, great reversal. Just fantastic. This wave is going to take off. Holy. The new sister-in-law is really pretty. Pretty no longer describes little dragon girl, this kind of face value. If not see it with your own eyes, you will really doubt that it does not exist in reality. Big brother Yenluo's harem is happy to add one more. Our dragon kingdom is about to take off again. It's too good. How about a carp leaping dragon gate on the spot? At this moment, the eyes of the world were on the duo in the attic. Envy, jealousy, hate, amazement, shock, all the thousands of emotions were only because of Bei Xiaoyu in front of Yen Luo. Yen Luo used his eyes of omniscience to glance at Bei Xiaoyu's panel. Married to Bei Xiaoyu. Race, aquatic, dragon. Identity, carp of high dragon blood little dragoness. Face value, 5099 standard score, 50. Talent, SS+. Description, this woman is only found in heaven and should not have fallen to the mortal world. With a face value of 99, the system may have intentionally given one less point for fear that Bei Xiaoyu would be proud. No need to call it so archaic, call it husband? The corners of Yen Luo's mouth sketched out a hint of a smile as he gently rubbed Bei Xiaoyu's long, silky hair. No bullying me. I'm a dragon. I'm very powerful. Bei Xiaoyu's red lips pouted slightly, her soulful eyes staring at Yen Luo. The mouth refused, but the body was honest. There was no slapping away Yen Luo's large hand on his head. These big hands were warm and affectionate. The northern minnow felt kinda weirdly comfortable. Coincidentally, actually, so am I. Yen Luo continued to smile as a few dragon scales surfaced on his right hand, displaying them for Bei Xiaoyu to see. Bei Xiaofu was surprised, her beautiful eyes rounded, looking surprised and cute. Huh. So that's how it is. I told you how the dragon gate suddenly appeared. You summoned it. Bei Xiaoyu had an expression of I get it. Yen Luo shook his head and lost his smile. That was by the power of the nodding, he wasn't that powerful. But it counts as he summoned it. Without explanation, Yen Luo picked up Bei Xiaoyu in a hug. Let's go. Into the bridal chamber. Bei Xiaoyu's pretty face was red. She was just a carp before. She hadn't been exposed to this kind of thing. The heart instinctively fluttered and tensed. The screen is black. The Dragon Nation audience wailed one by one. Just fell in love and lost it. Darn it. Come on, we're only meant to be called sister-in-laws. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law isn't bad either, eh? Wipe off your brother's saliva and put away your heart of being a chow thief. I don't dare to. I'm just kidding. Who dares to really think about Yen Luo Big Brother's girl? I don't know if I should say this, but can I see the VIP content? Old color batch, shut up. I saw you IP. 1 point deduction for Pot South. Don't deduct it, don't deduct it. It's long gone a point. It's going negative. A bunch of old colorful people drove around while mentally anticipating this national reward. This is a high-class matrimonial house, and for the first time in the history of mankind, we have an S-class spouse. The rewards would definitely be pretty unbelievable. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Yen Luo helped Bei Xiaoyu straighten her messy clothes and used her hand to help her lift the broken hair on her forehead behind her ear. Just get used to it. It can be a little hard the first time you try it. Aha! Bei Xiaoyu's newly recovered face crawled with redness again. Which pot is the wrong pot? Shame on you. Chapter 96. The Dragon Kingdom enters the Age of Transcendence. Congratulations on the consummation of the marriage between Yen Luo and Little Dragon Lady. You have acquired the SSS-ranked skill Dragon's Gaze. Dragon's Gaze. A powerful skill that only the dragon race can comprehend. When your gaze touches the enemy, unleash the Dragon's Gaze. Targets with a life level and strength lower than yours will be directly obliterated, and targets with the same life level and strength will be harmed by 500% of their power attribute and enter a weak state, with all attributes weakened by 30%. Yen Luo. A look of shock surfaced on his face. This skill is so damn sick. It's worthy of being an SSS-ranked skill. In short, as long as both conditions are met. Level of life is lower than your own. Strength is lower than your own. Yen Luo would be able to directly obliterate the other party. A wink of a second, get it. Even if the opponent isn't weaker than you can still do explosive damage with Dragon's Gaze and then hang weakness on them. Too fierce. What a strong skill. Yen Luo couldn't stop the joy on his face. You give extra satisfaction to your marriage partner and receive an additional bonus personal attribute. Your attributes increased. Physique plus 100, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, magic plus 200, charisma plus 200. Yen Luo's eyes widened. S rank was indeed incomparable to a rank. The attribute rewards alone were a staggering 10 times as much. The feeling of getting stronger was something Yen Luo would never tire of. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging and powerful power within him. Suddenly there was the urge and feeling that I could blow up the moon. Of course, it's just a feeling. The panels are once again refreshed. Player, Yen Luo. Race, Dragon. Level, 65. Body mass, 886 986. Strength, 806 906. Agility, 793 893. Magic power, 805 1005. Charisma, 459 659. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Bloodline skills, Dragon's Wings SS Level. Dragon's Might SS Level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS Level. S-Rank skills, Charming, Poisonous Compulsion, Hunter, Soul Shock, 100 shots. SS Rank skill, 3-Blade Ryu. Rashomon, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, Biohazard, Current Cage, Formation of Divine Flame Pillar. SSS level skill, Dragon's Gaze. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Flame Twin Swords Grade B, Deathblade Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart, Gold, 4,000 1000. Comfortable. The corners of Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. Finally, an attribute has broken the 1,000 mark. Nowadays, he was probably able to blast a huge mountain by releasing a skill with his hand. Outside, the National Luck Reward is issued with it. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Yen Luo, for completing the cave-in with Bei Xiaoyu, and Dragon Country will be rewarded with the National Luck. National Luck Reward issued. All Dragon Kingdom people's life expectancy plus 20, physical fitness plus 20, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. This time, the rewards were unbelievable, more fierce than all the previous rewards combined. I'm so fit now I feel like I could lift a small car. I'm now gunning for a blitzkrieg and my wife praises me every day. Huh? Dude, that's how you use your National Luck Reward. 20 years of life. It feels like I'm going to live a long life. Don't mention it, my old man is out of breath. Just ready to be cremated, jumped out of the coffin and slapped me. Said he's not dead yet. Awesome. Now everyone in my Dragon Kingdom is like a dragon. Just as the netizens were getting very excited, an explosive and anticlimactic reward appeared. The golden dragon emerges, the dragon vein appears. The great Shingen mountain of the Dragon Kingdom will be transformed into the dragon vein, which will protect the country's chi, and if the dragon vein is not destroyed, the Dragon Kingdom will be sheltered by the national fortune. At the same time, the dragon vein will continue to produce transcendent power, and new transcendence will be born in the Dragon Kingdom every so often. Note, only those who love the Dragon Kingdom, have a strong mind, good character, and a sense of responsibility will awaken to transcendence. Full network audience. It's actually a dragon vein. Yet, this is something from ancient mythology. There's actually a real dragon vein in this world. I said there's a possibility that you're all focusing on the wrong thing. Dragon veins can actually breed transcendence. Holy, this is really too anticlimactic. The dragon vein must have chosen me to become a transcendent. I'm full of series, but I do meet the requirements of the dragon vein. Off. Strong-minded is not a word you deserve. Without further ado, I will now go and worship the statue of Yen Lo and bless myself for awakening as a transcendent. Soon, the common people of the Dragon Kingdom who realized that the age of transcendence was approaching. Instead of going to see the dragon vein, the first thing they did was run to various temples. In temples nowadays, what with the bodhisattvas and rudras, there are no more statues of these people. The one that stands C in the temple has to be the Yen Lo statue. The Yen Lo statues are from the hands of artisans, and each one is carved in a lifelike and imposing manner. A group of common people knelt down to the statue of Yen Lo, offering incense while chanting words in their hands and mouths. Big brother Yen Luo is above. Bless my son to be able to awaken into a transcendent. This is a matter of honoring the ancestors. I beg for big brother Yen Luo's blessing. Next to her, an older woman was even majoring in a heartfelt worship while boinging and boinging with her mouth. Yen Luo, big brother, bless my son. My son grew up with good character and a good heart. In the temple, there was an unending stream of incense and a crowd of people vying to worship the statue of Yen Lo. One is more devout than the other, and occasionally someone else pops out. Yen Luo, big brother, quickly manifests his spirit, Even a lot of youngsters are worshipping. The main event is a believe it or leave it. Big brother Yen Luo is above. If I, Yi Liangchen, awaken, I, Yi Liangchen, will surely serve my country. Please grant me the power. The official Dragon Kingdom also moved quickly, and within just an hour, a large number of troops had been stationed near the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein was of immense importance to the Dragon Kingdom, and it was absolutely impermissible for anyone with ulterior motives to destroy it. Okay, I know the situation. Those awakened transcendents must stay in the force with favorable treatment. Scene. A senior officer said. Yes. The subordinate patted his chest in assurance. The senior officer's gaze was distant, remembering what the Grand Elder had said. Opportunity always comes with danger. Don't forget the invasion of all races that will occur in the future. We only have 2.5 years. Take advantage of everything Yen Lo fought for, protecting the 10,000 lights of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The senior officer's thoughts flooded his mind, and he always had a feeling. The invasion of the 10,000 nations will come sooner than expected. Chapter 97. Pet Dueling Room. Requesting votes. Yen Luo and Bei Xiaoyu returned to their homes arm in arm. Unexpectedly. This time, Daji and the others were not the first to gather around. Instead, each is busy with his own. What's going on? Are a few sisters not welcoming me too much? Bei Xiaoyu said with a bitter, worried face. No, they're like this. When there's a new arrival, they'll let us cultivate our relationship and leave us alone. Yen Luo explained with a smile. So, that's so nice. Bei Xiaoyu's pretty face surfaced with happiness again. I have a cute pet. I don't know if it has evolved successfully. I'll show you. Yen Luo said as he held Bei Xiaoyu's soft jade hand and walked towards the pet kennel. Close. It just so happened that the cocoon that little Linglong had transformed into ruptured. With a fiery red glow. Yen Luo breathed slightly, wondering what would become of little Linglong. When the light cleared, little Linglong hadn't changed a bit and waddled out like a little red puppy. He also stuck his tongue out excitedly at Yen Luo. So cute. Is this a puppy? Bei Xiaoyu's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she picked up little Linglong. Stroke the fur on it. Huh. It feels different from a normal puppy. It's so cozy to touch. Little Linglong's eyes widened as she viciously showed her teeth towards Bei Xiaoyu. Bold. I'm a noble little Qilin, not a little puppy. Pa! Yen Luo gave little Linglong a mouthful. No showing your teeth. Little Linglong. Ah! Ben Kirin's grief runs in reverse. Doesn't he love me anymore? Taking advantage of Bei Xiaoyu's efforts to touch little Linglong. Yen Luo's omniscient eye also popped up a message from little Linglong. Fire Unicorn Little Unicorn. Strength rating. BB+. Growth state. Juvenile. Bloodline concentration. 20%, 50%. Skills. Fireball of Fury Grade A. Puppy Rush Grade B New. Burning Sky Grade S. Auspiciousness Grade A. Hint. Her bloodline concentration has skyrocketed. Her strength and potential are incomparable. B+ level strength and 2 more powerful skills. Not bad. Yen Luo stroked his chin and praised. It was already outrageous for a juvenile Qilin to reach this strength. You can interpret the boss as the Hulk. Understand little lingerie as a newborn baby. This baby already has the strength to fight the Hulk. That's why Yen Luo said it was outrageous. It's obvious that he can't even walk steadily, but he can single-handedly take on high-level bosses. The northern minnow was led by Yen Luo. Visited most places in the homestead. The crystal-clear lake of the stars. Clucking chickens run the ranch. A farm full of fruits and vegetables. Little luscious nest. There are also bedrooms with oversized mattresses. Visit to the bedroom. The screen went black again. The live audience froze. I told you what's so great about a bedroom tour? Yen Luo, don't you go too far. Damn it. It's starting again. Again. North Little Fish really doesn't know anything. When people say go to the bedroom, they go to the bedroom. What are you in a hurry for? They're husband and wife. IKAM, that's what I say. But there's always the feeling that the Chinese cabbage has been taken. At least Yen Luo isn't a pig. It's called a handsome man stealing a cabbage. Guys, update. Special rooms are showing up in Eagle Jam Country. There's been a bit of a proliferation of special rooms lately. First the Silver Cold War Athletics Room, then the Gold Premium Marriage Room, and now what room is out? I'm not sure. Guys, let's go and check it out. Eagle Jam Nation live. The Eagle Sauce Nation contestant is stocky, bronze-skinned, and sharp-eyed. He wears loose linen shirts, leather shorts, wide belts, and special hats. A wooden stick was held in his hand and his feet were clad in sturdy leather boots. Clothing is embroidered with animal and plant motifs. This one is so strange. That dress is rarely seen. This man I know, a trainer at a zoo. Yes, I've also seen him at a zoo in New York, and he performed training lions. Let's see. I think this guy's name is Yellow's pretty famous tamer. But tamers don't seem to come in handy in the national games. Forget that for a moment. Look at the door in the center. It's carved with the designs of many divine beasts. Special rooms again. Are we going to take off in Eagle Jam? The Eagle Jam audience is buzzing. A group of foreign spectators also grew to understand Yellow's identity. A professional animal trainer. Yera's face was calm, but inside he always felt that this particular door had something to do with his profession. There are sacred animals carved on the door, though I don't recognize any of them. But it must have something to do with taming animals. Without a sound, Yaris let out a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door to the room. The scene changes rapidly. Congratulations, you've entered the special dueling room, the pet athletic room. Please choose one of the following 3 pets before entering the pet dueling ring. Soon, 3 pet vapors appeared in front of Yella's eyes. A small dinosaur that looked like a red dinosaur with a pair of small wings. One looks like a frog with a big flower on its back. Another is a fish with big, intelligent eyes. Yellow's ruled out the silly fish first. Dinosaurs, they should be better than frogs. Yellow's thought for a moment and chose the little fire dragon without hesitation. Then, a small red dinosaur-like creature appeared in front of him. Roar! The little fire dragon roared. Its voice was still a bit tender, but it was also domineering. At this moment, the live broadcast had exploded. My God! It's actually a pet rodeo room? Yellow's, that's a professional match. Beast tamer turned pet master. That's not the point. It's actually a powerful-looking little dinosaur for nothing. Ha 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 ha. With such a powerful pet, our Eagle Sauce Kingdom is destined to rise. Wait, it doesn't seem that simple. This is a pet dueling room, meaning there's another duel later? That would be even more exciting. It feels like a solid win for Yellows. Eagle Sauce Nation's player, Yaris, has chosen the little red dragon as his pet. Please choose one of the players on the list below who owns a pet for a pet duel. Rule number 1. The winner will loot everything from the opponent, including and not limited to attributes, mates, equipment, and props. Rule number 2. This duel is mandatory and cannot be abandoned. Rule number 3. Only players with pets may be chosen to duel. List of players who have pets. There was just one name alone on it. Jarius saw the name and stared. There was only one person to choose from in the whole thing, Yen Lo. No one else had pets except Yen Lo and him. Chapter 98. Little milk dog Yen Lo to lose? It's actually Yen Luo, but his pet seems to be just a little puppy that was just born. The corners of Jiru's mouth hooked into an icy smile. Yen Luo was indeed very strong. If he met him normally, he could only pray for a painful death. But a pet duel then. He himself is a small fire dragon with amazing strength. If I win him, I'll get everything he has now. Thinking about this, Yellis breathed heavily, his greedy gaze unable to be hidden. I choose Yen Lo as my pet duel opponent. Eagle Land's contestant chooses Yen Lo as his pet duel opponent. The duel will begin in 3 minutes. It was a moment of ecstasy for the Eagle Sauce Man. My God. This time we're really going to rise up in Eagle Jam country. That's right. I just went to the Dragon Kingdom livestream to take a look. Yen Luo's pet is a little red puppy that can't even walk properly. Ha 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 ha. In the words of the Dragon Nation, it's really God's help. The Dragon Nation didn't expect it. Lady Luck is on our side this time. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. Everything Yen Luo has accumulated will be taken away from us. All of Eagle Jam Nation is in a state of glee. This time, the Great Eagle Jam is going to take back everything that was lost. The Dragon Kingdom might as well continue to be the sick man of East Asia. The world's #1 is the land of Eagle Sauce. The faces of the Dragon Country audience each changed drastically, and they also realized that this copy was unfavorable to Yen Luo. What's going on? This pet dueling room is practically targeting Big Brother Yen Luo. I'm so worried. Yen Luo Big Brother can't lose. If Big Brother Yen Luo loses, all of our hard-earned advantages will be gone. You people you have to believe in Big Brother Yen Luo. That's right. Big Brother Yen Luo's little milk dog was exploded from fighting a B+ level boss. So it shouldn't be too weak. I'd like to believe it. But that little puppy can't even walk right now. At this moment, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom was anxious inside, very worried for Yen Luo. After all, they didn't know the strength of little Linglong, who looked like a newborn puppy that couldn't even walk steadily. Soon, Yen Luo's figure stepped out of the portal. Calmly, he glanced across at Yellow's. The National Games also introduces the rules for the pet dueling room. Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. What made this group of people think that his family's little Linglong was weak? Bring attention to yourself. It's like lighting a lamp in a latrine. Looking for. Soon, Yen Luo's face calmed down, his hands behind his back, and his aura was majestic. Yellis was stunned for a moment before breaking into a sneer. Yen Luo, what are you pretending when you're dying? You don't think that with your little puppy that can't even walk properly, you can defeat my powerful little fire dragon, do you? Seeing as how you're about to fall off the face of the earth, I might as well tell you that my little fire dragon has C-rank battle power. This time, you will die for sure. Yellows was very pleased with himself, and pride was written all over his face. And the Eagle Jam Nation crowd went wild with pride. Ha 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 ha. Yen Luo is dead this wave. It turns out that little fire dragon has a C-rank battle power. So this wave isn't a sure win. Dragons, you're finished. A wave of annoyance went through the Dragon Country audience, but they saw Yen Luo's calm expression. Somehow, the worry in his heart fell away instead. I have a feeling that Big Brother Yen Luo is not afraid at all. It's too calm. Does Big Brother Yen Luo have other cards? There was a murmur. Yellow sneered. Come out, little fire dragon. A small red dinosaur appeared in the dueling ring, its icy eyes staring at Yen Luo. Little Linglong, Yen Luo casually said. A chubby little puppy with red fur stumbled out. The look was as if he hadn't had enough milk and didn't have the strength. Seeing this scene, Yellow's face was filled with mockery as he pointed at little Linglong and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Is this your pet? Weaned. Little fire dragon. Kill it. The little fire dragon nodded, opened its mouth, and spewed out a water tank-sized fireball, which cut across the ground and pounced towards little Linglong. However, little Linglong was originally a fire Qilin, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the Lord of Fire. It wasn't afraid of this kind of low-level flame at all. Little Linglong directly took this fireball hard. Bang! The fireball hit little Linglong, and the explosion of bang was followed by fire in the sky. Yellows gave a smug sneer. That's it? The hearts of the Dragon Country viewers also sank to the bottom. Don't! Little Linglong, don't be okay. How could this happen? Is Big Brother Yen Luo going to lose? Woe God! Let a miracle happen. Please, don't let Yen Luo lose. Yen Luo looked calm, and ghostly said faintly, the miracle itself. And why do we need the name of the miracle to prove it? Little Linglong, let it see what real flames are. The fire light dispersed, and little Linglong slowly walked out from it, unharmed. The world's audience was dumbfounded and didn't wait for them to react. Little Linglong's childish eyes also revealed a hint of annoyance. Burn. Heaven. A streak of crimson that scorched the heavens and earth erupted from it. At this moment, I am the only one who is on fire in heaven and on earth. The firelight dyed the sky red. The flames that swept through everything instantly engulfed the figure of the little fire dragon, and even the entire huge ring seemed to have a tendency to melt in the extreme flames. The air was distorting. The ring was trembling. Little Linglong's entire body was covered in flames, and that tiny figure finally had a hint of the aura of the god beast of fire. Little fire dragon killed in pet showdown. As the loser, Eagle Jam's contestant Yellows will be robbed of everything, including his life. Eagle lands, Yellows killed. At this moment, the whole world was shocked by little Linglong's power. The reversal came too quickly and too unexpectedly. Everyone didn't react. Even by karma. My God, how did this happen? How is this possible? How can a little puppy have such a strong power? No, this isn't true. How could the great Eagle Jam Nation lose? Baka. Rukoku people are even this perverted as pets. Damn. The Dragon Nation is so strong. It's like they have no shortcomings. Smithy, you can't even win a pet duel? If you ask me, Yen Luo's ancestors might be from our kimchi country, Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were all wide-eyed, and many of them even wept with joy. It's too good. Yen Luo big brother didn't lose. I was really anxious just now. Yeah, I was old worried just now too. If Yen Luo loses, I really don't know what to do. Yen Luo big brother is awesome. Little Linglong is awesome. Too handsome. Little Linglong didn't expect to be so strong. People's one-shot fireball water tank big. Small Linglong one-shot fireball sky clouds are going to burn through. You call this a small milk dog? Chapter 99. Eagle Jam Country Disaster. Requesting votes. With the death of Yellows in battle, disaster strikes in the land of Eagle Jam. The death of Hawksbane's player, Yellows, has been detected. Disaster will break out in Hawksbane. Disaster confirmed. Fire dragons descend. 100,000 fire-winged dragons will descend on the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and the fire will consume everything. As the voice of the national games fell, all of the Eagle Jam people spotted the behemoth that swept quickly through the air. The fire-winged dragon was huge, and its entire body was even draped in astonishing flames. The sharp mouth opened and a volley of house-sized fireballs slammed into the urban mass. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang out, and Buddha City became a city of fire almost instantly. Everywhere there were exploding fires, rushing flames, and rolling smoke. Countless people erupted in heartbreaking screams under the fire. Miserable sounds, cries for help, long blasts of air raid sirens. Chaos sweeps through the major cities of the Eagle Sauce country. The military rushed to mobilize anti-aircraft firepower to attack the fire-winged dragon in the sky. Countless anti-aircraft guns, shooting dense anti-aircraft shells. There are also anti-aircraft vehicles that shoot an anti-aircraft missile. Although today's Eagle Jam country was no longer a rival to the Dragon Kingdom, the underpinnings of a world power were still there. For a while, it also shot down some fire-winged dragons. However, the number of fire-winged dragons was simply too many, dense and overwhelming. Countless huge fireballs slammed into the air defense positions of the Eagle's land. The fire engulfed everything, as well as those anti-aircraft weapons. Eagle Sauce Country is like a fiery hell on earth at the moment. With the house engulfed in flames, the otherwise high-minded Eagle Jam people experience what it means to be desperate and can only run away while weeping in agony. The rolling smoke made it impossible for anyone to tell where they were going. Traffic was paralyzed as various vehicles trying to escape crashed together. The Eagle Jam Nation is finally experiencing pain and despair. My God! How did this happen? Damn it! Useless Yellows, if it weren't for him. How could we have erupted into disaster in the Hawk Jam country? Where's the army? Where is the army? Come and help me. Ah! The fire burned down my house and I'm still trapped in my bedroom. Help me! Help me! Is the world coming to an end? Damn it, Blackie. It's that time of day and they're still in the mood for $0 purchases. Blackie always likes to take advantage of chaos to his advantage. In these times of national tragedy, a large number of small blacks actually go armed and rob major stores, luxury stores. Fark. Let go. Stop me again and I'll kill you. Blackie had a fierce grin on his face as he snatched a bunch of bags from the LV store. The clerk wanted to stop, but when he saw the dark muzzle of the gun, he didn't dare to stop for a while. Fire pterodactyls on the outside and little black robberies and smashes on the inside. With internal and external problems, the Eagle Sauce country has become completely chaotic. A mess. People in various countries clapped their hands at what happened to Eagle Sauce. Eagle Jam has been doing wrong for hundreds of years and I don't know how many people hate the Eagle Jam Nation. Ha 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 ha. Here comes retribution. When the Eagle Jam country bullied a small country like ours, did it ever occur to you that you would have your own day? I will never forget my parents who died in the war. Serves you right. Eagle Jam Nation got what it deserved. The worse Eagle Sauce gets, the happier I am. And Eagle Sauce is going to pay for everything she's ever done. Yossi, Sakura Nation should take over the first place from Hawk Jam Nation and become the strongest in the world. Just where did your little hot book get the confidence that the #1 in the world right now is Rukoku? In the pet dueling room, with a smile, Yen Luo stroked little Linglong's head. Good performance. With a simple compliment, little Linglong was so excited that her little tail kept wagging. It has to be. I'm a powerful unicorn. Ah! The dragon roars. Yen Luo huffed, getting more and more like a little puppy. Congratulations on your victory. You will plunder all of your opponent's attributes. Your attributes increase. Physique plus 14, Strength plus 14, Agility plus 7, Magic plus 5, Charisma plus 11. You will loot your opponent's skills. You have acquired the skill Master Beastmaster S rank. Beastmaster. When summoning a pet to battle, the pet's combat power is increased by 30%. This guy actually has a self-contained S rank skill? Yen Luo was also stunned. I didn't realize that yellows had something. Unfortunately, this skill also depends on who is using it. If it's used by Yen Luo, it's kind of a minor sorcery. Yellows use it, and that's about it. Yen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his mind and glanced at the panel. Player, Yen Luo. Race, Dragon. Level, 65. Body mass, 9861000. Strength, 906,920. Agility, 893,900. Magic power, 1005,1010. Charisma, 659,670. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Bloodline skills, Dragon's Wings SS Level. Dragon's Might SS Level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS Level. S rank skills, Charming, Poisonous Compulsion, Hunter, Soul Shock, 100 Shots. New, Master of the Imperial Beasts. SS rank skill, 3-Blade Ryu. Rashomon, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, Biohazard, Current Cage, Formation of Divine Flame Pillar. SSS level skill, Dragon's Gaze. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Flame Twin Swords Grade B, Deathblade Grade B, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart, Gold. 1,1500. This guy still has some gold coins. Yen Luo laughed. It finally makes up for a little bit of wallet. For the sake of North Little Fish, his small treasury was almost emptied. You're here, so challenge a fan or two before you go back. With this thought in mind, Yen Luo left the pet dueling room. Come to the challenge space. The familiar 4 doors appeared in front of Yen Luo. 3 white doors. There is also a pink door, a common marriage room. Yen Luo looked away first. 3 white doors. Environment room. Absolute 0. You need to survive in absolute 0 for 24 hours. Survival rate, 0%. Yen Luo looked stunned. Sure enough, even his current self wasn't invincible. Without the eye of prompting, you may also encounter danger. Monster room. Gale Eagle, C rank monster. Thought you wouldn't be interested in such a subpar reward. Survival rate, 100%. Yen Luo shook his head. The rewards were too trashy, and 2 really didn't look at them. Treasure chest room contains a wooden treasure chest. Yen Luo shook his head once again, not to mention golden treasure chests. At the very least, silver treasure chests would be of interest to him. Wooden treasure chests, I guess you can't open anything good that can boost your strength. In the end, his eyes still rested on the marital room. Even if he possessed a high-class marriage object, he would not yet dislike a common marriage room. The first choice for improving strength and acquiring skills remains the marriage party. However, when the Eye of Omniscience shows the information about the matrimonial house, Yen Luo's expression froze as well. Looks like no such luck this time. Chapter 100. Killing the wife to prove the way. Seeking golden votes. Marriage partner. Snake Beauty. Race, Serpentine. Face value, 90. Standard score, 50. Strength, B+. Description: good at using beautiful appearance to seduce men, and then kill them during intercourse to become food in their bellies. Hint: come on, let's kill our wives together. Yen Luo's gaze was lowered, and a cold smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. There is such a race, disguised as a marriage match specializing in hunting players? Truly worthy of being called Snake Beauty. There really isn't a wrong nickname. Yen Luo's face regained its calmness. Then let him kill his wife to prove it. He walked slowly toward the door of the room and pulled on the doorknob, turning it with his large, strong hand. Push open the door to the room and take a step into it. Live stream. Another matrimonial home? Big brother Yen Luo's luck is too unbelievable. Isn't it? What kind of beauty this time? I'm a little disappointed that it's not a high-class matrimonial house. I'd say, dog's head save your life. A normal marriage house isn't bad. As long as there's a national luck bonus, that's pretty nifty. Go for it. Yen Luo, big brother. I wish you to hold a beautiful woman. The audience murmured, unaware that this time they might be disappointed. Room. The scene changes for a moment. Yen Luo appeared in an ancient courtyard. At a glance, the stone path was covered in moss and the walls were crawling with vines. There are some old buildings in the yard, such as pavilions, rockeries, and ponds. These buildings all have unique styles and exquisite carvings, with a flavor unique to ancient times. The yard, too, is filled with peach trees. The peach blossoms fluttered in the breeze, carrying a pink, tantalizing aroma. Yen Luo, however, held his breath for the first time. This peach blossom's pollen is poisonous. Under the sky full of peach blossoms, a beauty in a pink printed dress moved her steps and walked slowly. On that delicate face, there was a touch of charm, and the tear mole at the corner of the eye was embellished with a special flavor. You are my husband, aren't you? Let's go into the room and talk. The snake charmer laughed, a hint of flirtation in her eyes. It was as if they wanted to hook Yen Luo's soul. However, Yen Luo looked calm and nodded his head. Follow the snake charmer towards the house. He wanted to see what this snake charmer had in mind. At this point, the live feeds have long been abuzz. Not only the Dragon Country audience, but the foreign audience was also talking, jealous to the core. And beauty again. Yen Luo, big brother, earned it again. What a beautiful courtyard. This beauty really moves under the peach blossoms. I'm envious of big brother Yen Luo. The harem is happy to add one. Baka. Why does Yen Luo always meet beauties? Damn it. This kind of beauty should belong to our Sakura country. Smitty. I'm so jealous my chickens are purple. Come on. Do you pickle people even have things like chickens anymore? You fart. In the midst of a murmur, Yen Luo followed the snake charmer to the house. The serpentine's expression was surprised. What's going on? The man in front of me should have been hit when he smelled the flowers. How come nothing seems to be happening at all? Did he sense it? No way. Would he have followed me into the house if he'd sensed it? Suppressing the thoughts in her mind, the serpentine beauty smiled on her face and made a cup of tea for Yen Luo. This tea comes from the ancient oriental countries of our world. With a long fragrance and a mellow and thick mouth. Husband, you taste it? The snake charmer laughed while leaning down, intentionally or unintentionally revealing the snowy whites under the neckline. She was sure that no man could remain unmoved by her set of attacks. Yen Luo's gaze went to the tea. Poison tea. Hint. It's so poisonous that even if you're as powerful as you are, you'll get diarrhea if you drink it. Yen Luo nodded. This snake beauty had so many tricks up her sleeve. Live stream. This beauty is too good to be true. The tea brewed by the beauty is 3 big bowls for me to drink in one gulp. You think this is wine? Definitely have to sip it slowly. Damn it. How did the Dragon Nation meet such a nice beauty? Why isn't it our kimchi's turn to have such a pretty beauty? Just when everyone thought Yen Luo would drink tea with the beauty and then have a deep conversation together. Yen Luo's gaze instantly chilled, and as he yanked the serpentine beauty's hair, his left hand poured tea into the other party's mouth at an extremely fast speed, then slammed his fist into his opponent's jaw, causing the snake charmer to swallow the poisonous tea he had made himself. At this moment, everyone was confused. What is Yen Luo doing suddenly hitting the marriage partner? Crazy. Without waiting for the audience to react, the serpentine's mouth suddenly began to fester, and an inhuman hiss escaped from it. My throat is smoking from the poison. The snake scorpion beauty shook her body on one side and actually transformed into a large snake. But her tail was a scorpion like poisonous needle. You, scumbag. You already knew my identity? The serpentine monster had a cold face, its scarlet gaze looking at Yen Luo. Sculptural skills, so don't pretend in front of me. Yen Luo responded with a bland expression. Seek death. The snake monster was infuriated. It was always her who teased men. She didn't expect that this time she was actually set up by Yen Luo. At this moment, the live broadcast finally exploded. That's not a marriage object. This is a monster. Holy, the ING National Games. Isn't this a pit? Who in their right mind would have found out? It's a good thing big brother Yen Luo realized that that cup of tea was poisonous at first glance. It's actually disgusting monsters disguised as beautiful beauties. I don't know how big brother Yen Luo found out. If it were anyone else, they would have drunk the poison tea and gotten hit. A shocked gaze. The snake and scorpion monster hissed repeatedly and lunged towards Yen Luo. The snake's head was open, with sharp barb-like teeth, and a strong, fishy odor hit his nose. Big brother Yen Luo, be careful. At such a close range, Yen Luo was too late to cast magic, and simply drew his flowing flame dual blades, biting the death blade in his mouth. The crimson and black trio of blade lights flickered. Several bone-deep stab wounds instantly appeared on the snake and scorpion monster's body. Blood, hissing, bang. With a loud bang, the snake-scorpion monster was chopped by the three blades and flew out backwards, smashing hard against the wall. So strong. Shock was written all over the snake-scorpion monster's eyes as the handsome man in front of him. I can't believe I'm so strong as this. She could feel that her opponent wasn't using his full strength at all. Thinking of this, the snake-scorpion monster twisted its body and actually turned around and fled towards the outside of the house. Want to run? Can you run? Yen Luo's calm voice carried a hint of icy killing intent. Three-blade Ryu Rashomon. Only Yen Luo's flowing fire twin swords in both hands erupted with a shocking red fire, and the death blade in his mouth had a black aura lingering around it. Behind Yen Luo, a Rashomon that looked like it came from hell emerged. The next moment, the Rashomon suddenly opened. Endless crimson blade-ons and black blade-ons swept out. Thousands of blade-ons, pointing straight at the serpent and scorpion monster. The snake and scorpion monster felt the powerful force behind it, and the whole monster was scared out of its wits. No! Chapter 101. Decapitation. Seeking golden votes. The blade light swept down. The snake charmer only had time to let out a scream. It was instantly dismembered. You've killed the serpentine and received the treasure chest left behind by the other party. So please find it yourself. Yen Luo put away his sword and sheathed it, his expression calm. It's as if it's just a little thing you do with your hands. Live stream. What a handsome blade. A door in the back. A roiling sword light. It's awesome. Wow. Brother Yen Luo is really handsome. Big brother Yen Luo is awesome. All rise. This sword technique is really fierce. The B+ level monster froze and didn't carry it for 2 seconds. Instantaneous seconds. Big brother Yen Luo's strength is too outrageous. The group of foreign spectators came back from their shock, and each one of them had a look of pity on their faces. Damn it. The snake-scorpion beauty disguised herself so well that she let Yen Luo discover it. Why doesn't Yen Luo get eaten by a snake charmer? I hate Yen Luo to death. If it wasn't for him, the Eagle Jam country wouldn't have erupted into disaster at all. That's right. Yen Luo is a baka, greatly bad, killing so many of us Sakura. Damn it. If only Yen Luo had been killed by the snake charmer. Now, if you want to talk about the countries that have the most grudges against Yen Luo, it's countries like Little Hot Ben, Kimchi, and Eagle Jam. They couldn't fight the disaster, so they grafted all their hatred on Yen Luo. If it weren't for Yen Luo, they wouldn't have erupted into disaster. Many people never reflect on their mistakes, and they rightly think so. I don't know, even without Yen Luo. With the three-legged kung fu of their national players, it's only a matter of time before they die and a disaster breaks out. There's a treasure chest? Yen Luo stroked his chin and turned toward the bedroom. Sure enough, I saw a golden treasure chest on one of the cabinets. Let's see if we can open something good? Yen Luo muttered, removing the treasure chest from the cabinet. Yen Luo first found a sink and washed his hands, then recited, "Come to a superb, open a superb." The audience was also amused. I can see that Big Brother Yen Luo is playing a pious one in the main. No wonder Yen Luo Big Brother has such a good hand. So you have to do the practice before opening the treasure chest? No, I feel that Yen Luo Big Brother's luck-seeking techniques are not professional enough. I play Yuan Shun are first bathed, then burn incense. 6. Opening treasure chests is really a poisonous game. They're all bewitched. Next moment, Yen Luo opened the treasure chest and a brilliant golden light erupted. The glare was so strong that even the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't see straight. Blind, why is it so shiny? This is going to be a good one. With a flash of golden light, the artifacts make their appearance. What could be good? There was a murmur. The light dispersed. Only 3 things were placed in the treasure chest. A golden pile of gold coins. You get gold 1,000. A pile of light blue, crystal clear stones. You get medium experience stone 10. Yen Luo's gaze, however, didn't linger on these 2 items for a moment. His eyes fixed on the last reward. They were 3 knives with ancient wooden handles and streamlined, chilly blades. The top of the blade is engraved with landscape pictures, elegant and atmospheric, giving a heavy sense of history. With just a glance, Yen Luo fell in love with these 3 knives. The Eye of Omniscience also popped up with a message. Sanshou Mutilated Version. Classification S. Base Attribute. Attack Power plus 300 points. Armor Break plus 100 points. Blade Aura. When attacking with the Sanshing Blade, it will definitely be accompanied by an amazing Blade Aura, dealing an additional 50% of the power value of Wind attribute damage. Death Blade increases the blood absorption attribute by 30%, and the overflow blood absorption effect will form a shield against damage on the body. Born Blade. When the user is critically injured, 10% of the user's maximum life value will be restored every second for the next 5 seconds. Hint. In its heyday, this sword was the closest thing to a divine weapon. So strong. Looks like the Flowing Flame twin blades and the Death Blade can retire. Yen Luo blushed, having a new love and forgetting his old one. The Flowing Fire dual blades and the Death Blade were mercilessly left in the backpack to eat dust. He was equipped with the Sanshing Blade. The wooden hilt felt good in his hand, and when he held it in his hand, it felt as if it was driven by his arm. A mutilated version. Yen Luo noticed the notes at the back of the Sanshang too. That is to say, this blade was once strong, even close to a divine weapon? Yen Luo's face was stunned. I didn't realize that the crippled version of the 3 Lives blade was S-ranked, so could it have been SSS ranked in its heyday? I'll have to keep an eye out for a way to repair the 3 Lives sword in the future. Yen Luo thought in his heart and silently made a note of this. Yen Luo's actions also had the live stream audience talking. Good guy. It looks like this blade is so strong that Big Brother Yen Luo doesn't even want to be grade treasure blade. Is it hard to believe that this knife is a grade? Then Big Brother Yen Luo has made a fortune. Smaller pattern. I'm guessing it has to be at least S-class. Dude, don't bring that kind of bragging. No human has ever gotten an A-class weapon yet. That's just it. S rank is unlikely, it should be a rank. Yen Luo danced the 3 Lives blade in his hand, and the more he used it, the more he liked it. Not bad for an S rank, both in terms of feel, sharpness, and several skills. None of them are comparable to B-class weapons. After playing for a while, Yen Luo gathered his mind. Put away the gold coins. Experience stones, on the other hand, are used with 1 click. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You have used the medium experience stone 1 and your level has increased to 70. You gained 80 points of free attributes. Yen Luo nodded, the old rules evenly distributed. To be a man with no shortcomings. Your attributes increase. Strength plus 20, agility plus 20, constitution plus 20, magic plus 20. As the tone fell, panel changes. Player, Yen Luo. Race, dragon. Level, 65-70. Body mass, 1010-20. Strength, 920-940. Agility, 900-920. Magic power, 1010-1030. Charm, 670. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience divine level. Power of Notification divine level. Bloodline skills, Dragon's Wings SS level. Dragon's Might SS level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS level. S rank skills, Charming, Poisonous Compulsion, Hunter, Soul Shock, 100 Shots, Master of the Beast. SS rank skill, 3 Blade Ryu, Rashomon, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, Biohazard, Current Cage, Formation of Divine Flame Pillar. SSS level skill, Dragon's Gaze. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Sanshing Sword Grade S, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning Card, Lava Heart, Gold, 1500, 2500. Chapter 102, Ermao Special Marriage Room? After seeing Yen Luo return to his home and make love to Little Dragon Lady for a while, this blacked out. The Dragon Nation viewers have been used to it for a long time. Just then, someone posted a message in the pop-up. Brothers, there's a special matrimonial room over at Ermao. Who's Ermao? You don't even know this. The one who doesn't look like he's paying attention to international events is the one who got his ass kicked. Yukonin, Go, look at that. The Ermos nation live. Just a skinny white man standing in front of a peculiar marital room. The man was thin, with sunken eyes and pale skin, and he didn't look well. And all the time pinching his orchid fingers and walking with his hips in the air like a woman. My God, what's with the pussy? I recognize this person. Seems to be a famous pussy from Frickley Academy called Norland. This guy's not a, is he? You really guessed it, but this one is unisex. I literally have goosebumps all over me. Weirdly disgusting. I wonder what's going to happen later? Noland has a special matrimonial room in front of him. It's pink like the regular marital room, but there was a pattern etched on it. The pattern is a figure of a man, but with two heads with their backs to each other. One is a man and one is a woman. When I watched the live stream before, how come people didn't see a marriage room like this? It looks like a special room. Noland pinched his orchid fingers and continued, looks like people are lucky. He has a misogynistic way of talking and walks like a woman with her hips in the air. The genus actually made a lot of viewers puke. I'll be damned. I want to go in there and give him my favorite big mouth. It's so disgusting. I'm really convinced. There's no crime in being a pussy, but there's a crime in coming out and intentionally grossing people out. Yet the dime a dozen viewers didn't care and instead countered for Norland. What do you know? It's called free air. You guys are just jealous that we've come across a special matrimonial room. Just wait. There must be a marvelous spouse in the special marriage room. That's right. When the time comes, our Ermau country will rise. Just wait. Let's see if you'll still be laughing when the time comes. At that moment, Noland also wiggled his ass to the front of the marriage room and pushed the door open. Squeezing his orchid fingers and twisting his waist, he walked in. Scene change. At a glance, he actually arrived at a vast grassland. The grasslands were green and there was a gentle breeze blowing through. Only, it seemed to look exactly the same no matter which direction you looked in. Don't even know where the marriage partner is. What a nuisance to make people come and find out where my dear maiden is. A lewd smile curled the corners of Norland's mouth as he picked a random direction to walk in. About a few hundred meters into the walk, Hercules saw a tree that jutted out. The tree was only 1 person tall, with a pink fruit growing at the top that gave off a tantalizing aroma. Norlander's eyes lit up and he wiggled his way over to the little tree. What is this? He had a puzzled expression. However, after traveling for so long, I didn't see a marriage partner show up. Did you have to eat the fruit before the other side would appear? Noland scratched a little bit of the rind with his fingernail and licked it with his tongue in case the fruit was poisonous. Waited a few minutes with no discomfort at all. Looks like I was overthinking it. Maybe this fruit has some peculiar effect. A gift from my marriage partner? Norlander brainstormed a bunch. Live stream. See, Norlander may be a pussy, but he's got brains. That's right. Who in their right mind would be so careful to test a fruit for poison? Could this fruit be some kind of strange treasure, like the ability to gain superpowers after eating it? It feels likely. We're going to rise up in the Ermau kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Great. There was a murmur as Norlander ate the fruit. Yummy. His eyes glazed over as the bite went down with bursts of juice, tangy and sweet. Here it comes. Here it comes. Come and feel it. Norland felt a mysterious power coursing through his body, transforming his frame. Am I going to get superpowers? Is this something like a devil fruit? His expression was ecstatic, his face was a bright red, and he wanted to jump up and down in excitement. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw his chest begin to swell. How did my boobs get like this? Got bigger. Norlander just opened his mouth and blushed, and his voice became shrill. Before it was a pinched-out sissy voice. Now it's a shrill voice that only a woman can make. Could it be that I've become a woman? With a horrified expression, Norlander felt downward. Sure enough, Ertie is gone. No! How? Norlander was horrified. He's just a pussy. He doesn't really want to be a woman. Countries laughed outright at the reverse scene. Ha 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 ha. Happy to be a woman? More than turning into a woman, it's turning into an ugly woman. Norlander was already a lewd-looking man, and turning into a woman is just a lewd woman. That's it? That's what you call a superpower fruit. Laughing my ass off. Look at Nolan's face. It's so tragic. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. The Ermos Nation audience was dumbfounded as well, but tried to continue to dead duck. But just then, a sudden change occurred, only to see the marriage partner who had never appeared appear. It was a group of small, green-skinned monsters, clad in animal skins and holding wooden sticks. All of them surrounded Norland with a lecherous grin on their faces. Kobolds! At this moment, the audience exploded. This matrimonial house is really mean. It's a trap to turn the players into women before they get kobold. Holy, that scared the out of me. So many kobolds. I'm afraid there are dozens of them? Huh? That's pretty bombastic in the whole bombastic world. 2. Norland is finished. Speaking, the kobolds had long since surrounded Norland and were raining down on him. Several of the kobolds divided up the labor, some keeping him in check, others beginning to rip the clothes from his body. There were also kobolds carrying green clubs and pinning Norland to the ground with one hand. Noland was about to explode, his face harder than a bitter melon. What are you doing? Stop it, you guys. No! Help! However, the more he resisted, the more excited the kobolds became, and the picture was unforgiving for a while. Soon, the live feed went black. At this moment, the whole world audience was dumbfounded. It's trampled. It's blown up. It's so tragic. A moment of silence for Noland. Chapter 103. Please Call Me developed. Noland, the player of Urmakuni, has been imprisoned by the kobolds and will be reduced to a plaything forever. The moment, audiences around the world were stunned. This is too miserable. A lifetime of being reduced to a goblin's toy. It's also pretty bombastic in the whole bombastic world. Doesn't Norland like being a pussy? This time it's really turned into a woman, and he's sadly enjoying it. It's a kobold, a bunch of magical creatures that think with their lower bodies. Norland is going to take the shape of a kobold. Scared the crap out of me. This is top-notch torture. Anyone else would have to have a nervous breakdown. The Irmu Nation audience was also completely dumbfounded. Earlier they were basking in the joy of the special matrimonial room. Now they were slapped hard by reality. The face was on fire and it hurt. What's more, Norland being turned into a toy by the goblins simply disgraced the entire Irmak Nation. Noland the useless waste was fine, had to eat fruit to become a woman. This is great. Shame on the world. Good news, Norland is not dead. Bad news, Norland has become a toy for the kobolds. This is embarrassing for Urmakuni. No disaster broke out, but the players were imprisoned. It's about the same as being directly banned from the national game. Brothers, watch the news. What? The construction of the controlled fusion device was successful. It is now operating successfully. The Dragon Country viewers were the first to flock to the official live broadcast. Only a huge circular device was seen on the live feed. It looks sci-fi. Host Ice is narrating in front of this device. As you can see, this device behind me is the controlled fusion device. The same device, we built 6 of them at the same time. This way, our entire Dragon Kingdom will no longer be plagued by energy. The price of electricity for industrial use will drop from 50 cents a unit to 2 cents a unit. The price of residential electricity will drop from 30 cents a unit to 1 cent a unit. Upon hearing Ice's explanation, many people checked the price of their own electricity at first. Sure enough, the electric bill went straight to 1/30th of what it was. This will save you thousands of dollars a year on your electric bill later. Smaller grids, and if your family drove a new energy vehicle, you could save big thousands more. This is too cool. Controlled nuclear fusion is awesome. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Smaller, the pattern is still smaller. In the future, industrial production will only have material and labor costs, energy costs will be close to zero, and everything we buy will be mega cheap. In that case, this controlled fusion is fantastic. Everyone on the Dragon Network was overjoyed. They were surprised to find that many of the factories were producing things at reduced prices. For example, if you buy a better rice cooker, which might have cost $500 or $600, the price is now directly fractured and you can get it for about $300. The rice cooker company's explanation was that the factory's efficiency had increased substantially and it could give consumers more benefits. Controlled fusion is officially on the ground. All industrial products in the Dragon Kingdom are drying out at cabbage prices because energy is free. Based on this, inexpensive dragon industrial products instantly swept the international market. Exports began a long overdue surge. Assume a monthly income of $5,000 and a living consumption of $3,000. with the price of all goods breaking bones. Or earning 5,000 a month but only spending 1,000 or so to make ends meet. That's the equivalent of doubling your income, because the small amount of money in your hand becomes worth more. The human currency has appreciated significantly. The price advantage of industrial goods in the Dragon State is highlighted. Exports are pulling up like crazy. In this general context, the Dragon Kingdom was announced almost the same day. On September 30th, 2023 of the Blue Star calendar, the Dragon Country officially entered the Club of Developed Countries. On this day, the common people of the Dragon Kingdom were all abuzz. Damn, I stayed up all night yesterday and woke up in the morning and our country has become a developed country? The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The future is promising. It doesn't have to be the future. It's now. We've become a developed country. 1.4 billion people in the developed countries. Now then, the financial strength we are really can 1 vs the world. Controlled fusion is so fierce that a lot of technologies that used to be so energy intensive that they couldn't be utilized now have no concerns about that at all. Things have gotten so cheap. It's amazing that you can buy a sedan for just a few tens of thousands of dollars now, whereas a car with the same configuration used to cost at least $200,000. I am proud of my motherland. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. And in the next life, I will still be a member of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't regret entering Huaxia in this life. And in the next life, I will still be a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Plus 10,086. The common people of the Dragon Kingdom, who were in the midst of their euphoria, suddenly realized something. Foreign trade factories are doing brisk business, but not many of them are out hiring. The people who had planned to make another fortune before the new year panicked. When I asked, I realized that all the factories are now using robots on a large scale for production. It used to be uneconomical to use a robot, it was very power hungry. Now that electricity is almost free, robots are becoming very cost effective. Just when many people are fretting and can't find a job. The official announcement of the Dragon Kingdom was made once again. Announcement: due to the large-scale use of robots in major factories, which will have a certain negative impact on the job market, the top management has decided to implement a universal income program. 1. The minimum wage for workers shall be raised from 6,000 to 10,000 Dragon national dollars. 2. Free government-led skills training nationwide to help ordinary people learn a skill and become skilled workers. 3. People who have not been able to find a job for the time being can apply for the Universal Basic Income Program and receive a monthly living allowance of 6,000 Longwa dollars. The common people of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked one by one. They just couldn't imagine that one day they could be like the Western Europeans. You can get paid for lying down and not having to work. Live the good life in style. Of course, the universal income allowance is only 60% of the minimum wage. Enough to live on and even have some money left over to go out. But to prevent feeding the lazy, so this money doesn't make people who don't work better off than people who work hard. You still have to go to work in order to truly live a life of abundance. Thanks to the great elder, Dragon Nation, I really blew it. I really didn't think that one day we would be able to live like Europeans and Americans. It's so hedonistic. Even if you don't work, you still have money. You can get by without trying, and you'll get by with trying. I really didn't expect that our Dragon Kingdom would have its day. No more. I'm off to sign up for free skills training. I want to be a robotics repairman later. I hear the pay is old. Batter. Take off. Chapter 104. A piece of cloth on my head. I'm the richest in the world. Officials in the Dragon Kingdom haven't been idle either. Maybe some people are curious that people who don't work get a basic income. Where does the money come from for such high benefits? Where does the government get that kind of money? There is only one truth: energy exports. Nearby countries are directly on the UHV to send power remotely. In countries far away, electricity from nuclear fusion is used to electrolyze water, converting it into hydrogen and delivering the energy via specialized hydrogen carriers. Originally, electrolysis of hydrogen was not cost-effective. Normal electrolysis of water with coal power to make hydrogen doesn't make enough hydrogen to pay for the coal burned. But controlled fusion is a different story, with an infinite bottom in the cost of electricity. This makes hydrogen production from electrolyzed water incredibly cheap and economically effective. Over the past few decades, the Dragon Kingdom had been a major energy importer, and a large portion of the entire country's hard-earned money had been used to buy energy and minerals from the Middle East. Now it's different. The Dragon Nation shakes things up. A piece of cloth on my head. I'm the richest in the world. That's a lot of money for hydrogen and electricity exports alone. The Dragon Nation was a joyous place. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it. Our Dragon Kingdom also has today. A piece of cloth over my head. I'm the richest in the world. It's so cool. I told you the country must have gotten a money-making scheme if it dared to introduce a universal basic income scheme. Controlled nuclear fusion is really a good thing. It's our turn to live a good life in the Dragon Kingdom. I've been laid up and now I'm at work just to have something to do. Originally, because of their own age to play a very bold heart. Now suddenly no pressure, no longer worry about unemployment. There is the state to give us the bottom of it. There is harmony and thriving within the Dragon Kingdom. Little Hot Ben and others can only be jealous to the face. Baka. How did such a good technology get into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom? Damn it! Dragon Country's industrial goods are cheap now, and our Sakura Country's goods are being beaten to death. It's over. Our businesses in Sakura Nation are closing down on a massive scale. Even the factory I work at is going out of business. Similac, our kimchi's business as well. The Dragon Kingdom people do not talk about martial virtues, the same production of automobiles. Their price is 1/3 of ours, but the quality is about the same. My God. It would be a disaster if the 1.4 billion dragons lived the same way we do in Eagle Sauce. Soon, those developed countries that had been living the good life saw what it meant to be a developed country crusher. Under the full-scale invasion of the Dragon Kingdom's inexpensive industrial goods, manufacturing companies in Sakura and other countries closed down on a large scale. Eagle Jam, which relies on finance and technology to make money, is still in relatively good shape. And Sakura Kimchi Deutsche, which is very dependent on manufacturing, is in trouble this time. The Dragon Kingdom's automobiles, electronics, and semiconductors are in full swing, and the first ones to dry up are these countries. Dragon Nation merchandise can make the same quality at a price that breaks bones. Straight up the businesses in these countries into mass closures. Sakura, Kimchi, German, rapidly into a trade deficit, falling from a developed country to a second-rate country. Even the Saudis, far away in the Middle East, were almost dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom has inexplicably taken over its #1 position in energy exports. Fortunately, Saudi Arabia has always had a good relationship with the Dragon, and back then, when the Dragon was in trouble, it didn't support the Dragon's military products. So, some bargaining. Sartre still took Dragon Energy's agency in the Middle East, barely keeping a job. Of course, the Saudis have paid some prices, such as importing a certain value of military products to the Dragon every year. At this point in time, some of the countries that have fallen off the wagon may band together to pressure us, even to the point of desperation. Therefore, immediately hold military maneuvers to deter enemy nations. Soon, the Far East Fleet, the Bohai Fleet, the South China Sea Fleet, the East China Sea Fleet, for fleets assembled. Full live streaming. Just see under the live feed. 8 carrier battle groups appeared on the sea like behemoths. Next to each carrier were dozens of other warships of all types. The vast majority of warships are equipped with powerful electromagnetic guns. Sky. Swarming drone battle groups, flutter wing fighters, stealth fighters, and bombers whizzed by. At this moment, all of the countries that originally wanted to put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom stiffened their faces. How does this play? Even the Hawksbane countries don't have things like electromagnetic cannons or flapping wing fighters. But Eagle Sauce has done the flag push. In the case of traveling far across the ocean, even if Eagle Jam's entire army was deployed, in the end, it only ended up in a regiment. Mainly because EM guns are so sick. Normal large-caliber artillery, even if every shot hit, not a few dozen seconds cannot sink a warship. But an EMP can do that in a few seconds. After getting the results of the projection, Hawk Jam has given up the coercion program, as long as it can keep its position as a financial power. Manufacturing, lose it, can't with the Dragon Kingdom anyway. When the boss doesn't speak up, countries like Sakura end up conceding and watching themselves turn into second-rate countries. The grand military exercises of the Dragon Kingdom makes the Dragon Nation proud as hell. Proud. Excited. My country is really awesome. Awesome. My country. 8 carrier battle groups, really awesome. Thanks to the people's sons and daughters, without them guarding the country, controlled fusion would be a disaster. Yes, the results and benefits have to be protected by absolute strength. That said, I don't know how long this day would have taken if it weren't for Big Brother Yen Luo. Yeah. Salute to Yen Luo Big Brother. Yen Luo Big Brother, my God. The beach protected by a group of special forces. A couple of old men with binoculars were watching the parade in the distance from a high tower. The second elder reddened his eyes. This day has finally come. In our lifetime, we have done something. The grand elder nodded, and tears glistened in his pale eyes. Sort of our score, not really our score. But no matter who gets the credit, as long as the common people of the Dragon Kingdom live a good life and the country becomes strong, I have no regrets in dying in this life. The second elder was stunned at his words, then revealed a hint of a smile. That's right, as long as the country is strong, we old fellows will be content. The grand elder's gaze was distant, looking far into the sky. If it weren't for you, I really don't know if I would have been able to see this day in my life. The Dragon Kingdom returning to where it belongs. The same as it has been for 5,000 years, invincible in the world, with all the nations coming to court. The second elder stroked his beard at his words. Of course he knew who the other party was talking about. Yen Luo, a man who changed the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 105. Secret room escape? Requesting tickets. Pickle country live. Challenge in space. There are only 4 white doors, all random rooms. This time, the Kimchi Nation contestant looks like a gentleman with poise. He wore a classic black trench coat with a stylish bowler hat. The man had sharp, calm eyes and a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. It's Kim Tae-woo. Huh? Why don't I recognize him? Is he famous? This guy may not be recognizable to the average person, but in the circle of private investigators, this guy is pretty well known. This guy goes down to catching mistresses, up to homicides, and dares to take any case as long as he's paid. He's also rumored to have solved a serial murder case, so he's really good at it. But is the ability to solve crimes useful in a marriage game? That's hard to say. Didn't that tamer run into a room of professional counterparts last time? There are 1,000 random rooms in the national games, and I can't say that Tae-woo Kim's ability will come in handy. There was a murmur. Kim Tae-woo looked grave as he pushed open a white door. This game is all about luck, and my abilities seem hard to come in handy? The thought crossed his mind, but his steps were not slow as he walked into the random room. You enter the crime-solving speed room. As the national fortune beep sounded, Kim Tae-woo's face was shocked. Such a coincidence? No specific rules have been announced yet, but this is the kind of room that looks like it would be perfect for you at first glance. Who's Kim Tae-woo's match when it comes to solving crimes? Live in the booth. A large number of spectators were stunned one by one. Good man. Pulling the knife out of that prophet just now. That's fine, and it really does let a detective find the right specialty. Kim Tae-woo is so lucky. This room suits him at first glance. A crime-solving race room? Looks like there are others involved. Is it a multiplayer copy? Kim Tae-woo is so lucky. Our kimchi country is going to turn the tide against the wind this time? Amidst the audience's discussion, Kim Tae-woo came to an old building. It was a 4-square house with a triangular roof. The reason why it was ancient was that the house was completely mass-owned and had no windows or other vents at all, and the walls were covered in lush vines. That's when the rules were announced for the state games. Rule number 1. The room is a 1 versus 1 race room, and the first person to crack the room puzzle wins. Rule number 2. The winner will loot everything from the loser, including but not limited to levels, attributes, equipment, mates. Rule number 3. All objects and environments in this room are under the protection of the rules and cannot be destroyed. Rule number 4. The winner may receive a mystery prize. Hearing the introduction of the rules, Kim Tae-woo's face was delighted. This room is like it was made for me. Who's my match when it comes to solving crimes faster? Kim Tae-woo thought so. The Pickle Nation audience is also abuzz. Sure enough, the majors are right on the money. This wave is a sure win. I don't know which unlucky person was matched as a rival. Kim Tae-woo's wave is stable. Even if Yen Luo came, he would have to be blinded, although his strength is strong. But then solving the case, where is the opponent of professional detectives? I wish my opponent was Yen Luo. Then Kim Tae-woo would have made a fortune. Just then, you're being matched with a speeding opponent. Match in. Match made. Your competitor is Rukoku Yanro. At this moment, Kim Tae-woo's face was ecstatic. Such good luck. If it's more than anything else, he definitely can't. Isn't this a sure win? The winner gets to plunder everything the other guy has. As long as he won Yen Luo, he would make a lot of money. Not to mention, with Yen Luo's strength, wouldn't he be walking sideways in the national games? The Kimchi Nation audience was completely abuzz. Smitty, what kind of luck is this? We're taking off in pickle country. Compared to solving a case, I'll ask what you Longwa people are competing with? Kim Tae-woo is a professional detective. Ha 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 ha. Our kimchi country is destined to rise. See, God is going to die for you Dragon Kingdom to get fusion and take jobs in our kimchi country. Dragon Nation viewers join Kimchi Nation live. The game announcement also rang out on Yen Luo's side, and all the Dragon Nation people got the message and also ran to the Kimchi Nation live broadcast to find out what was going on. After a general understanding, the Dragon audience panicked a bit. It's not fair to compete with a professional detective to solve a case. But even if they didn't have a clue in their hearts, the Dragons were still in favor of Yen Luo. Yen Luo's prestige at this point was not what it used to be. A thick layer of trust and confidence has accumulated in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I'll be damned, you little pickles don't be crazy. That's right. This hasn't even started yet. Can Big Brother Yen Luo lose to a little scumbag like you? I don't give a damn about the rules. I'm sure Big Brother Yen Luo can win. That's right. Don't get cocky, guys. Although Big Brother Yen Luo is not a professional detective, he has always acted calmly and has a keen sense of observation. Remember the snake beauty from last time? The other party was so well disguised that they were discovered by Big Brother Yen Luo. I believe that cracking the puzzle this time won't be difficult for Big Brother Yen Luo either. The Longwa audience argued their case and believed Yen Luo unconditionally. Hee hee. You Dragon Nation people will continue to be dead ducks. People are burnt to ashes. Only their mouths are still hard. We'll see. In the midst of an argument, Yen Luo also appeared outside a closed room. This house is exactly the same as Kim Tae-woo's side. Cracking the puzzle? Yen Luo stroked his chin, but his expression was calm. Is there a need to compare this kind of game? Opposite even professional detectives. Can it compare to him being open? And all-seeing eye went down, and all secrets could not be hidden from Yen Luo's eyes. Both players have arrived. Please enter the chamber to explore. The first one to find the puzzle and escape from the room wins. Confident, Kim Tae-woo pushed open the door of the chamber room and walked in. Just as he entered the chamber, the door behind him closed with a bang. He looked around the room for a second, reaching out. Didn't see anything. The claustrophobia made his mind drum. Luckily, being a detective all the time, he had even seen broken bodies, so something like this wasn't enough to scare him. Soon, he noticed a black box on the shoe cabinet to his right. Opened the box. Inside was a flashlight, a magnifying glass, and a yellowed note. Kim Tae-woo first turned on his flashlight and saw the words on the note by the light. Find the hidden letters that form a mysterious word in order to open the combination lock on the back door of the secret room and successfully escape. Note that if the escape is not successful when it drags on until 12 o'clock at night, I suggest giving yourself a hard time before you are tortured by the monster. Kim Tae-woo's heart chilled. Failure to escape by 12 p.m. will result in the appearance of a horrible monster? Chapter 106. There is no need for heavenly strikes when there is a hanging. Years of detective work have given Kim Tae-woo the habit of wearing a watch. After all, sometimes electronics can be less than reliable. Looked at the mechanical watch in his hand. 11:30 p.m. Fortunately, there's still half a little time left, which is enough for me. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Kim Tae-woo's face lit up with joy and he headed towards the house with his flashlight. Kim Tae-woo deserves to be a detective by birth, finding the first clue so quickly. Ha 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 ha. It's still dark in the Dragon Live room. We're winning. Sure enough, no matter how strong Yen Luo is, he has to lose in a copy that relies on his intelligence. Kim Tae-woo is so awesome. Our kimchi country is going to turn the tide against the wind this time. The Kimchi Nation viewers were pleased with themselves, as it was still pitch black in the Dragon Fruit broadcast room, and Yen Luo apparently hadn't noticed the flashlight or magnifying glass. Kim Tae-woo relied on the light of the flashlight and surveyed the interior of the chamber. Except there's no light, bulbs, and windows. It's like a regular residential home. There is a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. He searched the living room first, every cabinet, even under the couch, and froze without finding any trace of the letters. Strange? Where the hell are the letters hiding? Time passed by and he had yet to find the key to breaking the game. Suddenly, his afterimage swept across the wall. It was then that I noticed that there was something strange about the mural on the wall. Walking in, he realized that the mural was of a woman with a gentle smile on her face, except that her eyes were bulging out. Eyes aren't painted. Kim Tae-woo immediately reacted and used a magnifying glass to his eyes. Sure enough, carved into that inlaid eye was the letter E. Ha ha ha. So the first letter is E. That's good. Kim Tae-woo blushed. He found his first clue, and the Pickle Nation was once again smug. Ha 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 ha. It's only been 3 minutes and Kim Tae-woo found the first clue. I just went to the Dragon Kingdom Live and they still have a black screen. I guess that punk Yen Luo didn't even find a flashlight. Ha 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 ha. Our kimchi country is a sure winner. And it's only a matter of time before it rises to the top. Soon, when Kim Tae-woo gets the victory, he'll be able to plunder everything Yenro has. So, we, Kimchi Nation, are going to replace Dragon Nation as the world's #1? The Kimchi countrymen are in ecstasy, while the Dragon countrymen are in anxiety. The Dragon Kingdom Live at this point was still dark. It seemed that Yen Lo really didn't notice the flashlight and magnifying glass on the cabinet. The audience could see nothing but inward anxiety. What's going on? It's still pitch black. Big Brother Yen Lo can't really have missed the flashlight. It's quite possible. I wonder if Yen Lo has found a clue yet? I guess it's up in the air. How can we find clues in the dark without a flashlight? That's not necessarily true. Big Brother Yen Luo's eyesight should have been enhanced as well, so he may not be unable to see anything. No good. The second letter was found on the floor over in Pickle Country. Huh? What can we do about this? Many people in the Dragon Kingdom were anxious in their hearts and worried for Yen Luo. Trouble is, the screen is black on this side. They don't even know what Yen Luo's progress is. Inside the room, Yen Luo was currently standing in front of an iron gate. With his amazing physique, his eyesight was naturally amazing. You don't need to rely on light to see everything around you. This iron door is the exit with a combination lock made of brass. The combination lock has 4 digits. Each is one of 26 letter choices. Yen Luo looked calm, his eyes on the combination lock. Combination lock. Hint. Enter exit to leave the room. Seeing the prompt, the corner of Yen Luo's mouth slightly hooked up. He pressed on with no intention of fighting the opposite side fairly. Looking for clues? No need. Just walk straight to the end and use your all-seeing eyes to see the answer and you're done. Yen Luo also did not ink, he did not want to fall in the gutter, and immediately entered the password. Exit. With a click, the iron door opened, and Yen Luo walked out unhindered. The other side, Kim Tae-woo Smooth was on the desk in the bedroom. One page of a book suggests a third letter I. Ha ha ha. A bunch of pedos. It's only been 5 minutes and I've already found the third letter. Kim Tae-woo said smugly. Where is the remaining letter? He thought briefly for a moment and headed toward the bathroom. Now it's just the bathroom and the second bedroom that haven't been searched. Go to the bathroom first. He thought of it this way. Live stream. It was as if the Pickle Man had opened to the hope of rising. The third word has also been discovered. Only the last one is missing. We're sure to win. The Dragon Kingdom has lost this time. Ha 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 ha. Will immediately replace Dragon Kingdom as the world's #1. Once Yen Luo dies, the Dragon Kingdom will decline. Just as they were getting carried away, the announcement of the National Luck Game rang out suddenly. Rukoku's Yen Luo escaped from the chamber without incident. Rukoku wins. Kimchi country players will be obliterated by the monster. At this moment, everyone was confused, except for Yen Luo himself. The Dragon Nation audience, the Kimchi audience, and Kim Tae-woo were all confused. When did the Yen Luo big man escape? Huh? I was worried about Big Brother Yen Luo before, but I didn't expect him to pass straight through. Outrageous. The flashlight didn't even find it. And Big Brother Yen Luo put together the clues. Awesome. Worthy of being a Yen Luo big brother. Smithy, how did this happen? When did Yen Luo find the clue? No. Our Kimchi country actually lost. Damn it. Kim Tae-woo is going to be obliterated by the monster. Ah! Meaning we're about to have another outbreak of disaster. The people of the Dragon Kingdom reacted, and each of them revealed a joyful expression. And Pickleman lost with a dazed look on his face, which was even more fiery and painful. Kim Tae-woo's face was unsightly. Impossible. How could anyone find a clue faster than me? He was as hard as. Being defeated in the area he was most proud of was worse than killing him. However, without waiting for him to think more, the sound of water suddenly came from the bathroom. Kim Tae-woo twisted his head to look at it, and instantly his feet went cold. and his entire face became bloodless with fear. Ghosts! Ghost! The sound of the water wasn't water. It was blood. And a ghost in white crawled out of the bathtub and appeared in front of him in an instant. The dark fingers were like iron pincers around Kim Tae-woo's neck. Choking sensation coming from Kim Tae-woo, Kimchi Nation's contestant, was killed in an escape room. Disaster will break out in the Kimchi Kingdom. Disaster extraction. Disaster confirmed. Ghosts in white. 100,000 female ghosts in white will randomly appear in the Kimchi Kingdom. Please be careful at midnight. Pickle Nation was confused. After a while, they responded, each scared and bloodless. 100,000 white female ghosts. Chapter 107. Sadako's Terror requesting tickets. Soon, the Pickle Country felt what it meant to be the terror of Sadako. Someone takes a bath and finds an extra ghastly white head in the tub. Someone goes to the garage to drive and rolls down the car glass to find miserable white faces looking straight at them. There are also people who watch TV at night, and when they do, a female ghost crawls out of the TV and keeps on emitting jej's horrible laughter. Just a few hours have passed and over 100,000 people have been hit. And these people who were killed by the stern ghosts all died extremely horrible deaths, either with their hearts ripped out alive. Either that or simply get split up. The whole of Pickle Country is in an uncontrollable panic. Smithy, it's not safe anywhere anymore. A lot of people died, and several of my co-workers were hit. It is said that those killed by the night ghosts die in such a miserable state that even their hearts are ripped out. It's horrible. I don't want to be a Kimchi Nation. I want to emigrate. Damn it, the immigration hall is closed, and the top actually won't allow us to emigrate. Protest, protest, protest. We want to emigrate. Damn. I think I've been hit. There's the sound of water in the bathroom somehow. Ah. Confusion. Wail. Scream. The country of Kimchi is like a hell on earth at the moment, and everyone who sleeps doesn't even dare to close their eyes. Fear of opening my eyes and encountering a horrible white female ghost. The nations are not sympathetic to what happened to the Kimchi Nation. How crazy were they just now? A little pickle wants to go to heaven? If you ask me, it's called getting what you deserve. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. One after another was wildly out of control before. Now you know you're wrong. I'm a professional, and I don't usually laugh unless I just can't help it. Serves you right. Didn't you say one thing about us dragons before? Baka. Kimchi Country is too crazy. It deserves to suffer a little. My God. Pickles is kind of paying the price this time. The other side. Yen Lo walked out of the room. A jade bottle was then added to his hand. The appearance is small and delicate, and the jade color is round. The Eye of Omniscience gives information. Elixir of Face 6. Effectiveness. The elixir can slow down the aging process, maintain the elasticity and luster of the skin, and make the face youthful. Yen Luo shook his head and lost his smile. The reward was actually this. It's not very useful for boosting combat power. However, it could be a gift for Daji and the girls. This is something that they should really enjoy. Yen Lo stroked his chin and muttered. It is expected that no woman can resist the temptation of eternal youth. If this thing was in reality, I don't know how many rich women would dump their money to take it. Put away the residency pill. Yen Luo still had 15 medium experience stones in his backpack, and had also gained some gold coins. All are rewards for this copy. One click to use. The light blue empirical stone turned into pure energy drilling into Yen Luo's body. You used experience stone medium 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You used experience stone medium 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You used experience stone medium 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You used experience stone medium 1 and gained a medium amount of experience. You use experience stone medium 1 to level up to 75. You have gained a total of 80 points of free attributes. Equally divided. Yen Lo continued to follow this old rule. Be a super soldier with no shortcomings. Your attributes increase. Strength plus 20, agility plus 20, constitution plus 20, magic plus 20. Yen Lo could feel the strength of his physical body being strengthened once again by a small margin, and there was a bit more magical power as well. Panel changes. Player, Yen Luo. Race, Dragon. Level, 70-75. Body mass, 10-20-10-40. Strength, 940-960. Agility, 900 and 2940. Magic power, 1030 1050. Charm, 670. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Bloodline skills, Dragon's Wings SS level. Dragon's Might SS level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS level. S rank skills, Charming, Poisonous Compulsion, Hunter, Soul Shock, 100 Shots. New, Master of the Imperial Beasts. SS rank skill, 3-Blade Ryu. Rashomon, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon. Biohazard, Current Cage, Formation of Divine Flame Pillar. SSS level skill, Dragon's Gaze. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Sanching Sword Grade S, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart, Gold, 2,500 3,000. Leveling up is really getting harder and harder. Yen Luo couldn't help but sigh. 15 medium experience stones would only raise a mere 5 levels. Outside, congratulations to Dragon Country's Yen Luo for completing his copy. The Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with national fortune. All Rukoku people's physique +2, life expectancy +2, charisma +2. The moment, the Dragon Nation is blowing up. Physical fitness and longevity are not much in short supply for most people these days, especially with the last little dragon lady's national reward. Now with 30 points of physique per capita, you can lift a heifer with one hand. The key is still charm. This is the first time an ordinary person has gotten the charm attribute. Within the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom, changes visible to the naked eye. Walking down the street, handsome men and women have become more numerous. Per capita Xiaoshui, and occasionally see Jiangnan Pengyuyan, Northeast Hu. I woke up handsome. Ayaha. I love brother Yen Lo. I feel like I've gotten prettier. Be confident and take the word feel out of it. Holy. Now we have handsome men and women per capita in the Dragon Kingdom. Tunes. There are so many beautiful women on the streets now. I've had my heart set on 5 times a day. Huh? Only 5 times? I think it's 200 times. It's fantastic too. Nowadays ordinary people look like the stars of the past. Yen Luo Big Brother is awesome. Jiangnan Pengyuan thanks you. Bah. Shame on you. I'm still Gekshong Wu Yen Zhu. Dude. You're just a little bit worse than upstairs when it comes to shamelessness. Dragon Nation. The populace was abuzz. Various Jiangnan Pengyuan came out of the world. Many Northeast Dilihiba competing for beauty. Viewers from all countries could only look on with gnashing teeth and jealousy in their faces. Baka, the Rukoku have become good-looking? I've been loving watching handsome Dragon Country guys live lately. I'm going to marry in Dragon Country. Baka, you're a woman from our Sakura country. Why are you such a dragon panderer? Oh, who called Sakura man unattractive yet useless? Smithy. Damn the dragons. Why are they having such a good time? My God. You pickle men don't come out to talk on occasions like this. A bunch of little earthworms. If I remember correctly, there are now only 3 centimeters left per capita of pickles. What are you guys babbling about? I took a ruler and measured it. And there's clearly 3.5 centimeters left. Chapter 108. Sakura Marriage Room? Yen Lo returns to the homestead. Angie and Daji are probably still resting. After all, the two were pregnant and took longer breaks. North Little Fish is playing with Little Linglong. North Minnow threw the branch out. Little Linglong ran over to take it back and wagged her little tail. It's exciting to play. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. You're a unicorn. Why are you getting more and more like a little puppy? Lillian, on the other hand, was holding a pile of clothes to dry. Among them were her own and those of Daji and others. Yen Luo first walked up to Bei Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Where's Miao Weiwei? Cooking. Hubby, what's wrong? Bei Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes curved into a beautiful crescent moon the moment she saw Yen Luo. Oh, nothing. Wanted to give you guys a little gift. Huh? It's true. I'll go get them all. No, you guys rest first. It's okay. What could be so important to us? Soon, all 5 women were gathered around Yen Luo. Only Daji and Angie looked sleepy, as if they were still awake. Honey, what are you getting us? Yeah. You say it fast. It must be nice to have something from your husband. Miao Weiwei and the others were a chattering, warbling mess. Yen Luo shook his head and lost his smile. It's not anything very special. Just a little gift. Okay. Okay. Don't sell me short, honey, just tell me. Yen Luo nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he took out a jade bottle from his bosom. When the cork was opened, there was a faint medicinal scent coming out. Poured into his hands were 6 light red pills. What is this? Miao Weiwei stared with wide eyes, puzzled. Hubby, you're so bad. You play with Miao Weiwei and the others. I'm still pregnant with a child. I would not be able to stand it, Daji said with slightly red cheeks. Hearing Daji's words, several other women also blushed. This is really that drug? The more you look at it, the more it looks like light red color and still smells good. Bah! Husband, you only have series in your eyes. I thought it was some kind of gift. Bei Xiaoyu pouted her lips and spat with a flushed face. Yen Luo cried and laughed. It's not the kind of medicine you're thinking of. What's that? I don't believe it, you're just trying to cajole us into taking a pill. A few of the women still didn't believe it, thinking it was just like Daji said. This stuff must be an aphrodisiac. It's just that everyone is too embarrassed to mention the word. Yen Luo waved his hand. It's really not. You guys just listen to Daji's nonsense, right? This is actually the resident skin pill. After taking it, your skin will become smooth and delicate and youthful forever. When these words came out, several women's faces became faster than turning over a book, and their eyes looked like they had little stars in them as they grabbed the resident pill in Yen Luo's hand. One ate it with his cherry mouth without hesitation. Daji was the most exaggerated, not even a swallowing motion, directly swallowed in one mouthful. Ahem. Stuck in my throat. Oops, watch it. Wow. The skin has really gotten better. Thank you, hubby. I love this gift. Love your husband, want a kiss. A few women thanked Yen Luo for giving them precious gifts. The screen is black. Live stream. Huh? A gift is a gift. Why did you send it to bed? I'm really convinced that Daji's thanks are too pristine. You're all missing the point. It's 5. This time it's 5. Yen Luo's gunplay is out of this world. He doesn't lose with 1 against 5. This time it's time to beat 2 filial sons with a stick. To be so exciting? There's another red door over at Little Hot Ben. Go, go, go. Let's go check it out. Anyway, Yen Luo's side of the big man is still thrashing around. A group of Dragon Nation flooded into Sakura Nation's live broadcast. See only, the Sakura contestant is bloated and fat, and his looks are even more obscene. He was, however, wearing a sharp suit with a neatly tied tie and shiny leather shoes. It gives a strong sense of contrast and discomfort. Yo! Someone from the Dragon Kingdom came to see our Sakura live? Ha 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 ha. Might as well tell you that our contestant this time is Makoto Fuji-sensei. That's right. Makoto-sensei is a famous actor who has had in-depth conversations with hundreds of actresses. Makoto-sensei is so good at kung fu that he can casually fight for 20 or 30 minutes. That's right. That's why Makoto-sensei is invincible when there's a marital room. There's no marriage partner who cannot obediently hand over his reward under the fiery onslaught of Makoto-sensei. The Sakura Nation gave a wild blowjob. Apparently Makoto-sensei became a contestant and had something like a marriage house. It's an unbeatable start in their eyes. The Dragon Nation was speechless. How many people died in Little Hot Ben? Tens of millions. What's so wild about it? Even if we let you get marriage partners, that's it, right? I thought it was so awesome. Just a dead fat guy who's an actor. It's so obscene looking. I want to puke just looking at it. However, the Sakura people would not relent. You guys are just jealous. The national marriage game, where looks don't matter. Just wait. Our Sakura will definitely rise this time. When we rise to power, we must take back the Ryukyus. The sick man of East Asia must be the sign of the Rokkoku people. And we will soon take back Sakura's rightful place. Go San Benito-sensei. This time you must trample the Dragon Nation under your feet. Soon the two waves were spraying each other. The Dragon Nation audience isn't vegetarians. Can they take this? In the middle of an argument, Makoto Fuji, however, was unaffected, and he had a very lewd expression on his face. What beauty awaits me? Let me use my one young finger to meet you. His expression grew more and more lewd, a lecherous grin on his face. One pushes through the pink matrimonial rooms to enter them. Scene changes. At a glance, he actually arrived at a vast grassland. The grasslands were green and there was a gentle breeze blowing through. Only, it seemed to look exactly the same no matter which direction you looked in. Why is this scene so familiar? Makoto always had the feeling that he had seen this scene before, but after so long, it froze in my mind. Forget it. Let's just go find my marriage partner first. Where are you, my beauty? Makoto Fuji smiled lewdly, drool dripping from his mouth on his fat and disgusting face. Live stream. It's so obscene. I can't wait to rush into the screen and give him a smack in the mouth. Wait a minute, guys, do you think this scene looks familiar? You really don't say. Familiar, really too familiar? Isn't this the marriage room Ermao went in? I'll be damned, when you put it that way, you can't say it's exactly the same, you can only say it's indistinguishable. This guy isn't going to run into kobolds too, is he? Baka. It's probably just a scene resemblance. Don't talk nonsense, you Rokoku people. That's right. There's absolutely no way Makoto-sensei's luck could be this bad. Chapter 109. Sakura turns into a 2. Makoto continues to move forward. 3 minutes later, about a few hundred meters into the walk, Hercules saw a tree that jutted out. The tree was only 1 person tall, with a pink fruit growing at the top that gave off a tantalizing aroma. However, Makoto couldn't be happier. Instead, his face was horrified and his fat body shook with fear. I'm in kobold territory? Makoto Fuji's eyes were wide with disbelief. The live broadcast room also exploded at this moment. I told you why this scene looked so familiar. This is the same matrimonial house that Ermakuni entered. Miserable, too miserable. Looks like this little hotshot is finished. Baka, how did this happen? Makoto-sensei, don't eat that fruit. If you do, you'll turn into a woman and get violated by a kobold. Baka, that's bad luck for Makoto. The Sakura audience blushed hard as the atmosphere became oppressive. Makoto Fuji's face was as unpleasant as if she had eaten poop. As long as I don't eat this fruit, I should be fine. He tried to walk in the other direction. Stay away from this strange tree. After about a few more minutes of walking, his heart was in shock and he calmed down. No kobolds until now, and as long as you don't eat that fruit, kobolds won't show up? Makoto Fuji's face lit up with joy. Explore in the other direction. Maybe we can get out. However, it wasn't long before Makoto realized he was wrong. No matter which direction he went, he would eventually see the tree. This seems to be a closed loop space, the equivalent of a weakened version of a ghostly wall. In how it goes, the end is the little tree with the transgender fruit. A chill rose from the soles of his feet as Makoto encountered such a bizarre scene for the first time. Also, he noticed that the denatured fruit was becoming more flavorful. The scent seemed to seduce. He had a strong feeling that he wanted to eat the fruit. No, you can't eat it, absolutely not. Makoto shook herself off, trying to clear her head. However, his steps naturally led him toward the tree. The fruit on the tree became more and more tantalizing, and Makoto Fuji couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The person walked even more uncontrollably to the transgender fruit. Eat it, eat it, eat it. It was like a demon whispering in his head, constantly compelling Makoto. The Sakura audience exploded. Makoto-sensei, don't eat it. What are you doing? You can't eat this denatured fruit. It's over. Makoto-sensei is turning into a woman too. Don't. That would turn Makoto-sensei into a kobold's plaything as well, and never be able to leave this room. You know, Mr. Makoto, don't. Do you want to kill us, Sakura Nation people? Amidst the desperate gazes of the Sakura people, Makoto Fuji was ultimately unable to resist the temptation of the fruit. Crack! A mouthful of popping juice. The tangy flavor explodes in your mouth. He didn't even have time to savor the deliciousness before he ate the denatured fruit in 3 or 2 bites. It smells so good. Nope. That's when the seductive voice in Makoto's head finally faded and he came to his senses. However, it was too late. Makoto looked at her breasts bulging and her lower body becoming empty with a horrified face. I've become a woman too. No! He lost his voice and screamed, but his voice became shrill. And the end of the view. One by one, green-skinned kobolds appeared with sticks and spears. The number is in the dozens. One of the lead kobolds also held a chain in his hand. The chains held a naked, scarred woman who was ugly. It's a Futamo country player. Makoto Fuji's face became even more horrified, and his entire body was paralyzed with fear. Is he going to be turned into a kobold's toy too, held by the chain around his neck as a... No! He tried to escape and had just gotten up when a kobold threw out a noose and ensnared him. A group of kobolds with lewd smiles on their faces surrounded towards Makoto Fuji. The screen went to a black screen. At this moment, the live broadcast completely exploded. The Ermau country player is so miserable. Is this being tempered into a by the kobolds? Little Hot Ben isn't much better. He's probably going to be that way too. Goblins are disgusting. Mahanto and Futamo players are so ugly they can't even lay their hands on them. I almost threw up watching it. It's disgusting. Baka, how did this happen? No! Makoto-sensei is finished. The Sakura country is finished too. Damn it, Makoto Fuji. This useless thing. Why did he eat the denatured fruit? Sakurakuni's player, Makoto Fuji, has been imprisoned by the kobolds and will be reduced to a plaything forever. When the announcement came out, the Sakura people couldn't wait to find a block of tofu to crash into. They are now tragically blocked as well. The player is trapped in the hands of a kobold. Played like a... Everyone's hearts chilled at the thought of the Ermau player's miserable state. Hiss, it's so tragic. Just thinking about it makes me feel oozy.
我尼玛，变成女人再被哥布林玩弄，太惨了。
My God. How could there be such a disgusting room? That kind of thing would be pretty bombastic even in the heavy mouth world. Ha ha ha. A moment of silence for little Hot Ben. Dude, can you be professional and stop smiling so obviously? I don't usually laugh unless the subject is little Hot Ben. Couple more hours. The announcement for the national games suddenly rang out again. It has been detected that the players from Sakura Nation and Ermu Nation have chosen to commit suicide because they could not bear the humiliation. Disaster will break out in Ermu and Sakura countries. Disaster extraction. Disaster confirmed. Goblin malice. Ermu Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom will each take 1 million males and turn them into women, and then be transported to the goblin's lair. When the announcement rang out, Sakura Man and Ermac Man all chilled their chrysanthemums. This disaster, it's so bombastic. No, don't, how can this be? It's over. Turning into a woman and teleporting to a kobold lair? I'd rather be killed than turned into a toy by a kobold. No! My second brother is gone and I've become a woman. My God. There's a mysterious door drawing me in. I don't want to be transported. Help! Help! Kill me. I don't want to become a kobold's toy. At one point, some of the more hardened ones simply chose to commit suicide. And those who don't have the courage to do so are all turned into women and transported to the goblin lair. These people, the consequences are predictable. Sometimes, living can be worse than dying. Chapter 110. Duel in the State of France. Miserable. It's so miserable. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. Guys, it looks like the next state country has encountered a new door. Huh? What a door it is. So much to look forward to. Let's go, brothers. Go check it out. Say, the state players are actually alive? I'm surprised. I was under the impression that they hadn't erupted into a disaster yet. That's not bad for cargo gas. Running into 2 supply houses in a row and staying out until now, running out of food. Like this. No wonder. But without strength by then it's still dead. A new door appears in the state, and audiences from all countries are drawn in. But when they saw the participants from the state country, people were confused. They finally realized that the state is an androgynous country. Walking down the street, you might not be able to tell the difference between a man and a woman. Beautiful-looking young lady. Pants off. Second brother is older than you. And, of course, the state player in front of him. This contestant was a man by the outline of his face and his hair was short, but he wore heavy makeup. At the same time also wearing the state country national characteristic long skirt. Chest does not know what to use hard to squeeze out a gully. Viewers from all countries looked confused. Is this person a man or a woman? Don't say it. Statics. Everyone knows what they're talking about. Holy. Is this the legendary siren? Ah, my eyes, they're spicy. Isn't it a death wish for this kind of player to enter the national game? However, the state audience was not happy. Don't talk about our little brother like that. Yeah, he's obviously very cute and very kawaii. Our state is gender-free. As long as he thinks he's a girl, then he's a girl. Brother Bada has grown beautiful. And now he's finally come out to challenge the door. Be sure to bless Brother Bada with good luck. Never come across any strange rooms. There was a murmur. Bada wiggled his hips, clearly a man, but with a demeanor that was 3 times more alluring than a woman's. It seemed to take a great deal of effort for him to push the room open, and he stepped inside with a look of apprehension. Viewers from all countries felt their eyes were spiced up just by watching Barda in action. My God. How this man is more alluring than a woman. Not bad for a state country, long time coming. Help me. I feel like my eyes are hot and sore right now. Smithy. This is even more disgusting than the last contestant from Irmo. Congratulations to the Thai contestant for entering the Conquest Room. Conquest Room. Randomly match a player from another country and conquer the opponent to get a reward. Bada's eyes widened. Why is it such a room? People can't beat anyone. The State of the Union audience also panicked. Bada was a weak man with no hands. What will it take to conquer players from other countries? Savatica, how did this happen? What a horrible room. What can we do? Bada little brother is so weak. It feels like he can't beat anyone. Who will it be matched to? It mustn't be Yen Luo, or else it'll be over. Players matching. Match made. The state player will compete with the French player in a contest of conquest. Conquest by any means necessary, and the victor will receive a prize. At this moment, the French side was also confused. Only a handsome white man in a suit appeared in the conquest room. Spectators from all countries were abuzz. That's interesting. A war of conquest this is. Both sides are just getting started. I just went to watch and the French players are actually not very strong. Anymore, the French player is big and tall. It's not much of a problem to beat a human demon. Exciting. I want to see how they tear each other apart later. I have a feeling that the state player is going to be cold. It's really because he doesn't look like he's going to be able to put up much of a fight in this condition. French Jack was also confused at the moment. He hasn't acquired much strength yet. Haven't paid much attention to the state country either. I hope the opponent is not too strong. Jack walked towards the inside of the room with a grave expression. Walked for a while. Found it to be a bit of a dungeon-like environment. Inside there are also stakes, bamboo whips, hemp rope, candles, and other strange props. He was a little confused, just standing there in the middle of the dungeon. The scene, why is it so strange? On the other hand, Bada also came inside the dungeon. The four eyes are twinned. At the first sight of the two men seeing each other, their hearts beat uncontrollably. Excited hearts, trembling hands. So handsome. Bada wiggled her hips as she walked over, stars coming out of her eyes. This Frenchman is like a gentleman. Elegant, handsome, handsome. Bada's heart began to beat wildly. State of the nation live. Huh? Little brother Darbert actually has to fight such a handsome gentleman. It's a terrible thing, so sad. The French player is such a gentleman. I guess a lot of boys would like that. Yeah, how I wish my date was that handsome. A bunch of guys that like handsome guys? Quite a blast. The dialogue of the state audience was interspersed with some voices of the audience from other countries. However, the next thing that took everyone by surprise happened. Jack swallowed hard as a whole as he looked at the alien-flavored Bada in front of him. The heart beat restlessly. Is this what it feels like to be in love? The Dalbert in front of him had the unique flavor of a state countryman, and that long dress outlined an enchanting figure. That gently squeezing orchid finger was like squeezing Jack's heart. Jack hurriedly coughed and made what he thought was a handsome face, walking very gentlemanly toward Bada. This beautiful lady. I felt in love with you from the first moment I looked at you. The French crowd blew right up. Jack, what the hell are you boys up to? It's a man across the street. Are you crazy? Once someone else's pants are off. Maybe Ernie is bigger than you. No, what kind of vision is that? The opposite side is a siren, and it's not very good looking. Holy. Jack, are you out of your mind? Inside the dungeon, Bada's heart fluttered as well, taking Jack's warm palm in his. But what? Jack said with a bad smile. But I'm a guy. Bada clipped his voice with a pout. Jack shuddered. Then a look of ecstasy crossed his face. How do you know I like guys? This explosive conversation between the two directly dumbfounded viewers all over the world. Oh? National audiences. Wait, let's run through it? What happened? Jack is in love with Bada. Brenda fell in love with Jack. Airplanes flew overhead on a lonely night. The key is that both brothers are men. It's just blowing up. Chapter 111. Men on top of men, please vote. How do you know I like guys? With this statement from the French player. The state player Bada's heart was beating wildly. After that, the screen actually went black. Huh? Black screen? No dude, you're playing for real. This whole thing is pretty much blowing up in the blow-up world, too. Bada's little brother is so brave. And this thing is just so cool to put in our state's eyes. Baka, my eyes, they're spicy. Dude, you're playing it real, aren't you? Worthy of the state, it's sick to the core. Doesn't anyone spit on the French players? Looks like a human devil and turns out to be a homo. This moment, audiences around the world blew up. Not bad for a state country playing with flowers. The French player is also a great one. Superficially poised. I didn't realize it was this. French live. My God. It really kind of blew up. It's not a big problem. The plot is going a bit strange, but at least we get a reward. That's right. It's a good thing to be rewarded with national fortune without having to fight. A few minutes later, congratulations to France's Jack on his successful conquest of Bada, the state's contestant. Jack will receive an individual award. Jack wrapped his arms around Bada, beaming with happiness. Great, a bonus. You receive a personal attribute bonus of physique plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 5, and charisma plus 10. You have earned the title, Male Hunter. All your future marriage encounters will be with males. Not bad, just got into the national game and got a nice bonus. The smirk on Jack's face intensified. What's more, he got Bada's body. At that thought, Jack couldn't resist giving Bada's ass another stroke. Hate it. Don't touch people hot. Bada was obviously a man. His mouth said hate it, but his ass pouted more voluptuously than a woman instead. Congratulations to the nation of France, which will be rewarded with national fortune. Reward being drawn. The French crowd was abuzz. It's male on male, but it's good to get a national luck bonus. What will be the reward? Really looking forward to it. Jack has done a great job, and we're going to rise quickly in France. Knowing the men and going up, men on top of men, Jack Bullpucky. Ha 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 ha. You guys can't laugh now, we're going to get a national reward. The process was outrageous, but the outcome was good. However, the next moment the smile on the Frenchman's face was embarrassed. Reward confirmation. All Frenchmen's life expectancy plus 2, all attributes plus 1, and charisma to the same gender plus 10. At the same time, all Francophiles have a greater probability of being favored by the same sex under the influence of the title of Manhunter. What the hell kind of outrageous reward is that? You say it's bad. 2 years of life expectancy and 1 point of full attributes were rewarded. You call it good. Again, it's like trying to turn all the French into benders. The reward is just an outrageous one. My God. My grandpa was dying and now he's fine. I feel stronger. No. How come all the guys around me have gotten handsome? So handsome. As soon as I arrived at work, 3 handsome dudes confessed their love to me. But I'm a boy. I've fallen in love with Derek, and even though we're both men, I think we're in true love, and we'll definitely be able to go all the way to the end. I seem to be getting bent too, and the men around me are all more handsome than each other. The Frenchman came with a wave of explosive pop-ups. It was embarrassing to watch viewers from all countries trying to snap their toes out of 3 rooms. All of France turned bent? It's blowing up. It's so treadmill bombed. Awesome. Now France and the state are kind of totally screwed. I was going to take a trip to France, but forget it. Yes, we dragons are supposed to be highly attractive, so if we get a look from a Frenchman, we're screwed. Scary, men on men, knowing men, strong men locking men. Dragon Nation live. At this time, the man who has just conquered several wives is standing in the challenge space. Yen Luo looked a little surprised that he had come across the marriage room again. And there's something strange about this marital room. It's pink like the regular marital room, but there was a pattern etched on it. The pattern is a figure of a man, but with 2 heads with their backs to each other. One is a man and one is a woman. Trap matrimonial home. Difficulty B. Description. Inside there is a denatured fruit that must be eaten to trigger a kobold attack, and you can successfully escape after defeating the kobolds. Hint. Physique greater than 150 points can be exempted from the effect of fruit denaturation. You can follow the kobolds back to the kobold lair, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious reward after killing the kobold mother. Survival rate 100%. Yen Lo stroked his chin, thinking slightly. Mystery rewards he won't let go of. Past experience. Anything given by a mystery reward is a treasure. Assuming, of course, that the mission can be accomplished. At this moment, the live broadcast also blew up, because this pitched marriage house is on its 3rd appearance. Yen Luo big brother must not choose this marriage room. Little Hot Ben and Ermao are getting screwed by the kobolds. This matrimonial house is disgusting. It's a trap. The bottom line is that you have to eat the denatured fruit for the kobolds to appear. I'm not worried that Big Brother Yen Luo can't beat the goblins. I'm just afraid that Big Brother Yen Luo will get hit and turn into a woman and be done with it. Yeah, Big Brother Yen Luo must not choose this room. However, no matter how much they shout, Yen Luo couldn't see it again. He resolutely pushed open the door of the trap mating room. I'll take this mystery reward. The thought flashed through Yen Luo's mind as he entered the marriage room. The scene changes for a moment. When the vision is clear, Yen Luo suddenly found himself in a vast grassland. As far as the eye could see, it was lush and green. The soft breeze blew through the grass as if it were a green wave undulating high and low. The scenery is not bad. Yen Luo nodded. At this moment, the spectators from various countries who heard the news were ecstatic. Among them, it was the Little Hot Ben and the Ermu State audience that danced the most. Yossi, Yenro has entered the kobold room as well. Ha 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 ha. Yen Luo is finished. Yen Luo is definitely going to be pitched. Yeah, he'll turn into a woman too and get played with by the kobolds. I knew Yen Luo's good luck had come to an end. If our Sakura kingdom is not doing well, Yen Luo will not do well either. Even if he could beat the kobolds, he'd still be a woman. That's right, if you don't eat that fruit, the kobold won't show up and he'll be trapped in his copy. Besides, he didn't know the fruit was a transgender fruit. Chapter 112. The Dragon's Gaze requesting tickets. Yen Luo was gone for about a couple minutes. He was strolling along the way, his expression not showing any signs of change. Sure enough, another small fruit tree appears in the picture. It's exactly the same as what Sakura Nation encountered with Ermu Nation. Yen Luo's gaze was calm as he walked over to the fruit tree, picked up the fruit and began to eat it. Anyway, as long as the constitution is higher than 150 points, you are exempt from the side effects of the fruit. The live stream was blowing up at the moment. Don't eat it, Yen Luo big brother. It'll turn into a woman. It's over. How come even Big Brother Yen Luo has been hit? Damn it. It looks like Big Brother Yen Luo doesn't know the side effects of this fruit. Damn. What's going to happen? A group of Dragon Nation viewers were in a hurry. Little Cherry Blossom and Ermao Man were even more ecstatic with their faces. Ha 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 ha. It's delicious. Eat more if it's good. Yossi. This Yen Luo guy is going to flip this time. When Yen Luo becomes a woman, he won't be able to find a new marriage partner in the future. After all, he doesn't even have a handle anymore. Yossi, eat it. Become a woman and then get played with by kobolds. This time Yen Luo is bound to roll over. No, why hasn't he turned into a woman yet? The fruit has obviously been eaten. Little Hot Ben and the two furry men hadn't been happy for long before they couldn't stop laughing. Because Yen Luo ate the fruit. I can't believe I didn't turn into a woman. Yen Luo felt the lingering fragrance in his mouth. Not to mention, this fruit tasted quite delicious. Tastes good. He gave a salty compliment. You have a constitution higher than 150 points and are immune to the negative effects of the fruit of denaturation. Because your constitution is high enough to perfectly digest the denatured fruit, you receive an attribute bonus. Your attributes increase. Charisma plus 50, physique plus 10. It also rewards some attributes. It's not much, but who would mind having high attributes? Yen Luo nodded with satisfaction. A mosquito is still meat even if it's small. At this point, Little Hot Ben and the Ermao people were dumbfounded. Baka, what's going on? Why didn't he turn into a woman? It's not fair. Why isn't he doing anything at all? Cheating. Yen Luo must have cheated. No. Why are we the only ones in bad luck, Sakura? The Dragon Nation audience was also confused. Obviously, the Little Hot Ben and Futamo contestants, after eating the transformation fruit, both turned female. But look at Yen Luo like this. Nothing at all. Like nobody's business. And in the mood to brag about how good the fruit is. Not bad for a Yen Luo big brother. Nothing happened at all. I surmise that this transgender fruit isn't everything. Yes, it should be possible to avoid becoming a woman. I just don't know what the conditions are. Whatever. As long as Big Brother Yen Luo is fine. Yes, 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 here it comes. The kobolds are coming. Be careful, big man Yen Luo. Picture. A group of kobolds stepped out with spears and sticks in hand, their green skin and animal skin clothing standing out. However, these kobolds had a dumbfounded expression. Why didn't the human in front of me turn into a woman after eating the transformation fruit? Never mind. What the hell? Men are fine. A group of kobolds surrounded Yen Luo with a lecherous smile on their faces. Yen Luo's expression was indifferent. Monster. Kobold. Rank 10. Strength rating. Class D ordinary monster. Characteristics. Bullying. Cunning. Lecherous. Yen Luo didn't even bother to say anything, his gaze sweeping the circle. Those deep eyes suddenly transformed into beast-like bundled pupils, and a pair of majestic dragon eyes quietly emerged behind them. Dragon's gaze. A powerful skill that only the dragon race can comprehend. When your gaze touches the enemy, unleash the dragon's gaze. Targets with a life level and strength lower than yours will be directly obliterated, and targets with the same life level and strength will be harmed by 500% of their power attribute and enter a weak state, with all attributes weakened by 30%. Dozens of kobolds didn't even qualify to trigger weakness. Straight away his head exploded like a watermelon. A series of explosions rippled across the field. Dozens of headless bodies then fell to the ground. There were also some miscellaneous things bursting on the ground, except for the small experience stones and gold coins that were collected by Yen Luo into his backpack. The other garbage equipment that popped out, Yen Luo didn't even look at it. Yen Luo purposely left a kobold behind. The only remaining kobold directly went limp on the ground, trembling in fear, and orange liquid was flowing out of his crotch. Scared less. What kind of monster is this? It feels scarier than the Goblin Matrix. Take me to the Matrix or... Yen Luo coldly swept a glance at this remaining kobold. The kobold shivered, not daring to disagree. Their kind of community is inherently bullying and fearful of softness. Yen Luo was so powerful that it didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts at all. Honestly, take Yen Luo to the kobold lair. The viewers in the live room all looked dumbfounded. What the hell kind of skill is this? It's too powerful. I think I saw the eyes of a giant dragon. Just killing. Too fierce. A single glance seconds a patch of kobolds. It feels like Yen Luo Big Brother is a little too ridiculously strong. Killing people with your eyes can be okay. It reminds me of the king's bully in metaphysical novels. Say, is Big Man Yen Luo planning to go and exterminate the goblin lair? If I remember correctly, it seems like there are still quite a few Sakuras and Irmos trapped in the goblin lair. Yeah. Didn't a million of them turn into women and get teleported to the goblin lair? Soon, Yen Luo was led by this kobold to an underground cave. It's a dark, damp underground cavern. A foul odor emanated from the cavern, and various pieces and bones were scattered on the floor. Deeper into the cave were some stone steps that led deeper. After a little more walking, the view opened up. It's actually a huge underground lair. Dense, for way underground tunnels can be seen. In the center of the lair was a huge female kobold with her belly high in the air, surrounded by normal kobolds who were partying. These kobolds were toying with the women who had teleported from Sakura and Irmo. Although these women were men before, National Lampoon Games immediately mosaicked parts of the scene. What a disgusting scene. It's too bad that Sakura and Irmo were chosen. This kobold female is disgusting, green skin with a big belly and pus coming out of its mouth. Big Brother Yen Luo is killing the kobold lair. Hurry up and exterminate these disgusting hordes. Disgusting creatures like kobolds shouldn't exist in this world. Big Brother Yen Luo has to be careful. This matrix isn't weak at first glance. Chapter 113. Clearing the air requesting tickets. Yen Luo couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this disgusting scene. The entire kobold lair, filled with the stench of decay. The ground was full of unknown foul-smelling slime, and the bones of various creatures. Several of the Sakura people who were being toyed with had long since lost the luster in their eyes at the moment. Physically alive, spiritually dead. The moment Yen Luo appeared, a portion of the kobold's eyes looked over as well. Thought Yen Luo was a newly captured toy. A lecherous grin surrounded them. They were mouthing odd syllables that Yen Luo couldn't understand. After the automatic translation of the national game fell on Yen Luo's ears. Oh, is that a new toy? Why, it's a guy. It doesn't matter if it's a guy. I'll go first. Yen Luo frowned, his gaze cold as a knife blade. There's no bull. A surprising amount of magic began to surge from his body, and the fire elemental in the air began to boil and revel. Crimson flames erupted from his body. A pillar of fire. 5 pillars of fire. 10 pillars of fire. It had been evolving 18 raging and surging burning pillars of crimson fire. The goblins' gazes were shocked as they finally realized the abnormality on Yen Luo's side. No good. This isn't a toy. It's an enemy. What strong magic power? How can a human possess such strong magic power? What terrible flames. Go get the Queen Sama. The queen they spoke of was naturally the goblin matrix. However, not waiting for them to react. Yen Luo's formation of divine flame pillars had already been cast, and the 18 pillars of fire swept across the entire goblin lair as if they were divine flames. The many kobolds didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were instantly burned to ashes by the red fire. You kill Goblin Warrior 1, and get small experience stone 1 gold 10. You kill Goblin Warrior 1, and get small experience stone 1 gold 10. You have killed Goblin Spearman 1, and gained small experience stone 1 and gold 10. You have killed Goblin Spearman 1, and gained small experience stone 1 and gold 10. A secret numbing beep sounded. When red fire erupted, the entire kobold lair was set ablaze with flames, and the kobold house blazed. The smoke kept rolling in. The kobolds were all dead, and the humans who had been imprisoned or toyed with did not escape. The eyes were dull and no longer saw spirituality. Only the individuals with stronger willpower looked deeply at Yen Luo and fled towards the outside of the nest with clenched teeth. The goblin matrix was finally startled, and she let out an angry growl. Sinful animal! You dare to kill my child! The mother's eyes were bloodshot as she let out an angry roar. Yen Luo didn't even bother to say anything and pointed a finger to the sky. Current cage. Then, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and crackling currents that transformed into a cage that held the matrix inside. Dark blue currents continued to bombard the matrix, leaving charred, blackened burn wounds on her body. Ah! Miserable cries echoed throughout the underground lair. At this point, the poisonous parasites also come into play, creating real damage inside the mother. Yen Luo's face was expressionless as the sacred white current coalesced in his hands once again. Sacred electromagnetic cannon, an incredibly powerful divine thunderball slammed into the goblin matrix. Bang, 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 bang. A violent explosion rang out, and the entire underground lair seemed to be shaken by the blow. You have killed the Goblin Mother B+ class. Congratulations on receiving the mystery reward. Yen Luo strongly killed the goblin matrix, and the entire process only took a few tens of seconds. The audience in the live room was stunned. This output of Yen Luo Big Brother is too explosive. Worthy of being a Yen Luo Big Brother, it's really too fierce. 3 moves to wipe out an entire kobold lair. Big Brother Yen Luo is simply a human turret. Baka! How could the Rukoku be so powerful? My god! Who the hell is the boss? Smithy! Yen Luo has mastered a great power that no human can possess. Goblin lair destroyed as Goblin Mother is killed. Imprisoned Sakuras and Ermos will be teleported back to their home countries. The moment, Sakura Man and Ermac Man were thrilled. Ha 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 ha! Great! Our compatriots can come back. Yen Luo has finally done something good this time. Heh! No need to thank him. He just did it in passing. Whatever. My son can come back. Yossi. This coming and going is the same as if we hadn't had an outbreak of disaster. However, when these people are teleported back to Sakura and Ermo, and they were dumbfounded, most of these people were dull-eyed and didn't respond to talking to him. Already mentally deranged, many of them can't even take care of their own feces and urine. Tortured by a kobold, they are physically alive. The mental state has long since collapsed. Sakura Man was on fire, spewing wildly on the air. Damn you, Yen Luo! Why didn't you get them out earlier? My son is wasted. Yen Luo, you heartless beast. Do you still have a conscience as a human being? Why didn't you save them earlier, when they were insane? Damn the Dragon Nation. I knew he was not at all well-intentioned. Instead of being grateful to Yen Luo, the Sakura Man took his anger out on him. Tempers flared on the spot for the Dragon Nation audience. I'll your mother's little hot book. You guys need to get one thing straight. Big Brother Yen Luo is under no obligation to save you. If it weren't for Big Brother Yen Luo, all these people would be dead. A bunch of dumbass white wolves. Serves you right for breaking out in the most disasters. Ah, yes, we Dragon Kingdom people don't have a conscience, just you guys born with a conscience. How in the world can there be a people as heartless as little Hatamoto? The live streaming room was full of smoke as the Dragon Nation viewers defended Yen Luo and went toe-to-toe with Hot Ben Jr. in a heated battle. Yen Luo's expression was calm, after collecting the mysterious rewards, straight out of the kobold lair. After all, at this point, the goblin lair was already shaking and about to collapse. Come to the safety of the meadow. It was only then that Yen Luo began to take stock of the rewards this time. The first is 2,000 gold coins. This power of illumination is going to be used. More is better. Who's too rich for their own good? Next, there were several sets of small experience stones. The number is more than 300. So little? Yen Luo rubbed his chin. The ordinary kobolds that had been killed by his one-shot divine flame pillars formation were at least a few thousand. It looks like the burst rate is drastically reduced when killing a target with a level much lower than your own. Yen Luo surmised that this was probably the case. Looks like the national game is resisting the abuse. Use. The light blue small experience petrified into a stream of pure energy drilling into Yen Luo's body. Chapter 114. Strange talk on rules request for tickets. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience value. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience value. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience value. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience value. You use a small experience stone 1 and level up to level 85. You have gained a total of 240 free attributes. Yen Luo looked delighted. Sure enough, the free attributes that could be gained doubled with every 20 levels. For every level 8100, the free attribute points had reached a staggering 32 points. Distribute it evenly. Yen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his mind and nodded. Your attributes increased. Strength plus 60, agility plus 60, constitution plus 60, magic plus 60. Then Yen Luo's eyes went to the mysterious reward. It was a green and spiritual wood. Wood of spiritual breath. Gain the ability to avoid wood when equipped. Immunity to wood. You will ignore wood damage. Good stuff. Yen Luo couldn't help but praise it. This thing is used in specific scenarios just like the heart of lava. Very powerful. I still remember when I fought with the remnants of the fire Qilin. If he didn't have the heart of lava, he didn't know how much suffering he would have to endure. And with restrained special props. It's the cross push. Akip. Yen Luo immediately equipped the wood of spiritual breath. The panel was then opened for viewing. Player, Yen Luo. Race, Dragon. Level, 75-85. Body mass, 10-50-11-10. Strength, 960-1020. Agility, 940-1000. Magic power, 10-50-11-10. Charm, 720. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Bloodline skills, Dragon's Wings SS level. Dragon's Might SS level. Dragon's Lin Armor SS level. S rank skills, Charming, Poisonous Compulsion, Hunter, Soul Shock, 100 Shots. New, Master of the Imperial Beasts. SS rank skill, 3-Blade Ryu. Rashomon, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, Biohazard, Current Cage, Formation of Divine Flame Pillar. SSS level skill, Dragon's Gaze. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Sanching Sword Grade S, Elven Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Heart of Lava. Added, Wood of Spiritual Rest, Gold, 3,000 5,000. Yen Luo's fists clenched slightly, the powerful feeling of strength pleasing him physically and mentally. And get stronger. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the National Luck Reward. All Dragon Kingdom people's life expectancy +2, physical fitness +2, strength +2. Dragon Country viewers are used to it but still discuss it on the air. Ness, I have a feeling we can keep renewing our lives with Big Brother Yen Luo around. Lifespans run out. Simply run out. Thank you, Big Brother Yen Luo. I'll give you 2 sticks of incense someday. Joy. How can you guys be so feudalistic and superstitious that you don't even take me with you to the incense? Has encountered a new copy next door in the Philadelphia. What copy? Forget it. Brothers go. Viewers from all countries got the news and flocked to the Filipino livestream at the first opportunity. The Filipino player is mediocre looking and is one of those unassuming characters thrown into the crowd. Maleva pushed open the door to the random room and entered a space full of gray mist. Where is this? Maleva looked puzzled and nervous for a moment, while holding a short sword tightly in his hand. Filipino Live. Maleva is still cautious. There's one thing to be said for the strength of Mavala now. That's right, whatever monsters are inside the gray mist, they're probably no match for Mavala. Mavala has passed 5 doors in a row and now has powers greater than the King of Soldiers. The Filipino crowd blew one wildly. The Dragon Nation audience was speechless. King of Soldiers level strength? It's estimated that Yen Lo Big Brother will be seconds away with a single look. As a result, the Dragon audience had little interest in listening to them blow. Instead, I was very curious about this copy. This space full of gray fog had never been encountered by a player before. Congratulations to the Filipino contestants for entering the Rules Geek multiplayer room. As the announcement rang out, everyone was confused. Rule weirdness? What a joke. Holy. Is that the rule weirdness I know about? 9 times out of 10 yes, rule freaks will encounter horrors whenever they go against the rules. Holy. Isn't that it up? The Filipino audience was confused. Rule weirdness? But it's scary. Rules introduced. Rule 1. The country that opens a multiplayer copy of Rules Geek will have 1 player and 2 participants in the Rules Geek game. Rule 2. At the same time, a national player may be designated to compete in a race for survival, with the first country to fulfill the requirements of the rule grotesque winning. Rule number 3. The winner will loot everything from the loser, including but not limited to levels, attributes, and equipment. Rule number 4. The taboos in the rule freakout are rule wipes, and no matter how strong they are, they will be wiped out if they trigger the taboos. As the voice of the national games fell, the Philadelphia live stream blew up. That means there are 2 more unlucky people going in besides Mavala? The rule weirdness is truly terrifying. It's actually a rule erasure. No matter how strong you are, if you trigger the taboo, you die. It's more than that. There's going to be a designated country tournament where only one side of the players will survive. It's the old rule again. The victor robs the loser of everything. Did everyone realize this was a good opportunity? What's the best chance? A great opportunity to move down Yen Luo. If you succeed, you can replace Yen Luo as number 1. This statement was made. Immediately, there were a lot of minds turning around in the minds of people with active hearts. The Philadelphia has 2 participants in addition to the players, which equals 3 chances to fail. And there's only 1 player on the opposite side with only 1 chance to fail. Meanwhile, Rule 4 dictates that strength plays almost no role in this copy. No matter how strong, if you trigger the taboo, you die. Wasn't this tantamount to sealing off Yen Luo's terrifying strength? Mavala, who was within the game, thought deeply for a moment and was keenly aware of this. In this copy, there is no competition for strength, only for brains. Mavala looked pleased. That's 3 people on their side. In the words of the Dragon Nation, 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius. 3 against 1, and it's not even a contest of strength. Isn't this a sure thing? Thinking of this, Mavala sneered. I choose the dragon player as my competitor. Chapter 115. Happy Convenience Store. The Filipino audience was abuzz on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Challenging Yen Lo is the right thing to do. Gamble on losing an outbreak of catastrophe. Gamble on winning and our Filipino nation will take off. This copy but has nothing to do with strength. We have a better chance of winning. I'll admit we had a gamble. And how can you respond to that? Yen Luo is dead this time. The world number 1 should belong to our Filipino country. More than that, the South China Sea is also ours, and the islands should all be ours. Just wait for the Dragon Kingdom. You Dragon Kingdom will soon fall off the pedestal. Although the Dragon Country audience was a bit worried, their momentum was not weak at all, and they immediately disliked back. Shut up, bunch of jumpers. I'm sure Big Brother Yen Luo will win. That's right. Big Brother Yen Luo has never let us Dragon Nation down. Go for it. Yen Luo Big Brother, give them some color. How dare you jump like that with your Filipino poppycock? A bunch of little hot chickens that just snarl and bark. There was a lot of arguing. 2 more portals appear around Mavala. 2 participants were teleported out. The expression was still confused. Damn. How did so many people pick me? Yeah, I'm down on my luck too. These 2 men had hard faces. It's fine to ask them to spew on the internet, really pulling them in to play games that will kill them. One was furious. Mavala had a sullen face and didn't bother with the 2. These two are just cannon fodder used to test the rules and get killed. Soon, the gray mist in the space dissipated. When the sight is clear again, it was only then that the guys realized that they were all wearing convenience store coveralls with each other and appeared in an ordinary-looking convenience store. There are also bright decorations on the wall. Happy convenience store welcomes you. One more look outside and it was pitch black. It seemed to be dark at this point. A woman is coming. She wore a white shirt with a black wrap skirt underneath and jewelry around her neck, with curly yellow hair and a fine-looking face. Newcomers, see for yourself the rules and regulations on the wall. You have to make a turnover of $150 before you can leave here. The woman was the store manager of this store, who said with a lazy look, "Regulations?" The three men, including Manhwa, rushed to look towards the wall. All you see is a green sign that says Employee Code. Rule number 1. Don't accost guests during business hours. Rule number 2. Don't leave the counter when guests are there. Rule number 3. Store managers don't like the shelves to be empty because terrible things happen when customers can't buy what they want. That's the rule of 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 the strange. Manhwa's eyes were wide, and the man was still a bit confused at the moment. The live stream, at this point, the chatter rose. There it is, the rules of rule geekery. Can't talk to the guests? Talk and you'll die. The guests can't all be ghosts, can they? Otherwise, how come the guests are not allowed to leave the counter? It feels a bit weird. I guess a few of the Manhwa people have been confused. The three of them memorized the rules and didn't dare to say much as their eyes continued to look at the store manager. Nothing else, remember? You can't get the money wrong or... The store manager sneered, the corners of his mouth cracking almost to the base of his ears. And, surprisingly, she had no shadow under the convenience store lights. Ah! One man lost his voice and cringed at the store manager's weird expression. Manhwa was no better, her legs trembling slightly. This store manager is not a human being. The footsteps faded away. The three of them then sat down inside the counter with a shiver. It's scary. I'm going back. Don't dream of making enough $150 for us to leave. Damn. This convenience store is too weird. Manhwa and the others murmured, none of them looking too good. Welcome to the happy convenience store. Just then, the automated announcement went off. The guests are coming. Manhwa and the others all rushed to their feet and stared at the guest dead in the face. It was a woman in a white dress with big dyed yellow waves and a shadowless walk, picking out items on the racks. It's not like it's a person. Manhwa and the others were about to piss themselves. This happy convenience store. Are all the people who come to patronize the place are ghosts? This is too oozy. The live streaming room also blew up at the moment. Damn. There's not a single one of them that's alive. The store manager is a ghost, and so is this customer. Whether it's a ghost or not is uncertain. It could also be a monster of some kind. Anyway, it's dangerous. If you trigger the taboo, you'll die. This is too scary. Would rather be killed by a monster than scared to death by a ghost. At this point, the woman in the white dress finally took a bottle of shampoo and a bottle of body wash, came to the counter. One participant was cold and sweaty as he held a scanning gun to code the merchandise. Drift shampoo $40. Uncle Shiki plus shower gel for $20. Total commodities, $60. The computer display shows the price. However, when this participant looked up, he noticed a green $50 bill thrown on the counter. The price is $60. You're not paying the right amount, he said subconsciously. However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he hated to shake himself. That doesn't trigger rule number 1. Rule number 1. Don't accost guests during business hours. The woman, the bills on the counter, and this participant were gone in just an instant. It's like it never existed. Manhwa and the remaining participants were in a cold sweat. After a while, the sound of clicking and chewing came from outside the convenience store, accompanied by heartbreaking screams. This treadmill. Manhwa's soul trembled in fear. The live broadcast room also exploded at this moment. The stern man definitely gave only $50 on purpose. It's so scary, the chewing outside. That ghost is eating people. Triggering the rules is simply certain death. Is this participant an idiot? Can't follow such a simple rule? What a dumbass. Just take the money and don't say anything? No. Do you guys remember the store manager saying never charge the wrong person? Death even if you take the money. Death even if you don't? Must die. Soon. Live feed. The familiar woman in the white dress reappeared. As if she was the same as the first time she showed up, she took a bottle of shampoo and body wash to the counter and casually dropped a $50 green bill on the counter. The second participant was in a cold sweat, with chills rising from the soles of his feet. Ask to give 60 and necessarily speak. Trigger the rule and you're dead. If you charge $10 less. And a warning from the store manager. What's going on? Will you hurry up? The white-skirted woman sneered, the corners of her mouth cracking wider and wider. It seemed that, if this continued, she would simply strike without waiting for the participants to speak. Better to collect the money. It's $10 less. The store manager shouldn't notice right away. The participant shuddered as he took the 50, not saying a word the entire time. The smile on the white-skirted woman's face got even weirder as she took a deep look at the participant and left the scene, carrying the shampoo and body wash. Participants just breathed a sigh of relief. A voice with a hint of eeriness in its lethargy sounded eerily in his ears. I thought I said don't charge me wrong, right? Chapter 1 Awakening the Dual Gift. Great Qin Empire, Xianyang First Academy. In the wide plaza of the schoolhouse, a group of bloodthirsty students were guided by their instructors in a long, orderly line. Although there were tens of thousands of people in the academy square, it was quiet. Because today it's quite important for numerous students. One could even say that this is the moment that will determine their future fate. If one could awaken a good talent, it wouldn't be impossible to be crowned as a king in the future. But if the awakened talent is too bad, it's hard to raise a family. Although we all attend the same school now, our future status and position will be vastly different. Su Chun was silent, following the line that slowly advanced like a long dragon. As a traveler, he was looking forward to this moment more than any other student. It's about time for your own gold finger to show up, isn't it? It's been years since he crossed over, and it's a bit of a stretch to say that Goldfinger hasn't even bubbled up. Su Chun looked around, his gaze somewhat emotional. There are some considerable differences between this parallel world and Blue Star. The Blue Star he was on was vast and boundless, with a volume estimated to be a dozen times larger than that of the Earth Star. The vast area of existence has given mankind a wide stage to make a big impact. The Great Qin Empire was one of the top empires of this Blue Star. The Ying clan has produced many brilliant rulers, leading the rise of Qin from the humble beginnings to a vast empire spanning thousands of miles. I'm afraid that today's Xianyang County alone is as big as one of Earthstar's provinces. And on the blue planet there were countless alien beasts in addition to humans. It is safe to say that mankind is able to be so powerful today, thanks also to the several crises of extinction brought to mankind by the Fae. The confrontation between humans and the Fae is far from over. It was also during several crises that large numbers of awakened human beings emerged. These awakened people possessed combat power that far exceeded that of ordinary humans. As their strength continued to refine, their life levels evolved. The ability to gain greater strength and a longer lifespan. The ranks of these awakened could be divided into novice, intermediate, advanced, excellent, awakened, transcendent, monarch, overlord, totem, and so on, and each of these ranks was further divided into 9 orders. Take, for example, Shi Huangdi, the founder of the Great Qin Empire. He was an awakened member of the Imperial Beast System, a terrifying powerhouse who had reached the totem level. The foreign beast harnessed was a Xian bird that was also of the totem level. It was by absolute force and a strong army that Great Qin was able to rise step by step. According to the difference in awakening talents, awakened people were also divided into different systems. The elemental department, which could catalyze all kinds of elemental powers, such as flames, ice, snow, gusty winds, and even thunder, among other elements. Martial arts department, the strength of the physical body is increased and progresses faster. You can learn all kinds of martial arts battle techniques to strengthen your chi, blood, and physical body. The Beastmaster line is capable of harnessing all kinds of beasts for their own use. Of all the talent types, the elemental lineage is the type that all students want to awaken. This was because anyone who had awakened the elemental lineage would definitely be able to reach the transcendent level. This is tantamount to getting a ticket to a higher level. From the past history of those awakened people, those who had comprehended the elemental lineage did not have low achievements in the future. Because of their innate affinity for elemental power, it was easier for them to comprehend the rules. Other faculties are naturally capable of becoming transcendent, monarch, and overlord, only the difficulty is quite a bit higher than the elemental faculties. I have to be an elementalist anyways, right? Su Chun rubbed his chin and said inwardly, "A traveler like himself has always been the son of good fortune, the favorite of heaven and earth. You can't even say that without awakening an awesome booming talent. Elemental. Someone has awakened an elemental system talent. It seems like it's still a flame elemental with great combat power." Just as Su Chun was lost in thought, a sudden commotion came from the surroundings. Fire elementalism? Su Chun instantly came back to his senses and looked toward the front. "You're just thinking about awakening the elemental system yourself and someone else has done it? Damn it. There is someone stealing my chi." Su Chun cast his eyes toward the magnificent gate of awakening in front of him. Only a small, fresh-faced girl was standing under the huge doorway, her face tense and at a loss. She obviously didn't expect to awaken her elemental talent either. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be excited or panicked. The surrounding teachers rushed over immediately after seeing the results of the awakening. The teacher in charge of the awakening and the director of instruction all gathered around the little girl with grave faces. Schoolhouse security level adjusted to level 1. Suspend the awakening of subsequent students in this line. Report the news to the academy headquarters. Bring her family to the academy and wait for someone from headquarters to come for protection. The vice principal's face flushed red as he suppressed his excitement and nervousness, and quickly commanded the teachers around him. Elemental awakenings are 1 in a million. Every elemental system awakened who was able to ascend normally would be a valuable asset to Great Qin in the future. And both the Fey Transformers and the enemies of the Empire would list this class of awakened as the best target for assassination. So it's no wonder the Vice-Chancellor is so cautious. But whatever happened to this girl at school today? It's not just that he doesn't have to do it as a vice principal. Teachers throughout the academy are subject to a cease and desist review by the relevant authorities. All of the people who have been sponsored and recommended in their own careers are also scrutinized. Great Qin ruled the world by more than just strong force, and a system that's tough as hell. Once someone is found to have defected to the enemy and committed treason, the end can be quite miserable. If the offense is serious, even the 3 clans will be executed. So, when this girl awakened her elemental system talent, instead of showing a smile on their faces, the many teachers' faces grew more and more grave. Great credit for protecting it. If anything goes wrong, their careers are over. The originally quiet Academy Square also became noisy because of this sudden appearance of the elemental system awakened person. The students around Su Chun were all mingling, their faces filled with envy. Gosh, someone actually managed to awaken the elemental system today. Envious. She'll definitely be a key cultivation target of the military department in the future. The transcendent level won't run away. I would take 20 years of life for an awakened elemental lineage. You might as well take 10 centimeters for it. 0. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Chen's heart inexplicably became a little nervous as well. In the Great Qin Empire or wherever it was, strength was honored. Talented people have higher ceilings and floors. If it's crap talent, it's doomed to a life of mediocrity. It's hard to raise a family, let alone a marquis. The pressure of life in Great Qin is not in any way weaker than that of the former Earth Star. Seeing that girl awaken the elemental system, Su Chun was both nervous and expectant inside. Since everyone else was able to awaken the elemental lineage, it shouldn't be hard for me to do the same, right? But what if it's not? Su Chun took a deep breath and tried to keep his mood calm. There's no what-ifs. I, Su Chun, am the son of heaven's destiny. Silence. A low roar transformed into a sound wave that raged through the Academy Square. The square, which was originally still incredibly noisy, quieted down in an instant. That martial arts department teacher nodded lightly, clearly satisfied with the power of this lion's roar kung fu of his. The people from the military soon arrived at the academy. The girl who had awakened the elemental system left the academy under the protection of many military personnel. If nothing else, many may never see her again, because this departure would mean that she and most people would be in 2 worlds in the future. After that, the awakening work returned to normal and the party began to move on. After an hour or so, it was Su Chen's turn to come in front of this huge door of awakening. Class 3, Mr. Su Chun, right? The teacher in charge of the awakening work, with an expressionless face, confirmed with Su Chun. The teacher nodded gently, nodding his head to indicate that Su Chun could go in. Su Chun took a deep breath, then walked under the magnificent awakening doorway. A strange power instantly swept across his entire body. Spin. The doorway then shone a crystalline dark green. A vast voice also sounded in Su Chen's mind at the same time. You have awakened an E-rank plant-based talent. The growth of all things. When Su Chen heard this, his body abruptly stiffened, but not before a look of loss surfaced on his face. The voice then sounded again. You have awakened a God-level talent. Life Leap. Chapter 2 Divine Grade Talent Life Leap. Su Chen's Test. The awakening teacher glanced at the color of the doorway and scanned the text displayed on the other side of the doorway. Jinling Academy. Class 3, Su Chen. Awakened Talent Type. Plant-based. Talent Level E. Talent Name. Everything Grows. Remarks. None. The awakening teacher silently jotted down information about Su Chen's talent in the student profile. He then said to Su Chen in a tone that was neither sad nor happy, "You can go back to class." Next. Su Chen's brain was still in a state of confusion as he walked down the gate of awakening, and even his walk was floating. It was too much information for him to digest at once. Instead of awakening the elemental lineage himself, he awakened the weakest plant lineage instead? Even if you awakened the plant system, your talent level was still so low. Talent levels can be categorized as E to SSS, and the everything growing that he had awakened belonged to the E-rank talent. Su Chen said he couldn't accept it, but at the same time as he awakened the growth of all things, he awakened a second talent. The Leap of Life. It was surprising that he himself was a dual talent awakened person. The probability of awakening a dual talent is not non-existent. Let's just say it's very, very low. Even in this blue planet with tens of billions of people, the number of people who had awakened their dual talents in history could be counted on one hand. And one's own second talent was actually a divine talent that surpassed the SSS grade. In the entire Great Qin Empire, or the entire Blue Star, no one had ever awakened a god-level talent. At least never in the various accounts. And he, himself, had actually become the lucky one who had awakened a god-level talent. Hell and heaven came at the same time, causing Su Chen to have some pig brain overload. The brain went down on the spot. I've got hell on my left and heaven on my right. Su Chen's entire body returned to the classroom in a daze and went to his seat to sit down. It took a long time before he could react from the shock of the dual talents as well as the god-level talent. After calming down, countless cold sweats immediately broke out on Su Chen's forehead. The matter of one's own awakening of a god-level talent should never be easily revealed when weak. Otherwise, he faces what would be unlimited assassinations. Every year after awakening their talents, there were always a number of highly gifted students who would be found dead in some filthy sewer. Su Chen didn't want to become a corpse in the gutter. The dual talents were his best cover at the moment, secretly utilizing the god-tier talents to quickly allow himself to rise to prominence. By the time the others realized something was wrong, they themselves would already have enough power to defend themselves. Su Chen exhaled deeply. It was only at this time that he began to check up on his natural abilities. Botany, everything grows. It can consume the force in your body to accelerate the growth process of the plant you are growing. E-rank talent that's as strong as it gets. What more could one ask of it? Su Chen's face didn't show any loss. The so-called force is equivalent to true qi in martial arts novels and spiritual energy in immortal cultivation novels. Those with a greater need for the force are elemental awakened and martial awakened. Haven't heard of any plant-based awakened who lacks the force. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and checked up on his second talent. God-tier talent. Life Leap. The force can be consumed to make a leap to the plant's life level and raise the genetic level of life. Su Chen revealed a foxed expression. The ability of this gift is equivalent to evolution, right? Something like snowball beasts, Moreau beasts, puppy beasts, Dilu beasts, celestial lady beasts. The only difference. In the manga, it's digital beasts that evolve, and yourself you make plants evolve. Su Chen's originally agitated heart calmed down slightly. How strong can a plant be? Su Chen's heart was a bit bottomless. Still need to find a chance to try out how strong this talent of yours really is. It was during the time Su Chen was contemplating. The homeroom teacher walked in from outside the classroom. With his own sharp and incomparable gaze, he swept a circle of the crowd, then spoke in a deep voice. You've all awakened your gifts, haven't you? But whatever talent is awakened, don't be proud and don't be discouraged, for your path has only just begun. Having a good talent doesn't prove that you're bound to achieve something great in the future, and vice versa. Most importantly, it still depends on the awakened person himself. The homeroom teacher spouted a great deal of reasoning. The sadness in the hearts of the students who had awakened their low-grade talents didn't feel any better at all. After all, the importance of the talent thing had been proven in the history of the awakened. It was true that there were also low-ranked gifted awakened who had made it step by step to the transcendent and monarch levels. But it is few and far between. The number is less than those SSS-ranked talents. Taking survivor bias to fool people. You're so bad, homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher obviously knew that her words had little effect, so she went straight to the point. Starting today, you will be redistributed into classes based on talent type, and I will no longer be your homeroom teacher. I'll send down the class placement list right away. I hope that you will be diligent in your future academic endeavors. Class dismissed. Gentlemen, I'll see you again sometime. This homeroom teacher was also a sprightly person, and after saying that, he handed out the list in his hand. Then he stepped out of the classroom. Su-chun took the class division list into his hands and looked at it. He himself was assigned to the 9th class of the botanical faculty, which is literally the crotch pulling of crotch pulling. The 3rd schoolhouse in Xianyang is still quite large. The main duty here is to cultivate a great deal of talent for the future of the empire. There were preschool faculties in the entire academy, which was the faculty that Su-chun was currently staying in, as well as the elemental faculty, martial arts faculty, royal beasts faculty, plants faculty, and so on, based on the type of talent. Each student will travel to the faculty to which they belong for the next step in their studies and formation. Only those who meet the assessment criteria or have a special arrangement will be eligible for graduation. Otherwise, even if you enter the front line or the battlefield, you're still looking for death. Their mission in school today was to awaken their gifts, and now that they had done so, they could be dismissed. The students left the classroom individually with mixed emotions. Su-chun also left the classroom and went to the single dormitory that the academy provided for orphans. In the welfare piece, the Great Qin Empire is still not to say very humane. Su-chun walked straight into the dormitory area, walking familiarly into his own small dormitory. The size of the single dormitory was not large, just under 10 square meters. But for Su-chun alone, it was definitely enough to live in. Su-chun walked to the bathroom and caught a handful of cold water and washed his face to calm himself down. He looked at himself in the mirror and for a moment was a little lost in thought. Dual talent? A divine gift? I don't think I'm dreaming. As Su-chun thought about it, he really reached out and pinched his face. It hurts like hell. That's when he came back to his senses. Try the power of the gift. Su-chun couldn't wait to test the strength of the life leap, although it is a plant-based talent. But it's also a god-tier talent at the same time. Even if it's weak, how weak can it be? Su-chun raised his eyes and froze, not finding a single plant in the dormitory. Finally, he turned his attention to the cactus next to his computer. I bought this cactus in the first place to protect it from radiation. It's the only plant he has left in this dorm. The main reason was that Su-chun didn't expect that he could awaken the plant system talent so there was no advanced preparation. I'm testing the waters anyway, so I might as well take this cactus and try it first. With a sinister smile, Su-chun stepped in front of the computer desk. After becoming a plant system awakened, Su-chun was able to see the basic information of these plants. Plant, cactus. Pedigree, unimpressive. Growing, maturing. Status, atrophied. Abilities, spikes, air purification. Special ability, none. Plants and phase have a bloodline restriction, in line with the awakened level. This cactus was bought by Su-chun at pound yum yum $9 and 9 packages, ordinary to the point of being no longer ordinary. Su-chun slowly placed his hand on top of the cactus. Leap of life. His palm gradually bloomed with a light green light, completely encasing the cactus. It's raising the cactus life level, upgraded from novice to novice first order blood. But before he could wait for the life leap to end, Su-chun fainted with 2 black eyes. Chapter 3 Lifeblood Enhancement, the light in the eyes of the classmates. When Su-chun opened his eyes again, he realized that it was dark outside. He rubbed his eyes and whirled around to think of something, snapping his eyes to the cactus next to his computer desk. The cactus, which was originally only the size of a fist, became several times larger. The spikes also grew tougher, flashing with a fearsome chill. The information of the new cactus also unfolded before Su-chun's eyes. Plant, cactus. Pedigree, novice first order. Growing, maturity. Status, good. Ability, spikes shoots spikes out of his body, dealing a small amount of damage. Special ability: none. Novice First Order. Seeing the cactus's bloodline enhancement, Su Chen's eyes suddenly erupted with ecstasy. One's own ability, indeed, is able to enhance the bloodline of a plant. Su Chen's heart was immediately filled with excitement. It's well known. The reason why plant lords aren't strong is because of one very serious drawback. It is difficult to find high pedigree grade plants for breeding. Elemental type and martial arts type awakened people could absorb source crystals to grow the force in their bodies, thus continuously improving their combat power. Even for the Imperial Beast lineage, the battle power could be enhanced by subjugating those powerful foreign beasts. But the plant awakening was awkward. Blue Star's current high-blooded plants are pitifully few and weak in combat. Various research organizations had invested a great deal of money and energy to artificially cultivate as many high-blooded plants as possible, in the hope of creating a bright future for the majority of plant-based awakened people. It's just a shame that the effect is so weak. The future remains dark for the plant lords. It is for these two reasons that the Department of Botany has become known as the Auxiliary Department. The vast majority of plant awakenings utilize their talents as hard-working gardeners. Either that or they were reduced to cultivating medicinal herbs for other systems of awakening. Either use the talent for battlefield support work. It's rare for a plant awakened to fight alone. First of all, how do you carry your own plants? A tree weighs hundreds of tons. Is it possible to carry it into battle? The Fae awakened can still ride around on Fae. What about the plant awakened? It's okay for you to carry a flora with you. You can't carry a cactus around, can you? Maybe you'll run into a few dodgy people on the way to touch you. Secondly, it's that there aren't many plants that can be used in combat, and most of them are only capable of static combat. Third, the growth cycle of plants is quite long. The average human lives only a few decades, but some plants take decades to reach adulthood. That's why plant-based awakened people have always had the saying that those who planted trees in the past will enjoy the coolness of those who come after them as well. There's no problem at all with sending a high-blooded plant away for several generations. These several aspects came together to cause the overall battle power of plant-based awakened people to be weak. One could even say there is no battle. Often, plant lords are only used in a particular situation. As for Su Chen, who possessed the god-level talent Life Leap, he had already solved the biggest one. The plants are not of high pedigree and are not very powerful in battle. That was the root cause of the plant-based awakened people being reduced to the bottom of the barrel. Other plant lineage awakened had no way to change it, but Su Chen could utilize his talent to continuously enhance the lineage of the plants he cultivated. With this bloodline up, can the battle power not be strong? As for how to carry plants, it does present a problem as well. But it's not a big problem. Awakened individuals of the space elemental lineage have the ability to create spatial rings. You can get it yourself if you save up some money and put some effort into it. Two problems that were instantly solved. Who says plant awakened people can only be assistants? Su Chen clenched his fist. From now on, it will be up to him to redefine the plant-based awakening. Su Chen looked at the cactus in front of his computer desk, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. As for the matter of him passing out just now, Su Chen was not surprised. Because he hadn't even reached novice level now, he didn't have much force in his body. Using Life Leap must consume a lot of force. He's low on force power. Shouldn't he pass out? This will be a recovery though. However, Su Chen still had a feeling of weakness that was drained from his entire body. It can be effectively improved when you enter the botanical faculty later to learn about force-related courses. The next day, Su Chen hummed a certain Netflix song from his previous life as he arrived at his newly assigned class. He took a random seat and waited until the teacher arrived. Ta-da-da-da. A crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor reached Su Chen's ears. A few seconds later, a silhouette then slowly stepped into the classroom and walked up to the podium. "Hello, class. I'm your new homeroom teacher, Pei Qinghua." The young and beautiful female teacher had already stepped up to the podium, so she smiled and introduced herself to the crowd. Pei Qinghua's face was exquisitely flawless, wearing a well-tailored black uniform with a white shirt inside. With the addition of high heels, the whole person is even taller. A pair of jade legs were white and slender, with a plump figure, and the wrap-around skirt clung to her body, outlining an incomparably tantalizing curve that gave rise to infinite reverie. The many male students raised their heads and looked at Pei Qinghua. These male students, who were extremely frustrated because of their awakening talents, finally had light in their eyes again. Su Chen's face was also a bit surprised. Such a beautiful female teacher? But Su Chen violently thought of another rumor that he had heard before. I've heard that all the female teachers in the botany department are beautiful. But all the students who had awakened their plant-based talents were very depressed. That's why the faculty is interested in placing beautiful female teachers to teach in the plant faculty, trying to soothe the minds of the downtrodden schoolchildren by doing so. Su Chun looked at the long legs Pei Qing painted while silently praising the leader of the academy. So damn humane. I'm your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Pei Qinghua had a smile on her face that made her feel close. Of course, we may also get along for less than 3 years, and many of us will graduate early. If you guys are seen by any powerful organization, you can also graduate early. The future employment prospects for our plant-based awakened people are very promising. The students were expressionless at this. You're right. Besides them, there were no other systems of awakened people willing to work as gardeners. Pei Qinghua really wasn't lying about that. The job outlook for plant-based awakened people is, indeed, good. But there just isn't much of a future. After working in the position for decades, they might not even earn as much as those combat awakened who went out to sweep the city once. Our main lessons still have to do with the various types of plants of the blue planet, as well as the cultivation of the force. Pei Qinghua could see the atrophy of the student's current state of mind and didn't continue to say anything more. She was a plant awakened herself and had experienced the process. This group of students will get used to it in the back, and their minds and emotions will slowly recover. Her gaze swept over the faces of the crowd one by one, finally landing on a certain rather handsome and dapper student. The eyes of this student were completely different from the others. Those eyes were extremely soulful, filled with the vigor that a teenager should have. Pei Qinghua's eyes immediately lit up. That's the way a plant-awakened person should look. No arrogance or discouragement. What's your name? Pei Qinghua asked towards the handsome student. Su Chun, who was looking at his thighs, blushed slightly. Mentally, he said it was bad. Look at the leg being discovered. Su Chun. He reported his name in a deep voice. Pei Qinghua found Su Chen's information from the data in her hand, and the smile on her face intensified. What this Su Chun had awakened was only an E-rank talent. But from his face, there was no disappointment or despondency visible at all. Instead, the hustle is strong. This was a very sharp contrast between Su Chun and the other students. Pei Qinghua was instantly interested in this student named Su Chun. Good. From now on you'll be the class president of Class 9. Pei Qinghua appointed Su Chun as the class president on the spot. This is kind of a way to show that you're in his favor. I hope the light in his eyes will not fade in the future. Ha! Su Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. How does looking at your own legs make you class president? Come on, Su Chen. Pei Qinghua waved her hand towards Su Chun. You come up here and collect the newbie supplies and hand them out to everyone. Su Chun somewhat helplessly rubbed his neck and slowly walked forward to distribute the novice supplies. Each awakened has support materials from the academy to pick up. After Su Chun handed out the stuff, he also opened his share of the backpack. Novice First Level. Spiky Vine Seed 10. Novice First Level. Cannibal Flower Seeds 10. Novice Second Level. Iron Tree Mushroom Seeds 5. Low-grade Source Crystal 10. Su Chun casually rummaged through his backpack, his face not sad or happy. What other goodies do you want to open with newbie supplies? Anyway, you can raise the plant's bloodline yourself. It doesn't matter if it's lower. Chapter 4 Successive Upgrades. Novice 7th Order Spiky Vines. Dormitory. Su Chun took out the seeds that had just arrived today from his backpack. These plant seeds have more evolutionary potential than a $9 cactus. Su Chun recalled what his teacher had taught him while placing the seeds on the table. Spiked vines, with strangling ability, grow fast and take only 3 days to fully mature. It doesn't last long though, and can only survive for a few months at most. Cannibals are a little slower growing, taking 3 weeks to fully mature. Although you can devour a designated target, the attack is slow and it takes a lot of time to digest the target after devouring it. Iron Tree Mushroom, capable of releasing poisonous gas to attack enemies, grows extremely fast and grows in large groups. What Su Chun had to do now was to cultivate these 3 plants as a sort of after-school homework. He singled out 1 seed from each of the 3 piles. Let's try from the spiked vine first. I wonder what the effect will be like after it advances. Su Chun murmured and planted the spiky vines in the empty flower pot. He placed his hand over the flower pot and closed his eyes. Everything grows. Su Chun possessed a dual talent in the plant department. Everything growing, while only a secondary type of ripening talent, works very well this time of year. A light green light lingered in Su Chen's right hand. The spiky vine seeds inside the empty flower pots were affected by the green light and began to grow wildly. Originally, the time for the spiky vines to grow was very short. Now that it was accelerated again by Su Chun with his talent, its growth was almost visible to the naked eye. A turquoise green vine quickly extended out of the pot, rapidly growing longer. It didn't stop until it grew to over a meter. The surface of the turquoise vine was covered with many sharp and dense thorns, constantly twisting like a flower snake. The novice first-rank spiky vine only had one vine and was only 2 meters long. Combat effectiveness can be minimal. I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult for a plant system awakened to rely on it to keep themselves safe. Su Chun retracted his arm, his face a little white. Whether it's the growth of all things or the leap of life, using it requires a drain on the force. Plant. Spiky vine. Pedigree. Novice first order. Growing, maturity. Status. Good. Ability. Entangle the target enemy, blocking their movement. Special ability. None. Su Chun looked at the rapidly maturing spiky vines and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the force within him wasn't enough to catalyze all the plants. Not to mention evolving their bloodlines. A novice first-rank spiked vine is indeed a bit weak. Su Chun swept a glance at the spiky vine's message, his face not sad or happy. This is where plant-based awakened people are not as good as other faculties. The plants that can be cultivated are too weak to compare. Those strong plant seeds are rare again. Good on. One can continuously enhance the lineage of these plants through the leap of life talent. Just to test the waters with you first. Su Chun looked at the spiky vines twisting in front of him and said with fiery eyes. He took the 10 low-grade source crystals out of his backpack and picked one up to hold in his hand. Source crystals were the hard currency of Blue Star and could be used as currency. And it also has an important role in restoring the force for the awakened. The force in Su Chen's body was now severely insufficient, and the only way to raise the bloodline of the spiky vines was by drawing power from the source crystals. Su Chun held the source crystal in his left hand, while his right hand was aimed at the spiky vines with its palm. Life leap. He used his second talent once more. A crystalline and radiant green light erupted from his hand. This green light contained an abundance of life force. After the spiky vines absorbed this green energy, their bodies, which had originally stopped growing, grew swiftly once again. Another vine steeply poked out of the flower pot and rose wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the 2 vines grew to over 3 meters long. Plant. Spiky vine. Pedigree. Novice second order. Growing, maturity. Status. Good. Ability. Entangle the target enemy, blocking their movement. Special ability. None. And after the spiky vine stopped growing, the source crystal in Su Chen's hand also turned into a pile of white debris. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the spiky vines in front of him with satisfaction. The pedigree has been raised another notch. He glanced at the source crystal beside him, and a bold idea suddenly came into his psyche. Su Chun quickly consumed all the source crystals in his hand. All of these source crystals were used by him to enhance the bloodline of the spiky vines. The original novice first-ranked spiked vine's pedigree had been raised to novice 7th rank at this moment. The vines were 8 in number and danced around the bedchamber like long snakes. It was now a vastly different size than before, and it was almost filling up the dormitory. Plant. Spiky vine. Pedigree. Novice 7th order. Growing, maturity. Status. Good. Ability. Entangle the target enemy, blocking their movement. Strangle use vines to strangle the target. Special ability. None. Su Chen's eyes glittered, not feeling the slightest bit of pain for those 10 source crystals. As long as I have enough source crystals, I'll be able to continuously enhance the bloodlines of these plants. Su Chen clenched his fists. Not to mention transcendent level bloodlines, even monarch level and overlord level plants could be cultivated by themselves. Su Chun couldn't help but recall a certain profile he had once seen. In the Great Qin Empire's 100,000 mountains, there had been a Mo Yun vine with thousands of vines. It could easily destroy a small mountain range. When a monarch-level powerhouse learned of the news, He tried to bring it out of the Great Mountain and nearly died at the hands of the Moyun vine. It's not that plant-based awakened people aren't strong, they just don't have strong enough plants. And by yourself, you can solve this problem perfectly. Looking at the spiky vine in front of him, Su Chen's eyes were glowing. Spiky vines can have a special ability after reaching advanced bloodlines, the armor of plants. When the time comes, it can cover the body of the awakened person, making it easy to carry and providing protection at the same time. Information about the spiky vines flashed through Su Chen's mind. One needed source crystals, a lot of them. As long as one upgraded the spiked vine to a high-ranked bloodline, one would be considered to have the power to defend oneself in the future. With that in mind, Su Chen packed up his things and hurriedly walked out of the dormitory. There were several ways that the academy wanted to obtain source crystals. One is the monthly stipend from the academy, 10 low-grade source crystals per person per month. This amount of source crystals obviously could not satisfy Su Chen's needs. In order to raise the spiky vines to a high-level bloodline, one would have to prepare at least 100 low-grade source crystals. The second is to do the task. The academic mission hall releases a wide variety of missions, encompassing any faculty. It's also a way for the academy to exercise its students. Completing quests can result in a generous amount of source crystals and occasionally some rather special rewards. The third way is the trial break-in. There were many levels within the academy, and source crystals could likewise be obtained after breaking through them. However, to break through the level, the awakened person needs to have some combat ability. With Su Chen's current strength, it was better to forget about it blah. Unless the spiky vines reached a high level of bloodline and were easy to carry, he would have a hard time getting through those calendars. After Su Chen left the dormitory area, he walked straight towards the task hall of the academy. He planned to take on a few quests that plant-type awakened people could take on and earn some source crystals before doing so. 10 minutes later, Su Chen stepped into the academy's mission hall. There were also quite a few students in the hall, from all faculties and grades, all looking for the right task for them on the task panel. Su Chen came in front of a mission self-selection machine and entered his name and school number. Hello, dear student Su Chen. You have been automatically matched with easy-to-accomplish tasks based on your talent and strength. After the beep sounded, a sporadic few quests appeared in Su Chen's eyes. It's quite humanized. Su Chen frowned and flipped through the quests. But there were too few tasks that suited you, and there were only 5 of them? Su Chen looked at the synopsis of the 5 quests and eventually clicked into one of them. Chapter 5, Completing the Quest, the Armor Form of the Spiky Vines. Mission Type, Botanical. Mission Rating, F. Quest Description, Recover the injuries of a high-level third-order plant. The aquamarine flower. Click for details. Mission Reward, Low-grade source crystal 50. 50 low-grade source crystals. This is the most rewarding of the 5 quests. As long as this task was accomplished, half of one's goal would be realized immediately. Without hesitation, Su Chen tapped into the mission description details. This high-level third-order aquamarine flower, which was at a critical moment of advancement, turned out to be severely injured and withered with each passing day. The quest publisher hoped that there would be a plant-based awakened person who could restore the injuries of aquamarine. Su Chen's face was a little puzzled. That's a bit of a mismatch in terms of mission value. A mature stage aquamarine flower was only worth 40 or 50 source crystals on the market. With the source crystals from this release mission, it was entirely possible to buy a new plant. But what does this have to do with me, Mr. So? Don't I just have to finish the job? Although his own talent was not a healing type, he had a way to cure this aquamarine flower. Please select Real Name Anonymous to receive the assignment. If you choose to receive it anonymously, please complete the task in accordance with the task rules and do not intentionally destroy the task item, or else your anonymity will be cancelled and you will be punished by the Academy. Many of the systems within the Academy are very user-friendly, including task pickup. It can be picked up under your real name or anonymously. Sure, this anonymity is only for most people. The senior leadership of the Academy faculty is certainly capable of checking it out. Su Chen made a move on the mission self-selection machine and finally chose to receive it anonymously. Mission accepted. Please proceed to room 508 in the mission hall. A key is spit out from underneath the mission self-selector. Su Chen took the key and immediately walked towards the interior of the mission hall. He took the elevator up to the 5th floor and came straight in front of room 508. This is where mission items are stored. Su Chen inserted the key and slowly turned it. The door to the room opened with a click. The room was empty, with a blooming turquoise bluebell in the center of the room. Only the leaves of this flower looked a bit withered, and part of the rhizome was even blackened. The humidity and temperature throughout the house was fairly well controlled, with simulated sunlight falling at the top. Aquamarine flower, an auxiliary-type plant that can help awakened people recover their force quickly, as well as influence their enemies through their spirit. Su-chun came to the front of the aquamarine flower, and information about it flashed through his mind. This bilberry was in very bad shape, even the root system was damaged. No wonder no one else has accomplished this. Even with the healing skill, it was difficult to heal the injuries of this aquamarine flower. It's just that you're lucky to have bumped into me. Su-chun faintly laughed. As if the aquamarine flower could understand Su-chun's words, the blue flower slightly opened up a bit. Su-chun was not surprised by this. Plants have a much lower level of intelligence than Fae, but that doesn't mean they don't. Plants of advanced bloodlines already have the ability to barely understand human speech. If it was a plant of a higher pedigree, such as a monarch or overlord class, it could even communicate with humans in terms of intent, and its intelligence was in no way inferior to that of a human. Su-chun sat on his butt next to Bai Lanhua. Wait for me for a while, Ao. Su-chun lay beside the blue flower for a long time. He stretched until the sun was almost down. The force in his body was almost restored, and it should be enough to help the aquamarine flower advance. To heal this aquamarine, you either need to have a very powerful healing talent skill. Either that, or they can only help its bloodline advance so that it blossoms with a strong life force within. And according to what was described in the quest details, this aquamarine flower was just that much closer to advancement. Although the force in Su-chun's body was relatively scarce, it was still possible to push it. Su-chun placed his hand on aquamarine flower's body and used the talent life leap. The room erupted in a burst of intense green light. The green light appeared for a very short period of time, passing in an instant. This was also something Su-chun deliberately controlled. He didn't want to get himself drained and passed out again just to finish the job, though only for a brief moment. However, this green light was like rain for a person in a long drought for aquamarine flower. Those green rays promoted the evolution of the life levels within it. The aquamarine flower, which was originally stuck at the advanced 3rd rank, had steeply advanced to the advanced 4th rank at this moment. After the progression, a rich life force suddenly appeared inside the aquamarine flower. The roots that had been thoroughly damaged were nourished and repaired. Although many of its rhizomes and flowers are still wilted, it is only a matter of time before they recover. Be well, I'm off. Su-chun said somewhat weakly, and then he touched the flowers of the turquoise blue flower and walked out of the room. While leaving the room, Su-chun submitted the quest. Not long after he left, a uniformed staff member then entered room 508. He came to the side of the aquamarine for testing. Soon, the staff member then wore a surprised expression. The most fundamental problem had been solved, even though the injuries of the blue flower looked like nothing had changed. The others are minor injuries that can be fixed with a random healing skill. And this aquamarine flower had even been upgraded to the advanced 4th rank. The staff gave a look of amazement. It was almost impossible to complete a bloodline advancement despite being severely injured and dying. What plant faculty member is this on assignment? Not really. Even if the teachers of the plant faculty were no longer mixed up, they wouldn't be so bad as to come and receive this kind of task. It was only 50 source crystals. Mission completion has been confirmed. Issuing rewards. The staff took out their instruments and operated them. Your quest reward has arrived. Please go to any collection point to collect your reward with this message. Su-chun glanced at the cell phone message and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. It's done. Wrap it up. He chose a nearby collection point and claimed 100 low-grade source crystals into his hand. Back at the dorm, as soon as I opened the door, I saw the spiky vines twisting around the room. This would probably scare someone half to death if they opened the door and saw this scene. It's almost time for advanced blood. Su-chun's eyes were excited. The spiky vines will really take up some space this time. Su-chun grabbed the source crystals in his hand and began to frantically raise the bloodline of the spiked tongue king. Novice 7th step. Novice 9th step. Intermediate 1st step. Intermediate 3rd step. The rate of consumption of the source crystals was much greater than what Su-chun had expected. At first, a single source crystal would allow just the spiky vine bloodline to be raised. At the back, even just raising a small step would require exponentially more source crystals. The 100 low-grade source crystals that Su-chun had just arrived at gradually all turned into piles and piles of white powder. after the last source crystal in his palm turned into powder. The spiked vine's bloodline rank was also finally raised from intermediate 9th rank to advanced 1st rank. The pedigree is greatly enhanced. Plant. Spiky vine. Pedigree. Advanced 1st order. Growing. Maturity. Status. Good. Ability. Entangle twine around a target enemy to block their movement. Strangle. Use vines to strangle the target. Toxin paralyzes enemies using the toxins in the spikes. Healing recovery power greatly increased. Special ability. Armor of plants able to cover the awakened person's body, providing him/her with hidden protection, as well as returning to normal at any time. There would be no room left in the single dormitory. It was stuffed tightly with vines of spiky vines. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiky vines had consciously left a place for Su-chun, it was estimated that he would have to be squeezed alive into a meat cake by these vines. The spiky vines that had been upgraded to the advanced 1st stage had already initially possessed intent, and were no longer ordinary plants devoid of sensation and intelligence. Spiked vines, come on! Su-chen's eyes lit up as he let the spiky vines cover his body. The spiky vines began to burrow into the gaps of Su-chen's clothes, and his originally huge body rapidly shrunk. Soon after, the huge plant in the dormitory then disappeared. Su-chun looked at his wrist, and there was a green silk thread swimming under his skin. This is the armored form of the spiky vines. The armored form is not only easy to carry, but also able to provide him with shelter at all times. With the spiked vine in front of him, Su-chun intended to mention the pedigree of the other 2 plant seeds in his hand as well. In the future, it's better to try to find plants with high bloodline grades to boost, otherwise the speed will be too slow, Su-chun secretly said in his heart. The smile on his face was unabated as he excitedly surveyed his wrist. Advanced 1st order spiky vines. With it, one's power of self-preservation was definitely there. But just how strong the spiked vine was, we still had to find a chance to test it. You can try the adventure tomorrow. Chapter 6. Trial Area. Terror of the Spiky Vines. Breaking the time record. Early the next morning, Su-chun first went to the botany department for classes. In the academy, classes are organized for the students every morning and the afternoons are free time. It's quite a bit more humane than the schools of a previous life. Su-chun had been thinking about the things he would experience later on all morning and had no intention of listening to the lesson at all. The class teacher, Pei Qinghua, seemed to be in a pretty good mood as well, with a smile on her face the whole time. After the morning session ended, Su-chun immediately rushed towards the trial area. The trial area took up almost a third of the entire academy. Numerous small spaces were divided within this area. Awakened people from any faculty can enter it for trials and earn varying points through their performance in the experience. It's kind of honing the students' real-world skills. If you can break into the top of the standings, there's a nice reward. But those students who manage to rush into the top few places of the scoreboard would not care about this reward at all, because being able to rush into the top few was proof enough of how powerful they were and how high their potential was. Various powers, consortiums, and organizations will throw them an olive branch. The prices stated in those contracts are astronomical figures that ordinary students can't even think about. The rewards of the scoreboard are simply insignificant. Su-chun didn't think that far ahead. He came to the trial site for only 2 purposes. One is to test the strength of the spiky vines of the advanced bloodlines. The second is to earn some source crystals along the way. What he needed most urgently right now was source crystals. As long as there were enough source crystals, one could cultivate high-blooded plants out of them. The entrance to the trial area is guarded by a teacher. Which trial area are you going to? The teacher asked with an expressionless face. There are many separate spaces within the trial area, each representing a different kind of trial. There are 3 types of trials according to the difficulty of the danger: primary trials, intermediate trials, and advanced trials. Long before he came, Su-chun had chosen the trial site he wanted to go to. Intermediate trial area, yellow sand plains. The teacher looked at Su-chun's message and frowned. You're a freshman, right? Entering the intermediate trial area with your current strength is still a bit dangerous. Have you considered it? Su-chun nodded vigorously. He had wanted to go directly to the advanced trial area. After all, the spiky vines already had the strength of an advanced first order. But after all, it was also his first real battle, so it was better to play it safe. When the teacher saw Su-chun insisting, he didn't have much of anything. It just gave Su-chun a sign. Go on. Su Chun took the sign and walked into the doorway behind this teacher. As he passed through the doorway, a spatial force penetrated and scanned the iron plate in his hand. Next, Su Chun then stood on top of a rather vast plane. Phew! Su Chun let out a light breath. The means of these spatial elemental system awakened people were truly subtle. One must find a way to get a space ring afterward. This makes it much easier to carry other plants. Ow! The calm grassland suddenly resounded with the roar of a foreign beast. Spin. A demonic wolf with a pitch-black body and incomparably fierce eyes then appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. Drool dripped continuously from the middle of that big mouth. The demon wolf's ghostly green eyes stared at Su Chen with death. After this demonic wolf appeared, a second and third demonic wolf soon appeared. These demon wolves were the most common beasts in the wild. Depending on the state of growth, the strength ranges from intermediate first order to intermediate fifth order. Specializes in launching group attacks against enemies and targeting weaknesses. Extremely fast. Su Chen's mind quickly flashed through the information of the demon wolf. Looking at the demonic wolves that surrounded him and kept approaching, Su Chen made himself calm down as much as possible. It was his first real battle. But before Su Chen could calm down, the demon wolf launched a steep attack. One of the demon wolves stepped away from its limbs and rushed over like lightning. The sound of those teeth showing made Su Chen instinctively feel fear. Spiked vines. Su Chen waved his hand, causing the spiked vines to return to normal from their armored form. A green plant that was 50 meters tall and had 40 vines rose steeply from the ground. These vines varied in thickness. The center of the several have a normal adult thigh so thick. Around those thin also have arm size. Thumbs down. One of the tiny vines of the spiky vines swiftly stabbed out as if it were a sharp sword. That vine had actually pierced right through the entire head of the demonic wolf. The green vines were instantly stained with red and white. The sudden appearance of the spiky vines caused the demon wolves to feel instinctive fear. They dropped back without saying a word. But the spiky vines didn't even give them a chance to escape. Those dozens of vines that were 50 meters long deftly twined towards the demon wolf. A demon wolf was accidentally caught in two vines. The two vines quickly intertwined and twisted, like tightened steel cables. The carcass of the demonic wolf that was entangled in the vines burst open abruptly. There were also vines that directly wrapped up the demon wolf's hind legs and threw them towards the sky with force. Slap. By the time this demon wolf fell down, even his brains were given out. Looking at the image of the battle between the spiked vines and the demonic wolves, Su Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Advanced first-order spiky vines so powerful? A single plant could easily kill a dozen or so demon wolves. Su Chen's breathing slowly became ragged and rapid, and his face carried a hint of flushed with excitement. Wait until you have raised the spiked vine's bloodline to a higher level. It is not a large army that can be fought by one person. Su Chen abruptly thought of the Moyun vine in the 100,000 Great Mountains. No wonder even a monarch-level powerhouse couldn't do anything about it. High-blooded plants are, in fact, very strong in combat. It's just that high-blooded plants are so rare in number that they rarely appear. That's why the world thought that plant-based awakened people were weak. Less than a minute. The demon wolves on the plains were then all killed by the spiky vines. The scene was very bloody. Not only did Su Chen not feel any discomfort, his mood instead grew more and more excited. Strong. Su Chen clenched his fists. He had no problem at all breaking into the advanced trial by relying on the spiked vines. A mechanical electronic voice sounded at this moment. This kill. 12 intermediate first-order demon wolves, 15 intermediate third-order demon wolves, 7 intermediate fourth-order demon wolves. Total time to kill, 57 seconds. Points gained, 75 base points plus 100 record bonus points equals 175. Congratulations. You've broken the all-time total time record. Spin. A transparent points ranking list appeared in front of Su Chen. This is the record ranking for Yellow Sand Plains. Su Chen glanced at the time spent ranking. Before himself, it was a student called Wang Zhan who set the first-time record. The student from the martial arts faculty had killed all the demon wolves in only 1 minute and 6 seconds. That's awesome. Su Chen silently marveled in his heart. Our grades published in real names. The mechanical beep sounded again. Su Chen thought about it and finally decided that it would be better not to have a real name so as not to cause too much trouble. A botany student himself, breaking records one after the other, would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups. As soon as you investigate, you're sure to reveal yourself. Su-chan didn't want to trigger the shock of the others so soon. Okay. Name concealment has been performed. The mechanical beep sounded afterward. That leaderboard changed instantly. The first ranked Wang War was squeezed out and replaced by an anonymous name. No one. Anonymous. Faculty. Department of Botany. Total time. 57 seconds. After that, Su-chan was teleported out. He looked at the points displayed on his student bracelet and his heart fluttered. The number of points in the academy was tied to the low-grade source crystals. You can use the points to exchange for low-grade source crystals or other things. He now had nearly 200 points in his hand, which could be completely exchanged for a bit of source crystal. Then pedigree upgrade the other 2 plants in your hand as well. Chapter 7 Botanical Light. Evolution Iron Tree Mushroom. There's a senior from the botany faculty who broke the Yellow Sand Plains record. Did you guys know that? Woohoo! Is someone from our plant department finally making some noise in the academy? Most of the time, we are a pendant for the awakened people of other systems. This senior brother should have brought a high-blooded plant with him, or else he couldn't have hit a time of over 50 seconds. The Yellow Sand Plain is only an intermediate trial area. When Su-chan approached the classroom the next day, the students were talking. This was because the academy updated the record list of the trial area every day. Some students will keep the news updated to the major groups. The news that the Yellow Sand Plains record had been broken by a certain botany student also spread quickly through the major groups. If another system had broken the record, it probably wouldn't have been as sensational. But it's plant-based. Most plant students team up with students from other systems for the trials. It's rare to try out alone, let alone break a record. First, you have to have a high-blooded and battle-hardened plant on hand. But this is precisely the weakness of the plant system. Many students have been in the academy for years, cultivating high-blooded plants that haven't even matured yet, unless the student whose family has a mine and buys mature plants directly for force taming. So, the news about the botanical students breaking the trial record caused quite a shock in the major groups, even if this was the work of a senior plant awakening. But it's kind of a glimmer of hope for the majority of students in the plant faculty. Watch. We, the faculty of botany, are also damn well capable of solo copying. Pei Qinghua walked into the classroom with a brisk pace and a gentle smile on her face. Class, I'm sure you've heard the news about the Yellow Sand Plains, right? The future of our plant-based awakened people is still very bright. So don't get discouraged, people. Pei Qinghua said to the crowd in a gentle tone. Pei Qinghua was in a good mood these past few days, mainly because she felt quite lucky. The turquoise blue flower that had accompanied her since she was a child had been cured, and it also managed to be raised to the advanced 4th rank. When Pei Qinghua had first placed the aquamarine flower in the quest hall, it was with the attitude of trying it out. I didn't realize that someone had actually cured it. I think some teacher who was desperate for money got it. It was just that Pei Qinghua hadn't inquired about which teacher had such a powerful healing skill. And now, the botany faculty department had sprung up another student with a good combat strength, giving confidence to the many botany faculty students. Together, these added up to make Pei Qinghua's emotions quite high lately. It's not just her. Even the faces of the students had more than a little passion. Su-chan silently listened to the crowd's discussion, pretending not to hear it. Yeah, you guys guessed it. It was some senior brother with a family mine who did it. As soon as the morning course ended, Su-chan returned to the dormitory with quick steps. Ever since he had seen the terrifying power of the spiky vines, Su-chan had a strong desire and longing for high-blooded plants. There is the counterintuitive skill of life leap. One must cultivate a plant of divine bloodline. Plants of that pedigree had a far different level of life and had long since transcended the realm of plants. What Su-chan wanted now was to evolve the iron tree mushroom as well. He had exchanged his points for 100 source crystals yesterday. It should be enough to evolve the iron tree mushroom to an intermediate bloodline. Su-chan walked into the dormitory and backhandedly locked the door to his room. Although he was gradually getting stronger, he had to be more cautious. Once the matter of one's god-level talent was exposed, it would lead to unimaginable and terrifying disasters. Totem-level powerhouses might even make a move, so he had to be careful. Su-chan closed the door to his room and took out a petri dish from under the bed. He dropped the seeds of the ironwood mushroom into a petri dish. The iron tree mushroom sounds like a defensive plant despite its name, but it's actually a proper attack plant. It can explode when thrown as well as being capable of targeted blasts. It's like a plant version of a high-explosive grenade. One seed can grow a brood of ironwood mushrooms. Everything grows. Su-chun held the source crystal in one hand, while his other hand covered the petri dish. He would have to ripen the iron tree mushroom before he could perform a bloodline boost on it. The growth time of the ironwood mushroom was originally very short. The low-grade source crystal in Su-chen's hand didn't even consume half of its energy before it catalyzed the iron tree mushroom to maturity. Inside the originally empty petri dish, a small reddish mushroom suddenly grew. Seeing this beautiful iron tree mushroom, a strange melody inexplicably resounded in Su-chen's mind. Red umbrellas, white poles, eat together after. Su-chun hastily shook his head and began to perform a bloodline enhancement on the iron tree mushroom. These 100 source crystals were all for the iron tree mushroom. Life leap! A green power was released from Su-chen's hand. The iron tree mushroom was like a hungry wolf, frantically devouring the power. It seized this energy almost instinctively. As it continued to absorb, the iron tree mushroom's bloodline level began to soar crazily. The novice second-ranked iron tree mushroom quickly elevated to novice 8th rank and rushed to intermediate 1st rank with a swiftness. It wasn't until all of the 100 low-grade source crystals in Su-chen's hand were spent that the iron tree mushroom's bloodline enhancement came to a halt. Eventually, the iron tree mushroom's pedigree level was stuck at intermediate 5th order. Su-chun compared and found that the source crystals consumed by the iron tree mushroom to raise its bloodline were much more than the spiky vine. It seems that the amount of force consumed to raise the bloodline varies from plant to plant. Su-chun didn't continue to ponder on this point, but instead looked at the information on the iron tree mushroom. Plant, ironwood mushroom, pedigree, intermediate 6th order. Growing, maturity, status, good, abilities. Explosion unleashes all the power within the body, causing damage to all enemies within range. Confusion when consumed. The eater will fall into an illusionary state that is difficult to extricate themselves from. Poisonous mist spews toxins from the body, creating a mist. Special ability, none. There are several abilities of the ironwood mushroom, but the main thing is to deal damage to the enemy through the explosion effect. Although it also contains certain toxins, who would be stupid enough to eat ironwood mushrooms? Lack of heart? I wonder how powerful the iron tree mushroom is? Su-chun looked at the densely packed red iron tree mushrooms on the petri dish, and a flash of anticipation surged. You definitely can't try the power in your dorm room yourself. It's okay to lose the dormitory, but it's a big deal if someone gets hurt. The trial zone. Su-chun planned to make another foray into the trial zone. He had already seen the strength of the spiked vines last time. By relying on the spiky vines alone, one's life was at least not in danger in the advanced trial zone. Not to mention the iron tree mushroom in his hand. Su-chun picked up the backpack next to him, then grabbed the iron tree mushroom from the petri dish and stuffed it into the bag. He then left the dormitory and headed towards the trial area again. With the experience from last time, Su-chun was much more familiar this time. He came to the teacher at the door and reported the area of the trial he was going to. Advanced Trial Zone, Phantom Wind Valley. This teacher is clearly not as dedicated as the one yesterday. He played with his cell phone and handed Su-chun an iron plate without lifting his head. Su-chun took the iron plate and walked into the doorway. The strange spatial force reappeared, teleporting him into the Phantom Wind Valley. Next, the light in front of Su-chun's eyes then dimmed steeply. The temperature around them also rapidly dropped, causing goosebumps to spread all over Su-chun's body. This valley seemed incredibly silent and bleak, giving off a very depressing feeling. This horror movie-like environment alone can give many students chills. Su-chun released the spiky vines. Looking at the green vines that were wandering around him, Su-chun was much more at ease. The beasts in the Valley of the Phantom Wind were swift frogs, a beast with strong defense but rather low attack power. This was also the reason why Su-chun chose this place. You can better test the power of the iron tree mushroom. Quack! A swift frog suddenly jumped out from a dark corner, its crimson eyes gazing at Su-chun. The swift frog has a green and black intertwined pattern on its body, and its size is half a man tall. At Su-chun's command, the spiky vines did not attack at the first opportunity. Looking at the swift frog that was coldly gazing at him, Su-chun backhandedly pulled out an iron tree mushroom from his backpack. "What are you looking at?" Su-chun shouted as he threw the iron tree mushroom in his hand. Chapter 8. Force Level Restriction. Purchase of Sleeping Lotus. The red-colored ironwood mushrooms make a wonderful curve in the air. Su Chen's accuracy, however, was really bad. That iron tree mushroom was obviously still a few meters away from the swift frog. But just at this time, the swift frog instinctively stretched out a long scarlet tongue, shooting out like a flying sword and wrapping around the iron tree mushroom to retrieve it. Goo! The swift frog's throat rolled and swallowed the iron tree mushroom into its stomach. Bang! In the next second, the body of the swift frog exploded with a thump. Shattered limbs splattered in all directions. This set of operations watched Su Chen dumbfounded. Is the swift frog so brave? I've heard that swift frogs are able to play themselves into extinction in the wild, and it's really not for nothing. Looking at those swift frog carcasses hanging on the rocks and branches, Su Chen's face surged with joy. The power of the iron tree mushroom was much stronger than he had imagined. This time, however, the explosion was bursting inside the swift frog's body, and the power was naturally amplified. If it were to explode on the surface of the body, it would at most blow out a bloody hole, and it shouldn't be able to create such a terrifying effect. After seeing the strong power of the iron tree mushroom, Su Chen could no longer hold back his inner urges. He began to search for swift frogs in a big way within the Valley of the Phantom Wind. Whenever you see one, throw a few iron tree mushrooms at it on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the Valley of the Phantom Wind, there was a succession of explosions. Su Chen was having fun and didn't stop until all the iron tree mushrooms in his backpack were used up. The spiked vines then kill the remaining swift frogs. Only then was Su Chen teleported out of the Valley of the Phantom Wind. This time, Su Chen was here to test the power of the iron tree mushroom, so he didn't care about the time it took. Even so, he still surged into the top 10 on the time spent list. Not long after Su Chen left, the staff of the trial zone entered the Valley of the Phantom Wind and began to clean up the scene and reintroduce the swift frogs. After they saw the wreckage at the scene, they all couldn't help but raise their voices to the sky. Who did this? The tactics are too brutal. After tasting the sweetness, Su Chen had an even stronger desire for the source crystal. He needed more source crystals. This way you can raise the plants in your hand to a higher pedigree yourself. Su Chen exchanged all the points in his hand into source crystals, intending to raise the spiky vine's lineage by a few more steps. If the spiked vine's bloodline could be raised to the excellent level, its strength should increase several times. Inside the dormitory, Su Chen placed his hand above the spiky vines, holding the source crystal in his hand. Life leap! Su Chen once again used his talent to pull up the bloodline level of the spiky vine. But this time, there was an accident. The spiky vines did not absorb the green energy released by Su Chen. The source crystal in Su Chen's hand was intact and had not been consumed by him. Su Chen couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look when he saw this. Tried several times and still the same result. However, if a pedigree boost is applied to the iron tree mushroom, it takes effect. This situation made Su Chen suspicious. Could it be that the spiked vine's bloodline is already at its highest and can't be raised any higher? Or is it something else? In order to solve the doubts in his mind, Su Chen raised this question during class. He certainly didn't directly say anything about not being able to raise the bloodline, but switched it up. Sensei, will the plant lineage that a plant-type awakened person can harness be limited by the awakened person's own strength? Pei Qinghua didn't expect Su Chen to ask this, but still patiently answered for him. Sure. Otherwise, what's the point of giving US plant-based awakened people a rank? You are all currently novice level, and the strongest plants you can harness cannot be stronger than advanced. Our plant department and the royal beast department are on the same path, and it's impossible to harness a plant that exceeds one's own level by too much. Hearing Pei Qinghua's explanation, Su Chen then came to a realization. Sure enough, the spiked vine could not continue to upgrade any further, not because of the talent or itself, but because of itself. Su Chen thought about it and thought it was normal. If it could really be upgraded indefinitely, his own plug-in would be too big. As long as he had enough source crystals, he would be able to cultivate super strong plants that surpassed the totem and even immortal levels. But alas, if one wanted to raise the spiked vine to the excellent bloodline, then one's own rank would have to be raised to at least intermediate level 5 or above. Still not much of a shortcut to take. Su Chen said helplessly in his heart. The only way for an awakened to raise their level is to actually meditate. Increase the force contained within your body by constantly absorbing outside forces. Su Chen was so focused on leveling up his plants these days that his own advancement instead lagged a bit behind. Everyone else had elevated to the novice 5th or 6th rank, and he was still fighting around at the novice 2nd rank. but the matter of raising the level of the force is not considered difficult. Many plants have the ability to help awakened people boost the force, Su Chun secretly said in his heart. It's often the plants, not the awakened themselves, that limit plant-based awakenings. Many plant-based awakened people had reached the transcendent level in their own strength, but the plants they harnessed were still awakened level. But for yourself, this problem doesn't exist. As soon as class ended, Su Chun headed to the exchange hall of the academy and came in front of an autonomous exchange machine. He tapped into the plant seeds section. Plant seeds are much less expensive than mature plants. This is because of the purchase of seeds and the long cultivation that is required, which takes a lot of effort in between. Su Chen's eyes kept roaming over the list, looking for what he needed. Aquamarine flower seed, intermediate first order, exchange price, low-grade source crystal 20, inventory 1586. Su Chun saw the message from the aquamarine flower. The aquamarine flower has the effect of helping awaken people boost the force, but the effect is not very strong. Even if he or she upgraded the aquamarine to a high-level bloodline, the effect wouldn't be quite as explosive. Heartstrike grass seed, low-grade first order, redemption price, low-grade source crystals 5, inventory 785. Mandragora flower seed, intermediate third order, redemption price, low-grade source crystal 50, inventory 556. Su Chen's gaze kept roaming around the screen and finally stopped on top of a plant seed. Sleeping lotus seed, advanced first order, redemption price, low-grade source crystal 100, inventory 78. Sleeping lotus. At maturity, sleeping lotus has almost no fighting ability, but it has the effect of accelerating the awakened person's meditation. The price of a mature sleeping lotus was over 5,000 source crystals, and it was an auxiliary plant that many low-level awakened would purchase. And the price of its seeds was only 100 low-grade source crystals. Redemption. Su Chun bought this sleeping lotus seed without saying a word and filled in his dormitory number on the delivery address. By the time Su Chun returned to the dormitory, an iron box was already placed at the door. This delivery is faster than a tailwind. Su Chun sighed as he picked up the iron box and walked inside. He carefully opened the box, and inside lay the very seeds of the sleeping lotus. The seeds looked just like melon seeds, but pink. Su Chun took the special petri dish he had purchased on the way and put the seeds into it. He then took the few remaining source crystals and prodded the seeds. Everything grows. Under Su Chen's urging, the seeds of the sleeping lotus took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long. A gorgeous pink lotus flower then bloomed inside the special petri dish. Su Chen glanced behind him. Purchase of seeds and petri dishes, plus the consumption of hypnosis. There were only 3 source crystals left in his hand. But it was worth it. Su Chun gently poked the petals of the sleeping lotus with his hand and grinned. Subsequently, Su Chun then sat down beside the sleeping lotus and began to meditate. The energies of the heavens and the earth poured through his pores and into his body, transmuting into the force for the awakened to use. The sleeping lotus, on the other hand, released a peculiar aura at this moment, helping Su Chun absorb these energies. The auxiliary effect of the sleeping lotus on plant-based awakened is far stronger than that of awakened of other systems. Su Chun sat here for the whole night. By the time he opened his eyes again, a flash of surprise quickly surged across his face. It's only been 1 night and I've risen from novice 2nd rank to novice 4th rank? This is several times faster than normal meditation. Chapter 9 Continuous Record Setting Huge Source Crystal Gap. At this rate, it won't take long for me to ascend to the intermediate level. Su Chun shook his fist in excitement. After raising it to intermediate level, he would be able to raise the spiked vine's lineage again. Not only do I need to raise my own force level during this period of time, I also need to earn a large amount of source crystals. Su Chun secretly calculated in his heart. Evolution is something that requires a lot of source crystals, especially when the plant's pedigree level gets higher. Even raising a small rank might require a large amount of source crystals. Is there any way to earn source crystals quickly? Su Chun furrowed his brows in bitter thought. You can get source crystals by doing quests and trials. However, the highest rewards for the quests given out in the school were only a few hundred source crystals. With this amount of source crystals, there was clearly no way to satisfy one's needs. If they could set a new time record for those extremely difficult trials, the Academy would give a large number of points as a reward. However, he currently only had an advanced first-order spiked vine. It's impossible to set a new record on it alone. I've heard that the hardest calendars, the foreign beasts in them, are all of advanced 9th rank strength. It's questionable whether you can defend yourself going in there, let alone brush up on your record. Why don't we start brushing from the intermediate trial area? Su-chun gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Although he just wanted to live and develop slowly, reality didn't give him a chance. Without source crystals, even a god-level talent was a piece of. Besides, you can't live your whole life. Sooner or later you'll have to show your face. Brush. Intermediate Trial Zone, Wind Thunder Mountain. The foreign beasts in the Wind Thunder Mountain trial ground were thundering beasts ranging from intermediate 3rd rank to intermediate 8th rank. The appearance of this beast was somewhat like a rhinoceros, with a pitch-black unicorn horn on its head. Thunder beasts can make thunder attacks against targeted enemies via their unicorn horns. The thunder element is an extremely offensive element. Even the attack power of a lightning elemental system awakened person was often much more powerful than other elemental system awakened persons. Su-chun was currently engaging a group of thundering beasts with his spiked vines. Snort. The thundering beast's unicorn flickered, releasing a brilliant silver-white thin snake of thunder. The spiky vines immediately swung their own vine branches to disperse the incoming thunder. A scorched mark could be seen immediately appearing on the vine. But the spiky vines didn't care. These injuries were no big deal to it, and with its healing ability it would soon recover. That vine did not retract after dispersing the thunder, but continued to whip towards the thunder beast. The slender vines immediately wrapped around the body of that thundering beast and strangled it with force. The thundering beast's body immediately emitted a clear sound of bones breaking. In front of the advanced first-order spiked vines, these thundering beasts really weren't enough to look at. Stuff it! Su-chun wasn't idle either, pulling out an iron tree mushroom from his bag. The end of a vine gripped the iron tree mushroom in its grip, and then quickly attacked towards a thunder beast. The spiky vines were rough. Directly using the vines, the iron tree mushroom was shoved hard into the mouth of that thundering beast. Bang! The thunder beast's head was blown to smithereens along with the tail of the vine. Su-chun, who was on the side, watched as his eyelids fluttered wildly. This is too raw grass. The spiked vines, however, didn't care about their own vine's injury and continued to attack the other thunder beasts. Soon after, a virtual screen unfolded in front of Su-chun's eyes. Number 1. Anonymous. Faculty. Faculty of Botany. Time. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. NO2. Lei Ching-ming. Faculty. Elemental Faculty. Time. 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Su-chun set a new record for Wind Thunder Mountain with a slim 4-second advantage. Received a base pass point of 100 and a record-setting 300 extra point bonus. 400 points, equivalent to 400 low-grade source crystals. Su-chun then silently left Wind Thunder Mountain. This was already the 5th intermediate trial site where he had set a new record. Su-chun used the afternoon to refresh the trial records to obtain source crystals, and in the evening, he meditated with the help of the Sleeping Lotus. The Sleeping Lotus had an obvious supporting effect on low-level awakened, especially on plant-based awakened. It had only been 5 days, and Su-chun's force level had reached the 9th rank of novice. Just 1 step away from intermediate, and on the strength of those record-setting massive bonus points. The source crystals in his hand had also accumulated to 2,000, totally enough to raise the spiked vine from superior blood to excellent blood. We've got a fighting bigot in the plant department. It's already set several consecutive records for intermediate calendars. Su-chun, in order to earn source crystals, began to set new records in a big way, which also attracted the attention of other students. No one is more excited than the freshmen in the botany department. They were still in the midst of the sadness of being a loser, but Su-chun gave them a shot in the arm at this time. Who said that plant-based awakened could only serve as a support for awakened of other systems? Not only can we do it solo, we can break the ING record. A wide range of students from the botanical faculty were moved to tears. That, at least, gave them a glimmer of hope. The awakened from the other faculties were unimpressed by this. Laugh it up. If there was a high-blooded plant, of course it would break so many records. This person is refreshing all the records of intermediate trial sites. He should have a high-level plant. So much for that. The other faculties were not interested. After all, it's not like this hasn't happened before. an awakened member of a botanical faculty who has made a splash in the academy with a high-blooded plant purchased by his family. And the result? The back is still obliterated. Even if you can buy plants of exceptional, awakened bloodlines, can you buy them at the transcendent or monarch level? Relying on external objects is not sustainable. Suchin didn't care about the outside world's discussion about this matter. He had one idea right now: to level up the spiky vines. After so many days of meditation, his own force level had finally reached the intermediate first order. It was entirely possible to raise the spiked vine's lineage to around the advanced 6th or 7th rank. Life leap! In order to raise the bloodline of the spiky vines, Su Chun had spent a full 1,200 source crystals. This horrible consumption staggered him. The source crystals consumed for each subsequent bloodline advancement increased almost exponentially. The 2,000 source crystals he had budgeted for himself were simply not enough. It looked like at least 3,000 more source crystals were needed. Where can I earn so many source crystals? If he wanted to gather so many source crystals, he would have to set a record of at least 10 more intermediate trial sites. It was because the trials that he had chosen before were the ones with higher rewards. The rest of the rewards are relatively small, and even if you set a new record, you might only be rewarded with a couple hundred points. Hey! Su Chun had a sad face. It turns out that even an awakened with god-level talent would have troubles. Classroom. Pei Qinghua didn't leave after finishing the class, but made an announcement to the crowd. Our academy is going to organize a field trial recently, and we have a spot in the botanical faculty department. Does anyone want to go? The classroom instantly became silent. Not a single one dared to speak. The academy regularly held several field trials every year, sending students to the wilderness area outside the city to hunt and kill foreign beasts. It was a real life and death battle. It's not at all the same difficulty level as it was in the trial grounds. Every year, some students lose their lives in the wilderness area. But the schoolhouse still hasn't stopped this activity. Because the academy has always believed that the purpose of the school is to provide great qin with awakened people who have the ability to fight and defend the country, not flowers in a greenhouse. Botany students are a little more likely to lose their lives than other faculties. When Su Chun, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, his eyes snapped open. Isn't this its own opportunity? When you kill a foreign beast in the trial ground, the foreign beast's corpse belongs to the academy. But when you go to kill a beast in the wilderness, all the materials go to the slayer. If one could hunt 1 or 2 high-grade fey beasts, one could sell the materials alone for a large price. Wouldn't the source crystals for upgrading the spiky vines be available? Pei Qinghua didn't continue to say anything when she saw that no one had opened their mouths. She also knew the dangers of wilderness adventures. As the class teacher, Pei Qinghua was also unwilling to see her students lose their lives in the mouths of foreign beasts. Let's wait for the arrangements to be made at the academy. Me! Just as Pei Qinghua was about to leave, Su Chun suddenly raised his hand. Chapter 10. Entering the wilderness area, attacks and counterkills. Su Chun stood up without changing his face and said in a deep voice, "I'm willing to go." Pei Qinghua looked at Su Chen's furtive attempt to introduce himself, and a flash of surprise surged on his face. "You're going?" She really didn't expect anyone to volunteer. Su Chen's students come with me, the others are dismissed. Pei Qinghua didn't say anything more in the classroom and led Su Chun back to the office. Student Su Chun, you should be aware of the dangers of wilderness training, right? With your current strength, it would still be dangerous to go. There are teachers accompanying them, but there's no way they can do everything. Have you really thought about it? In a grave tone, Pei Qinghua explained to Su Chun. Su Chun nodded vigorously. I've got it figured out. It was so hard to have a chance to earn source crystals. How could Su Chun let it go? When Pei Qinghua saw Su Chen's resolute face, her face couldn't help but be a little moved. The student, from the beginning, gave her a different feeling. That's what a botany student should look like. Although the wilderness experience is dangerous, but accompanied by a teacher, a little bit of caution can't cause any major problems. Pei Qinghua said silently in her heart. Well then, I'll put your name in later. Su Chun nodded gently, then was about to leave the office. You wait. Pei Qinghua suddenly called out to Su Chun. What's wrong, Mr. Pei? Su Chun said with a puzzled face. Pei Qinghua hesitated for a few seconds and took out a ring from a side cabinet. I'll lend you this plant ring for now. This time we're going on a wilderness adventure. So bring a little extra plants with you, just in case. Wait until you come back from your adventures and give it back to me. Oh. Pei Qinghua solemnly handed over the ring in his hand to Su Chun. It was a space ring she had replaced and was sitting around anyway. Might as well give it to Su Chun for temporary use. Su Chun immediately revealed a look of surprise. A space ring? It's a must-have item for plant-awakened people for self-defense. It's just quite expensive. Even a ring with the smallest space area would cost over 100,000 source crystals. Pei Qinghua actually lent such an expensive item to himself, which was somewhat beyond Su Chen's expectations. Don't feel embarrassed. Safety is most important. Pei Qinghua urged Su Chun with a serious face. Aha! Su Chun nodded his head vigorously, then took the space ring and left the office upside down. He returned to his quarters before checking the size of this ring. The interior space is about 20 square feet large and you can carry quite a few plants. Originally, for this adventure, Su Chun only planned to bring along the spiky vines and some iron tree mushrooms. Other plants he couldn't bring up. Without the sleeping lotus, the force boost would have to be put aside for the time being. But with this space ring, everything was solved. You can bring your water lily and other plants. I also have to make preparations to cultivate more plants. Su Chen's eyes twinkled. The danger of wilderness training was too much higher than the academy trials. Although he was rushing for the materials of the high-grade foreign beasts, if he was careless, he would most likely die at the hands of those foreign beasts. Su Chun quickly headed to the exchange hall, preparing to purchase some equipment with the remaining source crystals in his hand. Plant seeds, protective clothing, all of these should be purchased somehow. Su Chun purchased a batch of fast-maturing plant seeds, including iron tree mushroom, sword bamboo, and so on. Also got myself a whole set of protective clothing. The unimpressive protective suit alone had cost him 700 source crystals. But for your own safety, the price is acceptable. After getting the seeds, Su Chun immediately hypnotized these seeds. That space ring was soon stuffed with all kinds of plants. It was a good thing that the spiky vines were able to attach themselves in the form of plant armor. Otherwise, it alone could fill the space ring. 3 days after Pei Qinghua submitted her quota, Su Chun received the assembly notice. There were a total of 300 students who had traveled to the wilderness to practice this time. Most are graduating seniors. Only a small percentage are low-ranked freshmen. When it came to assigning teams, Su Chun insisted on choosing to go alone. Freshmen usually move in groups with other people for a little more safety. But Su Chun didn't want to team up with anyone else. This made it less convenient for him to hunt the beasts instead. With the schoolhouse's transportation deployment, they soon left the schoolhouse and drove all the way to the outskirts of Xianying City. Su Chun and the others bumped around in the car for a whole day before they reached their destination. 300 people got out of the car and assembled, listening to the teachers. A teacher with a cold face stood at the front and said seriously, "Your area for this wilderness experience is Zone G7, and you cannot leave the confines of the zone. The student bracelet will sound an alarm once you approach the boundary of the area, so be sure to return promptly. If you encounter a life-threatening situation that cannot be resolved, immediately call for help through the bracelet." This was a wilderness area, but the target of the experience was students after all. The teachers had swept the area long ago, killing all the overpowered alien beasts. The rest of the foreign beasts were also dangerous, but the difficulty of the danger wouldn't be too ridiculously high. After the teacher's lecture, the students began to enter this wilderness area in groups. Su Chun slowly entered the G7 area. Watching the teacher behind him disappear, Su Chen's heart couldn't help but tense up. This was, after all, the first time he'd actually gone into the wilderness alone. It's hard not to get a little nervous and worried. Phew! Su Chun took a few deep breaths to keep himself calm. What was he afraid of when he had so many plants with him, as well as advanced 6th-order spiky vines? Even if they really met a beast they couldn't defeat, there was always no problem to save their lives and call for help, right? Shoo! Just as Su Chun thought so, a pitch-black figure suddenly sprang out of the darkness. The shadow was small in size, but very fast. At the same time the voice sounded, it almost arrived in front of Su Chun. The sharp claws transmitted a flash of coldness and grabbed down Su Chen's neck. Su Chen's body was suddenly covered in a cold sweat. He touched his neck and only felt some cold, sticky liquid. That's the sap of the spiky vines. In the critical moment just now, it was the spiky vines that sheltered Su Chen's body. The attacking alien beast was obviously puzzled as well. How did he fail to take down this human with such a precise stab? The spiked vines recovered from their armored form, and the earth was suddenly covered with a terrifying plant. More than a dozen vines snapped out towards that attacking foreign beast. The beast dodged and moved horizontally through the vines, attempting to escape through the gaps. But the spiky vines didn't even give the beast half a chance to live. Dozens of vines completely blocked the retreat of this foreign beast. Those vines shrunk violently. The foreign beasts contained within the vines were instantly killed by this tremendous strangling force. Only after the death of that foreign beast did Su-chun walk forward with a palpitating heart and kicked the body of the foreign beast with his foot. Determining that the foreign beast was dead, Su-chun picked it up and took out a foreign beast atlas from his spatial ring. Fey Misty Hidden Cat, Intermediate Third Order, specializes in assassination and concealment. It was only then that Su-chun realized what this thing that attacked him was. The Misty Cat's fur is the most valuable thing all over. An intact Misty Hidden Cat pelt could be sold for over 1,000 source crystals. Su-chen's eyes were fiery as he looked at the corpse of the Misty Cat in his hand. The little bit of fear that he had just felt was instantly gone. This was just after entering the wilderness, and he had harvested 1,000 source crystals. Isn't this much faster than brushing records to earn source crystals? Come on, let's get on with it. After getting a taste of it, Su-chun took the spiked vines and started looking for other alien beasts in the wilderness area. Chapter 11. Monarch-level Earth Rock Dragon. You don't speak of martial virtues. Late night, Su-chun sat by the campfire as the tentacles of the spiky vines roamed around, preventing the invasion of ferocious beasts. Su-chun counted the ferocious beast materials in his spatial ring, and his face couldn't help but be happy. The value of these things added up to 20,000 source crystals. When would I be able to earn 20,000 source crystals doing quests on my own? It's still faster to kill the beasts in the wild. And it's only the first day. This time, their wilderness training would last for 3 days, so how could they get 50,000 to 60,000 source crystals themselves? Scent. Su-chun rubbed his hands together while withdrawing his consciousness from the spatial ring. It's just that this adventure seems slightly odd. Su-chun lay on the grass with a strange feeling in his heart. But what exactly was odd, he couldn't say specifically. Forget it. The main goal this time is to get more source crystals. Su-chun sat up, moved the sleeping lotus out of the ring and placed it by his side, entering a meditative state. Even though he had divine talent, he was a piece of if he didn't meditate hard. With the spiky vines guarding his body, he wasn't afraid of the problem of another ferocious beast attack. As the sky dawned, Su-chun opened his eyes. It was estimated that with another night of meditation, one would be able to reach the intermediate first order. By the time it was raised to intermediate level 5 or 6, it would be possible to raise the spiked vine to the premier level. Sleeping lotus can also evolve. Although the combat-oriented plants were to be evolved, the sleeping lotus, a type of support plant, was also a top priority. Self-ranking cannot be left behind. Su-chun gathered his things and extended his right hand. The spiky vines immediately turned into a streak of light and rushed into his wrist. Spiked vines in plant form, while strong in combat, could not move over long distances. Go! Su-chun was energized and continued to start his journey of collecting source crystals. He had just taken a few steps out when he came across a mid-level foreign beast, the ironback dragon. The thing looked like a lizard, and its scarlet tongue kept coming out. Several rattan canes darted out from Su-chun's arm, wrapping around the ironback dragon's torso with a forceful roll. The massive strangulation force directly twisted and broke the ironback dragon all over its body. There was no need for the spiked vines to even show their true forms when facing this level of foreign beasts. Su-chun bumbled his way up and loaded the ironback dragon corpse into his backpack. This ironback dragon could be sold for at least a few thousand source crystals. Developed. But right after Su-chun collected the ironback dragon's corpse, he suddenly looked at his feet. The earth seemed to tremble. What's the situation? Su-chun frowned slightly and had an unpleasant premonition inside. Tick-tock. It was also at this time that Su-chun's student bracelet began to vibrate. Attention all students. High-grade alien beasts and alien beasts running amok have appeared in the G7 region, and the Ministry of War has dispatched people to deal with them. Please return to the staging area while keeping yourselves safe. If you are too far from the assembly area, please seek shelter in a safe place close by and send out a distress signal, and the teachers will come to your aid. The student bracelet was broadcast several times in a row. Su-chun and all the students who heard the broadcasting voice had their faces changed. A Fey riot is when the Fey in a certain area collectively go into a rampage. In their mob state, these foreign beasts were exponentially more dangerous and aggressive, and appeared in groups. A region with such a low danger level can also see a riot of foreign beasts. Our luck is too unlucky. Better find a place to hide first. What a bleep! A 1 in a million chance for us to run into it. There must be some unlucky bastards in this training team. The students were emboldened to make a decision. Students who were closer to the staging area moved to return at the first sign of notification. Those who were farther away, on the other hand, began to look for a place to hide. Fight? What a joke. The foreign beasts that had entered the mobbing state could all appear in groups. Don't fight it if you come across it. Dig yourself a better-looking grave before it's too late. Su-chun tapped the student bracelet and the virtual map popped up. The red dot in the map is where he is. I'm too far away from the staging area, Su-chun said in his heart. Yesterday, he was only thinking about searching for foreign beasts to earn source crystals and didn't care how far he had traveled. It's over. Come properly. Can't go back. With the spiky vines, self-preservation shouldn't be too much of a problem. After the teachers cleared the area, the strongest Fae in the G7 area was the advanced Ninth Order, which he could handle by himself with care. Su-chun also began to move to find a safe place to hide. He began to move towards the edge of the G7 area, which would maximize the probability of dodging the mob xenomorphs that appeared in hordes. Rumble. A silver-colored thunder steeply exploded into the sky, not far ahead. Su-chen's eyes looked up in shock, and then a heart relaxed. After that thunder dispersed, a human figure was revealed, standing high in the sky. Elementalization. It's at least a transcendent level awakened. It should be a strong member of the military department who rushed to support them. Su-chen's heart was instantly delighted, and he was about to raise his hand and shout at once, "Help!" But before he could cry out, just a few hundred meters in front of him, a hideous and ugly dragon's head steeply poked out from beneath the earth. Bang! The ground instantly cracked, and the entire earth trembled violently. Immediately after that, a huge claw also poked out from the ground, spinning the rest of the beast's body. A terrifying and ferocious aura permeated out from the ferocious beast's body. Su-chen's entire body instantly went cold, and his eyes shrunk into the shape of needles. He hurriedly shut his mouth and tried to control his body from shaking. Earth Rock Dragon. These 4 big words steeply appeared in Su-chen's mind. The Earth Rock Dragon, a terrifying foreign beast with a monarch-level bloodline. As soon as it enters maturity, it will surely be at the monarch level. Judging by the size of this rock dragon, it's ING ripe. That military department powerhouse wasn't even here to save him, but to deal with this rock dragon. Run! Su-chun turned around on the spot and ran towards the opposite of the rock dragon. One has to get out of the area quickly. When a monarch-level powerhouse fought, just the aftermath of the battle could kill him or her. He still has a great future ahead of him, so he can't bury out here. However, the Earth Rock Dragon seemed to have noticed Su-chen's presence long ago. His cold, huge eyes didn't even look at Su-chun. The hammer-like tail slammed towards Su-chun. Bang! Just at the moment when Su-chun was about to be smashed into meat dregs, the spiky vines violently probed out, hardening Su-chen's body and pulling it back a few meters. The rock dragon tail that contained the strength of 10,000 pounds landed in front of Su-chun. The earth was smashed out of a gap by this huge force. Before Su-chun had the chance to develop a sense of celebration for having survived the robbery, his body was violently emptied. He fell into the wide crack in the ground. Looking at the light that gradually disappeared in front of him, Su-chun only wanted to say to the Earth Rock Dragon to measure your code. Earth Rock Dragon, you don't speak martial arts. Due to the Earth Rock Dragon's speed, coupled with the fact that the military strongman hadn't even noticed Su-chun before, so he was completely too late to come to the rescue. Sinner! A flash of anger suddenly surged across Tang Xingshan's face. Blame him for being careless and not seeing the boy when he came. It is true that this time the planning of the military department was a bit rushed and could not be perfected. But, son, go in peace. I'll avenge you. I will kill this evil animal. Tang Xingshan casually swung a thick thunderbolt towards the Earth Rock Dragon. The Earth Rock Dragon's hammer-like tail flung out, instantly shattering that thick thunder, turning into countless tiny silver snakes that scattered in all directions. Some silver snakes happened to fall into a crack in the ground next to them. The crack in the ground. Su-chun, who was struggling to climb upwards against the spiky vines, looked up and saw a rain of silver snakes falling from the sky. Ein yet! Those silver snakes landed on Su Chen's body. A not-so-dramatic tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Ah! Su Chen only had time to let out a groan before his body fell heavily downward. Chapter 12. Underground Cave. Earth Rock Dragon's Dragon Egg. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resounded in the deep crevice of the earth. Su Chen rubbed his still tingling limbs and looked at the exit of the earth's crevice that was almost thinning into a line overhead. This must be hundreds of meters deep at least. The spiked vines were also affected by those thunderbolts, but they still recovered before hitting the ground, using their canes to cushion their descent. That's why he didn't get dropped into a pulp himself. Su Chen stood up with difficulty, intending to climb upwards, but he immediately stopped the move. There were two great monarch-level powerhouses fighting above his head. If you climb up there now, you're looking for death. What if the Earth Rock Dragon, who was not a martial artist, gave himself another shot? Being hundreds of meters below at the moment was just the right place to use as a safe place to hide. Su Chen pondered for a few seconds and gave up his intention to climb up immediately. He pulled his windproof lighter out of his ring and found some more random flammable plants in the ring. After half a day of drumming, a simple torch was created. With the light of the fire, the surroundings brightened up this time. Only then did Su Chen realize that the crack in the ground was only a dozen or so meters long, with a huge circular passage at the end of both sides. This is an underground cave? Su Chen frowned. Next, Su Chen's eyes then violently revealed a look of excitement. There was more than a hint of flushed excitement and thrill on his pale face. He came to his senses. This Earth Rock Dragon is hatching eggs underground. Whenever the Earth Rock Dragons are in their breeding season, they look for underground caves of hundreds of meters as a safe place to lay their eggs, commonly known as laying eggs. In a flash of lightning, Su Chen instantly figured out many things. Earth Rock Dragon, you don't speak of martial virtues, do you? Then don't blame me for bullying little egg. Su Chen clenched his teeth and excitedly said. Immediately, he raised his torch and walked in towards one of the caves. The price of a rock dragon egg was ridiculously high for an Earth Rock Dragon as a monarch-level bloodline beast. Su Chen didn't know how much it was worth. Now that he's here, he certainly can't do nothing. In his previous life, he was a fishing enthusiast. As a qualified fishing guy, never Air Force is the basic principle. No fish, no shrimp. All have to go to the next tree bird's nest to pull out a few eggs to take away. Su Chen's figure, in a whirlwind, disappeared into the deep underground cave. The cavern passage was much wider than he had expected, and filled with a peculiar stench. Su Chen kept moving along the passageway, his eyes surveying the surroundings. The passageway widened as it got deeper and deeper. Soon after, Su Chen then found himself walking into a huge cavern. But the cavern was not dim. The various exposed ores emitted various colors of light, decorating the place like a starry sky. With the help of the natural light of the ore and the torch, Su Chen could barely see the cave in its entirety. It's a massive hemispherical cave. But Su Chen didn't care at all about how big and beautiful the cave was. He had eyes only for the two eggs at the very center of the cavern. At the center of the cave, two huge dragon eggs that were more than one person high were quietly placed. Su Chen quickly walked up while observing the surroundings. I waited until I got closer to see it more closely. The two dragon eggs were quite a bit larger than he expected, covered in earth-colored, intricate patterns. Eggs of the Earth Rock Dragon. Su Chen's eyes were incomparably burning. Just by relying on these two dragon eggs, one could become rich overnight. What's the hesitation here? Get right down to it. Without saying a word, Su Chen began to load the dragon eggs into the ring. To make room for the dragon's eggs, he threw out many of the plants. The ring Pei Qinghua had drawn for him didn't have much space, and when squeezed, it barely fit. After Su Chen finished loading the first dragon egg, he immediately went to load the second one. But, right about this time, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened in the darkness ahead. Su Chen's hand froze in mid-air, looking straight into those eyes. A dense fine sweat broke out on his forehead. No way, no way. Could there be other foreign beasts within the underground cave? That's impossible. It was only right that the Earth Rock Dragon would remove all of the strong foreign beasts around it before spawning. After mating and laying eggs, female rock dragons will eat the males in order to regain their strength, to make sure that you are strong enough to protect the dragon egg until it hatches. The reason why Su Chen dared to enter the cave with a big grin was because he was certain that there were no other dangers underground. That's really what the textbooks say. And what's with the crimson eyes? In the nick of time, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind. Da-da-da-da. A slightly heavy footstep sounded in the darkness. An earth rock dragon, slowly entering the illumination of the bright fire. It was only at this time that Su Chen saw that this earth rock dragon wasn't very big in size, and it looked like it had just hatched not long ago. Judging from the strength of the breath emitted, the strength was also at the advanced level. Su Chen inwardly let out a long breath. These were not the two mature earth rock dragons, but the small rock dragons that had just hatched out not long ago. Su Chen glanced around the dragon egg out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, around those two dragon eggs, there were some broken eggshells. He just didn't notice it earlier and thought it was gravel. Earth rock dragons are born with a strength of around advanced third order. I can handle it myself. When it comes to your father, I can only be submissive. Beat you, little dragon. I'll hit you hard. Su Chen's mind moved. The spiky vines that covered his body instantly transformed into plant form. As soon as the spiky vines showed up, they immediately took up a small half of the cave space. The small rock dragon that was approaching instantly stopped in its tracks. It senses danger. He himself was still in a weak stage, and there was no need to fight against such a strong enemy. Is it any of its business if those two brothers hatch? Dead brothers don't die themselves. Although the little rock dragon had just hatched, its intelligence was not low. It immediately started backing up. It is not a good idea to fight such a powerful enemy. Stop it. Don't give it a chance to vanish. Su Chen fiercely ordered towards the spiky vines. Earth rock dragons were born with an extremely powerful affinity for the earth element. This little rock dragon was just hidden in the air earlier, so Su Chen didn't notice it at first. The tentacles of the spiky vines immediately darted out. Seeing the situation, the little rock dragon immediately drilled towards the ground underneath him. Its two front paws shimmered with a faint, earthy yellow light. The rocky ground, which was incredibly hard, was as fragile as tofu in its hands. It took a second or two to plow an unbelievably large gash. The little rock dragon quickly burrowed towards the ground. And because of Su Chen's advance warning, the speed of the spiky vines wasn't slow at all. Flexible green vines followed suit, wrapping around the little rock dragon's backward steps on the spot. Boom! Immediately, the spiky vines ripped the ladder out of it with a force. The little rock dragon was also suddenly ferocious when it was pulled so much by the spiked vines. Although it had just hatched out with weak power, it was by no means incapable of a fight. Chapter 13. Successful Retirement. The arrival of the 9th step of the monarch rank. Roar! The little rock dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a low roar at Su Chen. Slap! The spiky vines weren't spoiling it either, and threw a big earful on the spot. The slender vines lashed directly at the little rock dragon's face. The tremendous force jerked the rock dragon out of the way and slammed it heavily against the cave wall. Immediately, the spiked vines branched out into a few more vines, firmly binding the little rock dragon. Su Chen made a two-handed winding gesture towards the spiky vines. The meaning is simple. Get dead as soon as possible. This little rock dragon's dad is right over their heads. If he knew that his son was being bullied down there, he might have rushed straight down. When that happens, it can be another unmitigated disaster. The spiked vines indicated that they received it, and a dozen or so vines came out as much as they could, binding the little rock dragon tightly. The little rock dragon couldn't even scream. Click, click, click. There was a sound of breaking bones coming from the vines. In a few seconds, Jihong, there was no more movement in the vines. Only then did the spiked vines retract those vines, revealing the corpse of the small rock dragon in it. It was twisted beyond the shape of a dragon. A hint of intolerance appeared in Su Chen's eyes, and with tears in his eyes, he loaded the body of the little rock dragon into his spatial ring. It's dead, but it's still worth something. There was no surprise on Su Chen's face at the fact that the spiked vines had resolved the little rock dragon so lightly. The spiked vine's battle power was definitely topstream within its class. The advanced 6th ranked at killing a lower-ranked earth rock dragon wasn't a piece of cake. Although the spiked vine's combat power was powerful, the difficulty of natural evolution was very high. Reaching the rank of excellence is considered to be the end of the line. Even with artificial intervention in evolution, it is difficult to help it raise its pedigree level. The spiked vines were indeed strong in the early stages, but they gradually looked a bit weak later on. But in Su Chen's case, there was obviously no such worry. As long as there were enough source crystals, he would be able to keep the bloodline of the spiky vines elevated. It even surpassed that Moyun vine in the 100,000 mountains. Su Chun walked up and put the other dragon egg into the ring as well, then quickly exited the cave. After re-entering the crack in the ground, Su Chun listened carefully to the top, and there didn't seem to be much movement anymore. He began to climb upwards with the help of spiky vines. Took a good 10 minutes of climbing to reach the ground. That unknown elemental system powerhouse from the military and the Earth Rock Dragon were no longer here. I don't know if the fight is over or if it went elsewhere. But none of that had anything to do with him. All he had to do now was bolt. Su Chun rushed out of here, looked for a safe place and sent out a distress signal to the school teacher. A few school teachers arrived shortly afterward and took Su Chun away from the area. There was already a large number of students at the assembly point, and Su Chun was one of the last few to return. After counting the number of people, the teachers quickly returned to the academy with many students. The car kept bumping along the way, but Su Chen's face was incomparably flushed and he kept rubbing the ring in his hand. He had made a lot of money on this adventure. Those foreign beasts plus the corpse of the little rock dragon could be sold for a high price of over 40,000 source crystals. But the most valuable, of course, had to be the 2 Earth Rock Dragon eggs. A dragon's egg of monarch-level bloodline. This was a priceless treasure for an awakened of the imperial beast lineage. Even if they were offered millions of source crystals, they could accept it. Sort of a wave of fat on its own. After hours of bumpy ride, the students finally made it back to the academy. The crowd couldn't help but reveal a feeling of being out of this world. A sense of aftermath of the robbery filled everyone's hearts. This time, it took them 9 lives to return to the academy. If it was so dangerous for just one field experience, how dangerous must the real battlefield be? The academy is, indeed, only a greenhouse. The experience has left many students with feelings in their hearts. Su Chun returned to his dormitory as fast as he could and began to figure out how to pin the stolen goods. Not long after the students returned to the academy, a thunderbolt blasted into the academy. The principal and vice principal of the third academy quickly rushed to the academy plaza. General Tang. The crowd looked at this person and all of them revealed expressions of solemn respect. As a strong person of the 9th rank of the monarch class, Tang Xingshan was highly decorated in the matter of resisting the foreign beasts. As a thunder elemental system awakened with extremely strong combat power, his battle power could be comparable to that of a normal overlord level. He had personally sat in Xianyang for many years and had blocked the onslaught of several alien beast frenzies. Tang Xingshan's face was like a knife, and his eyes were unusually stern. Don't be polite. He waved his hand and walked towards the academy. Take the list of all your students who participated in the experience yesterday and bring it to me. The principal stared, then frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The students who practiced yesterday have all returned today. No one had an accident. Tang Xingshan looked askance at the principal and said faintly, "Bring it to me." The principal did not dare to pursue the matter further when he saw this. Most of the awakened of the thunder elemental system had short tempers. In the conference room, Tang Xingshan sat meticulously in his chair, gently flipping through the student information in his hand. When he saw one of the students' profiles, his hand suddenly stopped, and then he lifted the document out on its own. Tang Xingshan looked at the student's photo pasted on the document and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, that's the kid. Su Chun, Department of Botany. Tang Xingshan read the second line of the document and revealed a surprised look. A plant-based awakened person or a freshman? Where did he get the nerve to act alone in the Fey Zone? And there's a high-level 6th-ranked spiky vine? Tang Xingshan didn't move and continued to read through all of Su Chen's information. I want to see this student now, and the sooner the better. Also, send over all his information. Tang Xingshan laid the Su Chen file on the table and knocked it hard. The principal's face on the side was a bit surprised. He didn't understand why the monarch-level Tang Xingshan would be so interested in a freshman, but he didn't dare to ask Na. Yes. The principal immediately took the matter into his own hands. In the large conference room, Tang Xingshan was left alone. Tang Xingshan sat spine straight in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Earth Rock Dragon egg must have been taken by this child. This kid. Quite a thief. At his own expense, a twinge of guilt grew within him at the time, and he ended up giving himself a handful of headback digs. If it were usual, he wouldn't say anything if the kid had the ability to get this chance. However, at this moment, The Earth Rock Dragon egg was of great importance and could not be allowed to be taken away by Su Chun. But this kid seems to have something. In the dormitory, Su Chun was admiring the Earth Rock Dragon egg. Although the egg was ugly, it was beautiful to his eyes. Thanks to that monarch Earth Rock Dragon for the gift. This time, we can at least earn millions of source crystals. It's just a bit of a hassle to get out, and you have to find a reliable platform to get out yourself. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Su Chun was thinking about how to pin the stolen goods, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. Su Chun hurriedly stuffed everything into his spatial ring. Only then did he slowly walk to the door and open the dormers. The school. Principal. When Su Chun opened the door, his eyes almost fell out. The one who came knocking on the door was actually the principal of the academy? Boy, what's going on that the principal himself is knocking on the door? Su Chun thought he would only be able to see the principal at the commencement and graduation ceremonies. General Tang wants to see you, the principal said with a serious face. Who? Su Chun was even more confused at his words. It's outrageous enough that the principal came to see him, and who is this General Tang? But the principal seemed to have absolutely no intention of responding to Jiang Nan, and carried him out of the dormitory with one hand. You'll have to show some respect later. General Tang is a meritorious servant of Great Qin, a powerful person of the 9th rank of the monarch class. Hearing the principal say this, Su Chen's heart tightened. He instantly thought of the strong man from the military department that he had seen during the day. Rock dragon eggs. Su Chen's heart sank to the bottom. The other party must have come for the rock dragon eggs. Hey! Su Chen's face instantly shriveled. He thought he was going to make a killing, but he didn't expect to be approached so quickly. Chapter 14 Tang Xingshan's Pursuit. Su Chen's Nervousness. The moment Su Chun entered the conference room and saw the person sitting on the main seat, his heart instantly became cold. That's right. This person was the strong man from the military department that he had seen during the day. This person had asked to see himself by name, and most likely had something to do with the Earth Rock Dragon egg. Go on in, I'll leave you to it. The principal gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Because Tang Xingshan had requested that no one else be present, there was no way for him to enter the conference room. Su Chun took a deep breath and walked into the conference room with large strides, coming before Tang Xingshan. General Tang. Su Chun looked toward Tang Xingshan in the main seat. Tang Xingshan's body was robust, giving off a very domineering feeling, which was very much related to the fact that he was awakened to the thunder elemental lineage. Sit. Tang Xingshan said faintly. Su Chun was a bit surprised. He thought that the first thing the other party said when they met was to ask him to hand over the Earth Rock Dragon's egg, or reprimand him in a stern tone. But from Tang Xingshan's tone, it was impossible to hear anything. Su Chun also thought about it, this Earth Rock Dragon egg, although he got it with his ability, but it came from a dishonorable place after all. If it's gone, it's gone. The source crystals he got after the materials of those foreign beasts were out of the way were enough for him to use for a while. After releasing his mind, Su Chen's heart was suddenly a lot more open. He sat down with a big grin, his face pleasantly fearless. Tang Xingshan watched Su Chen's expression change, and a flash of appreciation flashed across his eyes. This mind is a rare one. Su Chen, you're quite something nah. Tang Xingshan picked up the Su Chen information that the academy had just sent and flipped through it. Su Chen, a freshman in the Department of Botany, awakened his talent half a month ago. Gifted with an E. Everything grows. Su Chen instantly frowned slightly. Since General Tang was after the Earth Rock Dragon's egg, what was the point of reading his information material? Su Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Compared to the Earth Rock Dragon egg being discovered, Su Chun was more afraid of his talent being exposed. A god-level talent. A talent that had never existed in Blue Star before. Once the news got out, countless people would go crazy over it. Some lunatic might have arrested himself for research. Su Chun did his best to keep his expression from showing any changes, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. But Tang Xingshan's next words caused Su Chun to no longer be able to maintain his composure. On the third day after you awakened your talent, you refreshed the yellow sand plains of the intermediate trial zone with an anonymous name, and since then, you have refreshed the records of many zones many times. I suppose all of this is thanks to that advanced 6th order strength spiky vine of yours. Tang Xingshan raised his head, those stern eyes looking straight at Su Chun. It was as if he had seen through all the secrets in his body. The palms of Su Chen's hands resting on his knees had already grasped onto his knuckles and turned white. He tried to maintain the calmness of his face and squeezed out a smile. General Tang is truly fiery-eyed. I did lean on that spiky vine. Su Chun was slightly relieved inwardly. If Tang Xingshan guessed so, he could attribute it all to the spiky vines. But the next second Su Chun realized how childish his thoughts were. In front of an old fox like Tang Xingshan, all cover-ups pale in comparison, and they will seize all sorts of details to scrutinize until they find out the cracks. Tang Xingshan put down the information and wrapped his hands around his chest, a rakish smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So I'm curious, where did you get this spiky vine? The information says you're an orphan, so there's no way you can get help from your family. You enjoy Great Qin's educational privileges, tuition and fees are free, and the academy stipend is only 10 source crystals a month. You don't have any friends with solid families, and besides, you don't have many friends. The spatial ring used was temporarily lent to you by your teacher, Pei Qinghua. Tang Xingshan analyzed in a slow tone. With every word he said, Su Chen's heart felt like it had been struck by a hammer. Su Chen's face, too, grew paler and paler. The price of a mature stage spiky vine is at least 2,000 low-grade source crystals. At your financial level, you obviously can't afford it. So, can you tell me about this spiky vine and where it came from? This sentence of Tang Xingshan's words was like thunder in Su Chen's ears. After his words fell, the conference room fell into a long silence. Su Chen looked at Tang Xingshan for a long time, because he knew that if he lied, he would definitely be exposed. Just as Su Chen was racking his brain to think of what to say, Tang Xingshan suddenly laughed a few times. Well, you can also choose not to tell me the answer. You're not bad mentally. Su Chen was filled with suspicion as he listened to his words. What the hell is going on? Tang Xingshan said so much, what does it mean? Tang Xingshan waved his hand, his face much softer than earlier. I'm only saying all this to tell you that you're not as simple as you seem, but a man with secrets. I don't know what your secret is, and while I'm curious, I won't press the issue. Maybe it's a hidden talent, or a double talent, or some other secret. I don't want to press the issue, and the War Department won't press the issue. Su Chen's expression became even more confused. He was a bit confused by Tang Xingshan's maneuver. I thought Tang Xingshan would put out a pair of tens. It turned out that the other side gave him a king's ransom right off the bat. Then a single out of 3. General Tang, what exactly do you mean? Su Chen scratched his somewhat numb scalp and asked in confusion. Tang Xingshan reached out and patted Su Chen's shoulder, sighing, I was trying to tell you, since you're not a normal person, why don't you go make a name for yourself on the battlefield instead of harboring a third-grade student? Su Chen's face slowly became grave. He suddenly understood what Tang Xingshan meant when he said those words. As a man of Great Qin, you should be brave enough to kill the enemy on the battlefield. If you have that potential, why don't you explode it? I will not pursue your secret, as will the Ministry of War and Great Qin. Because what we want is not your secret, but a powerful, awakened person who can guard the people of Great Qin. Su Chen's eyes that looked at Tang Xingshan instantly had a touch more admiration in them. The other man followed the line for this last sentence. The battlefield is a place to sharpen people, where you can rapidly improve your strength, much better than the academy. Su Chen suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were silly. There really isn't anything wrong with meta development, but the growth rate will be very slow, especially since one needed a large amount of source crystals to evolve plants. The speed of acquiring source crystals in the academy was limited after all. But on the battlefield, one could go and kill the beasts. This wilderness adventure was enough to show how fast one could earn source crystals through this method. Slaying foreign beasts was a way to obtain source crystals and also contribute to Great Qin. I'd like to offer you a special enrollment spot in the War Department to further your education at the biggest academy on the front lines. What do you think? Tang Xingshan had a faint smile on his face and said in a soft tone, You can think about it for a few minutes without rushing to give me an answer. Chapter 15 Su Chen's Choice, Buying a Spatial Ring. A 5-minute-long silence descended on the conference room. Su Chen's eyes gradually became firm, as if he had made a good decision. He looked over at Tang Xingshan and nodded vigorously. I'm willing to go, Su Chen said word for word. One's own talent required a large amount of source crystals, and as the plant bloodline gradually rose, the source crystals needed to raise each rank later would be astronomical. Such a huge amount of source crystals could only be given by the battlefield itself. Even if he stayed in the academy to develop, he would inevitably enter the battlefield or the alien beast area to hunt in the back. Since there was a special enrollment slot in the military department, why would he miss it? It is safer to enter the military department and at the same time be protected by the military department. Thinking about it? Tang Xingshan confirmed to Su Chun. Su Chun nodded again. In the next second, his expression became odd as he tentatively asked, "If I join the military department, will that one Earth Rock Dragon egg be able to stay?" Tang Xingshan righteously said, "I have to correct you. Not one, but two plus a small rock dragon corpse. Don't play any games with me here." Su Chun instantly showed an embarrassed look on his face. What he did want was to hand over one and keep one, and as a result, he was seen through by Tang Xingshan. These old foxes, indeed none of them is a saving grace. Tang Xingshan continued, "That corpse is also worth some money. You can keep it. But these two rock dragon eggs are of great importance, and you must give them to me." When Su Chun saw Tang Xingshan speaking to him in such a grave tone, he immediately had no choice but to nod his head as well. 2 million crystals gone. Wait! Su Chun snapped back to the odd sensation he felt during his previous experience in the wilderness. Our academy's experience this time, it shouldn't be related to the Earth Rock Dragon, right? Su Chen's eyes leaped up strangely. When Tang Xingshan heard Su Chun ask this, his face was a bit surprised, but he still answered his question. Exactly. It is true that this experience of your academy was organized on an ad hoc basis, at the request of the Ministry of War. The Earth Rock Dragon is in a period of weakness after laying its eggs, and weak humans are the best food for it. Su Chun understood when he heard this. The War Department wants the Earth Rock Dragon eggs for some reason, so that's what follows. No wonder this wilderness experience was so rough. The academy didn't even give any notice or anything like that and just pulled the students away. Those two Earth Rock Dragon eggs, I won't take them from you for nothing, Tang Xingshan said after a moment of contemplation. In the name of the military department, I'll acquire 2 rock dragon eggs for 200,000 low-grade source crystals. Are you okay with that? Su Chun almost cried out when he heard this touching figure. I have, and it's big, but I'm afraid to say. Okay. Su Chun took out the 2 Earth Rock Dragon eggs from his spatial ring. He wasn't too bad himself. At least he had 200,000 source crystals. That would be enough for him for the time being. Su Chun silently comforted himself in his heart. Tang Xinghua waved his hand and took the rock dragon egg, and then handed the source crystal to Su Chun. 200,000 source crystals filled Su Chen's spatial ring to the brim. I have military business to attend to, so I won't chat with you for long. There will be plenty of opportunities later. After reporting your name, wait a few days for someone to find you naturally. After Tang Xingshan got the Earth Rock Dragon egg, he immediately got up and was about to leave. Before leaving, he patted Su Chen's shoulder. Cheer up. I'll watch you. Su Chun could only show a smile, being looked upon so favorably by a monarch-level powerhouse. This should be considered a good thing. After Su Chun left the conference room, he didn't rush back to the dormitory. Instead, he first went to the homeroom office to find Pei Qinghua. Are you okay? As soon as Su Chun entered the office, Pei Qinghua cast a concerned gaze. The principal himself just asked me about you, and it scared the hell out of me. Pei Qinghua patted her chest with a worried look. I thought something had happened to you. Su Chun looked at Pei Qinghua's expression, and a warm current flowed through his heart. As a teacher, Pei Qinghua was definitely qualified. She wasn't so much concerned about the ring she had loaned out as she was genuinely worried about her safety. Mr. Pei, I'd like to buy that ring. Name your price. Su Chun grinned. For a plant-based awakened person, this kind of space ring is a must-have. Besides, Su Chun really needed this ring now. He had 200,000 source crystals in his hand, which was enough to buy it anyways. Pei Qinghua sniffed, first revealing a shocked expression, and then a bit of a desire to speak. She was going to ask, but it was definitely about Su Chen's secrets, and it was better to ask less questions himself. If you sincerely want it, 150,000 source crystals. Pei Qinghua bit her lower lip and said, that is, seeing as the other person is his or her student. Otherwise, she would never have made that offer. Su Chun revealed a helpless expression, then waved his big hand. No. Here is 160,000 source crystals. The price of the space ring would definitely not be lower than $180,000. Su Chun didn't expect Pei Qinghua to let himself go for so much. He was just a little embarrassed even with his thick skin, so he gave an extra 10,000 source crystals. Although Pei Qinghua is a teacher, her salary won't be very high. Seeing Su Chen's generous offer, Pei Qinghua didn't say anything more and silently put away 160,000 source crystals. During this period of time, thanks to Mr. Pei's care, I'm going to the War Office in a few days. In the future, if there's any favor I can do, I will. Su Chen looked at Pei Qinghua and said with sincere words. Pei Qinghua was once again shocked by Su Chen's words and was a bit lost in thought for a while. On the first day of her inauguration, she realized that Su Chen was a very special student unlike the others. Pei Qinghua had always felt that Su Chen's future was definitely not ordinary, but I didn't expect the other side to leave so soon. Good. Pei Qinghua smiled and nodded, not continuing to ask anything more. Su Chen then left the office and returned to the dormitory. Strive to raise my rank and the strength of the spiky vines before going to the military department, Su Chen murmured. The difficulty of the challenges to be faced when entering the military department is far greater than anything encountered in the academy. He'll get into a real battlefield fight. If you are not strong enough to protect yourself, you will be in danger at any time. Su Chen took out the sleeping lotus from his ring and began to meditate. For the next few days, Su Chen had been practicing force meditation. He was just one step away from the intermediate level, and now he was investing a lot of time. Naturally, the water would come to him. It only took 2 days for Su Chen to break through this threshold. Immediately after elevating to the intermediate first rank, Su Chen began to work on the evolution of the spiky vines. He currently didn't have many source crystals on hand, and it was definitely impossible for him to evolve multiple plants at the same time. It is important to focus on cultivation. Spiked vines were his best bet. This was because the combat power of the spiked vines was even more powerful compared to the vast majority of awakened, alien beasts and plants of the same class. It's just that spiky vines have an Achilles heel, and that's late-stage weakness. The highest pedigree of the current spiky vines that the Blue Star Awakened could cultivate in large quantities was the 9th rank of excellence. No matter what means a plant-based awakened person used, it would be difficult to raise their lineage to the awakened level. The powerful battle power made it harder for the spiked vines to evolve. But Su Chen obviously had no such worries. Su Chen took out a batch of source crystals from his spatial ring and began to evolve the spiky vines. The brilliant green light instantly illuminated the entire dormitory. The pile of source crystals that Su Chen had taken out began to be consumed at an alarming rate, and the level of the spiky vines began a slow climb. Advanced 7th order, Advanced 8th order, Advanced 9th order, until a certain point. The spiky vines inside the dormitory suddenly burst into a burst of brilliant light. The shape of the spiked vines changed drastically. Its size began to shrink and the spikes on its vines faded. Strong auras burst out from its body. First Order of Excellence. Chapter 16. Evolutionary Cannibal Flower. The Ministry of the Army comes to town. Su Chen looked at the spiky vines that underwent a big change and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Nice guy. The actual consumption of source crystals was 5 times over what he had initially budgeted for. It was surprising that 10,000 low-grade source crystals had been consumed to go from the 6th step of the high rank to the 1st step of excellence. Su Chen couldn't help but be flooded with a bitter smile. It was also thanks to the fact that he had gotten some source crystals from Tang Xingshan. Otherwise, if you just rely on yourself to do the quests, you really have to do it until the Year of the Monkey in order to earn enough of these 10,000 source crystals. Su Chen admired the spiked vine's new appearance while looking at its information panel. Plant life form, Iron Hand Vine. Pedigree, excellent 1st order. Growing, maturity. Status, peak. Ability, entangle twine around a target enemy to block their movement. Strangle uses vines to strangle the target. Stealing makes the vines harden quickly and remain resilient, greatly increasing defense. Healing greatly increases recovery. Special ability, armor of plants able to cover the awakened person's body, providing him/her with hidden protection, as well as returning to normal at any time. The spiked vine has a new name after evolving to the excellent 1st rank, the Iron Hand Vine. Although the number of vines hadn't increased, the defense and attack power of a single vine had greatly increased. The overall strength has increased even more several times. The defense it could provide was even more powerful if it transformed into the armor of plants again at this time. And Su Chen could feel that the Iron Hand Vine already possessed a hint of intentional fluctuation. Plants have a lower intelligence compared to Fae of the same class. Often, they will only act on instinct and at the command of their master. An exceptional level Fey Beast might already have the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old child. But the Iron Hand's vine only had a mere fluctuation of intent. That's kind of one of the drawbacks of the plant system. However, Su-chun was already quite satisfied, as long as the battle power was strong enough. When the Iron Hand vine gradually evolves behind it, the spirit will gradually open up. Cannibal Flower, it's time to evolve too. Su-chun took out a large petri dish from his spatial ring, and inside was placed the Cannibal Flower. The Cannibal Flower was the highest ranked of the few seeds he had gotten. But he hadn't been able to drum up cannibalistic flowers before when he didn't have a lot of money on hand. Now that there was an abundance of source crystals, it was natural to evolve as well. Su-chun first utilized his talent to hypnotize the Cannibal Flower. This time, the downside of his E-rated talent starts to show. While everything grows can catalyze plants, the maximum time for catalyzing is 7 days. A plant that took more than 7 days to reach maturity from seed. Then there was nothing Su-chun could do. The Everything Grows talent can only be used many days apart for the same plant. This also meant that afterward, if Su-chun were to shop for plant seeds, he would have to prioritize those with short growth cycles. Cannibal flowers take 3 weeks to mature. It was a good thing that Su-chun had already put the cannibal flower into the petri dish before. Now it is merely an acceleration of the last bit of time. A half-man-tall cannibal flower soon appeared in front of Su-chun. This cannibalistic flower is no different from a normal cannibalistic flower, with a huge flower bone at the top and a green rhizome underneath. Su-chun took out the source crystals and started the bloodline enhancement on the cannibal flower. There was a burst of green light that illuminated the dormitory. It was only after 10 minutes that Su-chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped his action of continuing to evolve. Almost there. After spending nearly 10,000 source crystals, he upgraded the cannibal flower to the excellent first rank. The burn on this thing is comparable to spiky vines. Plant life form, Cannibal Flower. Pedigree, excellent first order. Growing, maturity. Status, peak. Ability, devour, immediately devour an enemy that does not exceed your level by 2 ranks. Special ability, Spring Mud digests and absorbs the power of the swallowed enemy, increasing its own strength and changing its power attributes. Cannibals have only one skill, and that is eating. As long as it didn't exceed its level by 2 steps, it could eat them all. And the excellence level Cannibal Flower has an additional special ability to increase its rank by eating. Su-chun remembered that there was once a plant system awakened person who had done the experiment. He kept on feeding the Cannibal Flower, wanting to see to what extent it could be upgraded. As a result, that Cannibal Flower froze and broke the bloodline limit step by step, finally reaching the transcendent 9th order. But that's where the experiment ends, because that plant-based awakened person can't really be afforded. He couldn't just feed that cannibalistic flower a monarch-quality food. However, a conclusion was also drawn from this that cannibal flowers could indeed evolve continuously through devouring skills, at least up to the transcendent level. Cannibal Flower is strong, but still has a rather chicken-scratch role. It can only eat one enemy at a time and takes an extremely long time to break down and digest. Relying on it against an army of Fae, don't dream. However, the Cannibal Flower was an indispensable helper for Su-chun. If you meet any strong enemies, you can eat them in one bite. Su-chun glanced at his source crystals, and there was only a pitiful 20,000 left. Still the old saying, making money is like picking dirt with a needle, but using money is like washing sand with water. It was also a good thing that he was about to head to the Ministry of War. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford these bottomless pits behind him. News from the War Office should be coming soon too? When Su-chun thought of this, his face revealed a foxed expression. It has been several days since Tang Xing-shan left, so it is reasonable that there should be news. Just as Su-chun was pondering, the dormitory door suddenly rang. Su-chun was instantly moved in his heart. Speak of the devil. No one usually knocked on his door, and the last person who came knocking was the principal. Click. As soon as Su-chun opened the door, he saw 2 people in military uniforms. May I ask if this is Su-chun? The soldier inquired extremely politely. Su-chun nodded. It's me. The soldier immediately straightened his body and said, Cadet Su-chun, I'm Fei Guangliang, the receiving officer of the Xian Bird Elite Training Camp. Your enrollment in the camp has been approved. I will now take you to the Gen 2 training camp. Su-chun was a bit confused by the other party's stance and nodded dumbly. Good. Fei Guangliang continued. Fighters are waiting at the Academy Plaza. Please take a moment to pack for boarding. Your residual information and belongings within the academy will be uniformly archived and sealed by the Ministry of War. Su Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. A warplane to pick me up? This treatment, it's straight up pulled full circle, all right. Let's go. Su Chen pressed on with nothing to pack. Orphans like him usually take all their belongings with them. A thief would probably have to leave cursing if he got into the dormitory. Su Chen followed Fei Guangliang to the academy square. From a long distance away, he saw a triangular, very sci-fi colored war machine docked above the square. Although this blue star was honored by the awakened, the level of technology was equally not to be ignored. The plaza had long since been cleared, and many students stood at a distance, excitedly pointing at the war machines. Please. Fei Guangliang extended his hand and made a motion of invitation. Su Chen took a deep breath and immediately walked into the war machine under the gaze of countless people. He was in a bit of a mood. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. Looking at the schoolhouse that was shrinking in his vision, Su Chen took several deep breaths. He knows, after boarding this fighter plane, one's life would change and turn around beyond recognition. He himself would rise step by step from now on, going to the peak of his life until he became the strongest person on this planet. Cadet Su Chen, it's here. Prepare to disembark. Just as Su Chen began to fantasize endlessly, Fei Guangliang suddenly said to him, Huh? Su Chen immediately revealed a look of astonishment, and the nonsense in his head dissipated. Is it over so soon? He had only been in the fighter for less than 3 minutes, and his ass wasn't even warm yet. The fighters are fast. Fei Guangliang didn't laugh at Su Chen. His face was still as serious as ever. The use of fighter planes for transportation is to ensure that every member of the Gen 2 training camp arrives safely. Su Chen let out an oh-so-sweet sound and then whirled around to walk out of the cabin with Fei Guangliang. But when he got off the plane, Su Chen was slightly disappointed. He was expecting to be greeted by someone outside, but there was no one at all. Is he, the cadet, so cardless? Chapter 17. Arriving at the training camp. The importance of glory points. What appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes was a hemispherical huge glass building. A dome resembling a large, inverted bowl encompasses a myriad of buildings. This is the Gen 2 training camp? It was the first time Su Chen had seen such a thing, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked inside. Fei Guangliang sent Su Chen to an entrance below the dome and had no intention of entering with him. Cadet Su Chen, I can only send you here. I don't have enough access to the camp at the moment. Fei Guangliang gave Su Chen a military salute. Then he turned to leave. Su Chen had wanted to say goodbye to him, but he didn't expect Fei Guangliang to leave so dryly. How heartless. Su Chen slowly turned around and walked towards that entrance. The entrance was not manned by any personnel. Only a hoverball docked over the gate. When Su Chen got close, the levitating ball instantly shot out a light that swept over his entire body. Identity confirmed. Cadet Su Chen, welcome to the Great Qin Elite Training Camp. Kachao. The gate should open. Su Chen walked through the gate in confusion, and the hovering ball followed him in flight. You are the 15,894th student to qualify for the Great Qin Elite Training Camp. Thus your school number is 15,894. Please follow me. Su Chen couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. More than 10,000? This training camp has been held for I don't know how many years, and there are only 10,000 or so students. That probability of enrollment is, indeed, low. Su Chen followed the hoverball all the way while it began to introduce him to the basic conditions within the training camp. A virtual map was instantly projected from the hoverball there, appearing in front of Su Chen's eyes. This is a huge circular area with 2 concentric circles, inner and outer. The concentric circles on the interior have 3 large words. Public area. The external area is then divided into 3 places. Su Chen could only see the map of one of the areas, while the other 2 were grayed out. The training camp is divided into 4 areas, the inner public area and the outer 3 training camp areas of the Shen Bird, Divine Phoenix, and Song Dragon, and the scope of your activities is limited to the Shen Bird training camp and the public area. Unauthorized entry into other areas without permitted or invited qualifications will result in a penalty warning, with penalties accumulating 3 times and on-the-spot obliteration. Su Chen almost didn't bite off his tongue. That tough? There are no fixed courses for members of the Shen Bird training camp, and you can make course, plant, tome, and treasure purchases through glory points. The details will be given to you by the steward of the mansion where you live. After walking for most of an hour, Su-chun reached the living place that the training camp had assigned for him. A mansion that covers quite a large area and has some ancient charm. Su-chun was secretly staggered. Isn't this much better than that cramped single dormitory? Are all elite training camps treated this well? The mansion is your private domain and your information has been entered. After the hoverball finished, it returned the way it came. Su-chun approached the mansion with a dumbfounded look on his face, and also saw what the so-called mansion steward was. A woman in ancient court dress and unassuming appearance slowly came forward. "Hello, Cadet Su-chun. I am your private mansion butler. You may address me as number 69, and I will answer any questions you may have." Su-chun looked at the woman and first froze, then immediately reacted. This 69 is a highly intelligent simulated robot, not a real person. Su-chun walked inside the courtyard while allowing 69 to introduce himself to the training camp in more detail. Number 69's voice was very affable, narrating the information Su-chun wanted to know. The Xian Bird Training Camp is the lowest level training camp among the 3 major training camps, and each camp has different teacher strength and student privileges. Within the training camp, the most important thing is glory points. 1,000 glory points will be deducted from the Xian Bird trainees each month, and if they do not have enough glory points, they will be eliminated. If the Xian Bird cadet acquires a total of more than 100,000 glory points during the semester, he will be automatically promoted to the Divine Phoenix Cadet, and if his glory points exceed 1 million, he will be promoted to the Tsang Dragon Cadet. The main ways to obtain glory points are frontline training, alien beast duel, and cadet challenge. After listening to number 69's further introduction, Su-chun realized why he didn't even have a reception when he entered the training camp. Dare I say that the rank is not enough. He himself was currently only a Xian Bird trainee, the lowest rank within the entire training camp. Su-chun shook his head helplessly. He thought he could turn into a phoenix in one leap, but he dared to be a mountain chicken. "This is your cadet bracelet." 69 took out a black bracelet and handed it to Su-chun. Su-chun put it on familiarly, and immediately Su-chun's personal information popped up on it. Name: Su-chun. Rank: Gen 2 Cadet. Glory points: 1,000. Number of frontline exercises: 0. Challenge win rate: none. Each new Genjutsu cadet has 1,000 base glory points. It is equivalent to giving them a month to familiarize themselves with the environment without being eliminated immediately. Heh, a rare tenderness. Su-chun looked around and let out a long sigh. Ever since he entered this training camp, it gave him a very harsh, cold feeling. I can't even see a ghost on the road, and I don't know what the others are doing. Su-chun withdrew his own gaze and tapped into the glory point exchange interface. That was his main concern. It doesn't matter if there's a teacher or a course or anything. The biggest reason one came here was to obtain a large amount of source crystals. There are countless large categories in the glory point redemption screen. Master classes, all kinds of treasures, combat equipment. Su-chun focused on the ratio of glory points to source crystals. 1:1,000. You can only exchange glory points for source crystals, not source crystals for glory points. This 1,000 glory points in one's hand was surprisingly equivalent to 100,000 source crystals. Su-chun sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder after so many years, there were only 10,000 or so students at this training camp headquarters. 100,000 source crystals on arrival. Su-chun suppressed his excitement and tapped into the list of redemptions related to the plant system awakened. After reading through the contents of this list, his breathing gradually became ragged. It was, quite simply, a blessing for him. In the common area, there are meditation acceleration rooms. Meditation in it can be gained to accelerate the level of the awakened person. There is also an accelerated plant cultivation area specifically for plant-based awakenings. The maturation time of the plant can be greatly reduced. In the treasure section, there was also the space ring, which was exclusively for plant-based awakened people. These rings don't just have storage capabilities. Treasure. Healing ring. It can continuously restore the injuries of plants stored inside the space. Exchange price. Glory points 100 W points. Treasure. Spring breeze ring. Can continuously accelerate the growth of plants stored inside space. Redemption price. Glory points 100 W. Looking at the descriptive information of these storage rings, Su-chun's eyes went straight. Chapter 18 Purchasing Plants, Strange Sword Heartgrass. After reading these exchange lists, Su-chun's mind was filled with only one thought. Get glory points, get glory points, and get glory points. These treasures inside the redemption list are things that can't even be bought with money when placed outside. It's also only at the War Department that you're offered a chance to buy one in the form of a glory point exchange. Suchin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had indeed come to the right place to come to this training camp. If one stayed inside the third academy, it would be difficult to become anything great in a short period of time. The level of exposure is also very low. But training camp provided him with everything he needed. Only it was not a free gift, but something he had to earn with his own 2 hands. How to earn glory points? Su Chun immediately inquired about number 69, who hadn't listened carefully just now. 1. Frontline training. You can enter the frontline through a group or single squad situation in order to hunt and kill foreign beasts to gain glory points. 2. Fey duel. There are coliseums in the public area, and you get glory point betting dividends for each win. 3. Cadet challenges, where glory points are earned by betting on appointments with other cadets. What Su Chun could choose right now were these 3 ways to gain glory points. The second and the third, they don't really suit me, it's better to have the first one. Su Chun rubbed his chin. He was new and unfamiliar, and a challenge with the other trainees certainly wouldn't do. As for the Fey versus, the Fey beasts in the Colosseum were all fairly high-ranked and not weak. Instead of wasting time in their hands, one should go to the front line to fight. Su Chun opened the specific principle of obtaining frontline glory points. Glory point rewards for high-level exotics range from 1 to 9 points. Glory point rewards for exceptional grade exotics range from 1090 points. Glory point rewards for transcendent level Fey range from 100 points to 900 points. At the Monarch level Fey, the rewarded glory points increased drastically. But this currently had nothing to do with Su Chun. Su Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at the specific acquisition criteria. 1,000 glory points were deducted from the Shen bird trainees every month for the basic expenses of the training camp. One would have to kill 1,000 high-level first-order alien beasts to gather that many glory points. Su Chun was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. It seemed that the strength of those trainees left behind in even the lowest grade Shen bird training camp was definitely not weak. Phew! I'll have to mull that over. Su Chun intended to go to the front line to rake in some glory points, but did not intend to move hastily. He had to prepare for it again. There were many plant seeds in the redemption list, and there was even no shortage of monarch-level plant seeds. He can redeem some of it. One's current means of combat, after all, was still somewhat one-dimensional. Can only be fought with Iron Hand vines. If Iron Hand's vine was held back by the enemy, the danger to himself would be very high. Su Chun once again opened the exchange interface and began to optimize his combat plants. He thought carefully. The only combat-oriented plant under his command was an Iron Hand vine, which was too monolithic. Cannibals have combat power as well, but not sustained combat power. So, one also has to cultivate a plant with high combat power. Auxiliary plants include the Sleeping Lotus, but it mainly helps boost the force with minimal combat capabilities. Su Chun intended to use his glory points to exchange for a plant that possessed high battle power, as well as a plant that aided in battle. In the future, he would focus on cultivating these 4 plants and leave the rest to chance. Can't really afford to keep it. Su Chen's gaze kept wandering over the long list of redemptions. 2 plants were eventually chosen. Plant life form, recovery grass, growing, maturity, pedigree, high order 5, redemption price, 100 glory points. Description: a plant body that has the ability to restore the life force and injuries of the remaining creatures. 100 glory points or 10,000 source crystals wasn't very expensive. If you are purchasing the seeds of recovery grass, you only need 10 glory points. However, the growth cycle of recovery grass is 2 years. Su Chun couldn't wait that long. Even if he had the natural skill to help catalyze it, it was a drop in the bucket. Buying mature bodies directly is the best way to save a lot of breeding time. The auxiliary plant had already been selected, and Su Chun followed up by buying another plant. It's also his next main battle plant. Plant life form, Kenshin grass, growing, maturity, pedigree, high order 7, redemption price, 400 glory points. Description: a 3-leafed stick, all sword-like, sharp and unrivaled. Sword Heart is one of the more powerful plants in terms of killing power. The 3 leaves were like 3 immortal swords, possessing extremely strong destructive power. But the sword heartgrass, like the spiked vine, had this one huge weakness. It's just hard to raise bloodlines late in the game. The highest bloodline that humans can currently cultivate is the Transcendent Class First Order. Can't bring it up any further. Sword Heartgrass Suchun similarly bought the mature body so that he could use it when it arrived. In the blink of an eye, Suchun had spent 500 glory points. He was slightly fleshed out in his mind. Investments that are all about investing in yourself later. It took over an hour after the order was placed for the item to be delivered to the front door of the mansion. 69 fetched the stuff in. Master, this is the recovery grass and sword heart grass you ordered. 69 handed over 2 silver cases. After Suchun verified his iris and fingerprint, the box opened in response. The first thing that caught his eye was the recovery grass. The resuscitation grass resembles an orchid, with branches and center petals glowing a light green. It was as if it was breathing. Each time it interacts with the outside air, it releases some green spots of light. Other creatures that come into contact with these points of light will have their injuries and life force increased. So, if there was a high-grade recovery grass in the wild, it would inevitably be surrounded by a large number of high-grade foreign beasts. Suchun put the recovery grass into his ring and then opened the other box. Shoo shoo shoo. Only as soon as the box was opened, 3 streaks of light rushed out from it. A flash of joy flashed across Suchun's face. Sword Heartgrass. The roots and leaves of the sword heartgrass are separate, and the sword leaves are able to move away from the roots, but not too far. These 3 sword leaves look no different from willow leaves, flying in the air like immortal swords. Suchun injected his force into the roots of the sword heartgrass. In an instant, he and those 3 sword leaves instantly had a mysterious sensation. Come here. Suchun gently hooked his finger. The 3 sword leaves immediately flew back, turning into 3 streams of light that surrounded Suchun. Suchun looked at the sword leaves and was a little in love with them for a moment. The sword heartgrass was not necessarily available outside even if one bid for it. And there's nothing you can't redeem in the training camp as long as you have glory points. Glory points! Suchun's eyes were on fire. With the sword heartgrass and the recovery grass, one's combat ability had increased by a lot. It's also time to go to the front lines and earn some glory points. Well, at least make this loss make it back, right? Chapter 19. Traveling to Fufeng City, Fey Beast Frenzy. Cadet Suchun. The most suitable battlefield has been assigned to you based on your comprehensive strength. You will be traveling to the city this time. Fufeng. Fufeng City is experiencing an alien beast frenzy. Please proceed with caution. You are entering the front line for the first time this time, and there will be a slight error in the strength assessment. Inside the fighter, an indifferent beep sounded. Suchun chose to enter the frontline training, and the training camp would automatically assign him the battlefield. The camp appears to be unmonitored and the trainees are in a state of release. But the training camp knew all about the changes in the strength of each trainee. As for Suchun, he was a newcomer to the training camp, so his control over his strength was still imperfect. Suchun sat on the fighter plane and pondered over the training camp's operation and management mechanism. This place was nothing like he had imagined. As the lowest-ranking Shenbird trainee, it was almost entirely in a state of hurting. No one to love and no one to love. At least you're a special enrollment in the military department. Are you so cold? Arrived at Target City, Fufeng. Cadet Suchun. You will be joining the battle as an ordinary member of the City Watch. No special powers. Please pay attention to your personal safety. Landing in 30 seconds. Please be ready. Listening to the prompts from the fighter's internal voice, Suchun silently took a deep breath. As soon as the countdown ended, the hatch swung open. Suchun stepped out of the warplane, only to realize that he was standing on top of a certain tall building in Fufeng City. He was located a short distance from the walls, and had obviously been placed so close on purpose. After Suchun left the fighter jet instantly moved to return. Let's go too. Suchun stretched out his right hand, and a green vine with a diameter of more than 5 centimeters poked out from his hand. With the help of the vines of the iron hand vine, Suchun's body swung like Spider-Man towards the city wall not far away. In order to withstand the attacks of powerful alien beasts, the walls of every city in Great Qin were made of poured steel. There are specialized combat areas on the walls, with window-like spaces in the center that allow for the use of thermal weapons and long-range means against the Fey. At this moment, the city walls were full of people. They were all awakened people of various systems in Fufeng, and they consciously helped the city defenders to defend against the beast frenzy together. Suchun came to the city wall. His eyes looked into the distance, and his breath could not help but condense. Reflected in his vision was an infinite number of alien beasts. Like a black tide, it kept coming towards Fufeng City. Thick dark clouds covered the sky over Fufeng City, making the light even dimmer and making everyone's hearts heavier. In the distant dome of the sky, Great Qin's air force had been mobilized, depleting the living forces of the alien beasts as much as possible by means of bombardment. Bang! An immense eagle's talon suddenly poked out of the dark clouds and grabbed a fighter plane. The hardened war record was as fragile as tofu in the hands of the eagle claw, and was instantly pinched and exploded. The sky burst into flames. This time, the alien beast frenzy is led by 3 monarch-level alien beasts surrounding Fufeng City, and nearly 13 alien beasts from the wilderness areas have poured out. Can we make it through this, depending on what comes next? Be a wimp. After we get out of the city later, I'll kill the hell out of that group of foreign beasts. Great Qin's army is gathering towards Fufeng, and 2 monarch levels are also arriving soon. Together with the city lord, we also have 3 monarch levels. The murmurs of the people around them continued to reach Su Chen's ears. The camp had informed him of some of the basics before he arrived. The alien beast frenzy that he faced this time was ranked at C+, and could not be resisted with Fufeng's own strength. The 3 monarch-level foreign beasts led the way, calling on over a dozen regions and over 1 million foreign beasts. The one that clawed and shattered the warplane just now was one of the monarch-class foreign beasts, the Rift Eagle. Strong men and armies from other cities were on their way to help. As long as it lasts 6 hours, Fufeng will hold. Rumble. A dull voice slowly sounded. Below the city wall, dozens of gates cast from steel slowly opened. Light filtered in through the doorway. Everyone. Today we will live and die together with Fufeng City. I don't know who shouted that. Immediately afterward, everyone surged towards the gate. They want to keep the enemy out of the city. Although the walls were made of steel, they couldn't stop the attacks of those alien beasts. For those 3 monarch-level foreign beasts, this city wall was even more fragile like paper, breaking at the touch of a button. Su Chun also mixed in with the crowd and slowly walked out of the city. After they stepped out, the city gates closed with a bang. Knock! Deafening sounds like hammers struck the hearts of the crowd. There is no way back behind us. In front of them were alien beasts that numbered over 1 million. Bang, bang, bang. The defenders on the city walls began to utilize their heat weapons to launch attacks on the alien beasts that had entered range. A bullet fell into the black tide like a shooting star. Undaunted, those alien beasts rushed below the city wall against the rain of gunfire and bullets, steeply colliding with the awakened who had come out of the city to meet them. Kill! The sound of killing rose from the sky. Su Chun also couldn't help but be infected by this spectacular and chaotic scene. Kill! 3 green streams of light flew out from his hand, piercing through the necks of several foreign beasts in an instant. Due to the restriction of the roots, the sword heartgrass could only move in a 100-meter radius around Su Chun. Oh, a huge behemoth also appeared in the middle of the battlefield at this moment. The iron hand vine had shrunk in size after its advancement, but it was still more than 10 meters tall. More than 50 vines were like the tentacles of a deep-sea beast, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. The vines avoided the human awakened and launched an attack on those alien beasts. Many awakened ones around Su Chun couldn't help but explode as they looked at the massive iron hand vine. This teenager, surprisingly, was a plant-based awakened and had the courage to go out of the city to fight. It's really extraordinary. However, the crowd didn't have time to ponder over it and turned their heads to continue launching attacks on the surrounding foreign beasts. A melee was set in motion. Su Chun was at the top of the iron hand vine, sitting on a seat woven from a vine. He kept his eyes staring dead around. When there was a hole in the defense anywhere, he patched it up. The alien beast tide was not of a high grade. Most of them were advanced, and occasionally 1 or 2 exceptional or transcendent grade alien beasts would appear. Su Chun had 2 major killing weapons in his hands, the iron hand vine and the sword heartgrass, and he was able to kill almost all of the high-level ranked foreign beasts with a single strike. As Su Chun continued to kill those foreign beasts around him, the number of glory points on his wrist increased rapidly. It was also because of the strong power that erupted from the sword heartgrass and iron hand vine that allowed Su Chun to gradually become the backbone of this defensive area. The crowd all intentionally or unintentionally drew closer to him, starting a defensive battle with Su Chun at the center. Chapter 20. Su Chun, who became the mastermind, sword heartgrass bloodline enhancement. Help me, old man. A middle-aged man was crushed to death by the foreign beast, the sharp teeth only a centimeter from his neck. At the critical moment, the Hanyu yelled towards nowhere. Next, a green vine steeply wrapped around the neck of that foreign beast and directly twisted it off. The Hanyu stood up in shock and cast a grateful glance toward the teenager high in the air to his right. Su Chun, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to this at all, his eyes always staring at the surrounding battlefield. The attack range of the iron hand vine was 200 meters in a circle. Within that context, of course he would save if he could. Save 1 more ounce of strength for your side, and the probability of holding the city is a little more. The battle had lasted a full 3 hours. Su Chun also didn't know how many foreign beasts he had killed. The sword heartgrass, which was originally turquoise in color, was actually glowing with a blood-colored light at this moment. Kill the Fae, too many. Su Chun glanced at his bracelet. Glory points. 1678. Excluding the remaining 500 glory points from before, he had gained over 1,000 glory points. Not a bad haul as long as you make it back alive. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart sank. He looked up and gazed ahead, the beast frenzy still not seeing an end. This battle, it's far from over. I've heard that some of these frenzies can even last for days, if not months at a time. For example, the defense of Xianyang that year. The number of dead monarchs alone reached a staggering 18. Not to mention the number of participating monarchs. Before coming here, Su Chen had no clear perception of the threat of the Fae beasts. He didn't even think the Fae were considered a threat. Because he grew up living in the city, he hadn't even seen a few Fae. But now he realized the severity of the threat the Fae were to humanity. There's no such thing as a good time. Thumbs down. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a foreign beast suddenly leaped high into the air, aiming straight at Su Chen. It was an exceptional grade Fae beast. Its level of intelligence was much higher than the other Fae beasts, and it had been hiding among the Fae beasts. It saw the importance of Su Chen in this area, so lurk many, waiting for the opportunity to launch this fatal blow. I don't know. Su Chen had also been waiting for it for a long time. The 10 iron hand vine canes that had been hidden underground suddenly poked out. The vines formed a cage, imprisoning this excellence-grade demonic flame tiger within it. The 3 streaks of light quickly flew back, stabbing fiercely towards the devil flame tiger's eyes. Roar! The devil flame tiger knew that he had fallen into a trap, and steeply raged. Dang! The sharp claws slashed against the vines of the iron hand vine, splashing brilliant sparks. Although the iron hand vine had the ability to steel itself, it was still difficult to defend against the strong attacks of the demon flame tiger. Several vines snapped at this. Thumbs down. The sword heartgrass just narrowly grazed the fur of the demon flame tiger. Su Chen regretfully shook his fist. Pity. Missed such a great opportunity. However, if the sword heartgrass or the iron hand vine were of a higher grade, they would be able to kill this devil flame tiger. The devil flame tiger fell into the earth and quickly disappeared in the tide of foreign beasts. But Su Chen knew that it was definitely not far away, but was continuing to wait for an opportunity. Not only are the higher-level Fae more intelligent, they also hold grudges. Su Chen couldn't help but frown. Both human and plant life forms are subject to fatigue. The sword heartgrass and iron hand vine also both had varying degrees of decline in strength after such a long period of combat. Those human awakened around them were not to mention that the force was greatly depleted and the accumulated injuries were extremely serious. Su Chen took out the recovery grass from his ring. Pale green spots of light began to drift in all directions. Anyone who had absorbed these points of light had their eyes lit up. A healing plant? A touch of joy sprang up on everyone's faces. Any awakened who had absorbed the points of light felt that the injuries in their bodies had recovered. Although the effect was rather weak, it was a rare means of healing for them today. It will undoubtedly hold them up longer. Su Chen, on the other hand, was lamenting inwardly. Had he known that he would have upgraded the sword heartgrass and the recovery grass to the excellence rank before he came. Wouldn't have fought so hard myself. Su Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He summoned back the sword heartgrass that was slaying foreign beasts all around. Then he had the iron hand vine slightly cover him and the sword heartgrass with its vines. Su Chen took out some source crystals from his ring. He still had more than 20,000 source crystals in his hand, which should be enough to raise the sword heartgrass to the excellent rank, right? Leap of life. Su Chen placed one hand on the sword heartgrass and held the source crystal in one hand. A piece of source crystal quickly turned into powder, while the power in it was transferred to the sword heartgrass. the size of the sword heartgrass began to slowly change. The roots of the sword heartgrass, which was originally only as big as a fist, became more and more thick and robust. And the 3 sword leaves perched on the roots became more and more slender and narrow. Boom! When Suchin finished using the last source crystal in his hand, the grade of the sword heartgrass was also raised to the excellent first rank. Plant life form, Kenshin grass. Pedigree, excellent first order. Growing, maturity. Status, good. Abilities, off sword the sword leaves leave the root and act alone. Blast stab the sword leaves are united and attack the enemy. Return to the nest the sword leaves fall into the root and absorb the nutrients from the root system. Special ability, none. Even after reaching the first rank of excellence, the sword heartgrass still didn't have any special abilities. After all, the battle power it possessed on its own was already quite strong. Like flying swords, the 3 sword leaves were like the god of death that reaped life on the battlefield, coming and going without a trace. After being promoted to the first rank of excellence, the flying speed, sharpness, and hardness of the sword blade had all increased. Go! Su-chun had a faint smile on his face as he commanded the 3 sword leaves to fly out. 3 green streams of light quickly rushed out from his side. The speed was so fast that the crowd could only see a bit of streaming light, and they couldn't even see the shape of the sword blade itself clearly. Dozens of foreign beasts were killed by the sword leaves in a matter of moments. Sword heartgrass's sudden power-up caused the surrounding awakened to freeze, and then cheers violently erupted. More than 4 hours had passed since the beasts had surrounded the city. What the crowd needs most right now is confidence. And Su-chun, who stood on top of the iron hand vine, was their confidence. This young man, really fierce. Can plant-based awakened people still be this strong? I thought they were just playing support. I was the one who was uninformed. I remember the plant department back then. They were all responsible for dividing the battlefield. Now they can actually take on the main force as well? Nowadays, if a plant-awakened person has a few mature plants, they are still very strong in the early stages. Can't you see that the sword heartgrass and the iron hand vine are both at least of advanced pedigree? This young man's origin is not ordinary. The people around them lamented as they fought to kill the enemy. Chapter 21 Assessment of Su-chun, Cultivation Value, SS Grade. More than 7 hours have passed since the Battle of Guardian. Everyone was already at the end of their rope, holding on by that breath. Even Su-chun couldn't help but be tired, feeling like he was capable of passing out at any time. If it wasn't for the resuscitation grass that was always beside him to provide life light points, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold on anymore. The iron hand vine and the sword heartgrass were a little better. At this point in time, the advantages of the plant-based awakened person were brought up. Plants are much more durable than the rest of the awakened. Even after such a long period of time, iron hand vine and sword heartgrass still had a high level of combat power. Those awakened people around Su-chun had already consumed the force cleanly a long time ago. It's safe to say, in this area, it was currently relying on Su-chun alone to hold on. You guys don't stray too far from me. Su-chun admonished the crowd. If you leave 200 meters from his side, you just can't save yourself if something happens. The people around them all cast grateful gazes towards Su-chun. They indeed couldn't hold out. It seemed quite difficult to even stand, let alone meet the Fae. Bang! The vines of the iron hand vine cut through the air and slapped out like whips. The dozens of surging foreign beasts were viciously jerked back. Each of the 3 sword leaves guarded an area, but whenever a foreign beast crossed the defense of the iron hand vine, it would be immediately killed and removed. The exquisite cooperation between the iron hand vine and the sword heartgrass prevented the foreign beasts from taking a step beyond the thunderbolt. Su-chun swept the bracelet out of the corner of his eye. Glory points, 4,568. In this battle, one had gained over 4,000 glory points. It was equivalent to killing a full 4,000 advanced first-order Fey beasts by himself. Hiss! Su-chun sucked in a breath of cool air. A plant-based awakened person's battle power would actually be quite impressive if they weren't constrained by plants. It was even more powerful than those of the Imperial Beast System awakened. It's just a shame. Because of the limitations of plant characteristics, the average battle power of plant system awakened people was too much weaker than awakened people of other systems. The scarcity of high-blooded plants and the long growth cycle are the most critical issues. With these glory points, after returning to the training camp, my strength can increase very quickly. Su-chun's eyes were on fire, looking forward to what would happen after he returned. Boom! An ordinary transportation fighter suddenly crossed the thick dark clouds and was reflected in the middle of everyone's sight. Outside of Fufeng City, there were rushing cheers. Reinforcements, arriving. Many people couldn't help but fall heavily backwards the moment they saw the reinforcements arrive. They had fought for 7 or 8 hours and had been overdrawn to their limits in terms of force, physical strength, and will. It's all held together by that little bit of will. Now seeing the reinforcements arrive, the strings in his heart were loosened and he naturally fainted. The moment Su Chun saw the reinforcements arrive, he was also relieved on the spot. Finally, it's here. This batch of ordinary transportation fighters sent only the advance army, and there will be a large army to support them one after another. After the reinforcements joined the battlefield, everyone could clearly feel the reduction in defense pressure. Su Chun also had a moment of respite. He hadn't even dared to be lax before, always keeping his eyes on the area he could take care of. His strength is limited now, and he can only take care of some of them. As the number of reinforcements continued to increase, those who had originally left the city to meet the battle were replaced in batches and returned to the city to rest. Su Chun also returned to the city in the 7th batch of replacements. He quietly left the crowd and went to the roof where he had landed earlier to signal his return. A few minutes later, the training camp fighters arrived. Su Chun walked into the war machine with tired steps, and only then did he completely relax. The fighters offered at the training camp are the strongest series available at Blue Star today. Its superb defense and speed were beyond the reach of even a monarch-level Fey beast. Once the fighter was attacked, the strongest members of the Great Qin military ministry would immediately provide support. This was the place where Su Chun felt he could feel at ease in his heart. Evaluation of this calendar is underway. Just when Su Chun was planning to close his eyes and rest, a mechanical voice slowly sounded. Your evaluation of this adventure, S. Receive an additional 1,000 bonus glory points and 1 lucky draw chance. Cadet Su Chun, the entire process of your current experience has been videotaped, and all information will be transmitted back to the training camp for sealing. S-rated? Su Chun didn't expect there to be this process. His own fighting process had been under the training camp surveillance. It seems that even Genbird-level trainees aren't exactly put out to pasture. Meanwhile, the training camp headquarters. Inside a conference room, several people in uniform were watching a video clip. What was playing was exactly the entire image of Su Chen's city defense battle. The video was done with multiples and editing. Cadet Shenbird, Su Chen, System, Botanical, Talent. Everything grows E. Current rank, Intermediate 3rd. True Battle Strength Rating, Excellent 4th Order. Potential Rating, S. Cultivation Value, SS. Character Analysis, Defying life and death with commitment. Note, suspected to be a dual talent awakened person, with the second talent at the level of a rank talent and above. The intelligence system was rapidly analyzing and evaluating Su Chun while playing the voice. Every trainee goes through this. Participants are put on a period of probation when they first enter the camp. During this time, the intelligence system of the training camp would collect the details of this trainee's life and actions and analyze all aspects of his strength, character, talent, and value. It's not just having good talent that makes you worthy of the top resources within the camp. These resources are reserved for those who are worth nurturing. Lest he spend hundreds of millions of source crystals and raise a white-eyed wolf. It's not enough for the intelligence system to analyze it. The people in charge of the training camp also make secondary judgments. A middle-aged man in a military uniform clasped his hands on his chest and marveled. Being in the battlefield's so dangerous. You will also rescue your comrades around you as much as possible. This kid, he's very much to my liking, but there are others who hold opposing views. Overly sentimental. Preserving strength in the battlefield to deal with the Fey beasts is the most important thing. What if the defense is insufficient because of rescuing others and the Fey beasts break through the city? Although this person's words had the suspicion of looking for bones in an egg, they were not unreasonable. At the main seat, an old man raised his hand, signaling the two to stop arguing. The old man clearly has absolute authority. He waved his hand and the other two immediately shut up. It was because the old man was called Chang Mu, the founder of the training camp and the most senior group of overlord-level powerhouses in Great Qin. After all, they are living beings. How can they maintain absolutely calm judgment like a machine? The intelligence system analyzed it well. Su Chun does have S-class potential and cultivation value. At least his heart and character are still good. Chapter 22 Promotion to Divine Phoenix Cadet. Top Treatment. Pay attention, you guys. Changmu played back the image data, playing the video of Suchun evolving the sword heartgrass. This sword heartgrass was purchased by him in the training camp today, advanced 7th rank. But this time, it's turned into the first order of excellence. Changmu zoomed in on the video and then framed it. He used a red line to mark the sword heartgrass that had changed, and the source crystal dust that had slipped from Suchen's hand. The crowd hadn't noticed the scene before after all. The video was too long. Seeing Changmu say this, several people in the conference room reacted. Spin. Everyone had a thoughtful look on their faces. In just a few short minutes, it had actually made the advanced 7th ranked sword heartgrass raise to the excellent 1st rank. There was no doubt that it must have been done using natural skills. However, the information showed that Suchen's natural skill was the E-ranked everything grows. Changmu stroked his own beard and said with a smile, "This kid is definitely dual-talented, and the second talent isn't low, it's at least S rank. Possesses the ability to consume large amounts of force and source crystals to increase the strength of plants in a short period of time. That's awesome." Changmu's words were emotional. The crowd also nodded their heads, their eyes revealing a strong sense of shock. S-class talent. There are some gifted children, but their character is always too radical and extreme, and they really don't dare to splash resources without a good polish. And Suchen's mind and character were undoubtedly the best. This time the training camp, had picked up a treasure. Little Tang has taken credit this time, or else this S-class talent seedling might have been missed by us. I'll have to praise him in front of His Majesty when I get the chance. Changmu had a smile all over an old face. He was an overlord-level powerhouse, though, and awakened at the tip of the Blue Star Pyramid. But he's old. Except for those specific types of awakened people, no one could carry on through the years. That's why his heart is happy when he sees young people who are full of vigor. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. That was why he had recommended His Majesty to spend tens of billions of source crystals to create this training camp in the first place. Here, a steady stream of future mainstays will be delivered to Great Qin. One Changmu died, but countless Changmu will appear in the future. Changmu pondered for a few minutes and slowly said, "Raise Suchen's rank from Shen Bird Cadet to Divine Phoenix Cadet." All negatives of this video footage were eliminated. The assessment on Suchun is sealed at the highest level. The dual talent thing, don't put it in the evaluation. With Changmu's casket-like instruction, the meeting about Suchun ended immediately. At this moment, Suchun didn't know. He's being valued right now by a bunch of training camp executives. Even what color bottoms he loves to wear was analyzed. This time the fighters didn't stop at the outer edge of the dome, but dropped directly into the interior. A passageway parted over the dome just enough to accommodate the passage of the fighters. The fighters did not fall into the Gentoo training camp area, but entered another area. What's going on? Suchen's heart lit up as he watched the fighter jet fly over his mansion. What's going on? He's only been living in this big house for half a day. Is he not going to be given a place to stay? Don't. Cadet Suchun, your rank has been raised from Shen Bird Cadet to Divine Phoenix Cadet. I hope you will continue to do so in the coming days. Now traveling to your new place of residence. The intelligent voice inside the fighter answered Suchen's question. I haven't collected 10W glory points yet? Suchen's jaw dropped. This level of your own somehow being raised up? Gentoo trainees have a certain inspection period. If they fail the assessment during the inspection period, they will need to accumulate glory points for upgrading. If you pass the examination, you will be directly promoted to Divine Phoenix Cadet. Only then did Suchun hear this and realized that there was actually this kind of operation. That's certainly good for him. The higher the trainee level, the higher the privileges. The number of facilities that can be used in public areas also becomes larger, and the number of treasures that can be redeemed increases. The fighter jet landed inside a large lawn. Suchun stepped out from the inside of the fighter jet, and there were more than 10 people lined up outside to welcome him. Master! As soon as Suchun stepped out of the war machine, these people bent down and respectfully said. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform walked over with a smile on his face. Master, I am your personal butler, Song Chiao. These people are your underlings, and we will be taking care of you during your time at the training camp. You can also take us with you after you graduate from the training camp. Suchun took a serious look at Song Chiao and the others. There were 16 people, half men and half women, not robots but real people. The treatment of Divine Phoenix trainees is indeed different. Even the people who serve them have become real people. Or even just take it away when the time comes. What a shame. He actually kinda likes 69. Master, please. Song Qiao led Su Chun towards the interior of the villa. This estate was automatically assigned to you based on your preferences and is a modern 4-story villa. The first and second floors are living quarters, while the third and fourth floors are dedicated to awakened ones, equipped with a number of areas such as a force meditation room, a cultivation room, and a battle room. Considering that you are a plant awakened, there is a rather large yard at the back of the villa, and there is also a specialized cultivation room on the top floor of the villa. Listening to this respectful introduction from Song Qiao, Su Chun couldn't help but feel emotional inside. Sure enough, it's all about strength no matter where you are. He had just arrived at the training camp himself and was only greeted by a hoverball and robot. Having only just practiced on the front lines, the rank was immediately raised. There is also a dedicated team of maids, and even the place of residence has been chosen with consideration. Good. Su Chun grinned towards Song Qiao. Uncle Song, take them down. I'll call you if there's anything. You're free to go if nothing happens. Song Qiao was obviously a bit flattered and hurriedly said, Fold. Master, just call me by my name. Su Chun was a bit helpless. Hearing these 2 words made him uncomfortable all over. What a time for this slavery stuff. I don't like this title. From now on, they will all call me Gongzi. Song Qiao and the people around him immediately bent down. Yes, Your Excellency. Su Chun gently waved his hand. Song Qiao had the good sense to leave the villa with the crowd. They are on the estate and have their own living quarters. Only after the crowd had left did Su Chun slowly step into the villa, his eyes full of relief. He did prefer this modern house to the antique courtyard. Training camp is really something. You even know about this? Immediately afterward, Su Chun smiled to himself. The training camp must have conducted a close investigation of himself, and the ancestors must probably have checked all the way to the bottom. Unfortunately, they couldn't find out much on the family history piece. I'm an orphan. Chapter 23 Sleeping Lotus Evolution, Dream State. Su Chun casually strolled around the first and second floors of the villa and immediately came to the top floor of the villa. This is a place dedicated to the cultivation of various plants. Su Chun took out both the sleeping lotus and the sword heartgrass from his ring. Plant growth still has certain needs for the environment. A normal space ring would just be guaranteed to keep them from dying. It wouldn't allow them to thrive. Since there are conditions, of course, we still have to release them. Phew! Su Chun stood on the top floor and looked around the manor, taking in the scenery. The view from above is often the most beautiful. Su Chun silently clenched his fists. It was time for him to convert the glory points he had arrived at into strength. Changes in privileges after promotion to Divine Phoenix Cadet. Su Chun raised his arm and inquired. A virtual chart transmits from the bracelet. Divine Phoenix Cadets had much more authority than Shen Bird Cadets. The number of items that could be exchanged in the treasury was a full 7,000 more. Access to the Force Meditation Room is unlocked in the public area. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The Force Meditation Room, which has the ability to accelerate Force Meditation. It was a place he'd wanted to go before. The Force Meditation combined with the bonus of the Sleeping Lotus could raise one's rank quickly. Although he himself was fighting by plants, his own rank could not be left behind. At his current level, upgrading the Sword Heartgrass and Iron Hand Vine to the Excellence First rank was already the limit. However, Su Chun did not rush to the Force Meditation Room. Instead, he opened the Treasury Exchange interface and tapped into the Energy Item menu. Exchanging glory points for source crystals is just too much of a loss. Su Chun murmured with a frown. Although it was said that 1 glory point could be exchanged for 1,000 source crystals. But little cutie, all can see that it's definitely a loss to redeem this way. Su Chun wanted to find a new energy item within the treasure trove. In the blue star source crystals are the most stored and mined energy things, but not the only ones. He'd noticed it before. However, at that time, he was only a Shen Bird Cadet, and his authority was not high, so there weren't many things he could redeem. Not so much now. Red Heart Jade Crystal. Su Chen's gaze soon rested on top of the picture of one item. It is a pebble-like translucent green jade. Energy object. Red Heart Jade Crystal. Redemption price. 1,500 glory points. Description. The energy jade stone has been deposited for tens of thousands of years and contains majestic power and is extremely pure and warm, which can be well and efficiently transformed into various types of energy. Without any hesitation, Su Chun immediately exchanged this red heart jade crystal. Although it cost 15,000 glory points, he was not at all distressed. This was because the energy contained in this red heart jade crystal was far greater than the sum of 150,000 source crystal energies. That's the proper way to use glory points. Afterwards, if you evolve the plant yourself, you can just use the energy of this red heart jade crystal, and you don't need to renew the source crystals one after another. That would be troublesome to operate. 10 minutes later, Su Chen's bracelet suddenly lit up and Song Qiao's voice came out. Duke, the item you redeemed has arrived. Shall I send you up? Su Chen got up while saying, no need. Su Chen put the sleeping lotus into his spatial ring and immediately went downstairs to get the express delivery. The red heart jade crystal was only a quarter of the size of his palm. It was warm and lukewarm to the touch. I'm going to the common area. Do you have any transportation? Su Chen twisted his head to look at Song Qiao. Sir, wait a moment. Song Qiao twisted around and walked inside, quickly pulling out something that resembled a skateboard. Turn right 50 meters ahead, then straight ahead 30 meters to your destination. Su Chen's face was leisurely stepping on the hoverboard while listening to the navigation voice. Subsequently, he then reached a massive, stylized building. The building looked a bit similar to a pyramid. The whole body was made of metal, giving people a heavy feeling like Tarzan pressing down on them. This is where the Force Meditation Room is offered. Su Chen silently walked into the first floor of the Force Tower and came to the front desk to inquire. Is there an extra room for Force Meditation? The waitress at the front desk, a young girl with a fresh face, smiled and said, please place your bracelet here. Su Chen placed the bracelet on the machine next to him and suddenly felt a bit like he was swiping his ID card at an internet cafe. Cadet Su Chen, hello? The young girl smiled politely at Su Chen. There are currently 3 level 1 Force Meditation rooms remaining, 7 level 2 meditation rooms remaining. There are 6 level 3 meditation rooms remaining. The acceleration time and price of the meditation room is different for each level. Level 1 meditation room increases the meditation force by 10% for 100 glory points hour. Level 2 meditation room increases meditation force by 30% for 500 glory points hour. Level 3 meditation room increases the meditation force by 50% for 1,500 glory points hour. There were a total of 9 levels of force meditation chambers, but with Su Chen's current authority, he could only use the 5th level force meditation chamber at most. Looking at the price list, Su Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That's a hell of a lot of bells and whistles. Level 3 meditation room, 1 hour. Su Chen gritted his teeth. The young girl nodded with a sweet smile and said, 3rd floor, room 308, swipe your bracelet to pass. Su Chen turned around and walked towards the interior. After sitting in the meditation room, Su Chen did not meditate at the first opportunity. He took out the sleeping lotus and the red heart jade crystal. Leap of life. The force in Su Chen's body was emptied almost instantly. Luckily, the red heart jade crystal in his hand began to provide him with a steady stream of energy. It wasn't until the sleeping lotus was upgraded to the 2nd rank of excellence that the red heart jade crystal stopped its output. This was the extreme bloodline that Su Chen could currently raise the sleeping lotus to. There was no way to raise the plant bloodline any further unless he leveled up himself. Su Chen glanced at the red heart jade crystal in his hand. The red heart jade crystal looked intact, its luster remained the same, and the energy it contained was still very abundant. This is much more durable than source crystals. Su Chen put away the red heart jade crystal and looked at the message from the sleeping lotus. Plant life form, forgetting the dream lotus. Pedigree, excellent 2nd order. Growth, maturity. Status, good. Ability, smell the aroma emitted helps the awakened person to increase the force. Special ability, dream entry allows the awakened to enter a dream, with enhanced force meditation and injury recovery effects, can only be used once per day, lasts 3 hours. After upgrading to the excellence 1st rank, Forgetful Dream Lotus had an additional special ability. Into a dream state. According to the research of the Botanical Department experts on the dreaming bonus of the Forgetful Dream Lotus, the increase of meditation in the dreaming state could reach up to 80%. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. With the Forgotten Dream Lotus plus the meditation room increase, one's improvement shouldn't be small in this hour, right? An hour later, Su Chen left the Force Tower with an unfulfilled desire. The effect of the meditation room plus the sleeping lotus is amazing. In just 1 hour, He had risen from the intermediate 3rd rank to the 4th rank. I guess it could have continued to improve if it had stayed longer. Too bad there aren't enough glory points. Su-chun was about to move to return to the villa when the bracelet suddenly vibrated. All Divine Phoenix trainees within the training camp are requested to assemble at the Divine Phoenix District Lecture Hall. Chapter 24 Old Monarch Mountain Secret Realm. Divine Phoenix Cadets Gathering. Su-chen's expression was slightly surprised as he listened to the sound made by the bracelet. Divine Phoenix cadets were treated quite a bit better than Shen Bird cadets. The camp will bring in strong people from each system to give lectures, and students can go to the lectures as they see fit. It just didn't make much sense for Su-chun to listen to the lecture. The elemental and martial arts departments might need a teacher to preach to them, but they only needed to collect source crystals themselves. Those knowledge about plants, Su-chun didn't need to spend too much time to understand. He had enough to advance the plant just by relying on his own talent. So Su-chun had no intention of going to class for the time being either. The camp also doesn't have a system that forces students to attend classes. It's kind of free. It was also the first time Su-chun had encountered this kind of request for a rally. Check it out. He stepped onto the hoverboard and turned on the navigation. 10 minutes later, Su-chun arrived at the lecture hall. He walked into the lecture hall and realized that there were already quite a few people gathered inside, all with childish faces, and by the looks of it, they should all be Divine Phoenix trainees. Su-chun found a corner and sat down, and the people next to him immediately came over. Hello? I'm Wang Zhua. You must be the newest cadet. I haven't seen you before. Facing the somewhat self-conscious Wang Zhua, Su-chun gently nodded. Su-chun. Wang Zhua moved closer towards Su-chun's seat and lowered his voice. It looks like there's something big. Training camps don't usually rally us. Su-chun frowned. Big deal. Could it be that a monarch-level powerhouse has come to teach? Su-chun thought that the training camp had invited a super strong person to come and teach, but after hearing Wang Zhua say this, it seemed like there was a deeper meaning. Wang Zhua shook his head disapprovingly. No, Elder Cheng's mission is to teach students according to their aptitude, and he will only provide us with the best resources, facilities, and equipment. His old man used to say that our teachers were the front lines, the foreign beasts, the battles of life and death over and over again, and never the powerful ones. So it's not possible to bring us together just because a strong man comes to teach. Su-chun knew who Elder Chang was in Wang Zhua's mouth. Cheng Mak, a follower of the first emperor, one of the founding ministers of Great Qin, and one of the oldest batch of hegemonic-level powerhouses of Great Qin. Cheng Mu was a spatial elemental awakener and was extremely strong. He had once overthrown several alien beast frenzies with his own strength. There could be a handful of overlord-class alien beasts that died in his hands. Cheng Mu was definitely considered the tip of the pyramid of the Blue Star Awakened. But people have old times with the passage of time, such as Cheng Mu. Such a strong man also gradually faded out of the public eye, leaving only a scene of legends. Su-chun hadn't thought that this training camp was actually founded by Cheng Mu. Big event. Su-chun murmured in a low voice and looked inside the lecture hall. There were already 30 or 40 people in the lecture hall at the moment. If we count those who were temporarily unable to come to the assembly, it was estimated that the total number of Divine Phoenix cadets was more than 50. Just as Su-chun was rambling, a middle-aged man with a tiger's back walked into the lecture hall. There were points of flames flickering in his eyes, and there was also a flame mark in the center of his eyebrows. The externalization of the rule's power, a monarch-level powerhouse. Su-chun looked at the mark on the middle-aged man's brow and was shaken inwardly. This training camp seemed unassuming, but a random one came out at the monarch level. Quiet, all of you. The middle-aged man's tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Everyone suddenly fell silent, and in unison, they turned their gazes towards this person. Some of the new students may not recognize me. My name is Hu Tianyi, and I'm your rotating instructor for the week. But I'm not here to teach a lesson today. I've gathered you all together to make an announcement. Hu Tianyi introduced himself briefly and succinctly, and then immediately cut to the chase. It's not dragging at all. In the vicinity of Great Qin's Old Monarch Mountain, an entrance to the secret realm that has temporarily appeared has been discovered. All Divine Phoenix trainees who remain in the training camp will head to this secret realm. Wow! There was an instant outcry in the lecture hall. Excitement welled up in the eyes of the many Divine Phoenix trainees. Surprisingly, it's a secret realm. It's a good thing I didn't go to the front yesterday or I would have missed this opportunity. Me too. Excitement appeared on everyone's faces. Only Su Chun was a bit confused. Secret realm? What secret realm? On the side, Wang Zhuo said to him in an excited voice, "You're really a white guy, huh? The secret realm doesn't even know. It's a small space independent of the blue star with countless chances inside." After listening to Wang Zhuo's explanation, Su Chun almost understood. This secret realm was almost the same as the one he remembered. These small, separate spaces occasionally reveal themselves and form the entrance to the secret realm. The awakened can take this opportunity to enter the secret realm and search and grab the resources and treasures inside. The secret world does not exist forever. After the opening time, there is no telling when or where the next opening will be, so it's pure chance. Wang Zhuo said in a low, excited voice, "We're so lucky." Su Chun was also quite a bit moved. The value of the things obtained within the secret territory was far greater than that of the blue star itself. If he or she could get a few nice plants, seeds, or energy items, it would be a worthwhile trip. "Silence," Hu Tianai gently rebuked. There was instant silence in the lecture hall before he continued to speak. "According to our tests, this secret passageway can last for 4 days and can accommodate up to creatures of the superior 9th rank and below. Divine Phoenix cadets whose strength exceeds beyond the 9th rank may not enter." Hearing this, Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Both Iron Handvine and Sword Heartgrass are only just at the premier level and have not exceeded the limit. Su Chun looked around and revealed a thoughtful expression. By the looks of it, most of the Divine Phoenix trainees' strengths were below the 9th rank of excellence. That was a bit unexpected. As a place where the great Qin elites were gathered, Su Chun had thought that the strength of the other trainees would be much higher than his own. Wang Zhuo seemed to have seen Su Chun's thoughts and said, "Those whose strength exceeds the excellence rank basically go to the Zonglong training camp. Even those who haven't gone yet, this will be out there trying to earn glory points." It was then that Su Chun came to a realization. The trainees who want to go sign up themselves, and later the training camp will transport you all in unison to the entrance of the secret realm. Hu Tianai then left the lecture hall without saying a word more. Chapter 25, Overlord-level powerhouse Cheng Mu. A secret story from thousands of years ago. It didn't take long. Su Chun then once again boarded a high-specification transport-type fighter jet. All the Divine Phoenix cadets sat quietly in the cabin. The flight lasted nearly 2 hours. Strange to say the least. All trainees entered and exited the training camp all by fighter transportation. No one ever knew the coordinates of the training camp. This is supposed to protect the safety of the trainees as well. Su Chun closed his eyes while pondering. Arrived. The cabin door suddenly opened and one by one the cadets stepped out of the fighter. It was only then that Su Chun and the others realized that they and the others were already in the middle of a lofty mountain range at this moment. In the sky not far in front of them, an extremely peculiar scene appeared. The originally calm space was now becoming like flowing water, emitting faint ripples. A palpitating power fluctuation continuously escaped from that space. That, then, is the entrance to the secret realm. There were still quite a few people busy around the entrance to the secret realm. There were strong people of the space elemental system who were reinforcing and monitoring the passageway. Around the depression, a large number of thermal weapons were placed. Rolling military tents numbering in the thousands cover this mountainous landscape. Hu Tianai led the crowd under the spatial passage. He stared at the crowd with serious eyes and said, "The passageway has been fully reinforced and can be stabilized for 4 days. Your bracelets will be counting down from now, 96 hours. Pay attention to the time. Don't get trapped inside the secret realm. The next time the secret realm opens, you may have to wait for hundreds or even thousands of years, and then you will have long become a pile of withered bones." Everyone looked at the bracelet in unison, and it did show a countdown. "Oh, who? They're all still children. What's the point of scaring them?" Just then, an old man with white hair and a slightly stooped figure slowly walked over. As soon as Hu Tianai saw this old man, he immediately revealed a look of incomparable reverence. He straightened his spine, bowed his head slightly, and said solemnly, "Teacher." Cheng Mu was the oldest overlord-level powerhouse of Great Qin, but his greatest contribution wasn't founding Great Qin or resisting foreign beasts. Instead, it had cultivated a group of young powerhouses with potential for Great Qin. Among Cheng Mu's students, there were sufficiently 3 at the hegemony level, 72 at the monarch level. So, although Cheng Mu had not asked about politics for a long time, the weight of his words was quite heavy. The Divine Phoenix trainees present all caste adoring to fervent gazes at Changmu. Overlord level, this is the real powerhouse. Su Chun also curiously cast his eyes toward Changmu. This big brother, he could have only seen it in history books before, but now he could actually see it with his own eyes, which made him feel a little emotional inside. To Su Chen's surprise, Changmu seemed to be looking at him with a smile on his face as well. Su Chun didn't dare to lock eyes with this old overlord for more than a few moments and hastily withdrew his gaze. Changmu waved his hand towards the crowd. The little Wu talk is a little scary, but it's actually okay to miss the entrance. The big deal is that in your next life, you'll still be a great Qin. The crowd all had black lines coming out of their foreheads, and Su Chen's mouth even tugged at the corners. Elder Chang, you're quite humorous, haha. The space passage has a stabilized existence of 96 hours, and you have 10 hours after that. Don't miss the time. Go on. Changmu waved his hand. A majestic spatial force steeply enveloped everyone. A violent ripple immediately appeared in the void at that passage, but it quickly returned to calm. Only after the Divine Phoenix trainees entered the secret realm did Hu Tianai look at Changmu with a puzzled expression on his face. Teacher, what brings you here in person? It's just a second-level secret realm. Where is the need to bother you to personally sit in on it? Changmu smiled and looked around Old Monarch Mountain with his old eyes. Come over and see if there are any surprises. Hu Tianya's face became even more puzzled. Surprise? What surprise? Changmu walked towards the military tent while solving his students' confusion. This is something that you should not know about. After all, it is thousands of years old. At that time, all of Great Qin hadn't even been established yet, and it was only by chance that I read about it from some ancient book. Hu Tianai respectfully followed Changmu's side, listening to his teacher's teachings. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, Laojun Mountain, there was an overlord-level plant. Hu Tianya's heart steeply shook, and his eyes shrunk into pinpoints. Overlord-level plant life forms. It's well known. Most plant life forms have a long growth cycle, but at the same time they also possess an extraordinarily long lifespan that surpasses that of other organisms. It has even been said that only plant life forms can live forever in the true sense of the word. It's still here? Hu Tianai asked with a shocked voice. Thousands of years was an extremely short period of time for an overlord-level plant life form. The moment he remembered the Mo Yun vine that he had once dealt with in the 100,000 mountains of the southern border, a psychological shadow rose within Hu Tianyi. He himself controlled the laws of fire, which were the most restraining against plant life forms, yet he still couldn't do much against the other party. If that dominant plant life form was still alive, Hu Tianai doesn't even dare to think about that scene. Even if the teacher was there, I'm afraid it would be difficult to take everyone away. Panic about what? Changmu looked askance at his indisputable student. Only then did he say slowly, but that sacred thunder willow, it's already dead. Dead? Hu Tianai lost his voice in surprise. Such a powerful overlord-level plant lifeform could die? It was more than he expected. Changmu gently nodded, his tone somewhat emotional. Yeah. In order to be able to go further, it absorbed the power of thunder at Old Monarch Mountain in a vain attempt to use this opportunity to ascend to the totem level. But the hurdle from overlord to totem is not so easy to cross. Changmu's eyes were bleak. Not just the willow of the holy thunder, including him. Changmu, who was at the 9th stage of the hegemony class, had also been blocked from this threshold for hundreds of years. Probably, there's no chance to cross over again in this life. Knowing that this was a regret in his teacher's heart, Hu Tianai just softly hummed. The year. In order to be able to make the first Emperor's Imperial Beast Shenbird cross over from the Overlord level to the Totem level, Great Qin had paid an extremely heavy price. Awakened people who could reach the Overlord level were all amazingly talented. But even these people were almost all forced to stop under the Totem. If one wanted to achieve the Monarch level, one had to comprehend the power of the laws and be recognized by the rules. And if one wanted to achieve the Overlord level, it was necessary to comprehend either of the laws of space and time. Becoming Totem level is even harder. Since that sacred thunder willow is dead, why is the teacher still here? Hu Tianai brought the conversation back on track. Changmu looked back at Hu Tianai with a look of hatred. Come for what? I'll pick up the money. Chapter 26 Thunder Elemental Power. Rubber Suit. Hu Tianai suddenly understood when Changmu drank like this. Powerful plant life forms and exotic beasts are all the same, covered in treasure. If one could find part of the remains of the sacred thunder willow, It could definitely be called a priceless treasure. When I was young, I also searched the area around Old Monarch Mountain, but found nothing. Changmu rubbed his fingers slightly and gradually narrowed his eyes. So I was thinking, is it possible that when the sacred thunder willow evolved at that time, the power of the thunder was too strong and pierced through the spatial barriers, causing the remains of the sacred thunder willow to fall into those secret realms? It's even possible that the several secret realms near Old Monarch Mountain were created precisely because of that failed evolution in the first place. Hu Tianya's eyes were shocked as he looked up at the spatial passage. Does it say? It was possible that the remains of the sacred thunder willow were in this secret realm. Let's just see if there's a lucky kid on this trip to the secret realm. Changmu also slowly raised his head, looking at the constantly fluctuating spatial passageway with a smile on his face. The Divine Phoenix trainees passed through the entrance to the secret realm peacefully under Changmu's escort. As soon as they entered the inner part of the secret, many of them violently let out low moans. Ah, I'll go. There's electricity in here. Can you guys please be more professional? This is ing called Thunder Elemental Power. Inside the secret area, the power of thunder similar to the slenderness of a hairline was filled everywhere. These thunderbolts floated in the air with the wind. Once it touches the body, it is released instantly. Although these thin threads of thunder could not cause fatal damage, they could also electrify one's muscles. Besides, the amount of thunder filaments in the air was simply too much. It would also hurt them quite a bit if it was cumulative. The crowd had each performed their own divine abilities to dodge the ubiquitous thunder elemental force. A young man with a rather handsome face lifted his chin, his eyes arrogantly looking at the crowd. Instead of causing him any harm, those thin threads of thunder merged into his flesh. The crowd cast envious glances at him. The Thunder Elemental Department is so cool. This place is just a blessing for them. Old Me is a water elemental system. This place is hell. How dare you wail when the newcomer next to you in the plant department hasn't even said a word? Listening to the murmurs in his ears, Su-chan couldn't help but feel envious. An awakened of the Thunder Elemental System with extremely strong combat power. A secret realm filled with the power of the Thunder Element would not only not cause any hindrance for them, but would instead be nourished. Although the other Divine Phoenix trainees couldn't transform the power of thunder into their own like Hua Yinghao, they all used their means one after another. Someone took out a high-level protective suit, which had the effect of isolating elemental forces. Someone else took out a gray bead, and all those thunder filaments around his body were sucked into the bead. Wang Zhuo also took out something like a raincoat and draped it over his body. The crowd looked at Su Chun with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. It's well known. There were two elemental forces that plant-based awakened were most afraid of. One was the thunder element and the other was the fire element. Both of these elements will be absolute restraints for most plants. Wang Zhuo silently patted Su Chen's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Take care, friend. You can squeeze in with me too if you don't mind." Su Chun tried to squeeze out a smile. Although he knew that Wang Zhuo meant well, he still had goosebumps for no reason. Hua Yinghao just swept a glance at Su Chun and then smiled faintly. What you can get from entering the secret realm depends on your own chances. Gentlemen, farewell. Strike that. Hua Yinghao then walked idly into the depths of the secret realm. When the others saw Hua Yinghao leave, they all left as well. It was hard to get a chance to enter the secret realm, so there was no wasting time. As the crowd left one after another, Wang Zhuo glanced at Su Chun and said tentatively, "You really don't need any help?" Su Chun smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Zhuo had no choice but to choose a direction to leave. Only after waiting for the crowd to leave did Su Chun take out a plant from his spatial ring. The plant looked like a scaled-down version of a banana tree, just over 2 meters tall. Plant, rubber tree, pedigree, low level 3, growing, maturity, status, shriveled, ability, none at this time, special ability, none. He had prepared quite a few low-grade plants during his previous experience in the academy. None of them turned out to be useful, and the spiky vines killed all the enemies. I didn't realize that this was the time to use it. The trunk and leaves of the rubber tree are very good lightning protection. Leap of life. Su Chun took out the red heart jade crystal and began to evolve the rubber tree's bloodline. He had only upgraded the rubber tree to the advanced 5th rank. Plant, rubber tree, pedigree, low level 3, growing, maturity, status, shriveled, ability, Catapult inflicts weak attacks on enemies by contracting the main trunk. Special ability. None. If it was more than the advanced 5th rank, the amount of energy needed to be used for evolution would increase a lot. Rubber trees were resource plants with little to no war power bonus, so it wasn't worth him investing so much. It shouldn't be a problem for an advanced 5th order rubber tree to resist all this power of thunder that was free in the air. Su Chen's eyes glowed as he ripped off a large piece of rubber tree leaf. He took out some leftover materials from his ring and made himself a lightning-proof suit. "I'm so handy," Su Chen boasted as he wore rubber leaf clothes. The children of poor families are early adopters. After putting on the clothes made of rubber leaves, Su Chen immediately felt much more comfortable. Those thin threads of thunder that touched his torso were all flicked away by the rubber leaves. Although part of the torso is still exposed, it has little effect. "Depart." Su Chen wore a bright smile on his face before he walked towards the depths of the secret realm. The others had already set off for 10 minutes or so, and they themselves had to pick up the pace. Thumbs down. Su Chen had only taken a few steps when a roar came steeply from his side. Immediately afterward, a crackling sound rang in his ears. Su Chen looked back, only to see the Iron Hand Vine poking out a vine to help him block this attack. The vine that the Iron Hand Vine poked out was scorched black at the end. Su Chen cast his eyes toward behind himself, only to see a golden, cloud-like object floating not far in front of him. This thing seems to have self-awareness. Su Chen was able to feel the hostility towards himself from it. Chapter 27: The Sudden Gathering of Thunder Elemental Spirits. This is Elemental Spirit. Su Chen looked at the cloud for half a day, his face showing a puzzled expression. He had seen this information from those source books before. In places where elemental power is strong, elemental spirits will form over time. These elemental spirits can be naturally hostile to other creatures and attack regardless. This place was so dense with thunder elements, it wasn't strange for elemental spirits to appear. Snort. Just as Su Chen was pondering, a streak of silver-colored thunder abruptly shot out from that cloud. The vines of the Iron Hand Vine swung out, breaking up the thunder. The thunder element is indeed very restraining to plant life. Even though this thunder elemental spirit strength was only at the advanced 3rd stage, it was still able to inflict considerable damage on the Iron Hand Vine. Shoo shoo shoo. 3 streaks of light flew out from Su Chen's ring, directly piercing through the cloud. Only a thud was heard. The thunder elemental spirit's body then exploded, turning into a crystal that fell to the ground. Su Chen walked over and picked up the crystals. This was the crystal of elements, the essence condensed by the spirit of thunder element, which contained quite condensed and abundant thunder power. It can't be converted to the force, but it's not a bad price if you take it and sell it. Those thunder elemental awakened would love this stuff. Su Chen gathered the sword heart grass back and couldn't help but frown. On the surface of the sword heart grass there were a few strands of tiny thunder wandering around, in a continuous process of causing damage to the sword heart grass. Su Chen sighed. There was nothing he could do about this situation. You can only let the sword heart grass fight through it. Facing the power of thunder, plant-type awakened people were still at a disadvantage. This thunder elemental spirit was relatively weak, and it was still easy to deal with it on its own. If he encountered an elemental spirit of superior rank, Su Chen could only carry a bucket and run away. You can't fight it even if you can, that's too much to lose. We have to bring up the strength of the Iron Hand Vine and the sword heart grass a bit more, or else it'll be too dangerous. Su Chen pondered for a moment and took out the red heart jade crystal to perform life leap on the Iron Hand Vine and sword heart grass. A steady stream of power was extracted from the red heart jade crystal and fed back to the sword heart grass and Iron Hand Vine. They both broke through to the 5th rank of excellence. But it was also at this time that the red heart jade crystal in Su Chen's hand resounded with a crisp sound. He looked down and realized that the red heart jade crystal had cracked, with less than 1% of the energy inside remaining. This is too much wasted energy. Su Chen frowned and lamented. This red heart jade crystal was worth more than 150,000 source crystals. Yet it could only allow one's 2 main battle plants to be upgraded to the superior 5th rank. Su Chen covered his face with his hands, feeling a bit of pressure. While a god-level talent could raise a plant's bloodline infinitely, it consumed a large amount of energy items. If he couldn't earn more source crystals himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to afford to feed these bottomless pits. Boom! The Iron Hand Vine suddenly popped out several vines, and the sword heart grass made a gesture to reject the enemy. Su Chen's heart was suddenly flooded with an unpleasant premonition. He turned around and took a breath of air. Good lord. He had actually been surrounded by elemental spirits. Dozens of golden clouds floated around them. These thunder elemental spirits had different strengths. Some of the clouds were as shallow as a puff of green smoke, while others roared with thunder. Boom! The iron hand vine revealed its true form at the first time, and a huge figure immediately appeared between the field. But as soon as the iron hand vine appeared, a crackling sound like a firecracker rang out. Because the iron hand vine was so large, it came into contact with a lot of thunder-thin threads. These tiny thunderbolts exploded on the surface of its torso. Luckily, these thunder filaments were not powerful enough to cause fatal injuries to the iron hand vine. The iron hand vine didn't care about these thunder-thin filaments, and dozens of vines struck in unison. The crackling in Su Chen's ears was suddenly unending. Those thunder elemental spirits simultaneously launched an attack on the iron hand vine, and a streak of thunder shot out. The scene is in the condition of a sci-fi blockbuster. Countless brilliant silver-colored thunder flashed before Su Chen's eyes. In order to ease the pressure of Iron Handvine's attack, Sword Heartgrass also joined the battlefield. The three streams of light cut through several elemental spirits with incomparable swiftness. Fortunately, Su Chen had raised the level of both the Iron Handvine and the Sword Heartgrass, otherwise it would only be more difficult to deal with at this moment. Iron Hand's Vine and Kenshin Herb are supposed to be top stream fighters in their class. Even if he was now suppressed by the power of the thunder element, the battle power he had erupted was not to be underestimated. Under the counterattacks of these two main battle plants, the number of thunder elemental spirits in the surroundings rapidly decreased. Su Chen picked up those elemental crystals while shouting, "Go!" If they continued to stay here, then more and more thunder elemental spirits would come over. If a few Excellence 9th ranked thunder elemental spirits came, one would be in trouble. So without hesitation, Su Chen skipped out. The Iron Hand Vine reattached itself to Su Chen's body. It even specialized in separating a few vines to support Su Chen as he ran forward. The speed of the Sword Heartgrass was extremely fast, and it entered the spatial ring in a flash. Su Chen ran out several kilometers in one breath. But to his surprise, those thunder elemental spirits around him were like maggots on his bones, always following him to death. Instead of throwing off those enemies behind him, his wild run attracted those elemental spirits around him. In Su Chen's path of escape, a few superior 5th or 6th ranked elemental spirits would always appear. As a result, he had to change his escape route several times. Su Chen's eyes scanned the surrounding pursuers, his brows furrowed. It was also fortunate that he had the assistance of the Iron Hand Vine. If he had relied on himself, I'm afraid he would have exhausted himself long ago. Damn it! It's the spirit of the thunder elemental on the other hand. Su Chen gritted his teeth. If it was any other element besides fire and thunder, one could still have a fighting chance. But it was on the side of the thunder element that was extremely restraining to plants. The number of thunder elemental spirits around them was again high. If he were to fight head-on, he would definitely have no chance of winning. Only escape. It's like these thunder elemental spirits have their eyes on me. Su Chen's face was grim as he scanned behind him out of the corner of his eye. After chasing them for half an hour, this group of thunder elemental spirits showed no signs of giving up. Even if the elemental spirits were extremely hateful towards outsiders, it wasn't to this extent. Could it be that there's something in me that attracts these thunder elemental spirits? Su Chen's face changed as he muttered to himself. He then rummaged through his spatial ring, but couldn't find a single suspicious object. Looking at the hundreds of thunder elemental spirits in all directions, Su Chen really wanted to cry. What do you guys really like about me? I change. Can't I change? The gradual frantic running also allowed Su Chen to slowly calm down. As he observed those thunder elemental spirits around him, Su Chen discovered a shocking fact. This group of thunder elemental spirits seems to be on the hunt. Chapter 28. The Hunt of the Elemental Spirits, the man behind the scenes, the willow of the sacred thunder. Thinking of the word hunting, Su Chen's mind was like spring thunder, instantly waking up. Yeah, right. This group of thunder elemental spirits was hunting him, or rather banishing him. Su Chen fiercely recalled an episode of some animal channel he had seen before. In it, it talks about how wolves, when hunting, will intentionally or unintentionally lead the way for their prey. The prey appeared to be fleeing haphazardly, but in fact the route had long been planned by the wolves. With deliberate guidance, the wolves will lead their prey to the cliffs. The prey has been attacked by wolves, panicked, and will eventually fall off a cliff to its death. This way the pack doesn't even have to fight the prey properly to get it. Thinking of this, the hairs on Su Chen's back instantly stood up in sweat. A heart is even at this moment ordinary beating wildly. Isn't what's happening now exactly like wolf hunting? Whenever one was about to escape, there was always one or two high-rank elemental spirits appearing, forcing one to change direction. Doggone it. This group of thunder elemental spirits had become refined and were actually hunting themselves. But the next moment Su Chen had some self-doubt. The thunder elemental spirits were so numerous that they weren't afraid of themselves. So why would they need to use such a trick? And Su Chen had never heard of elemental spirits having such a high level of intelligence. Unless it was those extremely high-ranked elemental spirits who could already be called true living beings. These low-level elemental spirits, although they were conscious, were acting on instinct. Press has no intelligence. How could they possibly hunt themselves with eviction? Could it be that there is an extremely strong and powerful elemental spirit in this secret realm? Su Chen's face swished white. It was something that seemed to be more serious than he had expected. If that were true, wouldn't he or she be taking a step towards death? Even if he had 2 exceptional grade plant life in his hands, there was no way he could beat an awakened or even transcendent grade elemental spirit. As for the king class, that's even less of a fight. Su Chen could notify the other Divine Phoenix trainees now, and everyone would dig themselves a good-looking and durable grave close by. As soon as he penetrated this point, Su Chen immediately stopped in his tracks. But he realized at the moment, those thunder elemental spirits in the surroundings had long since stopped in their tracks. They just look at themselves from a distance, not a step closer. Su Chen's eyes instantly shrunk into the shape of needles. Done. Those 2 words came to his mind. Su Chen looked towards the surroundings, and dense sweat broke out on his forehead. This old man's luck, it's too good to be true. You can encounter this kind of danger the first time you go down to the secret realm? Su Chen inwardly grumbled while observing the movements around him. Boom! A heavy, ancient aura suddenly greeted him. Su Chen felt as if a Tarzan had pressed down on top of his chest, making it difficult for him to catch his breath. And a few hundred meters in front of him, an anomaly suddenly appeared. What was once an empty earth now stood a tree. It was a huge willow tree that was thousands of feet tall, towering speechlessly in front of it. And the appalling thing was that its willow was a single golden thunderbolt. Millions of branches swayed in the air, just like a spectacular thunder waterfall formed by a sea of thunder pouring down. The thick trunk was several feet wide. A streak of golden thunder was like a swimming dragon twisting and roaming above the main trunk. Standing without words, sacred and solemn, even from such a distance, Su Chen still couldn't help but feel his heart jumping. Even breathing froze for a moment. What kind of plant life is this? It surprisingly carried the thunder attribute. As a plant awakened, Su Chen could see the basic information of plants. However, he could not see through this terrifying thunder willow in front of him at all. Plant life. Willow of the sacred thunder. Pedigree? Growing? Status. Awaiting new life. Ability? Special ability? In Su Chen's eyes, he could only see the name and state of this willow tree. All the rest are question marks. This is because his own rank is too low. Huh? Waiting for a new life. What does it mean? Su Chen reacted furiously and looked up at the willow tree in front of him once again. It was only at this time that he noticed. Although the willow of holy thunder was very dominant in appearance, it was not a solid entity to look at. Instead, it's a bit unreal. If Su Chen hadn't deliberately looked at it, he wouldn't have noticed this at all. Because those thunderbolts were too sparkling, illuminating this heaven and earth. The one leading these thunder elemental forces couldn't be this sacred thunder willow. Could it? Su Chen only felt his scalp tighten for a moment. What he had originally thought, the elemental spirits that led those elemental spirits were at most awakening or transcendent level elemental spirits. Who would have thought it would be such a terrifying willow of sacred thunder? The strength of this plant life. Just what level is it? Monarch level or overlord? Su Chen didn't even dare to breathe. This willow of sacred thunder pinching itself to death was as simple as pinching an ant. Casually dropping a thunder willow down, he would instantly go up in smoke. But, thinking of this, Su Chen's heart, however, suddenly calmed down. Since it's useless to fight back anyway, what's the point of thinking about it? Su Chen was a happy-go-lucky person who liked to look on the bright side of everything. The willow of the sacred thunder had spent so much to lure himself here. Surely it wasn't to whip him to death? Instead of panicking and freaking out here yourself, why don't you just put your guts into it? Suchun felt better when he thought of this. This is probably a dead pig in a poke. Isn't it? Human awakened. Your change of heart is interesting. A voice that was slightly light and high and cold abruptly sounded slowly in Suchen's mind. Suchen's eyes couldn't control the contraction as he looked toward the willow of sacred thunder in front of him. Willow can talk? Mom, your son has done well to meet plant life with such a high degree of intelligence. Suchen didn't know whether to feel emotion or fear for a moment. Phew! Just as Suchun was lost in thought, a delicate figure suddenly appeared in front of him. What appeared before his eyes was a human-looking woman. Her posture was overwhelmingly beautiful, and her beautiful eyes contained a peerless majesty. Her entire outfit was obviously very simple and quaint. There was no heavy makeup or jewelry, but there was a unique air of reverence and awe. Suchen couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. He controlled his strong desire to fall to his knees. You are... Suchen's voice shook a little as he spoke. The woman's eyes were indifferent, as if they didn't have a trace of emotion. I'm just a willow. Those humans who worship me call me the willow of the sacred thunder. Sure enough, the willow of the sacred thunder. Suchen's heart instantly set off waves of shock. Chapter 29. Facing the willow of the sacred thunder, a deal between the two. This was the first time Suchen had ever faced a plant life with such a high level of intelligence head-on. Not only does it possess a spiritual intelligence beyond that of a human, but it is even capable of taking shape. Suchun took a deep breath to calm himself down. Lord Saint Willow. He bent slightly toward the woman in front of him to show his respect. A plant life that had the potential to reach the overlord level indeed deserved Suchen's respect as well, because in terms of the number of overlord classes, plant life was definitely the least. It's too hard to reach the overlord level. If the news of the sacred thunder willow were to spread, it was estimated that countless plant lineage awakened would go crazy over it. Sacred Willow's face remained unchanged, still gazing at Suchun with indifferent eyes. I wonder what Lord Saint Willow is trying to do by going through all the trouble of bringing me here? Suchen asked bluntly. Anyway, sticking your head out is a cut, and shrinking your head is a cut. It's better to just ask for clarification. Even if you die, you have to be a ghost who understands. But Sacred Willow's next words, however, shocked Suchun beyond words. I will be reborn in your hands, and want to use your power to cross over from overlord to totem level. Suchen's heart steeply shook. The sacred thunder's willow in front of him was truly at the overlord level, and it was still plant life at the peak of the overlord class. Even though he had guessed in his heart before, Suchun could not control his inner shock at this moment, because what shocked him even more was the words that followed. The willow of sacred thunder was going to be reborn in his own hands, and he was going to help raise it to totem level? I saw what you just did. As a plant awakened, your power can help plant life evolve. I, for one, need your help, Saint Thunder's willow said in an ancient tone. It was only then that Suchun snapped out of it. He himself had just upgraded the rubber tree, iron handvine, and sword heartgrass in the secret realm. All of this was seen by the willow of the sacred thunder. That was why the other party had driven these thunder elemental spirits, allowing them to force themselves here step by step. No wonder. It was only at this time that Suchen figured out the full cause and effect of the matter. An apprehensive heart of his settled down more and more. The situation was clearly not as bad as he thought. The willow of the sacred thunder was begging for his help, so it would definitely not be easy to kill him. In other words, the one who had the advantage right now was instead him, not the more powerful Saint Thunder's willow. Suchen's eyes gradually calmed down as he gazed at the willow of sacred thunder and said, It is naturally incumbent to help out for Lord Saint Willow. But what do I get out of it? Suchun directly opened the door and started bargaining with the willow of sacred thunder. He had to put on a tough attitude. If the willow of the sacred thunder coerces itself, the big deal is death. With him dead, there was no hope for the willow of sacred thunder to evolve again. Suchun wanted to express such a determined mindset to gain a greater advantage for himself. However, the willow of the sacred thunder seemed to have already seen through his thoughts. I will not harm you, human awakened. So there's no need for you to make a pretense. It'll be a good deal that will benefit both you and me. Even though he heard Shang Lu say this, Suchen's inner vigilance did not drop. The other party is an overlord-level creature. With such a low stance, who knows if it's some kind of trickery? I don't have much soul power left, so I can only meet with you briefly. Saint Willow slightly sped up her speech. I will serve you for 1,000 years, during which time you and I will conclude a contract of equality. After 1,000 years, you help me evolve and break the shackles of the Overlord class bloodline, and the contract automatically dissipates. Saint Willow threw out her conditions. 1,000 years is just a short moment in the course of life for a plant life like hers. Su Chen's breathing became quite ragged. Saint Willow is willing to serve herself for 1,000 years? The temptation, not so much. With the sacred willow, a great killing weapon, in place, one's safety was greatly guaranteed. By the time the contract ended after 1,000 years, he should have raised the other plants to an extremely strong level by then as well. Yes, after Su Chen thought for a moment, he agreed to Sacred Willow's conditions. The matter was not unfavorable to him. There was no way he could ask Saint Willow to give more than that. As an Overlord class being, it had its own Overlord's dignity. If he or she asks for too much or pushes too hard, the other party might die with him or her. Besides, right now, he didn't have enough strength to negotiate with the Willow of Sacred Thunder. It's not too late to talk about it later when the strength is raised. Anyway, the Sacred Willow was pinched in his hands for the rest of the 1,000 years. Sacred Willow's eyes changed slightly as she looked at Su Chen. This human-awakened alacrity was also apparently a bit beyond her expectations. It was a little less than what she remembered humans to look like in terms of greed. She had expected the young man to demand more from her. Then make a contract. Saint Thunder Willow stretched out her slender and white arm. Her greenish jade finger stretched out, gently pointing towards Su Chen's brow. Wait! Just as his fingertips were about to touch Su Chen's brow, he suddenly called out. What? Saint Thunder's Willow frowned slightly, her eyes somewhat disgruntled. Seeing this, Su Chen could only smile resentfully and explain. There's a situation I have to explain in advance. Evolution is possible, but me helping you evolve requires massive amounts of source crystals or other energy objects. This has to come from you. Su Chen also remembered this important matter at the last minute. This was an elevation from peak Overlord level to totem level. God knows how many source crystals were needed to act as energy objects. Tens of billions? Or trillions of source crystals. Surely he couldn't be the one to provide such a huge energy object. Otherwise, wouldn't he or she become a great grudge bearer? This 1,000 years he was exhausted. All TM working for the Willow of the Sacred Thunder. Oh! Saint Thunder's Willow was also in deep thought. She recalled the image of Su Chen evolving other plants just now, and instantly understood. Thought the young man was going to go back on his word. I didn't realize that was what he was talking about. The Willow of Sacred Thunder was also well aware of how huge the energy needed to evolve to the totem level was. Just by relying on the young man in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to collect that many energy objects in a few thousand years. Good. When the time comes to evolve the energy needed, I will provide it. Hearing the source crystals needed to be spent for Sacred Thunder Willow to undertake its evolution, Su Chen let out a long breath. So, let's get on with it, shall we? The Willow of Sacred Thunder sniffed and once again stretched out its fingertips, gently landing on Su Chen's brow. Boom! Su Chen's ears were like a flat thunderstorm. A peculiar contract rune flickered at his brow, quickly hiding into his flesh and blood soul. Next, Su Chen then felt that he and the Willow of Sacred Thunder in front of him had an additional mysterious and peculiar connection. And this huge willow tree in front of him also turned into a streak of light that rushed into his brow at this moment. A willow tree that flashed with golden thunder quietly took root and grew in Su Chen's mind. Chapter 30 Caveat of the Willow of the Sacred Thunder. Essence of Grass. As soon as Su Chen closed his eyes, he could see the glittering Willow of Sacred Thunder. This change caused intense discomfort to appear in Su Chen's heart. Is this into him? Did you ask me? No need to worry. The Saint Thunder's Willow's clear and cold voice sounded directly in Su Chen's mind. My soul is so weak that it must be nourished by the souls of my contractors, and it will have no effect on you. On the contrary, I can also shelter your soul and immunize it from all soul attacks. During this time, I will fall into a state of slumber until the body thrives. Back then, when I was dying, all of my peak power was dispersed, forming a large amount of elemental crystals, as well as countless grass and tree essences, which you can grab as much as you want. By the way, one more piece of advice. Don't just reveal your talent. There's a lot of ancient plant life that would lust after you. The more the sacred thunder willow's voice spoke, the weaker it became until it disappeared in Su Chen's mind. A willow branch slowly emerged in the void and gently landed in Su Chen's hand. Plant life, willow of the sacred thunder. Bloodline, hegemonic 9th order. Grade, excellent 7th order. Growth, new life. Status, frail. Ability, special ability. Looking at the information on the branch in his hand, Su Chen couldn't help but feel some emotion. The difference between before and after is too much. The sacred thunder willow that had just appeared was lofty and magnificent, domineering like a thunder emperor descending. And the willow branch in his hand was fragile and young, with a very clear lightning strike on the end. Is this a buyer's and seller's show? But what made Su Chen feel quite comforted was that although this willow looked incomparably fragile and young, it was very strong, more powerful than both the iron hand vine and the sword heart grass. Is this the power of the overlord class? Even if it was just a sliver of power from the dying state, it was far more powerful than one's current strength. Even Su Chen could not help but lament. The willow of sacred thunder had gained a new life by some unknown means and was now in a young state. If one wanted to enhance her bloodline, one had to restore her strength first. The willow of sacred thunder was willing to serve herself for 1,000 years, and I'm afraid it was precisely because she needed time to recover. This wave is a bit of a loss on its own. Su Chen rubbed his chin, remembering the words that the willow of sacred thunder had said just now before it fell asleep. All that ancient plant life? Su Chen didn't know exactly what the willow of sacred thunder was talking about, but it certainly wasn't simple. To be able to make even the willow of sacred thunder admonish itself in such a grave tone meant that the strength of those plant beings was quite extraordinary, at least at the overlord level. Hiss. Su Chen's eyes revealed a strong suspicion. Nowadays, on the blue planet, is there really such a grade of strong plant life? The most powerful piece of plant life information that has come out in recent years is a shaker tree that inhabits an island in the Pacific Ocean. The strength is said to be close to overlord level. Even though the shaking wood was powerful enough, it would never be one of those ancient beings in the mouth of the willow of sacred thunder. From this, the doubts within Su Chen's heart intensified. Where did all that powerful plant life on the blue planet go? Even if the probability of a high-blooded plant-based lifeform appearing was ridiculously low, how could it not be so rare? What's more, the lifespan of plant life is far greater than that of other organisms. In the case of some of the tree-like plants, they will live even longer. However, the plant-based life that currently exists on Blue Star is rarely of a high level. Su Chen fell into deep thought for a long time before retrieving his thoughts. What would one think so much about this? Maybe it's simply that he would not be in a high enough position or rank to be exposed to high-level information. Forget it. It's still most important to collect thunder elemental crystals and grass essences. Su Chen promptly retracted his emanating thoughts. According to the last description of the willow of the sacred thunder, there were two things within this secret area that were the most important. One is the thunder elemental crystals. The thunder elemental power within the secret territory was simply too abundant, and over time elemental crystals would form. Elemental spirits can also be seen as elemental crystals that can move. These elemental crystals were of great benefit to elemental system awakened people, and they could also serve as energy supplies for thermal weapons, so they were still extremely versatile. Grass essences, on the other hand, are even more rare. This was a treasure that only plant life forms could produce, containing an extremely majestic life force. It even has the effect of living, dying, and whitening bones. A drop of grass essence was able to fetch a high price of 5 million source crystals. This was something Su Chen had once seen on a live auction. And it's not always available. Its value speaks for itself. When the sacred thunder willow was dying, the life force in its body flowed out in large quantities, forming quite a lot of grass and tree essences. You can try to get your hands on these grass essences yourself. It is of great use both to enhance yourself and other plants. Departure. Su Chen put the sacred thunder willow inside his ring and immediately chose a direction to run in. When he had concluded the contract with the willow of sacred thunder, Su Chen had seen some terrifying images. A brilliant thunder light cut through the dome of the sky, slicing through space and forming this secret realm. The willow of sacred thunder had strayed into the secret realm while resisting the power of thunder. It was a pity that she eventually failed to evolve somewhere in the secret realm. And those grass essences were right where the evolution of the willow of sacred thunder had failed. From these broken images, Su Chun roughly distinguished where the grass and tree essences were located. He wasn't the only one entering the secret realm right now. There were other Divine Phoenix cadets as well. If someone else grabbed this chance first, Su Chun would probably be able to cry in the toilet. It was a good thing that when the Willow of Sacred Thunder appeared before, all those thunder elemental spirits in the surroundings retreated. So he wouldn't be affected by these thunder elemental spirits now. Su Chun relied on the little bits and pieces of memories in his head and kept traveling through the secret territory. Soon after, Su Chun then arrived at a jungle. The trees here are extraordinarily lush compared to other enemies. Su Chen's face abruptly became agitated. That's right, this is where the essence of grass and trees are located. Otherwise the plants here couldn't have grown so well. In a secret realm where the lightning elemental power was so abundant, it was almost impossible for an unusual plant to survive. Su Chun held his breath as he slowly traversed within this jungle. He had only roughly determined the location of where the grass essence was from those broken memory images. Where exactly, you still have to take your time and search with your eyes. But this search did not last too long. After only 10 minutes or so, Su Chun stopped abruptly, his eyes staring excitedly ahead. Chapter 31. Grass and grass essence in hand. I want it all. Due to the large amount of lightning elemental power that filled the secret territory, few plants could thrive here. Instead, this dense jungle just grows inside the secret area. When viewed from above, it was like an oasis in a vast desert. Su Chun was currently resting in a certain part of the oasis, his eyes staring dead ahead. There was a shallow pool of water about 10 meters in front of him. Can't even be described as a pool. The liquid in the shallow recess was no more than the size of a handful of water. However, Su Chen's eyes looked at the liquid with excitement, and his breathing became much thicker and more rapid. The liquid took on a strange emerald green color, with a faint green cloud lingering above it. No doubt about it. This was the grass essence left behind when the Willow of Sacred Thunder was dying. After thousands of years, they still haven't been completely consumed. And this oasis was able to exist because these plants were able to grow by absorbing the life force from the essence of grass and trees. Su Chun gulped, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. He had thought that he had collected 1 or 2 drops of grass essence at most. The life force of the Willow of Sacred Thunder was certainly majestic, but at this moment, thousands of years had already passed. The thunder elemental power within the secret territory would erode and consume the grass and wood essences every moment. With such a long period of time, it was unknown if the grass essence would be left. However, the result was an incomparable surprise to Su Chun. There must be at least a dozen drops of grass essence inside that shallow pit, the equivalent of 70 million source crystals. Su Chen's heart began to resist, fluttering wildly. I'm really scared of being poor. I've never seen so much money since I was a kid. Last time, those 2 Earth Rock Dragon eggs worth 2 million source crystals made him excited for a good half day. Not to mention the tens of millions of dollars worth of grass essences. Unfortunately, those 2 Earth Rock Dragon eggs didn't end up in his hands and were discovered and then confiscated by Tang Xingshan. Blood loss of $100 million. But this time, the grass and wood extracts are something that is completely their own. Su Chun controlled his excitement while walking towards the grass essence. Boom! He had only raised his step when an incredibly thick branch slammed across. The iron hand vine rushed out from Su Chen's body surface and blocked the branch. Su Chun looked ahead and his brows furrowed. It seemed like it wasn't that simple to get this grass essence. Surprisingly, there were several plants of good strength guarding around the grass essence. These plants have grown to this day on the power of the essence of grasses and trees. This was what their lives depended on, so it was naturally impossible for them to let Su Chun take it. But it was obviously not realistic for these plants to try to block themselves. Iron Hand Vine and Sword Heartgrass attacked at the first opportunity. Sword Heartgrass has no mercy when it comes to beating up his own kind. Sharp sword awnings gulped, slicing through the rhizomes of several flowers with lightning speed. Iron Hand's Vine, on the other hand, fights the strongest enemies. Vines and branches suddenly entwined, to be divided. Boom! Dozens of vines of the Iron Hand Vine came out in unison, directly uprooting that steel wood. Click! The vines climbed up the main trunk of the steel timber and strangled it with force. The steel wood, which was as tough as fine iron, unexpectedly twisted and deformed under the strangulation of the Iron Hand Vine, and died. Su Chun silently gave a thumbs up towards the two. No, it was the second plant that gave a thumbs up. You guys are still tough. These plants in the oasis were struggling to survive in the secret realm though, relying on the grass essences. But it's hard to go any further. In terms of combat, it was even worse than the extremely battle-hardened Iron Hand Vine and Sword Heartgrass. After the enemies were all taken care of, Su Chun then walked to the shallow pit. He took out a special apparatus for cultivating plants from his spatial ring and carefully collected these grass and tree essences. That's $5 million a drop. But if a single star was spilled, Su Chun would have to be heartbroken. He let out a light breath only after he had put all the grass and wood essences into the bottle. Steady. Su Chun looked at the bottle in his hand with a smile on his brow. It was extremely valuable, but he didn't intend to take it out and sell it. Grass essences are divine to plants. It might come in handy for myself someday. Besides, you can take grass and wood essences yourself. Not the luxury of drinking it straight, of course, but taking it gradually by diluting it with water. This will also have the effect of strengthening your body. Su Chun was satisfied and put the grass and wood essences into his ring. He stepped on a branch of the Iron Hand Vine and laughed. Go, next place. There are a total of 2 treasures within this secret territory. One was the grass essence, which he had already gotten his hands on. The other was the thunder elemental crystals. Su Chun chose to take them all, but the amount of thunder elemental crystals could be far more than grass essence. Even if he ran his legs off, it was impossible for him to pocket all the thunder elemental crystals. Su Chun wasn't that greedy. Willow of the Sacred Thunder. It's up to you, Ao. Su Chun took out the Willow of Sacred Thunder. This cut of willow just rested peacefully in his hand. Saint Willow was now in a strange state of separation between soul and body. However, Sacred Willow's body had instincts and would act on Su Chen's orders. Feel where the thunder element is the most intense. Su Chun held the flower pot planted with Sacred Willow in his arms and pointed towards the front. The Willow of Sacred Thunder seemed to understand him. The frail willow suddenly turned its direction slowly, pointing to the northwest. The moment, Su Chun felt like a star in the night of returns, holding potted flowers all over the street. Go! Su Chun patted the Iron Hand Vine, and the latter immediately waved the vine, leading him in that direction. Ever since he had concluded a contract with the Willow of Sacred Thunder, Su Chun was no longer afraid of the dense thunder element within the secret area. All those thunder elements around his and the Iron Hand Vine's carapace were all absorbed by the willows in the flower pot in their entirety. Su Chun even took off his rubber leaf coat, speaking as a rare Saint Thunder's willow with elemental attributes. Thunder with its destructive qualities was indeed the most nourishing thing for it. This newborn willow was able to continuously grow itself by absorbing the thunder element in the air. Sooner or later, it would soul and body unite and return to the overlord level. If he got Su Chen's help again, breaking through the totem level wouldn't be difficult. Totem-level creatures have long since transcended unusual life forms. With the Iron Hand Vine rushing him along, Su Chun quickly advanced within the secret territory. The further he advanced, the more he could feel those thin threads of thunder in the air gradually becoming denser. Obviously, the power of the thunder element in this area far exceeded that of other areas. Chapter 32. Mining elemental crystals, worth more than 200 million. As he advanced, Su Chun kept staring at the Willow of Sacred Thunder in his hand. The Willow of Sacred Thunder, which was originally pointing to the northwest, suddenly drooped and pointed at the earth beneath its feet. Stop! Su Chun immediately made the Iron Hand Vine stop. He looked down at the gobi earth beneath him and grinned. Found it. Since the ground was empty, it meant that the elemental crystals had formed something like veins underground. What one had to do now was to pull out these elemental crystals. Go! Su Chun immediately commanded his 2 right-hand men to begin construction. Shoo shoo shoo. The sword heartgrass abruptly stabbed towards the ground, utilizing its sharp and unparalleled sword chi to slice through the hardened dirt and stone. The 3 sword leaves were like a plow and harrow for plowing the land beyond Fluffy. The Iron Hand Vine used a dozen vines to clean up all that loose dirt. The rest of those vines steeled themselves and began to frantically plow the earth. Under the frantic reclamation of the sword heartgrass and Iron Hand Vine, a large hole several meters deep soon appeared in the earth. But neither of the 2 major plants stopped and continued to mine down the road. Clang. Until at a certain moment, the resounding sound of gold and stone clashing suddenly came from the cave. Su Chen's face was instantly delighted. He followed a vine to the bottom of a hole that was more than 10 meters deep. Su-chun lowered his body and touched the ground with his hand. There was no longer dirt underneath, but a lump of cohesive lightning elemental crystals. A vein has really formed. I just don't know what the total number of elemental crystals here is. Su-chun waved his hand, signaling Sword Heartgrass to continue the work. The matter of cutting the lightning elemental crystals still had to be done by the Sword Heartgrass. The 3 sword leaves immediately began their sleepless cutting work. Although the iron hand vine was hard, it was not as sharp as the Sword Heartgrass. And so, Sword Heartgrass began to divide the crystallized vein, while Iron Hand Vine was in charge of continuing to dig the hole, as well as doing support work such as reinforcement. As the Sword Heartgrass continues to cut, a small mountain of elemental crystals gradually piled up in Su-chen's spatial ring. He couldn't stop smiling. Thousands of elemental crystals have already been collected. This speed, isn't it much faster than hunting elemental spirits? Efficient and safe. For the mining of this vein, it lasted for more than 5 hours. It wasn't until the sky outside had completely darkened that the mining work came to a close. Underneath the earth at the moment, it had been dug up by Su-chun with 1,000 holes. The deepest part even extended 30 meters underground. This one elemental vein was indeed quite rich in content. Su-chen's spatial ring was filled to the brim, completely unable to put anything else in it. Su-chen also roughly counted. His spatial ring this time was filled with at least 7,000 elemental crystals. The price of a thunder elemental crystal ranged from 30,000 to 50,000 source crystals. The total value of these elemental crystals exceeds 200 million. Su-chun felt like he was floating when he walked. $200 million. He had thought that the grass and tree essences would have been the biggest surprise of this trip to the secret realm. As a result, the value of the grass essence was not even half of the value of the thunder elemental crystals. Besides, this was still just one elemental crystal vein within the secret territory. There was no telling how many mineral veins existed under the entire secret land. If we really add it up, I'm afraid the value has exceeded tens of billions of dollars. And the source of these elemental crystals was all because of the thunder power dispersed by the sacred thunder willow in the beginning. From this, the terror of Overlord-class creatures could be seen. The power they possessed was not at all something that could be imagined by an ordinary person. Go! Su-chun suppressed his inner excitement and began to crawl towards the ground along the rattan. This wave of secret realm trips had earned him a lot of money. I just don't know how the other Divine Phoenix Academy's harvest was. They should have discovered the Thunder Elemental Spirit as well. It's probably chasing the Thunder Elemental Spirit all over the streets right now. If the Willow of Sacred Thunder hadn't taken the initiative to mention it, Su-chun wouldn't have known that the underground contained such rich elemental crystals. It was at this time that he felt the joy of those who were rich. Original. Having a mind surprisingly feels that way. Su-chun returned to the ground and patted the dust on himself. He recalled the sword heartgrasses and put them into his spatial ring, allowing them to return to their roots to recuperate. Sword Heartgrass was working for hours on end without eating or drinking. The sword aura that the sword leaves were gulping out was obviously dimmed to the extreme. If we don't let them into the root system to recuperate, they'll probably all dry out and be scrapped. Iron Hand Vine is in slightly better shape. It has, after all, a large number of canes that can be rotated for digging. Grass essence and elemental crystals have arrived. This secret realm no longer had much allure for Su-chun. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue digging for elemental crystals. It really doesn't fit. These things too were enough to last him a long time. It's rather possible to leave, Su-chun secretly said in his heart. He also wasn't worried about whether his early departure would arouse the suspicion of the others. Being a plant awakened himself, it would have been difficult to start an operation within such a secret area filled with the power of thunder. So even if he left early, he wouldn't arouse suspicion. When Su-chun thought of this, his finger immediately pointed towards the bracelet on his wrist. Just notify the training camp and someone will guide yourself away. But, right at this moment, the change was steep. A flash of silver-white thunder abruptly shot from the distance, aiming at none other than Su-chun. Or rather, aiming for the bracelet on his wrist. Snort! The Iron Hand Vine was the first to react, and several vines formed an airtight defense net, firmly protecting Su-chun within it. Thunder bombarded the Iron Hand Vine with a piercing sound. The Iron Hand Vine's body that resisted the thunder immediately became scorched black. Elemental spirits again? Su Chen frowned and looked over in the direction where the thunder was shooting from. But to his surprise, what appeared in the darkness was not the spirit of the thunder element. Instead, it was a rather tall human figure. Su Chen's eyes narrowed at once. In this secret realm, there was only their group of Divine Phoenix trainees from the training camp. The one who struck out at him must also be one of the group. Who is it? Just as Su Chen was pondering who the other party was, a voice that seemed slightly familiar came from the front. Hand over the elemental crystals and I'll let you go today. Hearing this voice, Su Chen first froze. But he immediately remembered who the owner of the voice was. Huang Hao. And that person's face, illuminated by the faint glow of the thin threads of thunder, also mirrored Su Chen's thoughts. The one who attacked Su Chen was not someone else. It was Huang Hao, the only one among the Divine Phoenix trainees who had come to the secret realm, who had awakened the thunder element. Su Chen gazed at the figure of Zhong Yinghao in the darkness and coldly said, "You and I are both Divine Phoenix trainees. Doing this is against the rules, right?" Hearing Su Chen's questioning, Hua Yinghao smiled disdainfully. "Rules? I'm sure I'm still young. Don't you know that rules only work for the weak? The rules of the training camp really don't allow trainees to kill each other." "But I didn't say I was going to kill you either." Chapter 33. Redefining Equal Shares. Hua Yinghao's Arrogance and Confidence. Hua Yinghao gazed at Su Chen with a playful, teasing gaze, his eyes filled with confidence. Ever since he entered this secret realm, he had been in a good mood, because this place was simply a natural cave for him. The thin threads of thunder drifting in the air were the best nourishment for him, capable of gradually increasing his strength after absorption. Such an abundance of lightning elements within the secret area also added to his battle power. Even though his rank was the 7th rank of excellence, he was able to utilize the battle power of the 9th rank of excellence here. For no other reason. The thunder elemental power in this place was simply too dense. But that's not all that excites Hua Yinghao. As an awakened of the thunder elemental system, his perception of the power of thunder was sharper than others. Hua Yinghao realized that there was an extremely cohesive and concentrated force of thunder underneath this secret realm Earth. He understood then. This must be a vein formed by the crystallization of elements. The lightning elemental power here was so dense that it could form elemental spirits, so it was entirely possible for a mineral vein to form. The thunder elemental crystals had a huge allure for Hua Yinghao. It seemed to Hua Yinghao in his eyes. The thunder elemental crystals were even much more important than the source crystals. And so, Hua Yinghao also shared Su Chen's idea of those elemental crystals underground. But soon Hua Yinghao entered an awkward situation. These veins are hidden more than 10 or even tens of meters deep below the surface. He alone is unlikely to dig it out. The awakened of the thunder elemental lineage were good at attacking and killing, and not good at digging. He estimated that he would have to dig for days before he could barely dig out some elemental crystals. It's simply a lot of work. So even though Hua Yinghao knew that there were thunder elemental crystals down there that he wanted, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only watch as these elemental crystals that he needed immensely were buried deep beneath the earth. However, things peaked quickly. Just as Hua Yinghao was about to give up, Su Chen appeared. With the help of the iron hand vine and the sword heartgrass, he excavated this vein. The speed was so fast that it simply shocked Hua Yinghao's eyeballs. Isn't that much faster than doing it himself? So, Hua Yinghao then moved. Since he had Su Chen to help him bring up the elemental crystals, what did he spend his own effort on? Hua Yinghao was here, waiting for Su Chen's excavation work to end. As soon as Su Chen returned to the ground, Hua Yinghao immediately took action. Hand over the elemental crystals, and I can refrain from taking action against you. Hua Yinghao emphasized again. Hua Yinghao was certainly aware of the rules of the training camp. The rules just say that cadets may not slaughter each other. It doesn't say he's not allowed to cripple Su Chen. Does it? Elder Chang had always given maximum freedom to the training camp trainees. Everything within the rules is permitted. Besides, isn't that what the world is like? The underdog. Even if Elder Chang knew, he wouldn't blame him. When Su Chen saw Hua Yinghao, he instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. Most likely, Hua Yinghao had noticed him when he arrived himself. He was digging hard towards the yellow soil in the cave below, and this Hua Yinghao had been waiting to collect the fruit for a long time. At this moment, when he returned with the elemental crystals, he became a fat pig in Hua Yinghao's eyes. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Hand over the elemental crystals? No way. Without hesitation, Su Chun rejected Hua Yinghao's offer. These crystals are worth over $200 million. Hua Yinghao wants to spit out $200 million on his own with just one mouth. What are you dreaming about? When Hua Yinghao heard Su Chun reject himself, he laughed instead of being angry. I urge you to seriously consider my suggestion. You hand over the elemental crystals and all is forgiven. There are still several days before the secret realm closes, so you can continue collecting elemental crystals after that. I promise not to come after you. Su Chun sniffed and laughed. Listen to yourself. Is that a fart? This Hua Yinghao is treating him like a big grudge planting leaks. Isn't he? You're not satisfied with one thing, but you want to do another? Su Chun dared to pack his bags. As long as he handed over the elemental crystals this time, Hua Yinghao would definitely come back for him in the next few days. Handing over the elemental crystals yourself is just not looking for trouble. But if we don't pay, won't we be asking for trouble? Having lived 2 lives, Su Chen's eyes and social experience were still deeper than the next person. Hua Yinghao's little plan was all seen through by Su Chun. You're kinda smart. Hua Yinghao had a faint smile on his face, not at all angry that his little scheme had been pierced through. If tactics don't work, then force will. Oftentimes the simple and rough way of doing things is often much more effective. Tell you what, I'll give you another chance. Work with me, you mine the elemental crystals and I'll provide you with protection. And in the end, the elemental crystals are split equally. 9 for me and 1 for you? Hua Yinghao looked at Su Chun with a smiling face and gave another option. Su Chun rolled his eyes on the spot. Unless one is sick to engage in this kind of cooperation with Hua Yinghao. 9 for you and 1 for me. How can you call that an equal split? Redefine the word split, right? Looking at Su Chen's expression, Hua Yinghao already knew the answer to this question. He sighed helplessly and said in a very regretful tone, by the looks of you, there's no way the 2 of us can work together? Su Chen sniffed and sneered several times in response. Can you call these proposals of yours cooperation? What kind of brain is going to work with you? Hua Yinghao looked like he didn't want to fight with himself, but he was actually just belittling. The tone and behavior revealed a strong sense of arrogance. Hua Yinghao's casual expression and posture seemed to be saying that crushing himself was as easy as crushing an ant. What a shame. Hua Yinghao sighed in a sad tone. In that case, I'll just have to beat you down before taking the elemental crystals out of your spatial ring. I hope you'll be strong enough not to cry later. Hua Yinghao grinned a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth, and a thunderous light was shining brightly in his right hand. Boom! As the power of thunder gathered, the ball of thunder in Hua Yinghao's hand grew larger and larger. Immediately, it was violently thrown by him, aiming at none other than Su Chun. The iron hand vine immediately stretched out its vines to wrap around Su Chen's torso, avoiding the strike. Snap! At the same time, Iron Hand's vine launched a counterattack. A cane was quickly drawn out as if it were a whip, emitting a hunting wind sound. Looking at the incoming rattan whip, Hua Yinghao gently raised his right hand. Buzz! A shield forged by thunder was instantly in front of him. Chapter 34 Hua Yinghao's Toughness. Sword Heart Grass Suffers. Slap! The rattan bar contained a ferocious and incomparable force and viciously lashed at the thunder shield. The massive physical force was weakened by the thunder shield, but some of it was still transmitted to the rear. Hua Yinghao's torso moved back a meter or two, but this strike, after all, failed to cause any injuries to him. All the power was almost offset by the perfect blocking of the thunder shield. Hua Yinghao's eyes looked at the iron hand vine with confidence, and his left hand reached out. A thunder blade quickly manifested in his hand. Hua Yinghao held the thunder blade and slashed down swiftly and diagonally towards the vines of the iron hand vine. Dang! The ear-piercing sound instantly spread to all directions. The iron hand vine steeled this vine in time to resist the chop. However, the smile on Hua Yinghao's face was a few points thicker at this moment, only to see the thunder blade quickly dissolve, turning into a silver snake that traveled down the steel vines to the iron hand vine's entire body. Iron Hand's vine's figure suddenly emitted a slight wobble. Su Chun looked at Hua Yinghao's set of moves and his brows quietly furrowed. Worthy of being a divine phoenix cadet. Very flexible with the force as well as the thunder element. These skills simply can't be taught by books or teacher narratives. Without a lot of practical experience, Hua Yinghao couldn't do such a smooth stance change. Su Chun suddenly somewhat understood Elder Cheng's words. Genius is like a leak. It's gone and will grow again next year. The teachers of the Divine Phoenix Cadets are not books or those who are strong, but life and death battles. Battle after battle allowed the Divine Phoenix Cadets to grow up quickly, and the ability to quickly turn talents into powerful combat abilities. What Great Qin needed was not a genius who fell at the sight of the wind, but a warrior capable of fighting countless foreign beasts. All Changmu did was to cultivate them into people who were fit to fight and used to fighting. This is despite the fact that this practice is associated with a higher mortality rate among cadets. But those who survived were the best fighters. And the battle power Hua Yinghao displayed at this moment also proved the correctness of such a decision by Elder Chung. Although the Iron Hand Vine was only at the 5th rank of excellence, it was not at all inferior to a human awakened person at the 7th or 8th rank of excellence. But in Hua Yinghao's hands, he froze and failed to gain any semblance of an advantage. Sure, this was also related to the fact that Hua Yinghao was awakened to the thunder element. The two attributes of lightning and fire naturally restrained most plants. Hua Yinghao looked at Su Chen's face and smiled faintly. We're all classmates. There's no need to make such an ugly scene. You still have a chance to beg for mercy. Hua Yinghao had complete confidence within himself. Even if Su Chen had a plant with uncommon battle power, he was by no means his opponent. As the best of the Divine Phoenix Cadets, he was extremely powerful in his own right. Rarely has an enemy in the same class. And in this secret realm filled with lightning elements, he was an invincible existence. The environment here greatly enhances his ability to fight. Here, Hua Yinghao even had the certainty of defeating other system awakeners of the excellent 9th order. His own power coupled with the geographical advantage gave Hua Yinghao 100% confidence in taking down Su Chen. One's own thunder elemental was quite a restraint to plants. It didn't help which Su Chen had other plants to fight with. Thumbs down. Hua Yinghao raised his hand to strike a lightning whip, aiming straight at Su Chen. Although he had the confidence of certain victory, he didn't want to spend too much time on Su Chen. As soon as possible, he would take down this senior brother and force him to dig up more lightning elemental crystals for himself. With so many thunder elemental crystals, his path after that would be a lot smoother. A wave of excitement flooded within Hua Yinghao. If your little brother doesn't listen, just give him a beating. There was no fear that he wouldn't agree to dig up elemental crystals for himself. Phew! A dazzling flash of sword light steeply emerged in the darkness of the night, cutting off the lightning whip that Hua Yinghao had swung out. Sword Heart Grass of Excellent Blood? Hua Yinghao had dabbled in other systems and recognized the Sword Heart Grass at once. But he felt something strange inside. Sword Hearts are generally just high level in terms of their pedigree. A Sword Heart Grass of excellent grade pedigree was already considered quite rare. Other plant lineage awakened at Su Chen's level, it would be considered good to have an exceptional plant. And Su Chen even has 2 plants? Excellent grade Iron Hand Vine and excellent grade Sword Heart Grass? Although Hua Yinghao was inwardly surprised, he didn't mull it over for long. After all, plants of exceptional pedigree are a bit pricey, but you can still get them for a bit of money. Maybe this Su Chen was bought. Hua Yinghao pondered while dodging the attacks of the Sword Heart Grass. The Sword Heart Grass was a bit harder to deal with than the Iron Hand Vine. The flying speed of the sword leaves was extremely fast, and the sword blade was extremely sharp. If you are not careful, there is a danger of serious injury or even death. Hua Yinghao was also someone who had wandered on the edge of life and death several times, so he naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as his eyes locked onto those 3 sword leaves. Pity. If the Sword Heart Grass was at its peak strength, I might have to be a little more scornful. But now they are exhausted. As Hua Yinghao spoke, he saw the right moment to grab a sword leaf in his hand with a large hand formed by the power of thunder. Snort! That sword leaf was immediately bombarded by countless thunderbolts. The already dull and unappealing sword leaves instantly appeared scorched black on the surface, losing more and more of their spirituality. Su Chen's heart ached immensely as he watched this scene. The Sword Heart Grass had already consumed too much power when it dug up the elemental crystals just now and entered a state of exhaustion. It had only gone into the root system for a few minutes to recuperate, and then it was summoned back out by itself to force the battle. Now that one sword leaf had been heavily injured by Hua Yinghao, Su Chen was unwilling for the rest of the sword leaves to continue risking their lives. Come back! He pointed his finger. The 3 sword leaves immediately then retreated at top speed, avoiding Hua Yinghao's attack. Hua Yinghao laughed out loud when he saw Su Chen recall the Sword Heart Grass. Senior brother, Is that all you've got? If that's the case, it's better to obediently hand over the elemental crystals. Hearing Hua Yinghao's rampant laughter, Su Chan gritted his teeth. He silently took out the flower pot with a piece of willow planted in it from his space ring. Chapter 35 Talent 10,000 Thunder Sound. Su Chen's counterattack. You have the strength to cultivate so many plants? Hua Yinghao looked at the thin willow branch in the flower pot in Su Chen's hand and raised his eyebrows and smiled. Although the plant system awakened had a large number of plants in their hands, there were only 2 or 3 plants that they focused on cultivating. Su Chen's iron handvine and sword heartgrass were both plants with notable battle power in the early stages. If it wasn't for excessive attrition, he couldn't have won so easily himself. And now he's brought out this pot of wicker? Although this willow plant looked frail, Hua Yinghao's face was unusually grave, for no other reason. From the body of this plant, he sensed a very dense power of the thunder element. Many plants have elemental properties, but most of them are wood. Very few can fuse the thunder element. None of the plants in this category were of the type with extremely high bloodlines and battle prowess. So, even though this willow looked much younger than the iron handvine or the sword heartgrass, it instead made Hua Yinghao more cautious and careful. Hua Yinghao narrowed his eyes at Willow and swung his right hand violently, flinging out a flickering thunderbolt. Aim straight for the wicker. The willow in Su Chen's arms seemed to sway with the wind, gently shaking the paper. The flickering thunder fell onto its body, and it was like a spring breeze caressing it, failing to cause half an injury. Hua Yinghao couldn't help but frown. This thing, it was more powerful than he thought. But even if you're as powerful as you are, there's no way you're strong enough to be able to isolate all the lightning elemental attacks. Hua Yinghao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately rushed towards Su Chan. Strong people of the elemental lineage tend to practice martial arts on the side as well. Hua Yinghao's pace was quite fast, swinging out countless thunderbolts as he advanced. Stop him! Su Chen's eyes stared, and he drank lowly towards the iron hand vine. He knew that Hua Yinghao's intention was to fight himself in close quarters. Compared to awakened of the elemental and martial arts lineages, awakened of the plant and imperial beast lineages were at a disadvantage in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. The iron hand vine swung its rattan at the first opportunity, blocking Hua Yinghao's advance, despite the fact that too much power had been expended in previous reclamation efforts. But at this moment, the iron hand vine only needed to stop Hua Yinghao, so the difficulty wasn't too high. Dozens of rattan canes were like dancing snakes, blocking Hua Yinghao. Hua Yinghao also didn't dare to entangle himself too deeply with the iron hand vine, and his speed instantly slowed down. Even for himself, if he was surrounded by dozens of vines, it would be quite troublesome. Junior brother, there's no need for us to get to this point. Hua Yinghao stared coldly at Su Chen. As long as you hand over half of the elemental crystals, I will instantly retreat. But I can't guarantee your safety if the fight is going to continue. Hua Yinghao's tone revealed a hint of threat. It was also a warning to Su Chen. He hadn't used his full strength yet, and there was still room for things to maneuver. But if he did go all out, then the rest of the way things went was uncontrollable. Su Chen was well aware of the meaning of Hua Yinghao's words, but he just shook his head. Seeing that Su Chen once again rejected his offer, Hua Yinghao coldly said, "Then don't blame me." Snort. As soon as Hua Yinghao's words fell, his torso violently erupted with a thunderbolt, followed by the second and third courses. 10,000 thunderbolts. Hua Yinghao activated his natural skill. After using this talent, one is able to quickly absorb the surrounding thunder elemental power to enhance one's strength. The thicker the thunder element was, the more powerful the effect of this skill would be. And the concentration of the thunder element within the secret area was far stronger than other places. This was also the reason why Hua Yinghao was confident that he was unrivaled within the secret territory. Within the secret territory, with his own natural skill, his battle power would never be lower than that of an awakening level. Countless thunder elemental forces surged madly towards Hua Yinghao's torso. At this moment, Hua Yinghao was like a bottomless black hole, crazily absorbing power from the outside world. Snort, snort, snort. Countless thunderbolts converged around his periphery, forming a sea of thunder that was more than 10 meters wide. Hua Yinghao stood in the middle of the sea of thunder, just like the Thunder Emperor descending into the world. At this moment, Hua Yinghao's eyes were already a radiant silver color, looking majestic. Boom! He gently waved his right hand, and a thick thunder dragon instantly emerged from the sea of thunder, fiercely pouncing towards Su Chun. The Iron Hand vine quickly retracted its canes and stopped in front of Lei Long. Bang! The power of thunder exploded on the surface of the vine, and the majestic power washed over the body of the Iron Hand vine. The lightning element's restraint on plants was on full display at this moment. The Iron Hand vine, which had an extremely strong defense, could hardly withstand the attack of this terrifying thunder. In the end, it was only after Su Chun gave the order that the Iron Hand vine withdrew its defense. After there was no more blockage from the Iron Hand vine, that Thunder Dragon was no longer hindered and came towards Su Chun. Su Chun clutched the flower pot in his hand and waited for the willow of sacred thunder to strike. That arrogant Thunder Dragon had already arrived in front of him at this moment. But, just a second before the Thunder Dragon was about to attack and bite Su Chen's body, the willow of sacred thunder moved. The willow of the sacred thunder, which had been hanging low, gradually straightened up, like a human straightening his spine and standing up. Snap! The willow that was less than a meter long lashed towards Lei Long like a teaching whip. A loud popping sound immediately exploded in the sky dome. The incomparably ferocious Thunder Dragon was as defenseless as an infant under the willow's lashing. The moment the willow touched the Thunder Dragon, the massive Thunder Dragon gradually disintegrated and dissolved in Su Chen's field of vision. Seeing this scene, Hua Yinghao's face changed abruptly. What the hell kind of plant is this? The degree of control over the thunder element seemed to be higher than his own. Again, Hua Yinghao was a bit disbelieving and mobilized the power in the Sea of Thunder to attack Su Chun once again. In this secret realm, he had a nearly infinite amount of thunder elemental power that he might mobilize. How do you lose? It's just a matter of smashing this willow with thunder. A Thunder Dragon poked up from the Sea of Thunder and looked down at Su Chun, who was not far away. Shoo! More than 10 Thunder Dragons shot out, like feathered arrows launching an attack on Su Chun. In the face of such an appalling scene, Su Chun just held the flower pot in his hands a little tighter. Saint Thunder's willow. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Facing Hua Yinghao's successive attacks, the willow of sacred thunder seemed to be stimulated and straightened its willow in anger. Although this would be the soul of Saint Willow was sleeping, the instincts as a body were still there. In the past, it was an overlord-level powerhouse, and 10,000 thunderbolts submitted under it. It was abjectly humiliating for the opponent to use thunder to launch an attack at it. Boom! Golden brilliant thunder shot out from the tail end of the sacred willow, shooting straight into the secret dome. Terrifying apparitions appeared in the sky all of a sudden. The wind and clouds stirred, and the sky dimmed with great speed. Spin. The entire secret realm began to faintly tremble with increasing intensity. Chapter 36 Sacred Willow's Powerfulness. Secret realm begins to collapse. The trembling of the secret realm grew stronger and stronger, as if there was some terrifying monster beneath the earth that was about to revive. Hua Yinghao's face changed in shock as he looked around. What did this willow do? Why did it give him a shiver of fear in his heart? This is never something that can be done with just one excellence-level plant. Su Chun would be equally puzzled as Hua Yinghao, because he wasn't sure just how strong the newborn Saint Thunder's willow was. After all, it was the hegemony class of the past, so it would be quite a bit tougher than the same class again, right? But to see such a movement in front of us, what the hell is a premier-level plant capable of doing? All of the Divine Phoenix trainees within the secret realm detected the abnormality, their eyes staring around their bodies in shock. What happened? Is this secret land about to collapse? Or is there some terrifying, ferocious beast within the secret territory that is reviving? One time, an extremely unpleasant premonition flooded everyone's hearts. After a violent vibration, the thunder elements within the secret territory began to surge towards a certain place. Those thunder elemental spirits were even more like they had been summoned by some sort of call, fervently rushing towards the front. A vortex gradually formed above Su Chen's head. All of the thunder elements were passing through this violent vortex and converging in the vicinity of the willow of sacred thunder. Those thunder elemental spirits even willingly shattered their own spirits and crystals, transforming into pure elemental power and obeying Sacred Willow's command. But in a jiffy, an even larger sea of thunder then appeared at Saint Willow's feet. This Wang Yang Thunder Sea had taken up a small half of the secret realm and was still expanding. The teeny-tiny sea of thunder around Hua Yinghao's body seemed as small as an ant, if it wasn't for Hua Yinghao doing his best to control the sea of thunder. I'm afraid that the thunder sea under his feet had long been assimilated by this Wang Yang. This? What in the world? Hua Yinghao could no longer control the shock and horror within his heart. and a heart almost broke. As the thunder element awakened, he knew very well how terrifying it was for this willow to do what it did. The elements of heaven and earth were mobilized for his own use in a matter of moments. This was something that could only be done by a monarch-level powerhouse. One must obtain the recognition of the law of thunder in order to achieve control of the elements of heaven and earth. Could it be that this willow in front of one's eyes was actually a terrifying plant at the monarch level? No, it can't be. Hua Yinghao's eyes widened roundly, and he immediately dismissed the idea. If it was truly a monarch-level plant, killing himself would be like crushing an ant. There was no need to go to such great lengths. But if this willow wasn't a monarch level, then things would be even more terrifying. It could only mean that this willow was born to fit the laws of thunder. In the words of a certain totemic powerhouse, a few of them are the same as the Tao. This is the kind of creature that is the nail in the coffin for dominant level potential. Then that's possible. Hua Yinghao would rather believe that this willow is a monarch. Boom! A thunder dragon that was 100 feet long rose steeply from the vast sea of thunder. The incomparably large dragon head, the majestic dragon eyes that burst with bright golden light. Lei Long lowered his body to look down on Hua Yinghao as indifferently as if he were looking down on an ant. Hua Yinghao was locked by this gigantic thunder dragon, and his body was immediately like falling into an ice cave. His limbs cold. The dozen or so thunder dragons that he had condensed were like a dozen or so bedbugs compared to this 100-foot thunder dragon. Bang! Those thunder dragons around Hua Yinghao automatically disintegrated one by one. Hua Yinghao, on the other hand, was staring blankly at this 100-foot thunder dragon in the sky dome, a heart that was cold. Even Su Chun could not help but be shocked by the spectacular scene before him. He knew that the willow of the holy thunder was very, but I didn't realize it was so. You're just a newborn little seedling, surprisingly strong? Su Chun shouted in ecstasy inside. One still underestimated the strength of overlord-class creatures too much. Even if it was only the newborn Saint Thunder's willow, the power it possessed was far beyond his imagination, instantly mobilizing the elements of heaven and earth and controlling a party. And that's just the nascent state. Su Chun didn't even dare to think about how strong the sacred thunder willow would have to be in its heyday. Laojun Mountain. The originally calm void abruptly began to tremble violently at this moment. A circle of invisible spatial ripples scattered in all directions with Old Monarch Mountain as the center. That reinforced spatial passageway also began to collapse at this moment. All the staff members raised their heads with horrified faces to the sky. Chang Mu, who was resting his eyes in the military tent, even opened his eyes violently, his eyes flashing with a hint of joy and fear. As for Hu Tianai, who was at the monarch level, although his perception of spatial changes was not as strong as Chang Mu's, but he could also tell that something was wrong. Shoo! The two of them turned into streams of light and arrived over the secret realm. What happened, teacher? Hu Tianai inquired in a grave tone. Although he was a monarch-level powerhouse, he was of the flame lineage, and his perception of space was far inferior to Chang Mu's. There is a terrifying force in the secret realm. Chang Mu frowned tightly. Someone has condensed the power of heaven and earth within the secret realm, and the spatial barriers of this secret realm simply can't carry such a powerful force. It will disintegrate soon. Hu Tianai sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he heard this and couldn't help but curse. Who dares to do such nonsense? Even a monarch-level powerhouse would be in danger of perishing in the midst of the turbulence if they weren't of the spatial system. That's nuts. Hu Tiany's face sank to the bottom. At the same time, a strong doubt welled up within him. The Divine Phoenix cadets who entered the secret realm this time were all just at the excellence level. How could they possibly mobilize the power of heaven and earth? And the creatures within the mysteries were so restricted that it was impossible to break through to the monarch level. What the hell happened? Have the rest of you do your best to stabilize the space around Old Monarch Mountain, so that the collapse effect does not affect other areas. I'm going to bring the boys out. Hu Tianai saw the situation, immediately advised to Old. Before that word master could be uttered, he saw Chang Mu stretch out his pale, bark-like hands. The invisible and tough spatial barriers were like a film in his hands, shattering at the touch of a button. In the next second, Chang Mu's body disappeared in the void. Division. Hu Tianai scratched his head and immediately ordered the others to urgently reinforce the space. Inside the secret, because of the emergence of a powerful force beyond what the void barrier could carry, the entire secret realm began to fall into chaos. the spatial barriers shattered, and countless turbulent currents surged into the secret realm. These spatial turbulences are like swords and astral winds. Once wrapped in them, they will instantly turn into nothingness. Fortunately, the Divine Phoenix cadets who had entered this place had all faced several life and death battles, and although they had some fear, they were all still maintaining their sanity at the moment. Participants began to run wildly toward areas that had not yet collapsed, waiting for help. Seal! Changmu's figure quietly appeared above this secret realm, his finger gently pointing. The entire secret realm was as if it had been frozen in time for a split second. Chapter 37, Leaving the Secret Realm. Changmu's Inquiry. After Changmu pointed down a finger, the secret realm that was originally in the process of rapidly collapsing fell into silence in an instant. The secret realm instantly turned into a 3D stop-motion picture. The surging spatial turbulence suddenly stilled, and the Divine Phoenix trainees who were escaping stopped where they were. Only after Changmu had done this did he put his hands behind his back and hurried towards the trainees step by step. Young people nowadays, are too capable of making things happen. Changmu lamented as he threw a dozen Divine Phoenix trainees out of the secret space. The collapse of the secret realm also attracted the attention of Hua Yinghao and Su Chun. Hua Yinghao's face changed violently and dramatically, and he instantly collected the sea of thunder around him. The secret realm is going to collapse. Run away. In the next second, Su Chun also put away the willow of sacred thunder. The majestic and terrifying sea of thunder instantly disappeared. Despite the disappearance of the force that had surpassed the void barrier, the collapse of the secret realm had already begun and could not be stopped at this moment. Hua Yinghao had mixed feelings inside. He had just encountered a freak, and now he had encountered the collapse of the secret realm. What bad luck! The two had only taken a few steps when a terrifying force abruptly descended from the sky. Hua Yinghao and Su Chun immediately conveniently stopped in place, unable to move. Su Chun was first shocked for a few seconds, but immediately reacted as well. This must be the strongest person from the training camp coming to the rescue. Su Chun sensed his body, as if he was stuck in a quagmire and could not move. Is this the power of a space-awakened person? Soon after, Elder Cheng's figure appeared in front of Hua Yinghao and Su Chen's eyes. The two whirled around and were carried out one by one as well. After making sure that everyone had been rescued, Changmu stood in the sky dome and narrowed his eyes to look down. Willow of the sacred thunder. So many elemental crystals. They can't be wasted. After Changmu waved, the entire earth of the secret realm quickly crumbled. A crystalline vein flew up from the ground and surged into Changmu's palm. Finally, Changmu glanced back at the secret realm as his figure faded into transparency. After Changmu left, the secret realm once again began to collapse. However, in just 3 or 4 minutes, this secret realm was completely swallowed up by the spatial turbulence. What happened? How did the secret realm suddenly collapse? Luckily, this time, Elder Chang pressed the team, or else we'd all be lost. The harvest from this trip to the secret realm is too miserable. I only got a few dozen elemental crystals. It's good to stay alive. What else do you want to gain? The Divine Phoenix trainees who had been thrown out of the secret realm one by one were all filled with doubt at this moment. They weren't even sure what was going on, and they were just thrown out. Silence. Hu Tianai drank with a grave expression on his face. Everyone was instantly quiet. The spatial fluctuations within the secret realm were so great that the secret realm collapsed. Hu Tianai gave an explanation that said it was the same as not saying it. Subsequently, Changmu's figure appeared beside Hu Tianai. Everyone's out, so let's go. This trip to the secret realm ends here. With Changmu capping the coffin, the Divine Phoenix trainees began to retreat in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. The Divine Phoenix trainees returned to the training camp's headquarters under the transportation of the training camp's warplanes. The course of this secret realm was not expected by all. They had entered the secret realm for just over 10 hours when the secret realm collapsed. The crowd has felt sorry for it. The opportunity to enter the secret realm doesn't come along all the time. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know how long you'll have to wait for the next one. In this regard, although the people felt regret, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, it's not for them to make the call on this kind of thing. After returning to the training camp, Changmu interviewed some of the trainees, Hua Yinghao and Su Chun. Facing Elder Cheng's inquiry, Hua Yinghao was also straightforward. In the secret realm, I wanted to grab the thunder elemental crystals in Su Chen's hand, and we had a big battle. Hua Yinghao recounted the matter briefly. He blushed a little harder as he spoke, because Hua Yinghao remembered the weird pot of willow in Su Chen's hand again. Looking so weak, yet possessing immense power. Even the power of heaven and earth could be mobilized. Cheng Mu looked at Hua Yinghao smilingly and did not rebuke him. This kind of competition was allowed between Divine Phoenix cadets, and as long as no lives were hurt, everything was fine. In Cheng Mu's opinion, Hua Yinghao was at least a daring person. If you are too timid to speak, you will make him look down on you instead. Good. You strike out at other Divine Phoenix cadets, deduct 5,000 glory points. And the opponent is also a new cadet with a lower rank than you and you haven't been able to beat them, deducting another 10,000 glory points from you. No problem. Cheng Mu had a faint smile on his face, like an amiable elder. The corner of Hua Yinghao's mouth twitched slightly. 15,000 glory points, worth 10 million source crystals. But facing Cheng Mu, Hua Yinghao didn't dare to say half a word even if it was hard in his heart. Listen to Elder Cheng. Cheng Mu nodded with a pleased expression on his face, signaling that Hua Yinghao could leave. After Hua Yinghao left, Su Chun entered the office. Elder Cheng. Su Chun somewhat nervously saluted Cheng Mu. After all, it was the first time he had faced this kind of overlord-level powerhouse alone, and Su Chun was inevitably a bit flustered in his heart. Many people estimate that, in their entire lives, they will never come into contact with a bigwig of this caliber. Although he himself had a god-level talent, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the overlord level. Moreover, with Cheng Mu's achievements, he deserved to be saluted by all the people of Qin. Even Emperor Shi Huang treated Cheng Mu politely. Su. Cheng Mu picked up the teacup, blew on the hot mist, and gestured with his hand for Su Chun to sit down. Sit down. Don't be so nervous, we're just talking. Honestly, Cheng Mu didn't have the kind of majesty that a hegemonic level powerhouse should have on him at all. Instead, he made people feel close to him like a kindly old grandfather. Su Chen's heart gradually eased up, and he sat down on the opposite side of Cheng Mu's desk. That Hua Yinghao I've already punished. Deducted 15,000 honor points from him. What do you think? Hiss. Su Chun sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. 15 million source crystals. Hua Yinghao is kind of out for blood this time. All at Elder Cheng's disposal. Su Chun couldn't help but grin. Cheng Mu put down the teacup in his hand, a pair of old eyes revealing a treacherous gaze. I heard that Hua Yinghao didn't beat you in the end? Su Chen's heart thumped. He knew there was no getting around that for sure with this inquiry. With Cheng Mu's eyesight and experience, he definitely knew about the sacred thunder willow. So does one confess or resist? Elder Cheng is joking, Su Chan said in a careless tone. Senior brother Hua didn't put out his full strength. We were only halfway through the fight when the secret realm started to collapse. There was no split at all. Chapter 38. 370,000 glory points. Sword Heartgrass who wants to be a licking dog. Su Chun ultimately didn't confess about the sacred thunder willow. After all, it was about an overlord-level plant, and there might be no small amount of trouble in saying so. Many high-level plant awakenings are just short of a plant life that matches their strength. Besides, he had already made a contract with the willow of the sacred thunder. Oh, it's this. Cheng Mu revealed an expression of dawning realization and looked at Su Chun with a smirking expression. But it's still a remarkable thing. As an intermediate 5th-ranked plant system awakener, it's impressive to be able to fight against the excellence-ranked Hua Yinghao. The more Cheng Mu said, the weaker Su Chen's heart became. He always felt as if Cheng Mu had something to say. I think highly of you, and I hope you'll be promoted to Cadet Songlong soon. Cheng Mu suddenly had a change of topic. Su Chun sighed in relief and nodded heavily. Yes. Immediately Cheng Mu waved his hand, and Su Chun immediately stood up and got up to say goodbye. Cheng Mu looked at Su Chen's faraway back with a playful smile. If that group of old botanical misfits knew about this, would they not go mad en masse? Cheng Mu whispered to himself. But young people have more potential. Su Chun returned to his manor and let out a sigh of relief. It looks like Elder Cheng didn't see anything unusual, but it seems like he already knew everything, he just didn't poke at it. In any case, one didn't have to worry about the willow of sacred thunder for the time being. Take care of what comes to hand. Su Chun leaned back on the large sofa in the first-floor living room and tapped on the cadet bracelet. The camp has a recycling service available at a fair price. Those elemental crystals in one spatial ring could be sold for a good price. At least one doesn't have to worry about money for the next while. Elemental crystals. Light elemental crystals. Recycling price. 100 glory points per piece. Thunder elemental crystals. Recycling price. 50 glory points per piece. Wind elemental crystals. Recycling price. 40 glory points per piece. Water elemental crystals. Recycling price. 30 glory points per piece. The most valuable of the elemental crystals were the light elemental crystals, followed by the thunder elemental crystals. The recycling price of each one was a full 50 glory points. And in Su Chen's spatial ring, there were more than 7,000 thunder elemental crystals. Recycled into glory points, it was over 350,000. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and chose to recycle. Soon after, then a staff member from the training camp came to the door to count the thunder elemental crystals. When he saw Su Chen pull out more than 7,000 elemental crystals from his spatial ring, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Over 200 million source crystals. That's enough for the average person to live on for the rest of their life. But the staff upholds the rules of the camp. No questioning or prying. He silently counted all the elemental crystals and then confirmed the total price of this recovery. Cadet Su Chen, you have recovered 7,315 thunder elemental crystals this time and gained 365,750 glory points. After Su Chen nodded, the glory points arrived on the spot. It is worth noting that the glory points gained from recycling are not counted as promotion glory points. That is to say, Su Chen would not be promoted to Zonglong Cadet even if he sold the thunder elemental crystals worth 1 million glory points. Promotion glory points can only be obtained through prescribed channels. But Su Chen didn't feel sorry. Such a large amount of glory points was enough for him to raise his strength quite a bit. Time to change the space ring. Although Mr. Pei's ring is fairly priced, the storage space is too small for me right now. The first time Su Chen got his glory points, he tapped on the treasure trove. If the size of the spatial ring could be a bit bigger this time when he entered the secret realm, he would be able to stuff more lightning elemental crystals in himself. As a result, only 7,000 or so thunder elemental crystals could be taken this time. Blood loss of several $100 million. Besides, this one is the most basic plant ring. Although it can hold plants, it can greatly affect their growth if left a little too long. That's why the replacement of space storage was a must for Su Chen. He couldn't afford those space artifacts at the top of the line, but he still didn't have a problem replacing them with a higher level one. Treasure. The Ring of Emerald Green. Redemption price. 7W glory points. Storage volume. 80 cubic meters. Description. A space artifact forged with emerald green fluorite and wood elemental crystals as the manufacturing materials. It has a weak bonus effect on plants, and plants placed in it can get good growth. Su Chen looked at the price he could afford for half a day and finally chose the Ring of Emerald Green. After all, he needed not only a ring with greater storage capacity, but also some care for the plants. Su Chen clenched his teeth and bought the Ring of Emerald Green. A few minutes later, someone delivered the new ring. Su Chen's consciousness sank into the Ring of Emerald Green, and it was indeed much more spacious inside than the old ring, and a light green cloud lingered inside the space. This is done by the release of wood elemental crystals, which are good for plants. Su Chen immediately relocated all the plants to the Ring of Emerald Green. As for the old ring, he didn't sell it. If the old ring is recycled, it should be able to be sold for a little over 10,000 glory points. Su Chen didn't really need glory points for the time being and planned to keep the old ring for now. Wouldn't the old ring hold quite a bit of stuff in case we run into this secret situation again? After moving all the plants, Su Chen suddenly realized. Sword heartgrass was a bit strange. The roots of the sword heartgrass were similar to pockets, allowing the 3 sword leaves to absorb nutrients and grow within them. However, the 3 sword leaves would not stay within the roots this time, but instead hovered around the side of the Willow of Sacred Thunder. From time to time, the Willow of Sacred Thunder released a few thin strands of thunder that struck the 3 sword leaves. The colors of the 3 sword leaves then dimmed considerably. However, Swordleaf had absolutely no resentment towards Saint Thunder's Willow. Instead, it reveals a wave of euphoria. If it weren't for the fact that plants couldn't speak, Su Chen doubted that the 3 of them would even make moaning noises. Su Chen looked dumbfounded. I'll go. This sword heart plant. It's not a masochist, is it? When he had fought against Hua Yinghao earlier, Jian Yi had suffered a considerable amount of damage. This should have stayed honestly inside the root to contain it. What are you guys doing out here getting abused? Or do you have a thing for the willow of the sacred thunder? Farewell, sword. Not only are you in different categories, but you're also in the wrong house. Listen to me, don't be a lickspittle. Su Chun gently waved his finger, causing the 3 sword leaves to return to their roots. However, the sword leaves emitted a clear wave of resistance. Su Chun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are you guys determined to be lickspittles? Su Chun became a little angry and reached out to forcefully put the sword leaves back to their roots. However, at this time, he felt the fluctuations coming from the sword leaves. As a plant of the 5th rank of excellence, the sword heartgrass already possessed a rudimentary consciousness and was able to convey simple messages to its owner. Chapter 39 Meditation Room packed with sky, sword heartgrass's obsession. It took Su Chun a great deal of effort to finally figure out what sword heartgrass was trying to convey. You're going to lie in wait? Fusing the power of the thunder element. Su Chun man went numb. He never thought a plant could be so motivated. After losing to Hua Yinghao within the secret territory, sword heartgrass was very low and negative. After that, it made a bold decision to be constantly subjected to the attacks of the thunder element. Either allow yourself to gradually fuse with the thunder element or raise your resistance to the thunder element. Under its bitter pleas, the willow of sacred thunder reluctantly agreed to its request. Let out a few thunderbolts of electricity once in a while. It was also thanks to the fact that the holy willow's main soul was absent. Otherwise, it would never have been possible to hitch a ride on the sword heartgrass. This. After figuring out the self-expression of the sword heartgrass, Su Chun was a bit at a loss as to what to do. A plant is so uptight you can't say no, can you? But thunder elementals are very damaging to plants. Not to mention the sword heartgrass was its own main battle plant. If anything went wrong with it, Su Chen's cultivation over this period of time would be in vain. However, Su Chen froze and couldn't find a reason to stop the sword heartgrass. Knowing the shame and the courage. That's more ing shame and dignity than a human being. Okay. Su Chun gritted his teeth and decided to support the sword heartgrass against the odds. What if the sword heartgrass really fused the power of the thunder element? Thunder element coupled with the sword aura, the killing power is absolutely explosive. However, Su Chen also knew that this possibility was extremely weak. Even if it doesn't work out, boosting the sword heartgrass's resistance to thunder was also a good thing, and in the future it would be much easier to deal with a thunder elemental system awakened like Hua Yinghao. Immediately, Su Chen's consciousness exited the ring space. Even sword heartgrass is working so hard. I, the master, can't slack off, can I? Su Chun inexplicably felt himself burning up. He set off at once for the forced meditation room. As soon as she arrived at the front desk, that sweet front desk lady smiled and inquired, "Hello, Cadet Su Chun. Please choose the meditation room level and time." Su Chun glanced at the price list. Level 3 meditation room, 1-day package. The receptionist obviously froze for a second before asking, 24 hours? Su Chun nodded. Okay. 307 meditation room. Please enter with your bracelet. Su Chun lightly walked into the meditation room. He took the forgotten dream lotus out of his spatial ring. Enter the dream. Forgetting Dream Lily waved out a flash of pink smoke. Su Chun quickly drifted off to sleep after sniffing the smoke. By the time Su Chun opened his eyes again, it was already 4 hours later. His eyes were slightly dazed. It's only been 4 hours of sleep, but in my dreams it feels like days have passed. Su Chun quickly continued to maintain his meditative state after ending his dreaming state. These 24 hours of meditative increase are not to be wasted. Su Chun had been an intermediate 5th rank before, and with the double increase of the Forgotten Dream Lotus and the meditation room, the speed of his force increase was extremely fast. 24 hours later, Su Chun left the meditation room. An entire day of meditation had raised him from intermediate level 5 to intermediate level 7. As the level continues to rise, the rate of advancement slows down. Even with the increase effect, it's still hard to boost as quickly as it did in the beginning. After returning to the villa, Su Chun took out the sword heartgrass. This. Su Chun was instantly taken aback. The sword heartgrass was already in a dying state under the attack of the thunder. If you take it out later, you'll probably only see the corpse of the sword heartgrass. Why do you have to fight so hard, sword? Su Chun hurriedly took out the grass essence, diluted a portion of it with water, and poured it on top of the 3 sword leaves and roots. The grass essence was of extraordinary value, and was worth quite a bit more than the sword heartgrass. Moreover, with the state of the sword heartgrass today, there was no way it could absorb an entire drop of grass essence. More is a waste. The large amount of life force contained within the grass essence quickly surged into the root system of the sword heartgrass. The originally moribund sword heartgrass quickly burst into full vigor. Shoo! The 3 sword leaves came back to life with full blood and flew out of the root. They express a clear meaning. Let's get into the space ring. We're gonna get struck by lightning. To get stronger. Su-chun looked at the 3 stubborn sword leaves and was filled with helplessness. In the end, he waved his hand and put the sword heartgrass into his spatial ring. Su-chun sat on the sofa, revealing a sad face. The sword heartgrass looked like it was determined to cross the thunder elemental. What can we do about this? If the sword heartgrass couldn't walk out, wouldn't he or she lose a main battle plant? It was not too late to cultivate a new sword heartgrass. After Su-chun hesitated for a few minutes, he decided to help the sword heartgrass to fuse. What if it works? With the sword heartgrass that possessed the power of the thunder element, its battle power properly soared. Su-chun quickly tapped on the treasure trove and opened the information column in the redemption list. While the camp will not offer a set curriculum, it will sell a lot of rare materials and tutorials. It's full of the precious experience of those older awakened people. There is a good amount of this type of material and none of it is priced very high. Su-chun quickly found the information he needed. It is not without precedent to have plants incorporate other elements. Actually, there are tons of plant-based awakenings that are doing this kind of research. Allow different plants to compensate for the plant's own shortcomings or amplify its goodness by incorporating other elements. It's just a shame that most such experiments end in failure. Su-chun is looking for one of those success stories. On elemental fusion of low-level plants monarch level. A theoretical study of the mutation of the sword heartgrass and some experimental data. Monarch level. The people who wrote these 2 pieces of information were both monarch-level powerhouses of the plant system, and the information was highly reliable. The 2 profiles combined were just under 50 glory points. Su-chun immediately redeemed these 2 pieces of information. Knowing more about it would always be beneficial for the fusion of the sword heartgrass later on. 10 minutes or so later, Song Chiao, the butler, entered the living room with 2 thick documents. Sir, this is the item you redeemed. Su-chun let out a and then began to flip through the 2 pieces of information. The thickness of these 2 profiles combined was half a meter high. Instead of reading all of it, Su-chun picked some of the important excerpts to watch. Nonetheless, it took him 7 hours to barely get through all of the most important information. Although it took a long time, Su-chun's harvest was equally incomparable. These are, after all, precious lessons that have been explored and summarized over countless years by previous generations of botanical faculty. It could have gotten him and Kenshincho off the beaten path a lot. From this information, Su-chun got 1 piece of good news and 1 piece of bad news. Chapter 40 Modifications to the Roots, Successful Experiments. The good news is, plant fusion elemental experiments have successful examples, and there are quite a few of them. The vast number of plant-based awakened people had created a good number of mutated plants by fusing elements. None of these plants are exponentially stronger. But the bad news was that no sword heartgrass had successfully completed the elemental fusion experiment so far. Su-chun lay on the sofa, rubbing his brow. The monarch-level powerhouse who wrote the first information believed that although low-level plants did not have intentional fluctuations, each plant had individual differences and was not the same. It is necessary to find the elements that fit based on the unique expression of these plants, which can greatly improve the rate of elemental integration. The more plants with medium bloodlines, the greater the chance of success in fusing elements. This theory did give Su-chun a lot of confidence. Judging by the stubborn temperament of this sword heartgrass of his own, it should be a good match with the thunder element. What sword heartgrass is doing now is wrong and must be corrected. Su-chun murmured in a low voice, according to the theory of the senior who had studied the sword heartgrass. Something like elemental fusion had to be done in a gradual manner. In order for the sword heartgrass to fuse with a certain element, its roots had to be transformed first. If you just let the sword leaves fuse the elements, it would have no effect other than causing damage. Its roots must first be transformed with the power of the elements. Let the root system of the sword heartgrass slowly be eroded by the power of the elements. If the root system was able to survive the elemental forces, then the changes in the rhizome would greatly affect the sword leaves embedded in it. Slowly, the fencing leaves will grow accustomed to these types of elements as well. Only after the sword heartgrass became familiar with this elemental power would it slowly absorb this power and ultimately rely on a long fusion process before the sword heartgrass would mutate. This process may have to go on for a long time. Months or even years are possible. When he thought of the fact that he had to invest such a long time into the sword heartgrass, Su-chun felt that it was a bit unworthy. But he looked through the information and found it. These experiments are done to record data, and secondly, if the experimental plant is damaged, it is necessary to wait until the experimental plant recovers before proceeding to the next step of the experiment. That's why it took so long. But one is not an experimenter, and it doesn't even need to take that long. If the sword heartgrass is damaged, you can directly use grass essence to make it recover. Su-chun made up his mind. He decided to help his uptight sword heart plant. If it works out, make a fortune for yourself. Even if it failed in the end, the loss would only be a drop or two of grass essence and a sword heartgrass. Su-chun took out the sword heartgrass root and 3 sword leaves from his ring. He then took out another thunder elemental crystal. When it was first recycled, Su-chun left a dozen or so thunder elemental crystals behind just in case. I didn't expect to use it now. Su-chun took the thunder elemental crystals and slowly stuffed them into the root pocket of the sword heartgrass. Sword heartgrass clearly had a painful feeling of being propped up. Good girl. Just hold back for the first time out. Su-chun touched the rhizome of the sword heartgrass. He suddenly felt a little perverted. A piece of thunder elemental crystal tucked into the root will slowly be affected by the power of the crystal. This is the first step in the experiment. If the first step doesn't hold up, there's no need to experiment later. Roots that can adapt to the power of the thunder elemental crystals will slowly change and begin to use the crystals as a source of nutrients. Or severe rejection occurs and the roots simply die. Su-chun carefully took out another drop of grass essence and divided half a drop for dilution before pouring it within the roots of the sword heartgrass. It's the only place he can help. By relying on the large amount of life force within the grass essence, the roots of the sword heartgrass then possessed more time to adapt. But Su-chun wasn't going to wait around. The everything grows talent boosts the growth time of plants. Although the sword heartgrass has reached its maturity stage, it is still effective. Su-chun took a deep breath and placed his hand above the sword heartgrass. The current him no longer needed to use external power to catalyze his talent. Everything grows. A green light escaped from Su-chun's palm. Under this green glow, the roots of the sword heartgrass began to wither as far as the eye could see. 7 days of change were condensed into just a few dozen seconds. Seeing the yellowish color that appeared on the roots, Su-chun's heart sank. It's only just begun and it's about to end? Jian, hang in there. It's a good thing that the grass essences are working at the moment. The grass and wood essence dilution, which contained a large amount of life force, quickly released a majestic vitality to mend the withered parts. And so, a peculiar scene appeared at the root of the sword heartgrass. The 2 colors, withered yellow and turquoise, continuously ate away at the body of the sword heartgrass. It was like a race between the 2 sides, with neither one refusing to admit defeat. With such drastic consumption, that half drop of grass essence was simply not enough. Seeing that the grass essence was about to run out, Su-chun's left hand hurriedly took out a drop of grass essence and poured it onto the root of the sword heartgrass. Green regained its dominance, silencing the ragged, withered yellow. With the help of the rich vitality, the roots of the sword heartgrass carried through countless difficulties. The 3 sword leaves skittered anxiously around Su-chun. They know it too. There's a good chance you won't be able to get back later yourself. Without the roots, all 3 of them have to die. But everything is going in the right direction. Relying on the grass essence to bail them out time and time again, the roots of the sword heartgrass repeatedly jumped sideways at the ghost gate. After the end of the talent hypnosis effect, the roots of the sword heartgrass remained in a very normal state and did not appear necrotic. Su-chun picked up the root and carefully stared at those roots below it. A moment later, a smile bubbled up on Su-chun's face. This drop and a half of grass essence was not wasted. A wisp, if any, of silver color appeared on the originally green roots, and along with the growth of the sword heartgrass, this silver color spread from the end of the rhizome to the rest of the torso. Phew! Su-chun let out a long breath. This indicates that the first step of the experiment was successful. Next, as long as they ensured that the sword heartgrass could grow normally, then fusing the elements wouldn't be too much of a problem. The 3 sword leaves seemed to have sensed the change in the roots and joyfully flew around Su-chun in circles. Don't you guys go back to the root owl in the meantime. Su Chun admonished the 3 sword leaves. Only after the roots had fully adapted to the power of the thunder element would the sword leaves be subjected to the transformation. The root is kind of hard to get through, so it's up to the 3 sword leaves next. However, Su Chun wasn't too worried about the sword leaves. After all, the 3 of them had carried so many lightning strikes before that their resistance had increased. It shouldn't be too hard to blend. The first sword heartgrass to fuse the thunder element will be born in my hands. Su Chen's eyes were glowing, and he began to look forward to it inwardly. Chapter 41. Sword Heartgrass Successfully Mutated. Thunder Heart Swordgrass. For the next long period of time, Su Chen lived a life of 2 points and 1 line. Meditation room and estate. The 370,000 glory points in Su Chen's hand were also rapidly consumed. By now, there were only 120,000 glory points left, but in exchange for a quick leveling up, under the dual bonus of the meditation room and the forgetful dream lotus, Su Chen had already reached the advanced first stage at this moment. After stepping into the advanced level, Su Chen's progress was significantly slower. And what Su Chen was most concerned about during this period of time was not his own level change, but the mutation of the sword heartgrass. On the 5th day of the fusion, the silver color had taken over most of the root, and the sword heartgrass root vitals were stable. On the 9th day, the roots completely adapted to the power of the thunder element, and the roots changed from their original emerald green color to a mixture of silver and green. On the 11th day, the 3 sword leaves returned to their roots and began to absorb the thunder power transformed by the roots. The 3 sword leaves showed a strong repulsive reaction at first. It's like someone who's used to eating a list diet suddenly has a whole freaking hot pot. Fortunately, Su Chun had grass and wood essences that could help the sword leaves recover. Each sword leaf consumed a whole drop of grass essence, which slowed it down, and it was at this point that the Kenshi's masochistic training from a while ago showed its effects. The previously increased lightning resistance makes the transformation of them this will be much smoother, especially with the restoration of grass and wood essences. By today, it was already the 17th day of the sword heartgrass's experiment of fusing the thunder element. Su Chun used the growth talent twice during this period, add up to a total of 1 month. Su Chun left the meditation room and walked towards the plant acceleration room in the public area of the training camp. In order for the sword heartgrass to successfully fuse with the thunder element, he had put in a lot of blood this time. The grass extract alone is worth $25 million. Not to mention that Su Chun had specifically placed the sword heartgrass in the acceleration chamber in order to increase the fusion success rate. Acceleration chambers not only increase growth, but also protect the plant and recover from plant injuries. 1 month cost Su Chun 70,000 glory points. The forest before and after added up to almost $100 million. If others knew that Su Chun had spent 100 million on an excellence grade sword heartgrass, they would probably think that he had lost his mind. With excitement in his heart, Su Chun walked into the cultivation acceleration room where the sword heartgrass was located. This would be the sword heartgrass which was already on track. The patterns of the 3 sword leaves were interspersed with radiant silver veins, looking as if they were cast in metal. As the roots feed, this silver vein takes on a rhythmic light and dark pattern. Su Chen's face grew more and more delighted. Getting this far shows that one's previous investment will not be in vain. The sword heartgrass was just 1 step away from mutating successfully. Now one just needs to wait quietly. I hope the mutated sword heartgrass will surprise me, Su Chun secretly said in his heart. The sword heart herb was one of the plants with extremely powerful battle power. It was a pity that it was not of a high rank. There's always been a terrible spell in the plant department that can't be broken. Plants that are strong in the early stages of battle generally have low bloodlines and are wasteful in the later stages. Plants with high pedigree are okay in the early stages of battle, but the growth cycle is extremely long, and when it grows up, the grandchildren of its owner can only family sacrifice. But Su Chun relied on his talent to solve this problem perfectly. Pedigree and all that doesn't matter, only strong enough. The killing power of the sword heartgrass, which had fused with the thunder element, should be able to be raised by a big notch, right? Su Chun gazed at the sword heartgrass for a moment and was about to turn around and leave. But just at this time, the sword heartgrass steeply emitted a vibration. Su Chun, who was connected to the sword heartgrass with his thoughts, immediately sensed the difference and turned around violently. Only 3 sword leaves were seen abruptly rushing out from among the roots. They were like 3 bolts of lightning, and their speed was several times faster than before. The The sword leaves came to Su Chen's side in no more than an instant and circled around his body intimately. Apparently they are well aware of it too. Without their master's dedication and attentive illumination, it would have been impossible for them to successfully fuse the power of the thunder element. Su Chen looked at the 3 sword leaves with a face full of surprise, and then he turned his gaze toward the sword heartgrass. Sure enough, the information on the sword heartgrass changed. Plant life form, Thunderheart swordgrass. Pedigree, excellent 7th order. Growing, maturity, element, thunder element. Laws, none. Status, peak. Abilities, leaving the sword leaves leave the root and act alone. Blast stab sword leaves unite and attack the enemy. Returning to the nest sword leaves fall into the root and absorb nutrients from the root system. Containing thunder sword attacks are accompanied by the power of the thunder attribute. Special ability, Thunderbolt 3 sword leaves unite and explode all their power to form a thunder sword to attack the enemy. After fusing the thunder element, the sword heartgrass, no, it should now be called the Thunder Heart Swordgrass. Thunder Heart Swordgrass has an additional special ability. However, without a numerical value, Su Chen was unable to judge the specific attack strength of this ability. Even in the ability there is only one more yum lay. Obviously this short textual description couldn't fully describe the changes in the Thunderheart Swordgrass. Many things are not described. For example, the speed of the Thunderheart Swordgrass was more than several times that of the Swordheart Grass. The only martial art in the world is fast. The Thunderheart Swordgrass that possessed the power of the thunder element was faster while its killing power was undoubtedly enhanced. Moreover, after absorbing 4.5 drops of grass essence, the grade of the Thunderheart Swordgrass had also increased. Well. Su Chen's eyes were pleased as he looked at the Thunderheart Swordgrass that surrounded him. His own efforts for so many days had not been in vain. Come on, try it with me. Su Chen immediately left the acceleration room with the Thunderheart Swordgrass and came to the specialized martial arts area provided in the public area. This place can provide a variety of exotic animals, simulated real people and equipment for training. Su Chen chose 3 Excellence 9th ranked Rock and Earth Mighty Fangs as his test subjects. The Rocky Earth Fierce Fangs had thick skin and thick flesh, and their defense was considered to be among the best of creatures of the same rank. It was more than appropriate to use them to test the killing power of the Thunderheart Swordgrass. The site of the specialized martial arts room was open 200 square feet. As the staff operated, the iron gate on the opposite side slowly opened. 3 pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the darkness. The 3 rocky earth slamming fangs looked like porcupines with short, hard earth spikes on their backs. The rocky earth fierce fangs, which are naturally attuned to the earth element, are extremely strong in defense. Go! With a wave of Su Chen's finger, 3 sword leaves immediately rushed out from the ring. In the dimly lit martial arts room, the 3 sword leaves were like 3 shining thunderbolts. Thumbs down. The speed of the Thunderheart Swordgrass was displayed to the extreme at this moment, as if it was true lightning. The speed was so fast that the rocky earth slam fangs couldn't do anything to react. Chapter 42 Full Attribute Enhancement. Redeeming the Great Phoenix Origin Crystal. The 3 sword leaves struck like flashes of light, quickly slicing across the body of the rocky earth fierce fang. The sword leaf's sword blade was originally sharp and extraordinary, and at this moment it was even carrying the attribute of thunder. Snort! A hint of silver light appeared, and the sword leaf pierced through the throat of the rocky earth fierce fang without any difficulty. These 3 fierce and aggressive rock and earth slamming fangs were handsome for just a second out of the gate. Under the attack of the sword leaves, they didn't have time to react at all and were killed in one blow. Disbelief welled up in the eyes of the 3-headed rocky earth fierce fangs, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground, convulsing in pain as they watched the blood and life continue to drain away. Su Chen watched sword leaves 1-2 punch, and a smirk surged on his face. The sword leaves fused with the element of thunder had indeed increased its killing power by several times. Although they were not attacking the back, which was the hardest part of the rock and earth mighty fang's body, the defense at its throat was equally amazing. And such a defense was like nothing in front of the sword leaves, being easily penetrated. No doubt about it. The speed and sharpness of the Thunderheart Swordgrass had increased by several notches. And these 2 points were precisely the strengths of Sword Heart Grass. After killing the rocky soil fierce fangs, Su Chen did some other experiments one after another. He realized that the Thunderheart Swordgrass's enhancement was all-encompassing. The fastest speed is even able to reach 160 ms, and this was a speed that only those in the martial arts department could have at the transcendent level. Nowadays, the Thunderheart swordgrass could even easily break through the defenses of all foreign beasts below the awakening level. Beyond that, the Thunderheart swordgrass's endurance was also greatly improved, and it could even absorb the thunder elements in the air to replenish its own strength, which greatly slowed down the time it took to return to the roots to recuperate. The combat distance was also increased from the beginning of 100 meters to 250 meters. After testing the power of the Thunderheart swordgrass, Su Chen's face was almost smiling. It's a $100 million investment and totally worth it. What he had in his hand was the Blue Star's first mutated sword heartgrass, the Thundering Swordgrass. Its formidable battle power already says it all. Subsequently, as Su Chen continued to perform bloodline enhancements on it, its strength would be even more terrifying. More than an hour later, Su Chen left the martial arts room with satisfaction and returned to his manor. Now that I've raised my strength to the advanced first order, the level of the main battle plant can be mentioned as well. Su Chen murmured as he tapped on the treasure trove. The previous purchase of red heart jade crystals had been completely insufficient, and it was estimated that it wouldn't even be enough to help the Thunder Heart swordgrass raise one rank. This also made Su Chen feel more and more difficult in the future. Wait until the main battle plants are upgraded to the Monarch level or even the Overlord level. At that time, I'm afraid that even just raising a small rank would require a massive amount of source crystals. With his own talent, even if he had hundreds of mines at home, he would have to be sucked dry. As Su Chen lamented, his eyes continuously searched through the treasury energy objects. Not all energy objects could fulfill Su Chen's needs. He needed to find an energy object that was gentle and suitable for conversion into the force. If you really can't, just buy a few more red heart jade crystals, the effect will be the same. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, his gaze suddenly landed on an item. Treasure. Great Phoenix Source Crystal. Redemption price, 10W Glory Points PC. Description: high-level source crystal, absorbed the ancient totem-level beast immortal bird blood power. After tens of thousands of years of precipitation and the formation of the rare source crystal, contains extremely violent power, can be converted into a majestic force, but for the absorber itself has a certain degree of damage. After reading the description of the Great Phoenix Origin Crystal, Su Chen fell into hesitation. The Great Phoenix Source Crystal could transform far more force than any other energy object of the same price. It's just that, because the power is so overbearing, it can be harmful to the absorber. Choose or not. Su Chen pondered for a few seconds and finally clenched his teeth. Just redeem the Great Phoenix Source Crystal. Who made him short of glory points right now? The Great Phoenix Source Crystal contained the most power, so the cost-effectiveness was the highest. Even if it would hurt you, but so what? Anyway, he was a loser, and it didn't matter much whether he got hurt or not. As long as the main battle plant is strong enough. Man, it's about being hard on yourself. Redemption. 100,000 glory points were instantly deducted. Su Chen glanced at his account balance and instantly revealed a pitiful look. 370,000 glory points, and now there were only 20,000 glory points left. It's hard. 10 minutes later, Song Qiao walked into the living room with a suitcase. Your items, my lord. Song Qiao carefully placed the box on the table. Uncle Song, hard work. Su Chen smiled at him. A pleased smile immediately appeared on Song Qiao's face. What a thing for a male to say. That's what we servants are supposed to do. Seeing that Song Qiao was still so formal, Su Chen was rather helpless. During this time, he also inquired about the origins of Song Qiao and the others, all descendants of lawbreakers. The laws of Great Qin were still quite harsh. Although the death penalty was waived for those who were implicated in the crime, these people had to be conditioned and then sent out as slaves to various places. Still, they were a lot luckier than in ancient times. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, men were slaves and women were prostitutes, disqualified from controlling their own destinies. In other words, Song Qiao and the others' lives were in Su Chen's hands at this time. He could kill these slaves without any recourse at all. Despite the fact that this Blue Star's Great Qin has entered the modern age, class consciousness is still strong. No one cares about the lives of slaves. That is, Su Chen, who was a Dragon Chuan, had always adhered to the idea of equality for all in his head. You don't have to be so careful in the future. I'm not used to it. Let the others be too. Do what you normally do, and I'll tell you what to do, Su Chen said helplessly. He didn't expect his 1 or 2 words to make Song Qiao put his heart down, so he waved his hand. Song Qiao's eyes surged with respect from the bottom of his heart as he looked at Su Chen. Yes, my lord. There was a surge of warmth inside Song Qiao's heart. After this period of time, Song Chao had gotten to know Su Chun quite a bit. It was still good luck for people like himself to come across such a master. Now that we've met, we have to do our duty. Song Chao has no illusions at all that he'll ever get out of slavery, and that hope is killing him. It would be a blessing to meet a good master. Song Chao retreated with a sense of humor. Only then did Su Chun open the box, and a crimson light blossomed inside. What appeared in front of him was a piece of dark red fluorite the size of a basketball. The material of fluorite looked similar to source crystals, but the texture was much harder. Inside the fluorite, an illusory phoenix shadow, if any, could be seen wandering and fluttering. Great Phoenix Source Crystal. Su Chen's eyes sizzled, and he immediately made a move to start upgrading his main battle plant. Chapter 43 Main Battle Plant Evolution. Great Qin Council of Elders. Su Chen's main battle plant in the beginning was the Iron Handvine, but now it was the Thunderheart Swordgrass that had a higher priority. The Thunderheart Swordgrass that had fused with the Thunder element was obviously even more powerful. Life Leap. Su Chun held the Great Phoenix Source Crystal and began to absorb the power within. The little bit of force in his body was simply not enough to support the evolution of the Thunderheart Swordgrass, and it was quickly extracted. The power of the Great Phoenix Source Crystal surged into Su Chen's body, which was then converted into the power of talent to evolve against the Thunderheart Swordgrass. Su Chun assumed the function of a transit station with his body. It was also at this time that Su Chun knew just how violent the power of the Great Phoenix Source Crystal was. When the power of the Great Phoenix Source Crystal surged into his torso, Su Chun instantly felt a hot stream of qi surging within his body. It felt like drinking freshly boiled water that gushed directly from the throat into the stomach and then flowed throughout the body. Su Chen's skin all over his body also turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The good thing is that this pain is still bearable and can be recovered afterward with a period of recuperation and without any after effects. This was one of the reasons why Su Chun dared to choose the Great Phoenix Origin Crystal. It's just pain. You'll get over it if you fight it. Under the infusion of the Great Phoenix Source Crystal power, the grade of the Thunderheart Swordgrass rapidly increased. It had rapidly risen from the 7th rank of excellence to the 9th rank of excellence. Even though there was still ample energy within the Great Phoenix Source Crystal, Su Chen's body stopped absorbing it. This indicated that the Thunderheart Swordgrass had been raised to its current extreme state. Unless Su Chen's own level was raised, the Thunderheart Swordgrass could not be raised any further. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the Iron Hand Vine and the Forgotten Dream Lotus, elevated them one by one to the 9th order of excellence. At this time, Su Chun felt his head swell, and his thoughts were a bit blurred. This relates to the current subject of the Botany Department, Soul Power. Botanical Faculty Frontiersman believes the number of plants that a plant-awakened person can harness is limited and is determined by the awakened person's own soul power. A strong soul is able to harness a greater number of more powerful plants, and vice versa. About soul power has always been one of the key research topics in the academic world. And aside from the professional counterparts of psychic awakenings, the plant and imperial beast systems are the two systems that have studied the soul the most. It is said that because the awakening masters of both systems are idle, they have time to drum up other things. Su Chen's current limit, on the other hand, was to upgrade the 3 major plants to the 9th rank of excellence. He would need stronger soul power if he wanted to cultivate more plants. Su Chun put away the Great Phoenix Source Crystal. The raging tiredness came like a tidal wave. He leaned on the sofa and then directly fell asleep. Great Qin Xianyang Elders Meeting. There were a total of 6 chairs in the solemn conference room, and Chang Mu was sitting on one of them. And in front of the crowd, there was a throne that symbolized the imperial power of Great Qin. A hazy figure sat on it. 3 of the 6 chairs were hanging empty, but instead of being empty, the chairs were floating with a ghostly fire-like object. The Council of Elders, an important meeting that determines many key decisions for Great Qin. Most of the 6 elders were founding ministers who had followed the first emperor and were highly decorated. The 6 people who were able to sit in this position were by no means just relying on their great strength. I don't agree with you guys doing this. Chang Mu slapped his hand on the table and blew his beard towards the crowd. Ghostly flames fluttered from an empty chair, and a voice of vicissitude and heaviness emanated from it. Old Chang, if you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. The East China Sea problem has grown increasingly serious in recent years, and we must address it, or there will be a repeat of the 3 Rivers Rebellion. The Three Rivers Rebellion was one of the most tragic battles that erupted after the founding of the Great Qin. The billions of foreign beasts in the Pacific Ocean, under the orders of the Lord of Foreign Beasts, entered the East Sea and dived into the three major water systems of Great Qin, launching an attack on the inland areas of Great Qin. The death toll of that battle exceeded 10 million, and the battle affected 1/3 of Great Qin's territory. There were 13 Overlord-class alien beasts involved in the battle alone. Even the Lord of Fey beasts had 3 of them show up. Great Qin invested enormous manpower and material resources, and only after paying an extremely heavy price was the Three Rivers Rebellion barely quelled. After this battle, Great Qin's strength regressed by 20 years. This hunt is also a consensus between us and the Fey. East Ocean City is the hunting ground for both of us. A cold, low voice came from the other chair. Changmu, all the Songlong, Divine Phoenix, and Shen Bird trainees in your training camp will enter East Sea City. Once the Fey beasts are aware of this, they will surely surround East Sea City, and my Great Qin's million-strong army is standing by to strike the Fey beasts. If this battle is successful, it will ensure 30 years of peace in the East Sea of my Great Qin. Even in death, this is a thing of honor. The Council of Elders is laying out a plan for the Great Qin East Sea issue. 100 years have passed since the Three Rivers Rebellion, and the East Sea has been calm. But that's just an illusion on top of a dark tide. It was important to realize that the region with the most foreign beasts was not the land, but the 4 oceans. The number of foreign beasts in the 4 oceans was simply incalculable. With the reproduction speed of the foreign beasts, the effects caused by the Three Rivers Rebellion back then should have recovered long ago. But the East China Sea has been a little too calm in recent years. This made several patriarchs very worried inside, always feeling that a storm was about to hit. In order to solve the hidden dangers of the East Sea, Great Qin decided to take the initiative this time, using the group of talented trainees from the training camp as bait to lure the Fey beasts to show up and attack. East Sea City was deep into the sea, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the terrain was extremely favorable for the foreign beasts. They knew that the Great Qin Celestial Pride had gathered in East Sea City as much as they could, and would definitely not be indifferent. As the man said, "It's a hunt." The talented young man of Great Qin that the Fey beasts were trying to hunt down. The ones that the Great Qin elders wanted to kill were those high combat power foreign beasts. No, absolutely not. Changmu refused the offer without even thinking about it. He looked to the elder who came up with the plan and gave a thumbs up. "You're noble, you're marvelous. Why don't you let your own grandchildren's great-grandchildren go to East Ocean City as bait? Let them glory in it too?" The man sniffed and became angry on the spot. "Changmu." The person beside Changmu immediately advised, "Okay, old Chang. Let's not scold people for being short. It's not like you don't know that Old Wei used to be a eunuch. Although at their level, it wasn't difficult to regenerate a severed limb, but the fact that Old Wei couldn't was a psychological thing, and had nothing to do with physiology." Changmu immediately snorted coldly. "I'm showing mercy by not calling him a dead Janeway. You don't treat other people's children like children, do you?" Chapter 44. This is a Yang plot, an invitation to the king to enter a jar. "What do you think of Fei as cuties?" Changmu coldly looked at the crowd and coldly said, "The Lord of the Fei will not be able to see our ploy? If that's the case, why use the lives of these children as bait again?" Changmu's tone gradually softened. After all, this plan is only in the discussion stage today and there is still room for maneuver. "Womanizer." Wei Xianlang immediately rebuked Changmu, with a hint of disdain in his words. "Without bait, why should the Fei invade in force? As long as we remain, the foundation of Great Qin will not be thwarted. So what if you're a genius? Less than 1% of geniuses can grow up, taking 1 year's harvest in exchange for 30 years of peace and quiet in the East Sea. A good deal? In the opinion of the people involved in the meeting, although the so-called geniuses were the cornerstones of the future, they were the true pillars of Great Qin today. Geniuses are a little less numerous, but there is some harvest every year. As long as they didn't die, then there was room for maneuver. For the elders here, taking hundreds of lives for decades of peace in the East Sea. It's a good deal, and millions of people in Great Qin will be saved as a result. Besides, these cadets are not in a situation of certain death. The probability of those strong trainees surviving was still quite high. No! These trainees are the ones that our training camp has spent a lot of time and resources to cultivate, and as long as they are promoted smoothly, they will definitely become the mainstay of Great Qin in the future. Chang Mu still firmly expressed his refusal. These cadets are the ones he has watched grow up a little bit. For this group of trainees, Chang Mu was like a son to his own son, and his feelings were especially strong. Chang Mu, don't be blinded by personal feelings. We've had several mutual hunts with the Fae in the past with excellent results. Someone whispered. As soon as he talked about this, Chang Mu hated his teeth. How dare you bring this up? When he was in seclusion, Wei Xianlang and the others had also taken the training camp members fishing. In that battle, Great Qin killed 12 Monarch-class foreign beasts and heavily wounded the Overlord-class foreign beast Dream Electric Butterfly. The alien beast siege crisis in the 29 cities in the southwest was substantially alleviated. But more than half of the training camp members were killed or wounded, and the heaviest price is not even that. The Dream Electric Butterfly, who was proficient in soul power and spatial laws, branded all the people of a certain city with their souls and took them as slaves when they were seriously injured. You want to use hundreds of thousands of lives to force Great Qin to back down. Instead, the first emperor quickly issued an edict of massacre, and Blue Star was momentarily horrified. Finally, the Dream Electric Butterfly, the dominant beast controlling the southwest region, was on the verge of death and disappeared. Since then, the southwest has gained more than a dozen years of peace. Regarding this hunt, each side paid a heavy price, but both sides also gained what they wanted. Chang Mu almost stormed out when he came out of the gate and learned about this. Eventually, the matter was left unsettled, because in this case, no one is wrong. However, Chang Mu always held on to his view that it was not a good thing to take the lives of a few in exchange for the lives of the majority. As in today's elders' meeting, he still insisted on his idea. It's unseemly to make a lot of noise. Just as the crowd was arguing, a low and dignified voice suddenly sounded from the throne in front of them. The 6 elders instantly quieted down and looked forward respectfully in unison. Because the person sitting on the throne in front of him was the founding emperor of Great Qin, and the first totem-level Imperial Beast System Awakener of Blue Star, the beginning emperor. The former territory was conquered by several countries, and not only did they have to face the threat of foreign beasts, but at the same time, there was constant internal strife. Leading a group of loyal followers, Emperor Shi Huang unified the kingdoms and ended the division and chaos in the land. This territory has since had a common name, Great Qin. A new empire stood here and thrives to this day. After integrating its internals, Great Qin's national power was flourishing, and it gradually gained some advantages against the foreign beasts. The 6 elders, including Chang Mu and Wei Xianlang, were the first veterans to follow the first emperor. They had a heartfelt respect for the first emperor, because the chest, gaze, means and vigor displayed by this man can be called an unparalleled talent that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. This matter, then, is settled. The beginning emperor said faintly, hammering away. Although Chang Mu's face was a bit unwilling, he ultimately did not open his mouth. What the first emperor has decided will not be changed. In January, there was a change of defense throughout Great Qin, and 700,000 troops have secretly traveled to the East Sea. But this matter, the Lord of the Fey Beasts may already know about it. This is the Yang. The first emperor's dignified voice kept coming from the throne in front of him. Everyone present understood what the first emperor meant by that. The duel between foreign beasts and humans for nearly 10,000 years had long since ceased to be a mere struggle of force. The level of intelligence of the Lord of the Fey Beasts was only higher than that of humans. Those foreign beasts with strong soul power would gain a lot of information by controlling humans. These humans, known as transformers, tend to create great disasters at critical moments. Regardless of the country, there are quite a few converts within. And the psychic awakened among humans will get information about the Fae in the same way. Therefore, it was very likely that those lords of foreign beasts had already known about Great Qin's plan this time. But this time the plan was never intended to be in the dark. As the first emperor said, this is a Yang conspiracy, an invitation to the king. This battle is an imperative for both Great Qin and the Fae. The East Sea beasts have been accumulating power for 100 years, and have long been eyeing it, and sooner or later they will launch an attack on the East Sea borderlands. East Ocean City and that group of trainees just triggered this powder keg in advance. If this battle is won, then the peaceful situation in the East Sea can still be maintained. But if we lose, gentlemen, the East Sea will see another Three Rivers rebellion. Listening to the first emperor's words, Chang Mu let out a long, helpless sigh. He certainly saw the situation in the East Sea clearly. Just why take a chance with these kids? Chung Mu. Find a reason to bring all the trainees to East Sea City. This is also a time to test the results of the trainees' training. The dangers they face are always much less than we faced back then. The first emperor's bland voice fell into Chung Mu's ears. Chung Mu gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Promise. I sent the cadets to the East China Sea for a competition. But since it's a competition, there has to be a reward, right? We really don't have anything good to show for our training camp at the moment. So I hope you can support us." Hearing Chung Mu's words, the beginning emperor in front of him couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Chung Mu, you really don't eat any losses. Chapter 45 Valuable Treasure. Cadet Gathering. Since we're going to put those kids to work, we've got to sweeten the pot a little bit, right? Chung Mu thought that he couldn't stop this matter anyway, so he might as well get some benefits for the cadets. All of the people present were bigwigs at the overlord level and above. It's not as if you're so stingy that you're not even willing to show some of your family's assets. The crowd also laughed when they heard Chung Mu's words. It really wasn't easy for Chung Mu to start the camp all these years. Great Qin's annual output of resources is only so much. The Ministry of War took the big head. The rest of the ministries also want. Chung Mu had to gouge resources from the ministries to maintain the normal consumption of the training camp. There's actually quite a bit of internal opposition to this whole thing. After all, there will always be people who will feel bad about having their benefits usurped. In that case, I'll take a drop of the Shen bird's essence blood as a reward for the leader. The beginning emperor's bland voice rang out. The people present all showed their astonishment. Shen bird essence blood. The Shen bird that the beginning emperor was talking about was, of course, the Shen bird that had been promoted to the totem level. The value of its fine blood simply cannot be measured in money. After absorbing it, an awakened person is able to drastically increase their force and soul power. It even has the powerful effect of improving the physical body. For awakened people across the system, they are treasures of great value. Chung Mu's old face suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chung Mu then squinted at the others and laughed. "Gentlemen, isn't there any indication? His Majesty has set an example." The remaining 5 were speechless for a moment. "You Chung Mu using His Majesty to pressure us?" But the beginning emperor was the first to take out the Shen bird essence blood, and it did have such a layer of meaning. He was trying to use this to appease Chung Mu. After all, these things are just precious to them. But for that group of cadets, it was a real opportunity. After all, that group of cadets would soon be going to the real battlefield, and if they could survive, they should be rewarded somewhat. Great Qin will not let their blood flow in vain. Wei Shenlang, who had argued the fiercest with Chung Mu in the beginning, was the first to speak. 3 drops of the ancient evergreen liquid. Take it. Several streams of light flew out from Wei Xuanlong's hands. Chung Mu grasped the stream of light in his hand with a smile. "Thanks a lot." Chung Mu then turned his gaze to the other 4. After a few seconds of thought, the crowd all pulled something out. Meteor Moon Jade. This storage ring is of extraordinary quality. Take it as a reward. With the beginning emperor taking the lead, everyone present took out something to act as a reward. Only then did Chung Mu's ugly face well up with a smile. The value of these things is unknown. That Shen bird essence blood alone was called a heavyweight. The fact that even an overlord-level powerhouse would be moved by the Shen bird essence blood was enough to illustrate its value. The rest of them came up with something of slightly lesser quality. But this is slightly worse is compared to the basilisk essence blood. No matter which object is put outside, it is a priceless treasure. Chung Mu looked at the things in his hand and inwardly sighed lowly. There was only so much he could fight for. This trip to the East Sea City was already on the verge of being a success. Su Chun sat up from the sofa and rubbed his eyes. "It seems that 3 main battle plants is indeed my current limit." Su Chun yawned, and the tired look on his face faded quite a bit. Thunderheart Swordgrass and Iron Handvine were the main combat plants, while the role of the Forgetful Dream Lotus was still auxiliary at the moment. The force-level piece can't be left behind, so the evolution of the Forgotten Dream Lotus is important and can't be left behind. The rest of the plants do work, but there's no way to mention the level very high. Something like the Iron Tree Mushroom, a fast-growing, low-level consumable plant, could still be useful. Looking at the Thunder Heart Swordgrass and Iron Handvine that had both been promoted to the 9th rank of excellence, Su Chen's face was greatly delighted. With the 2 plants he was relying on now, he should be able to defend himself even if he faced an awakening level, right? Tick-tock. Just when Su Chun was secretly happy, the bracelet suddenly sent out a vibration. Alt Song Long, Divine Phoenix, and Xian Bird trainees in the training camp are requested to gather in the auditorium. Suchun looked at the message and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Gathering again? How is it that ever since he came to the camp, things have been going on inside the camp? It was only a short while ago that they, the Divine Phoenix cadets, were allowed to gather to go to the secret realm. Now it was even more important to gather all the trainees from the 3 major training camps. And what is the camp trying to do? Or did something big happen? While Suchun was puzzled in his heart, he collected the plants and rushed towards the auditorium. The other cadets, having been notified, also made their way to the auditorium. The cold and quiet training camp abruptly became much more lively. This was also the first time Suchun saw so many trainees on the street. Normally, everyone stayed within their respective manners, hardly going out at all. There was also very little communication between the trainees, who were all bored and doing their own thing. It is only when there is a group activity like this that you can see so many people. Suchun entered the auditorium and came to sit casually in the seating area of the Divine Phoenix trainees. Hua Yinghao was sitting in the first row of the Divine Phoenix Academy section, and Suchun passed by him. Suchun smiled at him without evasion. I also wondered if 15,000 glory points would be enough to give him a taste of the lesson. However, Hua Yinghao's reaction was somewhat beyond Suchun's expectations. He first surveyed Suchun with a blank expression, then he frowned, a disdainful look in his eyes. Suchun looked at this scene and was a bit suspicious inwardly. He had expected that Hua Yinghao would show anger, rage, and if not more, shame. But I didn't expect him to show this kind of expression. Suchun didn't think much about it and chose a seat for himself. A familiar face suddenly came over. Last time you were in the secret area, nothing happened, right? Wang Zhua asked smilingly. Suchun shook his head and said, with Elder Chung around, what could happen? Wang Zhua nodded approvingly and immediately revealed a palpitating expression. Yeah, but every time I recall the scene of the collapse of the secret realm, this heart of mine is scared, yo. Spatial turbulence is something that even a monarch-level powerhouse would have trouble resisting. If Elder Chang hadn't pressed his team last time, we'd all be screwed. Originally, Suchun was not afraid inside. But hearing Wang Zhua say that, the last time seemed to be a bit thrilling. However, the reason why the secret realm collapsed seems to be because St. Willow was too strong. Suchun touched his nose resentfully. In that case, it seemed that he himself was the culprit for the collapse of the secret realm. This is awkward. As time passed, more and more campers came to the auditorium. And just then too, a slightly stooped-looking body slowly walked inside the auditorium. As soon as the crowd saw him, they all rose and saluted. Elder Chang. Hello, Elder Chang. The person who came was none other than Chang Mu. Chapter 46, The Boiling Caused by the Xian Bird's Essence Blood. The Crazy Trainees. Chang Mu looked at this group of trainees who were full of vigor and energy, and just gently pressed his hand. The auditorium became silent. Everyone gazed at Chang Mu, some casting respect at him, some with reverence and yearning. Anyone who can be here is not a genius. But there had been so many geniuses in the history of Great Qin, and only a handful of them could eventually achieve the level of a hegemon. Oftentimes, genius does not equate to strength. Chang Mu also looked at the crowd with a face full of emotion, his heart full of mixed feelings. He was about to personally send this group of children, who revered him, into that treacherous East Ocean city. Training camp, there's a hunting competition coming up. Chang Mu gazed at the crowd and spoke in a heavy tone. This hunt is in East Sea City for 10 days. Glory points can be gained by killing the Fae, and the one who gains the most glory points during the hunt gets them. The top 10, all of them are rewarded. Chang Mu slowly recounted the rules of the East Sea City hunting competition. The eyes of the energetic group of cadets below were glowing. Hunting contests. Even Wang Zhua beside Suchun couldn't help but clench his fist. This is a great time to shine. If you can stand out in a training camp competition full of geniuses, you're bound to get more resources in the future, Wang Zhua said to Suchun with an excited face. Suchun just smiled, but inwardly he was a bit puzzled. What a contest that came too suddenly, totally unprepared. The last trip to the secret realm was sudden, and that was because the appearance of the secret realm itself was accidental. But why would the camp suddenly have some kind of competition? The first place reward for this competition: 1 drop of the totem-level exotic beast Xian Bird Essence Blood, 1 drop of the ancient evergreen liquid, and a single matching meditation acceleration device. Su Chun was originally still deep in thought about the deeper meaning of the training camp organizing this competition. But when he heard the reward, those thoughts dissipated on the spot. Wow! The auditorium steeply erupted into an astonishing clamor. All of the trainees collectively sucked in cool air, revealing shocked eyes. The faces of the crowd froze, somewhat in disbelief of their ears. Totem level beast, Shen bird essence blood. The words hit them dead center. You heard right. Changmu swept the crowd with his pale gaze. The Shen bird essence blood was given to the leader of this competition by His Majesty's hand. It also represents the importance His Majesty places on the training camp and on you. I also hope that all of you will work diligently in the future and strive to become great Qin's ministers as soon as possible, so as not to fail His Majesty's high hopes. It was only as Changmu finished his words that the crowd reacted. Bright lights erupted from everyone's eyes. Totem-level Shen bird essence blood. Not only was it able to help the awakened person significantly increase their strength, but it also possessed the wonderful ability to transform their physique. After using it, it might even open up a second talent. This kind of treasure was not even within their reach when placed in normal times. And now, this reward was just laid out in front of their eyes. As long as you get first place in the competition, you'll get the Shen bird essence blood. But the thing that most concerned many of the participants was, if they can shine in this competition and be favored by the first emperor, it will not be a nail in the coffin for them to level the playing field in the future. One time, all the trainees' insides were filled with excitement and thrill, as well as a strong sense of anticipation. Even Su Chun couldn't believe his ears for a bit. Such a rare and incomparable treasure as the Shen bird's essence blood. The training camp was even willing to give it to them, the trainees? It's crazy. It's crazy. Apart from the Shen bird essence blood, the remaining two items were also good. Vanguard liquid. This one was a divine item that was a step above even the grade of grass and tree essences. There was only one place in the entire Blue Star that could produce the Vanguard evergreen liquid. Shenong Mountain. Shenong Mountain was a paradise for plant-type awakened people and at the same time a forbidden place for humans. It was rumored that there was a suspected hegemony-class high-grade plant hidden there, and it holds many other dangers. Anyone who entered Shenong Mountain, the probability of coming out alive was almost zero, and the evergreen liquid for all ages is from Shenong Mountain. When the first emperor personally conquered Shenong Mountain, he made an agreement with the terrifying existence within the Great Mountain. The Great Qin awakened are prohibited from entering Mount Shenong without orders. And every 100 years, Shenong Mountain would release 10 drops of the 10,000 ancient evergreen liquid, leaving it up to the Great Qin awakened to fight for it. The ancient evergreen liquid was rumored to have the effect of reviving severed limbs. As long as they didn't die on the spot, even if only a head was left, they could be saved after taking them. There was once someone who offered 200 billion source crystals for a drop of the ancient evergreen liquid, only to be nowhere to be found, because who would take something like that and sell it? Even if they are exchanged, they can only be exchanged for something equally valuable. Those who were able to possess such treasures didn't care how many source crystals there were. Su Chun really didn't expect it. The rewards for this hunting competition are surprisingly hardcore. The Shen bird essence blood was shocking enough, but there was even the ancient evergreen liquid. Except for those two. The third thing also held a strong temptation for Su Chun. What a single matching meditation acceleration device. This was too much of a temptation for Su Chun. Chapter 47 Bountiful Reward, going to East Sea City. Even in the training camp, only the meditation acceleration room in the public area could provide the meditation increase effect. However, the first place winner of this competition was given a single meditation acceleration device. If one could obtain a set of meditation acceleration equipment, wouldn't one's future advancement be much faster? Even if you leave the training camp later, you can still enjoy the meditation increase bonus. Combined with the Forgotten Dream Lotus, the effect is absolutely explosive. Su Chun felt like his heart was receiving continuous shocks. First, it was the Shen bird's essence blood, followed by the ancient evergreen liquid. These amazing rewards smashed the eyes of all the trainees in the auditorium. The rewards for this hunting competition are great. Changmu revealed a faint smile and scanned the crowd. So give it your best shot. It's not just a competition. It's a way to prove to His Majesty that the success of the training camp. All the trainees shouted in unison at almost the same time. Yes! The sound was so deafening that it felt like it was about to take the roof off the auditorium. Chang-mu glanced at the crowd with a pleased expression on his face. The auditorium meeting ended quickly. The camp has always provided maximum freedom for the participants and rarely occupies their time. Chang-mu simply told them about this hunting competition. Specific details of the competition will be distributed via the bracelet, which will be available for participants to review. Su-chun returned to the manor and leaned on the sofa, tapping on the specific rules of the competition. East Ocean City Hunting Contest. 1. During the competition period, the honor points gained from hunting foreign beasts in East Ocean City are the basis for ranking, with special rewards for the top 10 and discounted rewards for the top 10 to 100. 2. It is forbidden for participants to kill each other during the competition. 3. Participants are allowed to participate in the competition as a team, and the earned glory points will be distributed by themselves, and the ranking will be calculated by each of them. 4. Su-chun quickly read through all the fine print. East Ocean City? Such a dangerous place? Su-chun closed the virtual screen projected in the air, his brows slightly furrowed. East Ocean City was built on top of a large piece of land deep into the ocean, surrounded by seawater on 3 sides. So, East Sea City was also the place where the marine alien beasts attacked most frequently. Human awakened ones fended off countless attacks from the East Sea Fae beasts here every day. This hunting competition, how could it be chosen in such a place? Su-chun felt something strange in his heart. He didn't think much of it, though, and held out his hands to rest his head. Since Elder Chung dares to do this, he must have the certainty to ensure our safety. The moment he remembered the terrifying strength Chang-mu had displayed in the secret realm, Su-chun's heart instantly settled down. With this kind of big brother in town, what marine alien beasts are you afraid of? One might as well think more about how to win the championship. First place. Somewhat difficult. Su-chun gritted his teeth. While in the auditorium, he had also inquired about quite a few things about the training camp from Wang Zhu's mouth. Of the 3 types of cadets, the strongest was undoubtedly the Tsanglong cadet, and the graduation requirement for Tsanglong cadets. Surprisingly, it is to become a monarch-level powerhouse. When he heard this graduation condition, Su-chun man went numb. According to Wang Zhu's account, the Tsanglong training camp has maintained a 100% graduation rate so far. That is to say, in order for a cadet of the dragon to graduate and leave the training camp, they must be at the monarch level. And those who hadn't been promoted to the monarch level stayed behind. So, there was a large group of outrageous trainees of the 9th rank of the Transcendent Mortal grade within the Tsanglong training camp. Some of them are probably old enough to be his dad. These trainees were only 1 step away from the monarch level and were far more powerful than the other trainees. Trying to steal the first place from these people is really a bit difficult. Don't say first. As to whether or not he could break into the top 10 of this hunting competition, Su-chun was a little weak inside. The competition is too damn fierce. If the trainees from the 3 major training camps were to compete separately, Su-chun would still have the confidence to take first place. But now the new trainees and the old trainees are getting together to compete. This arrangement is obviously extremely unfavorable to freshmen. Try to break into the top 10. Su-chun adjusted his target a bit. It's not that he doesn't want to hit, but the competition is too over the top. Those old trainees who were just a step away from the monarch level could damn well beat up a dozen new trainees. Su-chun pinched his brow with some headache. Don't want that much. Take a few days to do some preparation and try to place well in the hunting competition. 3 days later, they would be traveling to East Ocean City under the leadership of the training camp. It looked like this hunting competition was going to be a long one, and he had to be well prepared. In order to achieve good results in the hunting competition, Su-chun no longer cherished the 20,000 glory points in his hand. If we can get a good place, we'll make it all back with interest. Bye. Su-chun opened his treasure trove and acquired a large number of emergency items. A protective suit capable of blocking awakening-level attacks for only 2,000 glory points. Buy. A full set of first aid equipment. 300 honor points. Buy. The 20,000 glory points in Su-chun's hand quickly bottomed out. The space in the ring of emerald green, on the other hand, was filled by a small amount. It was also fortunate that the emerald green ring had a lot of space, so Su-chun dared to buy so many things. The time for the contest to open arrived quickly. Even though this competition was not required to be mandatory, all participants volunteered to participate in the competition. The reason is simple. No one wants to miss out on a reward that lucrative. If you're lucky enough to be in the top 10, you'll get an extremely nice special reward. and these special rewards are hard to redeem even with glory points. Besides, the way this competition was conducted was to rate the rankings by killing foreign beasts. Even though there was a strength gap between the cadets, the lower strength cadets might not have no chance of breaking into the top 10. For a variety of reasons, all the cadets who were at the training camp and those who were able to make it back signed up for the tournament. All of them departed from the headquarters to East Ocean City under the unified transportation of the training camp. The training camp had enough more than 20 fighters ready to be used for transportation duties. 5 of them were transport fighters, the rest were escort fighters. It didn't take long to take off before the group of fighters was attacked by many flying alien beasts. Fortunately, the training camp had prepared for this and killed the group of alien beasts as fast as possible. After several hours of flying, the cadets all arrived safely in East Ocean City. Chapter 48. Arriving at East Ocean City, the waves are coming. View from above. East Ocean City was like an isolated island deep in the East Ocean. It was like a prison cast in steel. It is surrounded on 3 sides by azure waters. The great waves crossed the sky like a hideous beast opening its mouth to devour the city. Boom! Su Chun had only just stepped out of the fighter when he heard a roaring sound. It was the sound of waves lapping against the walls. A huge wave that was tens of meters high was like a big hand slapping on top of the steel city wall. As soon as the first wave arrives, the second wave laps right after it, and the rotation goes on and on. East Ocean City didn't have any permanent residents due to its overly special location. The only people here were the resident garrison of Great Chin and the awakened who had come from all over the country. They were here to meet the marine alien beasts and make a profit by selling the materials of the dead alien beasts. Because of the huge benefits, the East Sea City showed a boom even though it had no inhabitants. This was arguably the largest trading place for foreign beast materials in the East. The city has a huge number of material traders and awakened ones who are in charge of hunting. The fighters from the training camp stopped at the center of East Ocean City. The trainees stepped out of their war machines and curiously surveyed the notorious city. Since it was deep into the sea, once a foreign beast crisis erupted, this place would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. In history, East Ocean City was destroyed a full 16 times. Destroyed again and again, but rebuilt again and again. 5 hours until the hunting competition opens. The rotation teacher looked at his watch and spoke to the crowd. This rotating teacher was called Chun Yang, also a monarch level. You should have all read the fine print, so I won't go into it. Look up. Chun Yang pointed to the sky. All the trainees suddenly looked up at the sky, only to see an incomparably large virtual screen suddenly appear in the dome of the sky, encompassing almost the entire East Sea City. Competition rankings. No 1. Glory points. No 2. Glory points. The sudden change in the sky attracted the attention of many people in the city. But everyone just looked away, and then they dropped their guard. Calendars like this are found in every major frontline city and are not uncommon. Su Chun looked at the sky and secretly staggered. Is it necessary to make such a big row? This is a real-time score sheet, and once the competition begins, it will tally the rankings and changes in glory points for all of you in real time. Chun Yang looked at the trainees with a smile on his face. There are 3 hours until the competition opens. You can rest in the city or go to the coast to kill the beasts, but it won't count towards your score. After saying that, Chun Yang waved his hand towards the crowd and left in a wild stream. The nearly 200 or so trainees looked at each other in dismay, and then they all dispersed separately. Most of the people headed for the coast, which was the first line of defense against the alien beasts' attacks. The number of kills in these 3 hours will not be included in the ranking calculation, but it will allow you to familiarize yourself with the environment in advance and prepare for the aftermath. Su Chun also followed the crowd out of the city. A mountain passed 30 miles from Donghai City. A tent was erected here, with many instruments and men. In a certain tent, Chang Mu sat in the main seat with a grave expression on his face. The cadets have all entered East Ocean City. Real-time stats have been projected. Bracelet tracking program activated. Chang Mu's old eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to the reports from the surrounding personnel. Once the real-time stats were turned on, the higher-ranked trainees would be the first targets to be killed by the Fae. De Chin's side was naturally prepared. The East Ocean City had now become a huge pond. The bait has been thrown in. It won't be long before this pond is stirred up. East China Sea. The calm sea suddenly rippled. The ripples gradually converged together to form an amazing wave. It looked as if the sea had come to life, and the scene was extremely appalling. Countless oceanic beasts poked their bodies out from under the seawater. Countless alien beasts filled the ocean. Bang! A water column 100 feet high suddenly surged up from the sea. A hideous, massive head poked out from beneath the surface of the water, its cold dragon eyes looking at the end of the East Sea. This beast exuded a fierce and powerful aura that made the other oceanic beasts tremble. A low growl escaped its lips. The sound quickly spread to all parts of the East Sea. Immediately after, it was as if the entire East Sea's foreign beasts had been summoned and became excited. All of the foreign beasts began to rush towards somewhere in the East Sea. The battle on the coastline was not as intense as Su Chun had imagined. The human awakened were spread out across the shallow sea area, launching attacks on those incoming marine alien beasts. This was completely different from the confrontation Su Chun had imagined. It even looks a bit like fishing for fish. Su Chun also walked into the shallow sea area and attempted to settle one or two foreign beasts. Slap! A wave rolled steeply behind him. A long hidden beast suddenly rose from the sand and dust on the bottom of the sea, launching a fatal blow at Su Chun. The huge AO flashed a cold aura and grabbed at Su Chen's neck. However, before that giant AO could touch Su Chen's neck, it was cut off by a cold aura. The Thunderheart swordgrass appeared behind Su Chun, guarding him. Su Chun looked around and couldn't help but shake his head. Cadets like them could only fight in shallow waters. There was no way they could enter deep waters. This kind of venue would be unsuitable for hunting the Fae. Isn't it too much child's play to race in this environment? Su Chun suddenly felt that things were a bit uncomplicated. The fact that the training camp had come up with such a generous reward meant that this competition was not a small one. But the difficulty displayed by East Ocean City doesn't match the rewards. Just as Su Chun was contemplating, a low and tragic alarm sounded steeply in the sky above East Sea City, like a steeply blown war cry. Those awakened ones on the shallow sea area couldn't help but change their faces when they heard this voice. The wave is coming. Let's go. Back to the city. Move. Those awakened who were always hunting foreign beasts in East Sea City left the shallow sea area and returned to the city without saying a word. Su Chun and some of the trainees revealed puzzled expressions. It's just a wave? Why so scared? Some people, hearing the trainees' doubts, immediately revealed expressions like looking at idiots. The waves in East Ocean City are hundreds of meters high. This coast will be completely submerged later, and even the city of East Ocean may be submerged. Here, it's going to be a real island. Su Chun and the other trainees' complexions jolted. As it turns out, that's when the hunting competition really kicks off. Now that's not even an appetizer. Chapter 49. The tidal wave floods East Ocean City. The race begins. The waves are reaching a height of 100 meters. The waves are reaching 200 meters. A large amount of marine alien beast activity has been detected, heading towards East Ocean City. High-level alien beast activity has been detected, exceeding the monarch level. East Ocean City Garrison Command. The supreme commander of the garrison is called Tang Chong. He listened to the constant monitoring data from the monitoring department and his face was grave to the core. The height of the waves exceeded 200 meters, indicating that this high tide had reached the level of flooding East Ocean City. High tide is considered a specialty of East Ocean City. Every high tide represents a major invasion of marine alien beasts. But the usual height of the waves at high tide is 100 meters at most. And this time it reached 200 meters. It's not just a rising tide anymore. It's an offense. Tang Chong quickly sent the data of this high tide to the military department, but he soon received orders from the higher-ups. Hold on to East Ocean City. Su Chun and the others returned to the city as fast as they could. Everyone looked at the observation screen, which showed the intersection of sea and sky in the extreme distance. When the crowd saw that line of black tide, everyone's hearts sank. Despite the extreme distance, the crowd saw it. Waves more than 100 meters high were coming towards East Ocean City in wave after wave. No, it wasn't just East Ocean City that they were lapping at, but the thousands of miles along the coast of the East Ocean. But the crowd didn't care to think that much. The tide was coming in quite fast and it was too late to withdraw. And many of the awakened simply do not intend to retreat. They came here for the purpose of obtaining Fey materials, riches and riches. Every high tide, although the most dangerous time, is also the time to make money. The number and strength of the foreign beasts during high tide was far from the usual. This period is called by all the people the harvest period. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the waves approached East Ocean City. When the nearly 200-meter high waves arrived in front of him, Su Chun realized what a spectacular scene it was. Thud! East Ocean City steeply emitted a violent tremor. It was as if it had suffered the impact of something huge. Su Chun raised his head to look at the city wall. The steel city wall, which was 100 meters high, was currently engulfed by the monstrous waves. Countless seawater tumbled over the walls of the city, bringing countless marine alien beasts surging into the city. Knock! Immediately another dull voice sounded. Wave after wave of seawater poured into East Ocean City from all directions. The water under his feet quickly flooded up to Su Chen's ankle. This is true inside the city, let alone outside. Under the influence of the alien beast's power, the seawater flooded to an area half as high as the walls of East Ocean City. East Ocean City had completely become an isolated island at the moment, surrounded by endless seawater. Countless marine alien beasts surrounded the vicinity of the East Sea City's walls. The height of the seawater inside the city was also increasing, and a large number of marine alien beasts poured into the city. The defenders of East Ocean City immediately began to clear the city of the foreign beasts. And the cadets from the training camp got the message. Hunting contest, begin. The leaderboards that had been standing still in the sky dome immediately began to change. A few names quickly shot to the top. Action. Su Chun also came to the streets and started killing these marine alien beasts. The East Sea City, which was flooded with seawater at the moment, was filled with foreign beasts. Su Chun didn't need to look for it at all. Pest! His figure had only just appeared on the street when several waves rose up around him. The Thunderheart swordgrass rushed out of the ring. The python that was as thick as a human thigh was directly sliced into two. The remaining few marine alien beasts all ended up the same way. Su Chen's name instantly appeared on the leaderboard.
No 158. Su Chen.
Glory points. 118. Su Chen didn't even look at these foreign beast corpses and turned around to walk towards other places. To gain a large number of glory points, you either had to instantly kill a large number of foreign beasts. Either that or kill those high-level alien beasts. There are a large number of foreign beasts here, so I might be able to get some advantage with the Thunderheart swordgrass's killing speed. Su Chun secretly said in his heart. On his way forward, the Thunderheart swordgrass used another powerful sword to slice up the dozen or so marine alien beasts around him. The terrifying strength of the Thunderheart swordgrass was on full display at this moment. Facing those oceanic beasts, the Thunderheart swordgrass could instantly kill them with just a single sword. Even an exceptional grade foreign beast couldn't carry the power of a single sword from the Thunderheart swordgrass. The three sword leaves struck each other, and the efficiency of the kill was even greater. Relying on the terrifying killing speed of the Thunderheart swordgrass, Su Chen's ranking on the leaderboard list soared all the way up. From the very beginning, he was hanging around to storming into the top 100, to storming into the top 50. After entering the top 50, Su Chen's sprinting speed slowed down significantly. It was because most of those who occupied the top 50 places were Zhonglong trainees. Their rank and real-world experience far exceeded that of other ranked trainees. So as soon as the competition began, their glory points began to soar. The first ranked student was called Liang Fifan, with 180,000 glory points. He was a water elemental system awakened. This fighting environment was simply unique to him. So soon after the battle began, he was firmly locked in first place. 1,000 waters of turbulence. Liang Feifan waved his finger while looking at the ranking list in the sky. Under his force mobilization, the current in this one street suddenly became furious and swirled rapidly. The soft flowing water forms a wild stream, like a juicer. The hundreds of foreign beasts wrapped in the current were all churned to pieces. Slap. As the water flow fell back to the ground heavily, Liang Feifan's glory points increased by thousands again. I'll take this first place. A smug smile surged at the corner of Liang Fifan's mouth. He had been in the Zhonglong training camp for 3 years now, but he was slow to take that final step to graduate. I didn't realize that this was going to be his opportunity. The Xian bird essence blood of this competition was his chance to change his destiny against the odds. Even if one couldn't awaken the second talent, one could still drastically improve one's qualifications. Not to mention the monarch level, in the future, it would no longer be a dream to become an overlord level. And the combat environment of East Ocean City perfectly suited his attributes. Liang Fifan had already considered the first place in this competition as a bag of tricks. The other trainees, however, were also fighting in various parts of East Ocean City. The rankings fluctuate almost every second, with only the top 10 being slightly more stable, with changes occurring only once in a long while. And Su Chen's name has been strangely stagnant since it rushed into the top 50. Chapter 50 Fishing for Law Enforcement, Awakening Level 3rd Order Crocodile Dragon. At this moment, Su Chun was leisurely strolling along a certain street. I planted a seed. Su Chun was walking while humming a song in his mouth, a brainwashing song that had been a hit in the last world. From time to time, he pulled some iron tree mushrooms out of his ring and threw them into the water near the street. These were the mature iron tree mushrooms that Su Chun had prepared before arriving. The original low-grade iron tree mushroom was evolved by him to the high-grade 6th rank. This was also the current limit of Su Chen's ability to boost the rest of the plants. Su Chun had thrown hundreds of iron tree mushrooms in the street. When he was done, he patted the dirt on his hands and lowered himself to wash in the waist-deep water. Setup complete. A smirk appeared on Su Chen's mouth. If you're going to do it, you have to do it big. Su Chun took out a bag of stuff from his ring. Looked a bit like the feed for pets. This was one of the means Su Chun had prepared in advance. This bait had a considerable seductive effect on most of the marine alien beasts. This was originally used for fishing and nesting. However, a portion of the awakened who loved to fish had modified the recipe to make it a great lure for all the rest of the Fae as well. Su Chun had just set up the area, and the next step was to nest. To catch a lot of fish, you have to make a nest. Su Chun tore a small opening in the feed bag, then let the sword leaves hold it up and began to sprinkle it in the street. The red, dusty bait melts quickly as soon as it hits the water. The color of the water in the street quickly changed from transparent to light red. Substances contained in the bait quickly spread along the water molecules. Su Chun chose a place with higher ground that wasn't flooded with water and sat down, quietly waiting for changes. After he sprinkled the bait, the foreign beasts in the vicinity began to surge towards that street as if they were stimulated by something. And so, the figures of marine alien beasts began to pour into the street one after another. Action! Su Chun looked at the marine alien beasts that were starting to appear and didn't immediately detonate the iron tree mushrooms that were arranged nearby. Instead, he ordered the Thunderheart swordgrass to launch an attack. The 3 sword leaves circled around in the air and each chose a direction to rush in. The sharp sword blade was like streams of light in the air. A sword leaf even went straight into the water, piercing through the body of a marine alien beast. Facing the ghostly attack of the Thunderheart swordgrass, these marine alien beasts were simply powerless to resist. Soon the streets were littered with a large number of alien beast corpses. The blood from the carcasses of these alien beasts stained the water in the streets, then mixed with the bait and headed elsewhere. While Thunderheart Swordgrass was carrying out its fishing law enforcement plan, Su Chun wasn't idle either. He ordered the Iron Hand Vine to join him in disposing of the hill-high alien beast corpse. Take out all the valuable materials and put them into the spatial ring. That's a lot of money. Last time in Fufing City, although he had killed quite a few foreign beasts, he hadn't brought back any materials as a result. Every time he thought of this, Su Chun pounded his chest and couldn't sleep at night. The dozens of vines of the Iron Hand Vine worked together and moved quite efficiently. Su Chun didn't even look at the corpses of foreign beasts that were below the excellence level. The picture in the street gradually became odd. The Thunderheart Swordgrass killed ruthlessly in the front, while Su Chun and the Iron Hand Vine disposed of the alien beast corpses in the back. 2 plants in one creates a super efficient assembly line. Many of the alien beasts were killed on the front foot and disintegrated on the back foot, and their corpses are still moving. This cruel scene was so brutal that the Fey beasts wept as they watched it. As the effect of the bait wore off, the number of alien beasts pouring into the streets began to decrease somewhat. Su Chun carried out another bag of bait and sprinkled it around. He then stretched and looked to the sky. The amount of glory points he had acquired by himself had reached 110,000 already. Ranked 22nd. So fierce. Su Chun couldn't help but lament. Relying on the Thunderheart Swordgrass, the amount of glory points he had acquired had been quite fast. But there are 22 other perverts ahead of him. Especially Liang Fifan, who was ranked first, already had almost 230,000 glory points. Or is it human? Utilizing the current tactics, it shouldn't be a problem to rush into the top 10. Su Chun murmured as his eyes flickered. What Su Chun wanted was to use the bait to attract the marine alien beasts. With the strength of the Thunderheart swordgrass, it was more than enough to deal with this group of foreign beasts. Even if the number of alien beasts pouring into the streets was excessive, he had nothing to worry about. Those iron tree mushrooms that have long been laid out around the area will take care of it. Ironwood mushrooms have a 12-hour survival period after being removed from the petri dish. That is to say, within these 12 hours, Su Chun could continue to kill the alien beasts through the bait. At the moment 6 hours had passed since he had first placed the bait. Half the time left for myself. With 6 hours left, it shouldn't be a problem to raise my glory points to 200,000, right? Su Chun secretly said in his heart. Boom. In the time that Su Chun was pondering, another wave surged up. Endless seawater crossed the city walls and poured into the city with the marine alien beasts. The water line in the city raised a bit more. From being flooded up to the ankles in the beginning, it is now nearly 2 meters deep. The bait Su Chun had just dropped had taken effect. The alien beasts gradually continued to swarm towards the street he was on. The Thunderheart swordgrass faithfully carried out Su Chen's orders, killing the foreign beasts as soon as they found traces of them. But this time, Thunderheart swordgrass, however, failed to land a single blow. Snap! A slightly thicker tail swung out violently from beneath the surface of the water, slapping the sword leaves away. Immediately after, the water then swept up in a series of rapidly swimming ripples. Su Chen's face instantly became quite grave. This is Awakening Level Fey. Come back! Su Chun immediately summoned back the 3 sword leaves. The ripples rapidly approached the high slope where Su Chun was, and then surfaced. This was a crocodile-like marine beast, with a back as dry as tree bark, and a long, flat, huge mouth with 2 rows of dense, thin, sharp teeth that flashed with a cold aura. Su Chen's mind quickly flashed through the information of this marine alien beast. Deep-sea crocodile dragon. Crocodile dragons have many branches with widely varying lineages. And now the one controlling the East Sea is a dominating deep-sea crocodile dragon. This crocodile dragon's strength was around the awakening 3rd stage, making it a very powerful enemy. Su Chun looked at this crocodile dragon with a grave expression on his face, and the 3 silver sword leaves roamed around him, alerting the front. Chapter 51. The Lord of the East Sea appears, the beginning of the battle. This crocodile dragon was obviously rushing towards Su Chun, and that pair of ferocious gazes locked onto him dead-on. With water stains on its feet, the crocodile dragon slowly climbed up the high slope and confronted Su Chun. Go! At Su Chen's command, a sword leaf stabbed fiercely towards the crocodile dragon. The sword leaf that flashed with silver-colored lightning light came to the front of the crocodile dragon in an instant, and the sharp tip of the sword pointed directly at the crocodile dragon's eyes. But the crocodile dragon's reaction was equally incomparably swift, and a claw slammed down. When that claw sliced through the air sent out ripple patterns like water waves. Clang! The claws slapped against Sword Leaf's body, and the massive and incomparable force sent him flying backwards. Another Sword Leaf quietly attacked at this moment, avoiding the crocodile dragon's defense and slashing at its back. Buzz! Just at the moment when the Sword Leaf touched the crocodile dragon's spine, a stream of water suddenly surged out from its hard and incomparable back. The water flow wrapped around the sword leaves surging. The sword leaf shook with force, which escaped from the current. Su Chun couldn't help but frown as he watched the 2 sword leaves attack. A foreign beast like the crocodile dragon had a very high proficiency in the water element, and had thick skin and great strength. Even with the sharpness of the Thunderheart swordgrass, it was difficult to break through the crocodile dragon's defense. Wow! The iron hand vine detached itself from the surface of Su Chen's torso, revealing its massive body. Several sinuous vines bundled towards the crocodile dragon. What the iron hand vine was best at was strangulation and blockade, so if the crocodile dragon was trapped, it would also be difficult. Looking at the vines that were rapidly probing towards him, the cold eyes of the crocodile dragon, however, flashed with a trace of strong disdain. Click, click, click. When the vines of the iron hand vine arrived, the crocodile dragon abruptly opened its bloody mouth. Sharp teeth glinted in the air with a strange chill. The crocodile dragon bit down fiercely towards the rattan, and a clanging sound like metal clashing resounded. Immediately after, a scene that shocked Su Chun happened. The rattan, which was as hard as steel, was actually bitten by the crocodile dragon. Facing the rattan that bound him, the crocodile dragon was able to easily bite it off with that long flat mouth. Su Chen's face sank. The strength of this crocodile dragon was even more powerful than he had imagined. Both his own Iron Hand Vine and Thunderheart Swordgrass were having a hard time dealing with it. Su Chun swept the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Due to the appearance of the crocodile dragon, he had no way to clean up the other fae. As a result, this street was already on the verge of being taken over by the marine alien beasts that had been attracted to it. Although the strength of these foreign beasts wasn't that strong, they were difficult to deal with when they were in large numbers. Just in the moment when Su Chun was out of his mind, the crocodile dragon charged over violently. The speed is so fast that it's hard to defend yourself. If it was in the water at the moment, the crocodile dragon's speed could be increased by several times. Awakening-level crocodile dragons were already able to skillfully utilize the power of the elements to enhance their abilities in all aspects. The Iron Hand Vine swung out its canes in an effort to stop the incoming crocodile dragon. However, the crocodile dragon's power was extremely strong, and even the Iron Hand Vine had a hard time blocking it. Snap! The crocodile dragon's claws slashed through the vines of the Iron Hand Vine, and its mouth opened wide, tearing towards Su Chun. At the critical moment, a cane wrapped around Su Chen's waist and pulled him backwards. The crocodile dragon's bite fell short, and it burst into a rage, following it with a pounce. Shoo! Thunderheart Swordgrass arrived in time to defend the alligator dragon's attack. It was also at this time, the vines of the Iron Hand Vine began to quickly shrink into a small circle, firmly wrapping Su Chun inside. After the 3 sword leaves blocked the crocodile dragon, Su Chun also recalled them into the ring as fast as he could. After his body was completely wrapped by the rattan, Su Chun murmured softly with his mouth, "Explode." In an instant, the entire street suddenly erupted into sky-high flames. Hundreds of iron tree mushrooms that had been placed all over the streets exploded at the same time at Su Chen's command. These iron tree mushrooms were only of advanced pedigree, but they were numerous and dense. The explosion containing terrifying power destroyed the street in an instant, along with countless other beasts. Many of the marine alien beasts were unable to react before they were engulfed by the brilliant flames, and were instantly torn into pieces by the majestic explosion. Both the crocodile dragon and Su Chun were at the center of the explosion. The fire engulfed the crocodile dragon's massive body and the sphere encasing Su Chun in the blink of an eye. Long before the explosion, the Iron Hand Vine steeled itself. Nevertheless, in the midst of such an astonishing explosion, the outermost canes were still rapidly disintegrating. Those vines that were the first to be impacted by the explosion crumbled inch by inch. Luckily, the vines of the Iron Hand Vine were very long, and each one was able to wrap around several layers. The dozen or so canes on the outside were all blown up, but the inside was intact. It was just that blast that came in through the cane. Buzz! Su Chun let out a muffled grunt, feeling that his internal organs were shaking viciously. If it wasn't for the Iron Hand Vine blocking most of the force, he would have been blown up without even a crumb left. Beyond the orb, the crocodile dragon withstood the amazing explosion. It didn't die, but it was in a miserable condition. The torso was scorched black, and in some places it was blown to a bloody mess, revealing the bones within. If it was just 1 or 2 iron tree mushrooms, the crocodile dragon wouldn't have been injured at all. But in these streets there are hundreds of ironwood mushrooms. With all this power coming together, even it couldn't withstand it. The sudden serious injury stimulated the ferocity and bloodlust within the crocodile dragon's body. As a hunter, it was surprisingly close to dying at the hands of its prey. Awakening-level crocodile dragons already possessed a fairly high level of intelligence, as well as human-like emotions. At the moment, anger filled its chest. Roar! The crocodile dragon let out a roar that contained monstrous fury and violently tore towards the orb. It was going to chew through the orb and tear the human inside apart. Only in this way could the anger in his heart be vented. Right at the moment when the crocodile dragon launched its attack towards the orb made up of the vines of the Iron Hand Vine suddenly dispersed, revealing Su Chun wrapped in it. Su Chen's right hand was pointing at the crocodile dragon. With the direction of his finger, 3 sword leaves suddenly stabbed out from the spatial ring. Thunderclap! The 3 sword leaves began to intertwine and entwine as they flew. It eventually formed a larger sword leaf, the size of a normal longsword. Snort! The sword leaves that merged 3 into 1 burst out with sharper and sharper sword awnings. Silver-white thunder jumped and stirred above the blade. Thumbs up! Carrying the power of thunder, the unity sword leaf and the crocodile dragon collided together. Crackle! The tip of the sword leaf steeply released countless silver snakes that wrapped around the crocodile dragon's body, and the sword leaf itself rushed into the huge mouth of the crocodile dragon. Next, the sword leaf that was swallowed into the mouth of the alligator dragon stabbed out steeply from the former's abdomen, bringing out a splash of blood. The crocodile dragon suffered heavy damage but did not die on the spot. Instead, it became more and more ferocious. The iron hand vine poked out its vines at this time, wrapping around the crocodile dragon's mouth and forcibly breaking it open with force to prevent it from closing. The crocodile dragon instantly bit off several vines with its amazing biting power. But just in this gap, the sword leaf once again pierced into the crocodile dragon's large mouth. If you can't kill it once, then do it a few more times. The crocodile dragon's defense on the surface was indeed quite impressive, but it was vulnerable on the inside. In a matter of seconds, Thunder Heart Swordgrass then went in and out of the crocodile dragon's body several times. One more bloody hole appeared on the crocodile dragon's torso. Although Su Chun was the one in command, he still watched with a tightened scalp. Cruel. Too cruel. The crocodile dragon, which was already extremely injured, could no longer withstand the tossing of the sword leaves and completely lost its breath. Su Chun looked at the crocodile dragon's corpse and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Finally killed this awakening-level crocodile dragon. Subsequently, Su Chun looked around the street, which was almost in ruins. Most of those marine alien beasts were blown up in an instant, but there were still some that were only seriously injured and not yet dead. With a slight point of his finger, the sword leaves instantly separated and headed towards the distance, mending the blade to those marine alien beasts that hadn't died yet. Although these marine alien beasts weren't dead, most of them were in a state of serious injury, and the Thunderheart Swordgrass didn't need to spend much effort at all to completely kill them. Su Chun sat on his butt on the high slope and looked at the sky. In that wave just now, he had harvested a full 30,000 glory points. The total number of glory points is approaching 150,000. Ranking 17th. It's almost time to rush into the top 10. Su Chun secretly clenched his fists. Spin. Su Chun took out a diluted grass and wood essence from his spatial ring and poured it on the body of the iron hand vine. Just now, in order to deal with the crocodile dragon, coupled with resisting the final explosion, the iron hand vine had suffered considerable damage, with half of its 50 vines being crumbled. Could be said that there were heavy casualties, but it was good that the iron hand vine had a strong recovery ability. Combined with the grass essence, those damaged vines would soon grow back and recover. After doing this, Su Chun tilted his head and craned his neck. But the image that appeared abruptly in the sky, however, caused his movements to freeze. A strong sense of trembling rose from within, only to see that an incomparably huge red eye appeared steeply above the tall walls of East Sea City. These eyes, looking at them, were like a full blood-colored moon. It then silently hovered above East Ocean City, indifferently overlooking all the creatures within the city. Accompanying the appearance of the eyes was the terrifying aura of despair. All of the awakened who were fighting within East Ocean City felt a chill and awe rise within them. Everyone lifted their heads and stared in confusion at the immense, incomparable eye above the city walls. What kind of monster is this? Someone's voice trembled as they struggled to control their weak legs. In the East Sea Guard Command, Tang Chong's face was horrified as he looked at the eyes. That familiar scent made the blood drain from his face. It's a deep-sea crocodile dragon. Crocodile dragons were a group of foreign beasts, and there were at least millions of crocodile dragons within the East Sea. But the only thing that could make Tang Chong feel so scared was that one. The deep-sea crocodile dragon, known as the Lord of the East Sea, hegemonic Seventh Order. If it wasn't for the fact that the deep-sea crocodile dragon had suffered a heavy blow from a great Qin powerhouse during the Three Rivers Rebellion, I'm afraid that it would have long since reached the hegemonic Grade 9. Tang Chong couldn't help but feel chills in his limbs as he looked at the eye in the dome of the sky. The deep-sea crocodile dragon, who was the Lord of the East Sea, had shown up, came to the East Sea City. What does that mean? The East Sea beasts are about to launch a large-scale invasion of Great Qin. It's over. In Tang Chong's mind, these two words surfaced. With the deep-sea crocodile dragon personally striking, the East Sea City would become a place of death and no one would be able to escape. Bang! A loud, dull sound suddenly came from all around. The walls of East Ocean City came under attack. The tall walls, cast in steel, were cut in half at this moment. The monstrous flood immediately swooped down the gap, and the massive deep-sea crocodile dragon, its huge claws slapped down towards the city. With the strength of a hegemonic-level powerhouse, East Ocean City will be reduced to rubble in an instant, and everyone will die here. The awakened within the city all looked at the huge sharp claw that was slowly falling with despair on their faces. But, right here and now, a silver-gray film of light, however, suddenly unfolded over East Ocean City. Knock! The deep-sea crocodile dragon's attack was resisted by the silver-gray film of light. A short, thin figure slowly appeared over the light membrane. When the trainees underneath the East Sea City saw this figure, all of their eyes erupted with excited brightness. Elder Chang, the one who appeared in the sky above East Sea City, was none other than Chang Mu. This time, Great Qin used the talented trainees to lure the East Sea Fey beasts into attacking, and preparations were made in all parts of the coast. Chang Mu chose to personally sit in East Sea City in order to try to ensure the safety of this group of cadets. Fukai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chang Mu's eyes gazed at the deep-sea crocodile dragon in a bland manner. The body of this overlord-class crocodile dragon was 600 to 700 meters long, like a flood beast. Compared to its huge body, Chang Mu was as small as an ant. However, the two men's auras were equal. Chang Mu! A shocking fluctuation of intent was transformed into a voice that came out. The deep-sea crocodile dragon was obviously old friends with Chang Mu and recognized each other at once. When the Three Rivers Rebellion occurred, the deep-sea crocodile dragon was not yet the lord of the East Sea. There were even more powerful beasts controlling the East Sea at that time. However, that foreign beast ended up dying in a siege by several Great Qin powerhouses. Chang Mu was one of the strongest people involved in the battle. He blocked off the entire space, making it impossible for that king of foreign beasts to use space to vanish. You're even older, your power is failing, and I'm at the peak of my powers, and today you will die by my hand. With the roar of the deep-sea crocodile dragon, 10,000 waves rose above the East Sea, pressing towards the rolling coast. Chang Mu lightly stretched out his dry fingers. Majestic spatial power erupted from his fingertips, and an invisible barrier stretched for 100 miles. Those monstrous waves felt like they were hitting on top of an invisible wall. Haven't you ever heard the saying, the older you get, the better you get? Terrifying power erupted from Chang Mu's palm, and the surrounding area suddenly shifted in buckets. He's going to move himself and the deep sea to the depths of the ocean. If it was a battle here, East Ocean City and the nearby cities would all be in ruins. The deep sea didn't stop Chang Mu, but instead gave orders to the foreign beasts within the East Sea. Kill these Great Qin seeds. Slaughter the city. Then attack. Let the sea flood the land of Great Qin. Chang Mu and the deep-sea crocodile dragon both left East Sea City. However, those oceanic beasts launched an even more ferocious attack towards East Ocean City. With the walls damaged, more marine alien beasts entered the city. The strength of these foreign beasts varied from strong to weak, and there were even a dozen or so monarch-class foreign beasts. But a figure came to East Ocean City from a distance. These were the strong members of the military department who had sped to aid East Ocean City. In addition to them, the Great Qin Army has also long been staged on the long coast. A battle with East Ocean City as the core battlefield was quietly fought. The outcome of this battle will determine the direction of the East Sea for the next few decades. It's either peace or be swallowed by the sea. As for Su Chen, these training camp trainees who served as a lead-in, they would also be targeted by the focus of those foreign beasts at this moment. The battle within the East Sea City also became more and more intense. And the standings on the Sky Dome are still changing. The name of the second-ranked trainee suddenly turned gray, and the glory points began to stand still. The trainees looked at the name that was displayed in gray, and their hearts were steeped in shock. This meant that this second-ranked Zonglong cadet had been killed by the foreign beast. He was the first boot camp cadet to die, but certainly not the last. There's definitely something wrong with this hunt. Su Chun clenched his teeth tightly and controlled his vaguely trembling body. The change in East Sea City was definitely expected by Elder Chang and the others. We, the bait. It wasn't just Su Chun, the other trainees had all reacted by now. Their race is real, but there is a deeper role. Lure the beasts of the East Sea. No wonder the rewards for this competition were so generous. It's not just a reward, it's compensation. Chapter 52 Hegemony Level Alien Beast Dream Electric Butterfly, Enslaving Su Chun, Sacred Willow Recovery. All the members of the training camp suddenly realized a truth. It's not just a mere race. It's a war. Those who performed the best in the war and survived were eligible for those rewards. Otherwise, even if they were the seeds of great Qin, they weren't worthy of qualifying for rewards that good. After the death of Choi Hyun-myung, who was in second place, the other trainees died one after another. They, the training camp trainees, were the key targets of the alien beasts. Su Chun could clearly feel the pressure of sparring increasing. Those foreign beasts looked like they clearly knew where they were and were constantly rushing. How did these Fae know where I was? While prancing through the streets, Su Chun utilized the Thunderheart Swordgrass to kill several excellence-grade Fae beasts. He was followed by hundreds of foreign beasts behind his butt, a large number of them, and there was even no lack of awakening level among them. No matter how Su Chun fled, these foreign beasts were like maggots on the bones of his hocks, always following him and difficult to get rid of. Su Chun looked down at the bracelet on his wrist. Back in school, he had heard about the interpenetration between human awakened and Fae. Fae with powerful souls will forcibly enslave and control human awakened to do their bidding. There are also some humans who will choose to secretly help the Fae out of greed and profit. Humans have a hard time being truly united even when their community is in danger. These transformers will provide the Fae with the information they want. And humans likewise have counter-controls on the Fae. At this point, the Sentinel and Psychic Awakenings did the most. The most powerful mind-awakened person in the Blue Planet is Beldos of the Lighthouse Kingdom, Hegemonic First Order. He had once used his strong soul power to take on millions of alien beasts on a certain peninsula, controlling their minds in a short period of time. Many mind-awakened people would gain the information that humans needed by controlling the Fae. The interpenetration of humans and Fae has long been the norm. These two ethnic groups had been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and had long since moved beyond a mere duel of force, with all sorts of schemes competing just as fiercely. Su Chun looked at his wrist slightly out of focus. He felt that the reason why he and the others were being targeted was because of the bracelet. Turn off the locator function. Su Chun chose to turn off the positioning system of the bracelet. I don't know if this has worked. The bracelet was a tool for recording glory points, and he didn't want to abandon it until he had to. Shoo! The Thunderheart Swordgrass slashed through the raging waves of water, cutting apart the torsos of a dozen or so marine alien beasts. The iron hand vine was currently attached to Su Chun's body, forming a sturdy armor. Su Chun became Spider-Man. He raised his right hand, and a cane quickly extended out and wrapped around to the high point. Immediately, Su Chun's torso swung along the rattan. Most of East Ocean City had been flooded, making it completely impossible to walk around normally. Su Chun did this out of necessity. While floating in mid-air, several iron tree mushrooms appeared in Su Chun's hand and were thrown towards the bottom. Bang! Iron tree mushrooms fall into the water and explode. Many marine exotics instantly floated. Sure enough, there was a problem with the positioning. Su Chun's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the gradually thinning foreign beasts behind him. He looked up into the vault of heaven. The leaderboard list has grayed out a dozen names. These cadets, they are buried forever. Now those high-level alien beasts don't know where I am. I can use the Thunderheart Swordgrass to my advantage to hunt foreign beasts. Su Chun looked at the East Sea city that had been gradually submerged by the sea and murmured. He himself was now ranked 15th and was close to the top 10. The fighting in and around Donghai City was quite intense. The number of hegemonic levels that participated in the battle alone reached 3, and there were even more than 60 at the monarch level. In order to fight against the East Sea, Great Qin is considered to be the best of the best. The coast near Donghai City was flooded as much as it could be. The battle between Changmu and the deep-sea crocodile dragon erupted in the depths of the ocean with horrifying movements. Waves 100 feet high surged in all directions. Even though Changmu's level was higher than the deep-sea crocodile dragon, there was no way to resolve it in a short period of time, and the battle was a momentary stalemate. In order to kill Su Chun and these other trainees, quite a few extremely powerful foreign beasts had gathered near East Sea City. De Qin stopped all of the Monarch-class alien beasts, while most of the rest entered the city. The number of foreign beasts was too great to stop completely. Luckily, the Great Qin's army had already arrived and entered the city one after another to carry out operations to clear out the foreign beasts and rescue people. And of the 200 trainees from the training camp, 45 were dead at this moment. Of these 45 people, more than half of them were ranked in the top 50 cadets, and the rest were mostly Shen bird cadets. Because of the death of a trainee, Su Chen's ranking fell quickly to 11th place. After he successfully hunted and awakened 6th-stage oceanic fey beast, he was smoothly ranked in the top 10. Su Chun lay panting on the roof of the flat building, which had not yet been flooded by seawater. There was a rather deep gash in his chest, and blood was pouring out. Su Chun gritted his teeth and took out grass and wood essence from his ring and sprinkled it on the wound. The rich life force began to repair the wounds at an extremely fast speed. Broken muscle tissue recovers quickly. Su Chun blushed a little. That Goldstream shark was too fast and had an extremely strong bite. Not only were the torn combat uniforms, but even the armor of the plant that the Iron Hand Vine had coalesced around was bitten through. Luckily, the three-leafed United Thunderheart Swordgrass attack was powerful enough to instantly hit the latter hard and kill it. Luckily, there are strong people from the military department to block those powerful foreign beasts. Otherwise, none of us might have survived. Su Chun couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude. Although they were fish bait, it wasn't as if Tachin didn't offer protection to them. The main dangers they had to face were only awakening level or transcendent level alien beasts. The numbers are high, but there is room to struggle. Under the healing of the grass essence, Su Chen's wounds quickly healed. Himself, this would have been ranked in the top 10. Let's try to move the roster forward while staying safe. Su Chen stood up and was about to move to a safe zone. But just at this time, a terrifying sound wave sounded. Only a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky above East Ocean City. The huge wings hid the sky from the sun, completely covering the sky. The sky of East Ocean City darkened in an instant. A terrifying aura continued to pass down from the body of this foreign beast, causing one to feel despair and awe. Su Chun raised his head and looked at this figure in the sky, and his face suddenly became grave. This is Dream Electric Butterfly. Why would the overlord of the Southwest region's fey beasts appear in East Ocean City? This time we're zero. Finished. The crowd looked up and stared at the sky, their faces hard to see. It wasn't just the crowds within East Ocean City. The faces of the great Qin powerhouses fighting in various places outside the city also changed violently. This time, when the attack was launched against the East Sea beasts, the strongest men from the military department were mobilized to the coast. Sure, the defenses against the rest of the locations have also been strengthened to prevent other Fae from getting into trouble at such a juncture. So, the only hegemonic level powerhouse sitting in the East Sea this time was Changmu. All the other overlord-level powerhouses remained in their respective areas of responsibility, overseeing the foreign beasts within their precincts. But the appearance of the Dream Electric Butterfly exceeded everyone's expectations. Su Chun raised his head and looked at the huge object, his mind a little blank for a moment. Like a dream, like electricity. Spread your wings for 1,000 miles. Despite its name, the Dreaming Electric Butterfly was actually a Fey beast proficient in spatial elements and souls. If the Dream Electric Butterfly strikes, it will be disastrous for us. Su Chen couldn't help but blush a little. The elders' meeting began urgently. Several elders who had planned the East Sea program quickly gathered. Wei, Southwest is the region you're in charge of. How could the Dream Electric Butterfly go to the East Sea? Someone shouted angrily towards the chair represented by Wei Xianlang. None of them are here in their real bodies, but have only convened the meeting with the help of technology. Wei Xuanlong's face was filled with a grave expression, and he hurriedly left a few words before going offline. A second hegemonic Grade 9 Fey beast has appeared in the Southwest region. I'm fighting it at the moment, and I simply don't have the strength left to stop the Dream Lightning Butterfly. You guys quickly go to support the East Sea. Hearing Wei Xuanlong's words, the four people present all revealed shocked expressions. Southwest region. Another hegemony class 9th stage Fey beast had appeared. An old man said with an ugly face, I'm already on my way to East Ocean City, so I hope it's not too late. But a sigh rang out in the room, and someone shook their head. It's too late. The Dream Electric Butterfly is definitely not rushing to kill anyone. The ones within East Sea City are all well-qualified trainees. It will enslave these trainees through soul means. Despite their moderate strength, these trainees are still too weak in terms of their souls to be able to carry the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul impact. It only takes one moment for the Dream Electric Butterfly to control everyone. At these words, a long silence fell over the conference room. Once controlled by the Dream Electric Butterfly, these trainees would in turn become enemies of Great Qin. The depths of the ocean. The battle between Changmu and the deep-sea crocodile dragon had stirred this place up, but suddenly, Chang Mu's face became extremely ugly as he violently turned back to look behind him. Dream Electric Butterfly. Chang Mu also didn't expect that the Dream Electric Butterfly, who was a regional overlord, would come to East Ocean City. You don't value these cadets, we do. Give these trainees a period of time to grow, and they will become a sharp weapon for our Fae. The deep-sea crocodile dragon's laughter rang out. Looking at Chang Mu's expression, it was satisfied. The ocean is not unconnected to the land Fae. It's a regional overlord like the Dream Electric Butterfly, and it's certainly connected. Chang Mu's face was ironic as he drew back and wanted to return to aid East Sea City. Boom. 10,000 feet high waves blocked Chang Mu's path. The diffusion of the water system laws disturbed the fluctuations of this space, leaving Chang Mu with no way to leave. Your opponent, it's me. It's too late to rush back at this hour. Your group of trainees have become servants of the Dream Electric Butterfly. The deep-sea crocodile dragon's voice echoed in the depths of the ocean. Chang Mu's pale face was covered in frost. He knew it in his heart. Without the Dream Electric Butterfly, those trainees should have been able to survive quite a bit. However, the sudden appearance of the Dream Electric Butterfly was completely beyond the expectations of Dachin's side. No trainee could block the soul imprint imposed by the Dream Electric Butterfly. Even if someone else had arrived, it would have been too late. When the time came, they would even have to kill the already enslaved group of cadets with their own hands. Chang Mu's heart had sunk to the bottom at this moment. He treated the cadets as if they were his own children, and as a result, if they die, you will be buried with them. Chang Mu's eyes were as cold as ice and frost as terrifying power burst out from his body, locking onto the deep-sea crocodile dragon in front of him. Seal kill. The space near the two suddenly solidified, then shattered inch by inch. Looking at the Dream Electric Butterfly that appeared steeply above East Sea City, everyone felt a strong sense of despair and trembling. Everyone was well aware of the meaning that the Overlord-class Fey beasts represented. Time as if it had stood still. The surrounding Great Qin powerhouses had no way of getting close to East Sea City. Rushing over with their strength was like a moth to a flame. The Dream Electric Butterfly's eyes took on a turquoise color, and were looking down on the city below them, which was flooded with seawater. Buzz. A strange power passed out from its body. The power was intangible, but it was palpable. Invisible power swept through the entire East Sea City in the blink of an eye. The heavens and the earth, for one, were silent. The entire East Sea City was silent in an instant. All the foreign beasts and humans stopped their hand movements, their expressions gradually becoming numb and confused. This is not spatial stasis. The water around them was still surging. Only the humans and beasts seemed to have lost as if they had lost their souls, they turned into walking corpses. After that power, Su Chun also revealed a confused expression. But inside his mind, a fierce battle was unfolding. A terrifying soul power wrapped around his body to take control of his soul. Su Chun could clearly see that there was an exquisite, transparent and beautiful butterfly that was slowly flying in front of his eyes. It sends shivers through its body with every lift of its wings. His own weak soul power was too much to handle in front of this butterfly. That butterfly ended up landing on Su Chen's brow. The condensed and incomparable soul power was released in a sudden burst, to strike the soul imprint belonging to the Dream Electric Butterfly. Once this soul mark was condensed, from then on, Su Chun would recognize the Dream Electric Butterfly as his master. This control from the soul makes it completely irresistible. Su Chun could only watch the butterfly gradually integrate into his brow, but he could do nothing. This kind of power was already far beyond his current level. But, just as that illusory butterfly was about to merge into Su Chen's brow, at the center of the latter's brow, a bright and incomparable golden light steeply bloomed out. Snort! A flash of golden thunder suddenly blasted out from Su Chen's brow. The transparent, illusory butterfly was blasted by the thunder and instantly turned into nothingness. Su Chun looked at the streak of thunder light, and joy steeply appeared on his face. He had almost forgotten that there was still a sacred thunder's willow of the 9th order of the hegemony class sleeping in his body. The Dream Electric Butterfly is going to lay down a brand of enslavement. Isn't this a land grab with sacred willow? Su Chun let out a long breath. With the sacred willow sheltering him, he shouldn't have to worry about being enslaved. Buzz. Over East Ocean City. The Dream Electric Butterfly's gaze quickly locked onto Su Chun, as it sensed the shattering of the soul mark. Although these soul imprints were not strong, They were by no means something that awakening or transcendent levels could resist. Who broke the seal? As the dream electric butterfly gazed, the face of a young human was reflected in its line of sight. The dream electric butterfly was a bit surprised at this young man's strength, that he wasn't even at the awakening level. How did he destroy the soul mark? The wings of the dream electric butterfly vibrated slightly, and another soul mark struck towards Su-chan, just as the soul imprint arrived. A flash of lightning blasted the soul mark into nothingness. The dream electric butterfly's eyes steeped in excitement. That smudge of thunder light appeared to be solid, but it was actually composed of soul power. This human had such majestic soul power within his body. The dream electric butterfly, which was an overlord-level foreign beast, rarely lost some of its temper. A strong longing and urgency rose up from the depths of dream electric butterfly's heart. It only needed to swallow this human and completely absorb the powerful soul within it. Then its previous injuries would be completely healed. It might even be possible to move towards the totem level with the soul power that had reached its peak. It's its chance. Chapter 53. Handing over half of his soul essence. Su-chen's shock. The dream electric butterfly detected the majestic soul power lurking within Su-chen's body. Its eyes suddenly became agitated. Since its last injury, it has not healed until now. At that time, Emperor Qin's order to slaughter the city caught it off guard, and it lost a lot of soul power. Its current strength had only recovered to 70 to 80% of its peak. If one was able to swallow the soul in this human's body, one would be able to recover directly to the peak. The wings of the dream electric butterfly vaguely trembled a little, which was caused by intense excitement and agitation. It completely did not expect that it would be able to find a chance to recover in East Ocean City. This time, it promised the Deep Sea to attack the East Sea City, but the only thing it wanted to do was to take revenge for the Great Qin's siege in the first place, and to vent the anger in its heart. I didn't realize that there was a surprise. Hiss! The dream electric butterfly let out a high-pitched roar to express the joy in his heart. Spin. It vibrated its wings and swooped down towards East Ocean City. Human, the soul inside you, I take it. Looking at the dream electric butterfly that swooped down steeply, everyone in the city looked numb. They were currently being eroded by the dream electric butterfly's soul power and were completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. Only Su-chan remained conscious for the time being. Because of Sacred Willow's revival, he was not affected by the dream electric butterfly's soul imprint. Watching the dream electric butterfly in the sky swoop down, Su-chan couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Boom! Just then, an incomparably bright golden light shot out from Su-chen's brow. Immediately after, a heavenly divine willow with brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above East Ocean City. The thunderous willows that roamed the sky were like giant waterfalls dropping down. The thick trunk was rooted in the void and stood above East Ocean City. The dream electric butterfly's eyes contracted violently, hastily stopping herself, her eyes staring scornfully at the willow tree that had suddenly appeared. The powerful soul force that he had sensed just now originated from this. Is this plant life? Moreover, this plant life also gave the dream electric butterfly an extremely familiar feeling. The human powerhouses fighting all around the East Sea City all stared blankly at the divine willow that looked like a mountain and stood in the void, and each one of them revealed an expression of shock and horror. This, a plant life form? I've never seen such powerful plant life. Why did it appear in East Sea City? It seems to be heading towards the dream electric butterfly. What a powerful aura. There's even incomparably condensed and pure soul power. Such plant life or the thunder element. It's just too amazing. The human powerhouses looked at the divine willow and couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel down. It's an instinct, because in the ancient times, when human beings were still weak, they worshipped those powerful beasts and plants as totems. This divine willow gave off an incomparably strong feeling in both its appearance and its aura. The depths of the ocean. Chang-mu felt the outburst of Sacred Willow's aura, and a gratifying smile blossomed on his old face. The deep-sea crocodile dragon's expression then changed violently. Vile human. There's even a hegemonic level powerhouse hidden in East Sea City. Chang-mu didn't explain anything to the deep-sea crocodile dragon, and with his backhand, he slashed out several sharp blades formed by spatial turbulence at the crocodile dragon. Fukai, you'd better stay here honestly. East Ocean City. The dream electric butterfly swayed its wings and confronted the suddenly appearing Senkaku divine willow. The former stared at the other with scornful eyes. This divine willow, it was somewhat familiar, as if it had seen it before. Why would such a plant life be hidden in a human body? But the dream electric butterfly was also quick to notice the end. The state of this divine willow was very wrong. It was not solid, but illusory. This turned out to be just its soul. Due to the fact that the divine willow's soul was too condensed, it was mistakenly thought that this was its true form. What rich soul power! Greed once again flowed from the dream electric butterfly's eyes. If it ate this divine willow and completely digested the latter's power, then it would definitely be able to recover to its peak. Can even be 100-footer. Even if he couldn't break through to the totem level, he could definitely become the strongest organism in Blue Star's soul power. Hiss! The dream electric butterfly no longer hesitated and vibrated its wings. The void around its body collapsed inch by inch. The opponent was really strong, but there was an accident. Otherwise, it could not have lurked within that human, much less appeared only in a soul state. This is its own opportunity. The dream electric butterfly's figure shuttled through space, blatantly killing towards Sacred Willow. Crackle! The Sacred Willow lifted up a slender willow made of thousands of thunder sinks and struck the space, vibrating. The sea of thunder roared wherever Willow went. The powerful thunder force forced the dream electric butterfly to stop. It took a deep breath, and the scorn in its eyes grew a few more points. This plant life's perception of the laws of thunder had already reached the peak. It's really powerful. Moreover, the opponent was currently in a soul state, and ordinary attacks would hardly be effective against it. As it is, might as well just use your own soul and devour it. In this regard, Dream Electric Butterfly had absolute confidence. It was one of the few foreign beasts on the blue planet that possessed the gift of soul. The two tentacles on top of the Dream Electric Butterfly's head slowly emitted a slight tremor. Soul vibration! An illusory, violent hurricane rushed out from that tentacle, aiming straight at St. Willow. The wind howled, and within it swirled the blades of souls. The souls of ordinary people would immediately be dissolved into nothingness when they encountered this array of blade winds. The Dream Electric Butterfly was confident in its own methods, because it was the absolute authority among the creatures of the Blue Star regarding the means of soul attack. Even the psychic awakened among humans had only developed a few less effective attacks, and it had deep attainments in how to utilize its soul power for various attacks. This gust of soul astral wind was enough to stir up the broken soul of this plant life. He himself could then seize the latter's soul power in a big way. Boom! In the Dream Electric Butterfly's confident gaze, the blade's astral wind fiercely bombarded St. Willow's body. But the effect achieved was not as strong as Dream Electric Butterfly had imagined. Under the sweeping wind of the blade's astral wind, the Sacred Willow merely dropped a few willows. The trunk still stood firmly in the void, much less the slightest sign that it was going to dissolve. No way! A strong shock surged in the Dream Electric Butterfly's eyes. It hadn't regained its full strength, but the blade winds it emitted were capable of easily exterminating monarch-level souls. Even hegemonic-level powerhouses would have to suffer heavy damage without the means of soul protection. But that plant life surprisingly didn't put up any protection, relying on itself to resist the attack of the blade's astral wind. The moment Dream Electric Butterfly's three views suffered a strong shock, couldn't help but float a doubt in its mind. Could it be that his strength had fallen too hard? But it's not so bad that you can't do anything with the soul body of a plant life. The Dream Electric Butterfly disbelievingly sent out several attacks again. The tentacles on his forehead continuously released a faint hazy glow. A blade condensed from pure soul force slashed atop the body of the Sacred Willow. Yet it was only like a breeze caressing the latter's willows, causing them to sway slightly for a few moments. Dream Electric Butterfly was a bit confused for a moment. Of all the creatures in the blue planet, its soul power was definitely one of the best. Moreover, it was at the forefront of attainments in the soul together. But now, it was surprising that it took the soul of a plant and did absolutely nothing with it. This kind of thing was beyond the Dream Electric Butterfly's knowledge. I don't believe these attacks can't shake your soul. Dream Electric Butterfly was completely enraged. The successive thwarted attacks made Dream Electric Butterfly feel humiliated. As the leader of the Blue Star's soul together, couldn't he himself even hold the soul of a broken plant? With a high-pitched chirp, a mini illusory delicate butterfly rushed out of the center of the Dream Electric Butterfly's forehead steeply. The dream electric butterfly's soul body was much smaller than its original body, and was far less condensed than the sacred willow. The mini butterfly's wings vibrated and swooped over, wrapped in a stream of spatial turbulence. The dream electric butterfly was going to tear the soul of this willow tree apart through the dual enchantment of spatial laws and soul power. Knock! The dream electric butterfly, which was carrying unrivaled might, rushed over, but it was as if it had hit a bronze wall. Its power had no way of shaking the roots of this willow tree at all. Dream electric butterfly. Totally confused. He himself was a strong fey beast of the 9th stage of the overlord class, an overlord in control of a party. Surprisingly, he couldn't even take down the soul of a broken willow tree. A strong sense of frustration rose from the bottom of Dream Electric Butterfly's heart. What also came was a wave of fear. In the beginning, the Dream Electric Butterfly saw this willow tree as an opportunity, a nourishment, for her recovery. However, the latter displayed a strength that far exceeded its expectations. This was by no means a power that an overlord level could possess. After calming down, the Dream Electric Butterfly felt an intense fear. The mini butterfly flew back towards the main body. But just at this moment, the sacred willow, however, suddenly stretched out a few willows and blocked the Dream Electric Butterfly's path. On the main trunk of the sacred willow, an illusory figure gradually emerged. It was a beautiful woman dressed in an ancient costume. As if she had just woken up from sleep, the woman slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the Dream Electric Butterfly that was blocking her retreat. "It's you, little butterfly," Saint Willow spoke softly. The Dream Electric Butterfly, which was frantically fleeing, heard this voice and its body trembled abruptly. Long ago memories slowly came to mind. Dream Electric Butterfly suddenly knew why she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw this willow tree just now. That was thousands of years ago. At that time, he was only just at the excellence level. At that time, it was still incredibly weak, far from being as powerful as it is today. On one of its escapades, it had perched for a time in a willow tree. That willow tree was an extremely powerful life form that had been the absolute overlord of that era. But the willow tree is not as fierce as other overlords, but is full of peace. Willow didn't care about the little butterfly perched on her body. After that, the Dream Electric Butterfly left the area where Willow was and grew step by step. What was a weak butterfly back then has become a dominant party this evening. And the willow tree faded away as the years passed, never to be seen again. So, regarding that memory, Dream Electric Butterfly had long forgotten all about it. But looking into Saint Willow's eyes, it snapped back to the memory. "It's you, Sacred Thunder's Willow." Dream Electric Butterfly's heart had been shocked to the point of no return. No wonder. Her own means of soul attack had no effect on her. That willow tree back then was known for its powerful soul strength. Sacred Willow gazed at the Dream Electric Butterfly, her face stoic. Because Su-chan was attacked, she was forced to revive from her slumber. The defense just now was the soul body's instinctive reaction. Saint Willow didn't want to wake up, but she didn't expect to run into her old friend from the past. Saint Willow sighed quietly. Times have changed. The little butterfly of yesteryear had become an overlord, and he had not yet fully recovered. "You and I don't have the same level of soul power," Sacred Willow said indifferently. Her soul had long ago sublimated in the offerings of endless years, becoming an immortal being. Even though newborn again and again, the soul does not change. Dream Electric Butterfly's heart had already set off shock waves at this moment. This time, when he attacked the East Sea City on a whim, he ran into his former overlord. A big man that it had absolutely no confidence in fighting. The Dream Electric Butterfly indicated that he was suffering in his heart. "I can go?" Dream Electric Butterfly asked somewhat coyly. "Lord Saint Willow used to love peace. I'm badly damaged and need some soul power." Saint Willow's eyes were flat as she looked at the quiet Dream Electric Butterfly. "Hand over half of your soul essence and leave." Dream Electric Butterfly. LOL at $#. Hearing Sacred Willow's words, Dream Electric Butterfly immediately felt as bad as if she had eaten half of the soul's essence. "Why don't you go and grab it?" If anyone else dared to make such a request, the Dream Electric Butterfly would have to fight it on the spot. The Overlord is not to be insulted. But it's not just anyone across the street. Dream Electric Butterfly's eyes looked at the woman's stunning face in a haunted manner, hesitating inwardly. The origin of this sacred willow was very mysterious. Even back in that era, the other overlords didn't dare to mess with her. Even though she currently only has her soul body left. Dream Electric Butterfly didn't dare to say that she could win against her opponent, although both sides were explicitly hegemonic Ninth Order. However, the power displayed by Saint Willow caused the Dream Electric Butterfly to feel complete awe, although this big brother says he loves peace. But that was only after slaughtering several overlord classes in exchange for peace. Dream Electric Butterfly didn't want to be one of those slaughtered fae. After hesitating for a few minutes, Dream Electric Butterfly finally made up her mind. Okay, I'll give it to you. Dream Electric Butterfly gritted her teeth and said in an incomparably meaty tone. Think of it as you returning the favor of saving the other's life in the first place. A green spot of light slowly flew out from the forehead of the illusory butterfly body. After the green points of light were withdrawn, the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul body dimmed a lot. Sacred Willow held the green point of light in her hand and calmly said, "Go away." The roiling willows retracted, and the plant resumed its solemn and serene appearance. The Dream Electric Butterfly rushed back to its body without saying a word. After returning to its original body, the Dream Electric Butterfly's wings vibrated violently, and its body immediately disappeared here. It didn't want to stay in this hellhole for a second. Originally, I wanted to come here to disgust Great Sheen, but I didn't expect to disgust myself. Surprisingly, I bumped into an old overlord from the ancient times. Can't Angie beat it? It was hard to recover from some of the injuries, but this turned out to be even worse. Surrendered half of his soul essence. How long will it take to make this right? Dream Electric Butterfly's heart was as if it was dripping blood. This time it has lost a lot of money. After the Dream Electric Butterfly was far away, the divine willow in the sky also gradually dissipated. All the anomalies disappeared at that moment. However, Sacred Willow appeared in front of Su-chun. Su-chun looked at Sacred Willow, who had once again appeared, and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Although he didn't see the battle too clearly just now, there was no doubt that Sacred Willow had won. Su-chun admired this. Saint Willow was in a newborn state now, so it was surprising that she was able to hammer the Dream Electric Butterfly on the ground. How unbelievable did it have to be in its heyday? It was also at this time that Su-chun realized that he seemed to have far underestimated Sacred Willow's strength. The opponent's soul body alone was able to defeat the Dream Electric Butterfly of the 9th stage of the Overlord class. Awesome! Su-chun marveled. Sacred Willow didn't pay any attention to Su-chun's praise, and only handed over the green light ball in her hand. This is half of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence. Take it. Su-chun. Su-chun's heart was once again shaken. Dare I say that just now, Saint Willow had not only won, but had also drawn half of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence. Sister Saint Willow, are you so fierce? Chapter 54 Soul Defense Technique. Transcendent Grade 9th Order Exotic Beast Demon Eye. Wait, you're going to give me the soul essence? Su-chun came back to his senses from the shock and dully pointed at himself. This was half of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence. As a hegemonic 9th Order powerhouse, the power of the soul force contained in this was unimaginable to ordinary people. And Saint Willow was going to give it to herself? Aha! Saint Willow's tone was as flat as ever, without any emotional fluctuations. Su-chun quickly waved his hand and said, "This is too wasteful. Aren't you injured? These soul origins are more useful to you." Su-chun rejected Sacred Willow's offer. For a plant-based awakened person, it was indeed important to have a strong soul power or not. But Sacred Willow was now in her recovery period, and it was clearly better to give her this soul power than to use it for herself. Su-chun had seen the tip of the iceberg of Saint Willow's strength today. If Sacred Willow can fully recover, Su-chun didn't even dare to think about it. With such a powerful bodyguard himself, there would be absolutely no danger in 1,000 years. No! Sacred Willow rejected Su-chun's good intentions in a calm tone. These soul powers are not of much use to me. The nature of our souls is different. Without waiting for Su-chun to reply, Sacred Willow placed the green light point in his hand into his brow. It's fine. Su-chun could only shrug helplessly. Su-chun immediately felt a sense of coolness sweeping through his entire body. This soul essence is too powerful for you. I will seal it for the time being, and you will slowly absorb the power in it without being burst by it. This is some soul defense and offensive means that you can practice on your own. I will continue to fall into a deep sleep for the rest of the day, and do not wish to be awakened again by a situation such as today. Do you understand? Su Chun nodded somewhat awkwardly. He thought it was because St. Willow was being nice, but it turned out he just didn't want to be bothered. What people mean is simple. In the future, these soul attacks will have to be resisted on their own. After the sacred willow finished speaking, his body transformed into dots of streaming light that surged into Su Chen's brow. Su Chen sighed lowly and gently closed his eyes. There was a dark blue orb inside his sea of consciousness that was spinning continuously. With each rotation, a strand of soul force was released to nourish Su Chen's soul. This was a means set up by Sacred Willow to allow Su Chan to absorb the dream electric butterfly's soul essence in a safe manner. In addition to this nearly fixed like dark golden orb, Su Chun had some additional information in his mind. 9 shocking spirit pagodas. Dark spirit law. These are 2 secret books on the scheduling of soul power. The former was a soul defense method, while the latter was a secret method that contained many offensive means. Hiss. Su Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Regarding the use and research of soul power, Blue Star was still at a relatively low-end level. The preciousness of these 2 Dharma books cannot be overstated. I'm afraid those psychic awakenings are willing to trade their entire fortune for it. Holy Willow, what in the world is the origin? Su Chun couldn't help but have a strong doubt emerge in his heart. When he initially encountered the sacred willow in Laojun Mountain, Su Chun thought that it was just a plant life that had failed to break through. Nonetheless, the strength of the 9th stage of the Overlord class still shocked him beyond measure. However, in the battle with the Dream Electric Butterfly, St. Willow crushed her opponent with just her soul. That's ING Overlord Class 9? Su Chun was beginning to wonder if Sacred Willow had managed to advance to the totem level, but the other party's newborn hatchling, this would still be lying in his spatial ring. Now St. Willow had easily taken out 2 more secret laws about the soul. Su Chen originally thought that he had seen St. Willow clearly, but Sacred Willow was filled with mist again in Su Chen's eyes at the moment. Don't want that much. Su Chun shook his head and said to himself. He made a contract with St. Willow that the other party would be at his disposal for 1,000 years. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible to break the contract. One doesn't have to think about it that much at all. Other people who want to hug such a golden leg can't even do it yet. Su Chun raised his head to look at the leaderboards on the Sky Dome. At the moment he was ranked 6th. Su Chen originally didn't hold much hope for taking first place. But now it doesn't seem impossible. Work hard and take first place. Su Chun was filled with energy. After the Dream Electric Butterfly escaped, the human awakened within the city also recovered their sanity one after another. Because the damage from the battle with Sacred Willow was too severe, the Dream Electric Butterfly had no way to release a large number of soul imprints for control anymore. Besides, with the Sacred Willow here, it didn't dare to strike again. The crowd in the city thus escaped. When the crowd regained their clarity, none of them felt a strong sense of afterthought. A chill rose up his back. The force that appeared just now was too strong, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant. Not even a chance to struggle. Is this what makes the Overlord Dream Electric Butterfly so powerful? The crowd at the moment couldn't help but look puzzled as they watched themselves recover from their daze. What happened? I felt like I slept through it just now. I remember it was the Dream Electric Butterfly that appeared. Where is it, person? I know. It must have been some other human powerhouse who stepped in and saved us. Those damnable beasts. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd, but they didn't have long to ponder on this issue. The surrounding Fae had already pressed forward once again. All of them once again threw themselves into the battle with the alien beasts. Die for your master. Su Chen's right hand stretched out, and a vine curled around an iron tree mushroom and probed forward. Bang! The iron tree mushroom explodes as soon as it penetrates deeper into the water. The powerful explosion killed the surrounding 5 meters of foreign beasts in an instant, and the end of the Iron Hand Vine's rattan was blown apart. But the Iron Hand Vine does not feel aggrieved by this self-explosive attack at its expense. This was because Su Chun would use the grass and wood essence dilution to constantly restore its injuries. Looking at the corpses of the alien beasts that floated up, Su Chen's face was satisfied. Even though he had only absorbed the Dream Electric Butterfly soul origin not long ago, his soul power had already increased tremendously. The increase in soul power represented an increase in the number of plants Su Chun could harness. He figured he could focus on cultivating 1 more plant in addition to his 3 main plants. Soul power determines the number of plants that can be harnessed. Your own level, on the other hand, determines the upper limit of the strength of the plants that can be harnessed. In order to impact the first-ranked list, Su Chun was doing everything he could. The 3 sword leaves began to engage in indiscriminate free hunting, while the iron handvine and iron tree mushroom paired up in a self-destruct combo. The effect of this is really quite noticeable. After a whole day of fierce battle, Su Chen's glory points had reached 420,000 at this moment. And this was the time when the advantages of the plant-based awakened person manifested. That is, the combat endurance of plants is far greater than that of awakened people of other systems. The Thunderheart swordgrass, which was fused with the thunder element, had even more greatly enhanced range. Su Chun could even use the thunder elemental crystals to restore their power. While everyone else gradually slowed down their offensive posture, Su Chun advanced instead of retreating. His advantage is naturally greater. Su Chun ranked second with 420,000 glory points, just behind Liang Fifan, who ranked first. After the dream electric butterfly disappeared, the Daqin side's momentum was steeply boosted, and the human awakened began to gradually gain the upper hand. The deaths of the cadets are also gradually stabilizing. 200 dead a quarter of the way through, stabilizing at that number. What Su Chen didn't know was, the reason why it had stabilized was because a large number of strong people were continuously pouring into East Ocean City. These trainees will be guarded by many people. Once the high-grade alien beasts appeared, the human awakened would snipe these powerful alien beasts. Everyone else had already discovered this. Su Chen hadn't. This was because he had forcefully turned off the positioning function of his bracelet, causing both the military and the Fae to be unable to locate him. Su Chen sat on a lotus leaf, floating in the flooded city. Boom! As he advanced, Su Chun saw a water dragon suddenly roll up in the distance in front of him. Someone's fighting there. Drip! Su Chun had intended to stay away, but the bracelet suddenly rang. It's a distress signal. Over the course of the day, the bracelet rang many times for help. But a number of people didn't wait for help. Go over there. Su Chun narrowed his eyes. The person who was asking for help was very close to him, and was obviously right in front of him. He controlled Lotus Leaf to rush towards the place where the battle had erupted. Liang Fifan stood on the surface of the water, his eyes staring grimly at the water-treading foreign beast in front of him. This foreign beast resembled an octopus, with a dozen thick tentacles. In the middle region of its head, there was a horrifyingly huge eye that was tightly closed. Devil's Eye Octopus, Transcendental Grade 9th Order. Liang Fifan clenched his teeth tightly as he stared at this devil eye in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept behind him, and several strong military men were lying in the back with shriveled breaths. These strong members of the military department who were guarding him were all severely injured and could no longer move. And Liang Fifan also had countless wounds on his body. The injury was most severe at the right leg, running through almost the entire leg. As the number 1 ranked trainee, Liang Fifan was the focus of the alien beast's attack. There was even an incident of a Monarch-class marine alien beast attacking at one point midway through. If it wasn't for the deployment on the military department side, Liang Fifan would have already cooled off. Liang Fifan's face turned blue as he looked at the devil's eye, his heart sinking to the bottom. If it was his peak self, he should be able to achieve a 70-30 split in a life-and-death battle with this demon eye. But at the moment he was heavily injured and exhausted. 73. I'm afraid it has to be reversed. Snap. A few more tentacles slammed down head-on. Liang Fifan's gaze condensed as his right hand coalesced a water wave barrier. He can't hide. If he himself dodged, those few military powerhouses would be dead. With the continuous attacks of the tentacles, Liang Fifan gradually became somewhat unable to carry on. There was very little force left in him. If he escaped now, he might still have a chance of survival. But, can he walk? Go! Leave us alone! A strong military department member behind Liang Fifan shouted in a weak tone. Liang Fifan frowned tightly and then let out a sigh. Holding on until now was already his limit. If they don't leave, a few of them will all have to die here. I will kill millions of foreign beasts in the future to accompany you. Liang Fifan gritted his teeth and said word by word. This stop was a deep realization for Liang Fifan. When he returned, he was confident that he would break through to the monarch level. But, at the very moment Liang Fifan decided to withdraw, several streaks of light suddenly rushed out from the distance. Thumbs up. Sword leaves resembling flying swords circled around the demon eye's tentacles. The devil's eye tentacles were very tough and were not completely cut off. Who? Seeing this, Liang Fifen's gaze revealed ecstasy. Did someone get his plea for help? Only a young man, sitting on a lotus leaf, floated from a distance. When he saw this person, Liang Fifen's heart was instantly lost. He had seen this person before and had heard that he was a newly promoted up Divine Phoenix cadet. Liang Fifen shook his head with a bitter smile. There was still a possibility of forcing back the demon eyes if it was a Zonglong cadet who came to the rescue. But most of the Divine Phoenix trainees are at the distinguished level. Can't help much, but with one more person, there is more power. Liang Fifen drank towards his back. Take those men away. I'll stall the demon eye. But as soon as his words left his mouth, he saw the young man float to his side. What are you doing? Liang Fifen was a bit annoyed. Couldn't this person see the situation? Su Chun pointed to the back with his finger. Only then did Liang Fanfan see that the several military department powerhouses had each been dragged by a lotus leaf and floated away into the distance. You go too. This demon eye is very strong. Liang Fifen's inner anger subsided a bit and persuaded Su Chun. Su Chun, however, gave Liang Fifen a neck-wiping gesture. Let's both team up and do it. Liang Fifen? Is there something wrong with this guy? Can't he see that I'm already seriously injured? Besides, where did you get the confidence from? A plant awakener of less than excellence level. Liang Fifen was about to open his mouth, but devil, I had already killed him. Just as the tentacle fell, 3 streaks of light flew back. The devil's eye was afraid of the sword leaf's sharpness and couldn't help but retract its tentacles. Liang Fifen's eyes lit up when he saw this. He pondered within himself for a second or two and made his decision in a flash of lightning. Strike together. You assist me. Beware of the demon eye's eyes, capable of releasing a beam of light that impacts the soul and can also cause burns to entities. That's how those military strongmen got hurt. Liang Fifen used concise language to describe the characteristics of the magic eye to Su Chun. Su Chun nodded lightly. He knew the characteristics and strength of a foreign beast like the devil's eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk of choosing to join forces with Liang Fifen. Go! Liang Fanfan took out the last bit of medicine from his spatial ring and stuffed it into his mouth. It was intended to be used for running away, but I didn't think it would be used for a fight to the death. Water tornado. After obtaining the replenishment of the force, Liang Fifen gained a few more points of confidence. He controlled several raging and clamoring water dragons and brazenly smashed them towards the devil's eye. In the meantime, Su Chun also controlled the Thunderheart Swordgrass and cooperated with Liang Fifen in his attack. Bang! Several raging water dragons blatantly blasted at Devil Eye's body, and the latter's torso was knocked underwater several times. However, compared to the water tornado, the Devil's Eye was clearly more afraid of the Thunderheart Swordgrass. The sharpness of this thing it had just seen. Not even its tough skin could completely block its sharpness. Liang Fan also noticed the scruples of the Devil's Eye towards the Thunderheart Swordgrass, and he couldn't help but be flooded with doubts within his heart. The one Su Chun used should be Sword Heartgrass, a plant he had heard of. However, Su Chen's Sword Heartgrass looked exceptionally different. It's only excellence level, yet it can injure a transcendent level 9th ranked Devil's Eye, and the light of thunder flashed outside the sword leaves. Liang Fifen was a bit shocked for a moment. I've never heard of such a fierce sword heart herb. I'll assist you. Liang Fifen immediately changed his strategy. Demon Eye's weaknesses are its head and eyes. Focus on attacking its head. Su Chun, who was on the side, nodded heavily. Shoo! The Thunderheart Swordgrass blatantly stabbed towards the Demon Eye's forehead. Liang Fifen, on the other hand, played assistance to Thunderheart Swordgrass on the side, creating suitable opportunities for it. Snap! Devil Eye was enraged by the cooperation between Thunderheart Swordgrass and Liang Fifen, and a dozen tentacles angrily swung at the water. Its eyes looked to Su Chun, who was on the side. Octopuses possess a high IQ. The intelligence of a transcendent level 9th order demon eye was even higher than that of a normal human. It knew that Su Chun was the controller of the plant. As long as he killed Su Chun, that strange flying sword plant would no longer pose a threat to him. And so, the Devil's Eye quietly moved his body in the middle of the battle and aimed head-on at Su Chun. Then, in a flash, propped open the massive third eye on his forehead. An eye completely devoid of whites appeared, looking extremely appalling. Look out! Liang Fifan shouted eagerly, but it was already too late. The devil eye had opened its third eye towards Su Chun, but Su Chun seemed all but fearless, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly instead. What he was waiting for was the same moment when the magic eye held up his eye. Chapter 55. The contest ends, takes first place the beginning Emperor's inquiries. The large demonic eye propped open, revealing the pitch-black eye inside. The eyes seemed to have the power to take in people's souls and give them the creeps. Liang Fifan, who was on the side, had an eager face and wanted to push Su Chun away, but it was already too late, and Su Chun stared straight at the giant eye, with no fear or panic on his face. Right at the moment when the demonic eye was propped open, Su Chen's torso steeply erupted with a mountainous and invisible force. Soul attack. All the soul power gathered into an ocean and pressed straight towards the devil's eye. Under the suppression of such a huge amount of soul force, the demon eye had a brief moment of dizziness. Go! In this flash of lightning, Su Chun waved his finger and ordered the 3 sword leaves to launch an attack. Thunderclap! The 3 sword leaves polymerized into one leaf, and the blade grew sharper and sharper. The unity sword leaf wrapped in the momentum of wind and thunder, piercing through that eye like a bolt of lightning. This third eye was the most powerful killing move of the demon eye, and at the same time it was also the most vulnerable place on its body. It was unusual for this eye to be closed. It was also the fact that the magic eye would only open when the beam was released in order to protect itself. However, because of the dizziness received from Su Chun, the devil's eye was pierced by the Thunderheart swordgrass before he could close his eyes. Thumbs down. Dark green blood continuously flowed out of those eyes. The devil's eye flapped and struggled on the surface of the water for a long time, and his body gradually became powerless. Liang Fei-fan looked at the dead devil eye with an expression filled with shock. The magic eye is was actually killed, and it was still killed by a plant awakened who was less than an excellent level. The power of Su Chen's battle strength completely broke Liang Fei-fang's perception of plant-based awakened people. These plants of Su Chun were much more powerful than ordinary plants. Watching the devil eye die, Su Chun was relieved. If he hadn't utilized the shortcomings of the magic eye to strike a fatal blow, this battle would probably have lasted a long time. Luckily, I got the soul attack method. Su Chun secretly celebrated in his heart. When he was hunting the foreign beasts earlier, Su Chun was flipping through the soul dharma that Sacred Willow had passed on to him. That defense secret technique required a long period of time to practice before it could be successfully cultivated. But there are a couple of very easy-to-follow gimmicks in the offense secret. Like the move he just used, Landslide. This move was to instantly release all the soul power to oppress the opponent's soul. Simple, brutal, and without an ounce of finesse. It's the same thing as someone having an atomic bomb in their hand and smashing walnuts with it. It was also fortunate that Su Chun had absorbed quite a bit of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence, and his soul power had been greatly enhanced. That was why during the sparring match just now, Su Chun had been waiting for the demon eye to open its third eye. Once the devil's eye opened its eyes, it was the moment for him to launch his attack. By means of a soul attack, he caused the demon eye to experience an extremely short stun, and then utilized the tremendous killing power of the Thunderheart swordgrass to kill the opponent. As it turned out, Su Chen's idea was right. He made it. Awesome. Liang Fifan looked at Su Chun with emotion in his eyes and couldn't help but marvel. Although his level is much higher than Su Chun, the latter's strength is not weak at all. If he was in his heyday, Liang Fifan was still confident that he could defeat Su Chun. Su Chun just smiled at Liang Fifan. Then this demon eye is mine. This devil's eye was only one step away from the monarch level, and quite a few things on it could be sold for a good price. Liang Fifan laughed helplessly and bitterly several times and nodded. To you. He really didn't put out much effort in this fight either. The final kill was all Su Chen's contribution. Besides, with Liang Fifan's wealth, he really couldn't look at this devil eye. The Thunderheart swordgrass quickly disintegrated the devil's eye. Su Chen put the valuable parts into his ring. The ring is filling up. Are you okay? Only after packing up the materials did Su Chun perfunctorily inquire about Liang Fifan's injuries. Liang Fifan rolled his eyes. It's okay, can't die. Su Chun grinned, revealing a row of large white teeth. I'll leave you alone then. I have to go on and earn glory points. Liang Fifan's expression suddenly became a bit ugly and he pointed at the sky. That won't be necessary. Your name is Su Chun, right? Su Chun froze. This person had even heard of him? He froze and looked up, only to find his name, already listed first on the leaderboard. No one. Su Chen. Points. 44W. Su Chen's eyes steeply erupted with excitement. This transcendent grade 9th order demon eye was surprisingly worth more than 20,000 glory points. I am now powerless to fight anymore. Your first place, it's very stable. Liang Fei Fan said indifferently as he cleaned his wounds. Losing the first place, Liang Feifan's heart was of course quite unwilling. But there was nothing more he could do to change that ending. At this time, his own self was quite injured, and his battle power was only 3/4 of the usual 10. And the strong military men guarding him were all heavily injured. At this time, if he encountered another foreign beast like the demon eye, he would surely die. The reward for first place is really eye-catching, but you have to be alive to get it. Pity. Liang Feifan inwardly lamented. He saw first place as his prize, but he didn't expect it to be taken by someone else. You're Liang Feifan? Su Chen also knew the identity of the person in front of him at this time. Liang Feifan nodded faintly. Su Chen's face was a bit surprised, not expecting that he had saved the former number one. He surveyed the many wounds on Liang Feifan's body and was inwardly shocked. As a strong person among the Zhanglong cadets, Liang Feifan was surprised to be so heavily injured. One can only imagine the thrilling battles he endured during that day. Luckily, he had turned off his positioning system so that those alien beasts couldn't track him. I'm going to rendezvous with the military strongman. What about you? After Liang Feifan finished treating his wounds, he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen looked to the sky and said, I still have power left. Liang Feifan didn't continue to persuade, but only gently nodded his chin. Much thanks. He held his tongue for a long time before he could get those two words out. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. Farewell. Su Chen and Liang Feifan broke up over this. Liang Feifan was badly injured and needed to go and join the garrison to ensure his safety. Su Chen, on the other hand, continued to hunt the foreign beasts. It had been a fierce battle all day, but he was in great shape. The East Sea City under the night was still filled with the sounds of various battles. But at the moment the battle was in the books. With the successive arrivals of Great Qin's reinforcements, the situation within East Sea City had been brought under control. The leaderboard on the Sky Dome emanated a faint glow. It hasn't changed since the change in first place occurred. No one. Su Chen. Points. 53W. Su Chen deadlocked the first place with 53W glory points. The glory points of the other trainees, on the other hand, had basically stopped changing since a few hours ago. Not that they're dead. Rather, after a full day of fighting, many people were exhausted and had no way to continue fighting. Su Chen, on the other hand, relied on super long-lasting plants and continued to fight. The superb range gives him a great advantage. The leaderboard on the Sky Dome suddenly changed and the color changed to gold. There were also several large words that appeared over the leaderboard. The contest is over. All the trainees looked up at the sky with somewhat numb expressions. The thrilling course of the battle had long since made them forget that it was a race. Many trainees have gone from ghost to ghost several times, narrowly recovering their lives. They don't have the heart to care about contests and awards. I just hope that this fight will be over as soon as possible. It was only Su Chen who stared at the sky with a face full of joy, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. First, take it down. The battle came to a halt after the words "end of contest" appeared. The raging ocean began to recede, and the beasts returned to the sea now. The foreign beasts within East Ocean City had been pretty much cleared out. One by one, the fires of war along the coast of the East China Sea ceased to be extinguished. The result of this battle was a victory for Great Qin. The duel between Changmu and the deep-sea crocodile dragon ended in a draw. Battles between hegemonic Ninth Order rarely saw life and death, as both sides had strong means of preserving their lives. Changmu and Shemu were only on point. Great Qin killed more than 10 million marine alien beasts in this battle. 73 deaths of monarch-class alien beasts. On the other hand, Great Qin's side also had notable losses, with casualties from ordinary soldiers alone reaching more than 200,000 people. There were also a number of losses in the higher ranks of the war effort. After the war in the East China Sea was over, the elders' meeting was opened again. Changmu and the other 6 elders reported the results of the battle to the first emperor. This battle wiped out 10 million enemies and heavily damaged the East Sea's high-ranking battle force. 1,000 miles along the East China Sea will be peaceful for at least 10 years. An old man's voice resounded. The beginning emperor just gave a faint hum, without much joy in his voice, because it was far from what the crowd had predicted before. The lives of so many soldiers can only be exchanged for 10 years of peace. Chang Mu said with a stern face, 76 training camp trainees died. Chang Mu's cheeks trembled as he spoke this number. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then immediately continued their reports. Wei Xianlang stood up and said solemnly, "The appearance of a second Overlord Grade 9 alien beast in the southwest region is a dereliction of duty on the part of our intelligence department. I've already fought with this golden plume eagle. It's hard to deal with. If not for its sudden appearance, the Dream Electric Butterfly wouldn't have had the chance to make a surprise attack on East Sea City. On that oversight, the Southwest has an extra 30% in its share of camp resource draws for next year." Wei Xianlang is also considered to have given Chang Mu an explanation. Chang Mu's face only softened a bit when he heard this. 30%? Count on your old Wei to have some conscience. Gentlemen, there is not one, but two new Overlord-class creatures that have appeared in this great war. One old crone suddenly spoke up, her dry fingers gently pointing. A virtual image instantly unfolded in the dimly lit conference room. The image was playing a picture of the battle in East Ocean City. A heavenly divine willow suddenly appeared in the sky above East Ocean City, stopping the Dream Electric Butterfly. The battle footage of the two was blurry, but Shinryu's appearance was clear. This sacred thunder willow is a superpower that made its name in the Blue Star in ancient times, and was once the overlord of that era. Originally, it had gone into hiding, but now it suddenly appeared in East Ocean City. Although it repelled the Dream Electric Butterfly, we can't recognize it as a friendly. The crone's words attracted the attention of everyone present. The Dream Electric Butterfly's surprise attack on East Sea City was something that exceeded everyone's expectations. The direction of the Battle of the East China Sea will take a huge turn as a result. At that time, when they learned of the news, several hegemonic levels rushed to East Sea City to rescue them. But they had only been on their way for a short time when they received instructions that the crisis had been lifted. It became a mystery in everyone's mind. It wasn't until the crone sent out this video that the doubts in the minds of everyone present were answered. It turned out to be the ancient overlord who appeared and stopped the Dream Electric Butterfly. Chang Mu, I think you should give us an explanation for this matter. The last documented dojo of this sacred thunder willow was at Old Monarch Mountain, and the training camp has had previous exploratory operations into the secret realm of Mount Laojun. It's hardly a coincidence that the Willow of Sacred Thunder appeared in East Ocean City right after that. The old woman's flat gaze looked at Chang Mu. The eyes of the others, including the first emperor, also fell on Chang Mu. Chang Mu had long expected this kind of scene to happen and said without turning red in the face, "Since you guys found out, I, old Chang, won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards." "You're thinking right. It's the Willow of the Sacred Thunder that I summoned. I collected part of the soul of the Sacred Thunder Willow at Old Monarch Mountain, but it was on the verge of dissipating. In a moment of urgency, I made an agreement with Sacred Willow that as long as he helped me repel the Dream Lightning Butterfly, I would help him protect the dojo so that he could leave in peace." After Chang Mu finished speaking, everyone stared at him with confused gazes. "Crowd? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? What are you talking about? Bull logic. Chang Mu, you're reckless. How dare you talk nonsense in front of His Majesty?" Wei Xuanlong's face was grim as he chided. Chang Mu, however, was not moved, but instead looked smilingly at the first emperor and arched his hand. "Your Majesty, old minister, every word is true." Wearing a black dragon robe, the beginning emperor, sitting on his throne, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. "I believe in Chang Qing's loyalty. Regarding the matter of the Sacred Willow, let it be settled without further discussion. What we need to discuss now is the aftermath of the East Sea and the Southwest region." When the people saw that the first emperor had said so, they had no choice but to leave it at that. Chang Mu seemed to have guessed that Emperor Shi Huang would say this and made a grateful face. "Still, Your Majesty understands the old minister's abject loyalty." This session lasted several hours before it ended. The crowd retreated. The first emperor only left Chang Mu behind, looking at him with a smirking expression. "Which lucky one has been recognized by the Willow of Sacred Thunder?" The beginning emperor opened the door and asked. Seeing that the first emperor still asked about this, Chang Mu had no choice but to answer. "A little guy in the training camp named Su Chun." The old minister doesn't know what agreement he made with Saint Willow, and the two seem to have made a pact. Sacred Willow's soul usually sleeps inside Su Chen's body, and the newborn body has only just reached the excellence level. The beginning emperor sighed with some emotion on his face. Back then, when I Royal Xian Bird went to Laojun Mountain to seek the way, I failed to see the sacred willow. I thought that the willow of sacred thunder had completely dissipated under the thunderbolt, but I didn't realize that there was still a thread of life left. The willow of sacred thunder from the ancient times is an extremely powerful plant life. This little guy, his luck is really good. Changmu grinned. Who says it isn't? Su Chen is a plant-based awakened person with a double talent. The second talent is unknown. Perhaps Saint Willow is looking at this. The beginning emperor didn't inquire about too many specific things, but only said, "Send someone to send Su Chen's information to my desk. If it is not convenient to form words, you will write and seal them yourself." Changmu immediately bowed and said, "Promise." Chapter 56. Attention from the first emperor, shock of Su Chen and the crowd. The war in the East China Sea is completely over. Campers who survived were uniformly transported back to the camp. Inside the warbird, the cadets' overall aura was low and disheveled. Many men came back from the dead in this battle, passing through the gates of hell several times. Although most of the cadets had been through many battles, the dangers they faced this time were still far more than what they had experienced before. Over 70 of the 200 cadets died. This loss is unimaginable. Most importantly, the cadets felt a chill, because in this East China Sea operation, the cadets were the bait, or to put it more bluntly, the castaways. Although the War Department provided them with certain protective measures, there were still a large number of casualties. When confronted with this truth, the cadets' reactions were not unanimous. Some of the trainees felt chills running down their backs, guessing when they would once again become complete fish bait and die in sorrow. Others, however, clenched their fists in secret and vowed to work hard to improve their strength. The name of any cadet is a fake. Only if you are strong enough can you control your own destiny. It's the only way to escape this fate of being a pawn. Su Chen didn't think too much about it. All he was thinking about now was the reward. This time, if you get first place yourself, you will receive the totem-level Xian Bird Essence Blood. There was no way to measure the value of the Xian Bird Essence Blood in terms of source crystals. If used on plants and imperial beasts, it has the ability to raise bloodlines. Awakened people can also take it themselves, which can enhance their physique, qualifications, and even open up a second talent or cause the talent to be upgraded. A drop of the essence blood of a totem-level Xian bird was equivalent to a new life for many people, and the other two rewards similarly made Su Chen restless. Vanguard, Everlasting Liquid, and a single complementary meditation acceleration chamber. The latter was more useful to Su Chen. If the acceleration was good, there would be no need for him to go to the meditation room in the public area in the future. Su Chen leaned back on the single seat of the fighter, a heart that had long been unable to hold back. This time, he had also gained nearly 500,000 glory points in East Sea City, and these would again boost his strength quite a bit. Amidst the roar of the warplanes, Su Chen's thoughts gradually drifted away. Training camp headquarters. Upon arrival, the participants returned to their residences to rest. As soon as Su Chen walked to the entrance of the manor, he saw Song Qiao and the others greeting him at the entrance. Song Qiao walked over with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. Got first place in this competition." Song Qiao's tone was sincere, and it could be seen that he was indeed delighted by Su Chen's excellent performance. As Su Chen's slaves, the stronger Su Chen was, the higher the status of these slaves of theirs could naturally rise. When he went to pick up the supplies for the estate, the staff members turned to him with a rare smile on their faces. Even though this dignity was brought about by Su Chen, Song Qiao couldn't help but feel happy. Coupled with the fact that Su Chen himself was a good master, Song Qiao and the others would of course work even harder in the future. The rest of the people also applauded towards Su Chen and took out paper fireworks to celebrate. Su Chen smiled helplessly. First place this time around is not so easy to come by. We lost a lot this time. Celebrating is not necessary. Su Chen waved his hand towards the crowd. Song Qiao immediately asked the crowd to clean up the scene, and the smile on his face tightened for a few moments. But anyway, congratulations to the prince. After all, being able to come first in the competition shows that the male is exceptionally strong. Song Qiao gave a shallow pat on the back. Su Chen walked towards the interior of the manor, and Song Qiao and the others followed behind him. You guys are pretty well informed, knowing so quickly. Song Chao behind him sniffed and replied respectfully. Because His Majesty is about to visit the training camp, and it is said that he is going to personally award the trainees. So early in the morning we received word to discipline the men and make preparations. Su Chen's footsteps paused slightly for a second, and he said with some astonishment, His Majesty is actually going to personally award the prize? Song Cho nodded. Yes. Duke and the others are the future pillars of Great Qin, and are naturally valued by His Majesty. Emphasis. Su Chen laughed softly and didn't continue speaking. If they really valued it, they wouldn't have let them people act as bait and go deeper into the danger. It's true that it's valued, but not to the point where it's treated like a baby. Except for those absolute demons. Genius is like a leek. One crop will always sprout another. Su Chun returned to the villa to rest, while Song Chao and the others left in a sensible manner. The day after the cadets returned to camp, they received the news that the beginning would be personally honored. It was like a shot in the arm, and put the surviving trainees in a much better frame of mind. The beginning emperor. In the eyes of many, the first emperor is a legend. He is the supreme king of Qin, and his words can determine the lives and deaths of millions of people. In the establishment of the Great Qin until now, the first emperor has displayed a boldness and strategic vision that has been admired by countless people. Sure, his own strength is awe-inspiring. The first totem-level imperial beast master of the Blue Star, and the faith and strongest pillar of Great Qin. Therefore, when the crowd learned of the news of the first emperor's visit, their spirits were much lifted by it. Training camp headquarters. Early in the morning all the trainees got the message to gather in the square. After the cadets had organized their clothes, they came out into the square. The training camp had set everything up long ago, and what had been an empty plaza now looked like a revealing auditorium. The trainees came to their respective seats and sat down, holding their breath and waiting quietly for the award ceremony to begin. After the participants had all arrived, the camp instructors entered one after another. Chang Mu carried his hands behind his back and slowly came to the very front to sit down. Anon! It was not long after Chang Mu arrived. An incomparably high-pitched chirping sound resounded above the 9 heavens. All of them raised their heads in unison at this moment, looking up to the sky. Just above the canopy, a behemoth was hidden in the clouds, with only some of its feathers showing. The 7 colored plumes glistened under the refraction of the sunlight, attracting the attention of everyone. It's a basilisk! There was a secret exclamation of surprise. This totem-level Shen bird had made great achievements for Great Qin. In order to be able to raise it to the totem level, the first emperor had once visited all the famous mountains in search of divine medicines. In the end, the crowd didn't see the full picture of the Shen bird, but only a glimpse of it. Before the crowd could return to their senses, a man in a black dragon robe was already standing on the stage. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang Mu was the first to react and bowed to the first emperor. Those trainees who saw the first emperor for the first time could not even take a closer look at his real face before kneeling down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. The crowd's respectful voices were like mountain cries. The first emperor gently raised his robe. Get up! The crowd then slowly rose. The cadets all gazed with an almost fanatical adoration at the beginner in front of them. The beginning emperor's face looked very young, without a trace of twilight, with sword brows and starry eyes. Those eyes were incomparably deep and contained supreme majesty. The crowd didn't even have the courage to meet the beginning emperor's eyes. All of you are the cornerstones of Great Qin. I am very pleased with your performance in East Sea City this time. My sons and daughters of Great Qin are not afraid to fight to the death. There was an extremely unique charm in the beginning emperor's voice. With just a few short words, he mobilized the fervor within the people present. The trainees, who were originally still low and disheveled, instantly felt their blood boiling within their bodies. They couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield immediately and charge into battle for the first emperor and Great Qin, even if they had to throw their heads and spill their blood. Next, His Majesty will award the prize. Chang Mu's pale gaze swept over everyone one by one, his face serious. First place, Su Chun. Accompanied by Chang Mu's voice, everyone moved their gazes to Su Chun in unison. There was envy in these gazes, but more than anything else, they were shocked. The crowd couldn't help but feel shocked when they learned that the first-place winner of this competition was a newly minted Divine Phoenix student. And this Su Chun was also a plant system awakened. But he was able to overwhelm a group of old Songlong trainees in the competition and win the competition's top spot. This one has to marvel at. Many people were still sizing up Su Chen up close for the first time, and there was a lot of talk for a while. Awesome. I've heard that this person hasn't reached the excellence level yet. Cut. The plant system and the imperial beast system are both systems that are capable of cheating. The battle power is falsely high in the early stages, and naturally falls down in the later stages. Hush! How dare you say such things here? As the crowd watched, Su Chen slowly walked onto the stage and came in front of the beginning emperor. Being so close to the beginning emperor, a totem level, a considerable amount of pressure appeared within Su Chen. After all, the old him had never thought at all that he would be able to see the first emperor with his own eyes. It was even possible for the latter to honor himself with an award. How many people can't even meet the first emperor in their lifetime? Su Chen did his best to make himself appear unassuming as he came before the first emperor and bowed. Su Chen, meet your majesty. The beginning emperor's gaze roamed over Su Chen's body, and while his handsome face looked calm, it seemed to be haunted by a wisp of odd laughter. Su Chen, your performance in East Sea City this time was very good, killing countless enemies. It also saved Liang Fei Fan and a few military department powerhouses. Su Chen's voice was calm as he replied in a humble tone, "Thank you for your majesty's compliments. Su Chen will not slack off in the future." The beginning emperor nodded slightly, but his next words caused Su Chen to feel incomparably shocked. "You are an orphan. I have the intention of accepting you as a righteous son and giving you the name Win. What do you think?" Wow. A clamor rose steeply in the square. All the trainees and teachers stared at Su Chen with shocked eyes. The beginning emperor actually wanted to accept Su Chen as his righteous son? The first emperor was the Lord of Great Qin, one of the 5 most powerful people in Blue Star. Su Chen became the righteous son of the first emperor and immediately became one man, 10,000 men. What do you mean, a step up? That's it. Strong shock also appeared on Chang Mu's aged face. He's very clear. A large part of the reason why the beginning emperor would visit the training camp to personally award the prize this time was because of Su Chen. Chang Mu knew that the first emperor valued Su Chen, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Surprisingly, he wanted to accept Su Chen as his righteous son. The moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Su Chen's body. The trainees' eyes were glazed over. How is it that such good things do not fall into their lap? Become the righteous son of the first emperor. A great opportunity. Many of the trainees wailed inwardly, envious to the point where the birds were purple again. But Su Chen's reply exceeded everyone's expectations. "Thank you, your majesty, for your love. Su Chen is just an ordinary cadet. How could he be worthy of becoming the beginning emperor's righteous son? Besides, family name and life are equally important. So how can Su Chen abandon his ancestral family name?" Wow. Su Chen's reply sparked an even louder clamor within the venue. "I'll go." Su Chen, has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Such a good opportunity. But he turned it down. And he's so insensitive, he doesn't want this kind of opportunity. I want it. You don't want such a good opportunity to become the beginning emperor's righteous son? Su Chen actually dared to reject the beginning emperor. This is even more damn impressive than him taking first place. The trainees all stared at Su Chen with incomparably shocked eyes. Becoming the rightful son of the first emperor. From then on, it was a step to heaven, and his status and position were elevated by leaps and bounds. The resources enjoyed are different. Such a good opportunity, but Su Chen turned it down? The crowd really couldn't guess what was in Su Chen's head. Batter? Su Chen, who had rejected the beginning emperor, had his heartbeat speed up a few points. The matter of becoming the first emperor's righteous son did make Su Chen feel incomparably tempted. But after contemplating, Su Chen still chose to refuse. The whole changing his last name thing alone was a little hard for him to accept. And how many benefits he enjoys today, he will have to pay back twice as much in the coming day. There's no such thing as a free lunch. With a god-level talent of his own, his future achievements would be higher than the beginning emperor. Only higher, not lower. Moreover, with his qualifications, even if he didn't become the first emperor's righteous son, he would still be able to obtain good resources, enough for him. With all the reasons combined, Su Chen refused the beginning emperor's request. But his answer, however, seemed to have been long anticipated by the first emperor. The beginning emperor laughed instead of being angry and patted Su Chen's shoulder. "Good. It's rare to have a backbone. There was absolutely no anger in the beginning emperor's eyes. Instead, he became more and more appreciative of Su Chun. Changmu, Su Chun will be promoted to Zonglong cadet from today, exempting him from the examination period and allowing him to be directly inducted into the Great Qin Ministries. Upon graduation, you automatically become the 9th hunting ambassador of Great Qin. Changmu, who was on the side, immediately arched his hand. Promise! Changmu had mixed emotions in his heart. His Majesty was as bold as ever. When he failed to collect his righteous son, he immediately gave the position of a hunting envoy. This was an ironclad determination to tie Su Chun to the chariot of Great Qin. The hunting ambassadors. He himself had arrived at the overlord level in the first place before he was granted the position of patrol hunting envoy. The beginning emperor looked at Su Chun with a gentle gaze and smiled. This, I suppose you won't refuse me, will you? Su Chun nodded immediately after hearing this. Rejecting it once is enough. Rejecting it again would be disrespecting brother politics. Changmu, who was on the side, coughed gently a few times. Why don't you kids thank me for the favor? Only then did Su Chun respond in a flash and hurriedly said, Many thanks, Your Majesty. The beginning emperor waved his hand with a somewhat disgusted face. You don't have to care about all this red tape in front of me in the future. Feel free to do so. The eyes of the trainees on the stage were red with envy. The beginning emperor's great love for Su Chun was damn near overflowing. This draping made them jealous beyond measure. Su Chun was not as excited as the crowd thought. His mind was calm instead. Yes. The first emperor nodded gently and then said, Then let's start awarding prizes next. Finally got to the point. Su Chen's heart was slightly agitated for a few moments, only to see the first emperor stretching out his right hand, a wisp of crimson aura converging in his palm. Not much longer. The Xian bird essence blood was then suspended in the palm of the first emperor's hand. The drop of blood was not in the form of a water droplet, but rather took on the posture of a basilisk bird, soaring through the air. Changmu had the sense to take out a special vessel and fill it with essence blood. The beginning emperor personally delivered the vessel into Su Chen's hands and gently smiled. This is the Xian bird essence blood. Keep it. If I lose it, I won't have a drop left. Black lines sprang up on Su Chen's forehead. Why does His Majesty drive at the drop of a hat? This one drop, is it decent? Chapter 57 First Talent Upgrade. Grade A Everything Grows. Iron Hand Vine's elemental fusion opens. Su Chun received the vessel containing the Xian bird's essence blood from the beginning emperor. The beginning emperor then took another small box from Changmu and handed it to Su Chun. It was filled with the ancient evergreen liquid. The single matching meditation acceleration room will be delivered directly to your manor. Changmu said softly from the side. Su Chun gently nodded at his words. I hope that in the coming days, you will continue to build up your career for Great Qin. I'm looking forward to it. The beginning emperor once again looked at Su Chun with an appreciative gaze. Su Chun will do his best to live up to His Majesty's high expectations. Immediately, Changmu waved his hand, signaling that Su Chun could step back. After Su Chun, the remaining 9 trainees all went up to the stage one after another to receive their rewards. Being able to personally meet the first emperor, the expressions of these trainees were all very excited, and their faces were all flushed red. One trainee's legs were even trembling with excitement. However, the beginning emperor's attitude towards them was much more bland, far less enthusiastic than he was towards Su Chun. Su Chun, on the other hand, was so immersed in the euphoria of getting the reward that he didn't notice all these things behind him. The award ceremony ended quickly, and the beginning emperor left after making a brief summary. The participants also left the room and retired. Su Chun returned to the manor in a flurry of excitement. Song Qiao came over and reported, My lord, the single meditation acceleration room has been delivered. It has been placed on the 3rd floor of the villa. Su Chun nodded gently. I know. Su Chun walked into the meditation room on the 3rd floor, which had been modified. There was also an instruction manual in the empty meditation room. Su Chun picked it up and briefly flipped through it. The maximum acceleration efficiency of this single meditation device is 70%, which is equivalent to the acceleration effect of a level 5 meditation room. However, the acceleration of the meditation room requires energy items to power it. And this aspect of the training camp will not be gifted, need Su Chun to spend money on their own to make purchases. Luckily, he had harvested quite a few glory points from the Battle of East Sea City this time, and using them to purchase energy items should be enough. Su Chun put the manual down and sat down in the center of the meditation room. He took the Xian bird essence blood out of his ring. In the transparent vessel, a miniature Xian bird could be seen constantly soaring in it. This drop of the essence blood of a totem-level foreign beast was a priceless treasure. In the entire Blue Star, only beginning Emperor, the only totem-level Imperial Beastmaster, was able to take it out. Su Chun could feel that the Iron Hand Vine, Thunder Heart Swordgrass, and Forgetful Dream Lotus, among other plants, all surged with a strong desire. They desperately wanted to absorb the powerful power contained in the Xian bird's essence blood. It contains substances that can change their life levels and make them leap. Good boy, you can't have this stuff. Su Chun pacified a few plants with his thoughts. You can use the talent yourself to enhance the plant's lineage. Therefore, there was absolutely no need to use the Xian bird essence blood on these few plants. Su Chun wanted to absorb this Xian bird essence blood on his own, so maybe his talent could be upgraded again. Su Chun took a deep breath, then slowly opened the vessel containing the Xian bird essence blood. Anon! A high-pitched chirping sound immediately came out of the vessel. Su Chun could feel the powerful oppression from the Xian bird's bloodline, and his heart palpitated. This drop of essence blood also contained part of the Xian bird's soul power. The method of using this drop of essence blood is also very simple. Su Chun gently stretched out his finger and touched the mini arcane bird that was soaring in the air. Just as soon as his fingers came into contact with the illusory Xian bird, a majestic power immediately passed through his fingertips into Su Chen's body. Su Chun suddenly felt intense pain emanating from all parts of his body. This kind of pain was 100 times more intense than when he had absorbed the Great Phoenix Origin Crystal. It was as if the muscles, bones, and sinews of his body had been seared and melted. The majestic power and strange substances contained within the Xian bird essence blood slowly changed Su Chen's body. While Su Chun was absorbing the Xian bird's essence blood, the first emperor had already returned to the palace. Chang Mu stood in the center of the palace and asked with some confusion, "Your Majesty is so attached to Su Chun." It really surprised the old minister. The beginning emperor's face was much more grave and serious than it had been at the time of the award. "Because I have sensed the sleeping sacred willow within Su Chen's body. The power of the sacred willow's power far exceeds the records of the canon. Su Chun, who possesses the willow of sacred thunder, will be an absolutely powerful existence in the future, and will probably even become the second totem-level awakened person in Great Qin." This time, an incomparably dense look of shock appeared on Chang Mu's face. He still thought that Shi Huang's acceptance of Su Chun as his righteous son was just a whim move. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's evaluation in the beginning emperor's heart was so high. Great Qin's second totem-level awakened? This comment made Chang Mu feel both shocked and bitter in his heart. They, the veteran powerhouses, had arrived at the 9th stage of the hegemony class long ago, but they just couldn't take the final step. A big blue star with tens of billions of humans. However, the totem-level awakened people that already existed today were only 5 in number. Even if we added those totem-level awakened in history, there wouldn't be more than 10 of them. You can imagine how difficult it is to get promoted. At least Chang Mu thought to himself that this life was hopeless, which was why he spared no effort in cultivating newborn powerhouses for Great Qin. Otherwise, how could he have wasted so much time on training camp? Instead, the first emperor's evaluation of Su Chun recognized him as the second totem-level awakened in Great Qin. You can imagine how much weight the latter carries. When put this way, the beginning emperor's favor and love for Su Chun at the time of awarding the prize made sense. Other trainees may just be gifted and have a promising future. But Su Chun was far beyond the others. He has the potential to be the most powerful. Once another totem supreme power appeared in Great Qin, then the pattern of the blue star would change drastically. The situation against the Fae will also be different. So it is. Chang Mu muttered with some disorientation. No wonder His Majesty holds Su Chun in such high regard. The first emperor nodded gently. It is enough for you and I to know about this matter. Secretly raise Su Chen's confidentiality level to the highest. Don't do anything unusual on the surface, lest the converts notice. The first emperor issued a single order, and Su Chen's status was quietly rising. Chang Mu respectfully said, "Yes." The first emperor then leaned back on the dragon chair behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. There were actually other reasons why he valued Su Chun so much, other than the willow of sacred thunder. Although the beginning emperor himself was an awakened member of the imperial beast system, the imperial beast system and the plant system were connected. As such, he also kept a few monarch-level plant life. When the beginning emperor approached Su-chun, these few overlord-level plant lives were actually a bit agitated. Afterward, he had asked about the plant life and why it was agitated. They say they don't know, but that young human is seen to have something they desire very much. It is a thirst born of life's instincts. This answer made the first emperor pay more attention to Su-chun. Perhaps the most powerful thing in Su-chun was not the willow of sacred thunder, but this secret means that allowed plant life to go crazy over. Su-chun. The beginning murmured the name in a low voice. While the two of them, Shi Huang and Cheng Mu, were talking, Su-chun was enjoying the sensation of lust for death in the alteration of the Shen bird's essence blood. The feeling of being torn apart was incredibly painful, yet soothing. This peculiar taste, Su-chun felt that he never wanted to experience it again in his life. This absorption had been going on for a full 3 hours. By the time it was over, Su-chun was completely exhausted and paralyzed in the meditation room. He was covered in this ebony black substance that looked somewhat similar to sludge. These are the impurities, the toxins that are sent from his body. This process can be viewed as hair washing. After going through this process, Su-chun's physique and enlightenment had greatly improved. It was only after a 10-minute reprieve that Su-chun felt that the scene in front of him became a lot clearer. He sat up and checked the changes in his body. The first change that he perceived was a change in thinking. His brain became clearer and clearer, and the speed at which his mind worked improved tremendously. Even being able to easily recall the words from those books I've read before. This should be the effect of a double boost in physique and soul power. After cultivating the 3 plants, the iron hand vine, Thunderheart swordgrass, and forgetful dream lotus, Su-chun would always have a sense of weight. The feeling kept him from continuing to cultivate more plants. But not anymore. He felt relaxed all over. I don't know. While absorbing the Shen bird's essence blood, he was also crazily absorbing the dream electric butterfly's soul origin. At this moment, Su-chun's soul power was even more powerful than that of a transcendent level awakened person. He's perfectly capable of breeding more main battle plants now. In addition to these hidden boosts, his level has also increased quite a bit, leaping all the way from the advanced 2nd rank to the advanced 9th rank. It's just a foot away from the excellence level. But what surprised Su-chun the most was the increase in his own talent. The Shen bird essence blood really does have the effect of enhancing talent, Su-chun said with a face full of surprise. Earlier, he had heard that using Shen bird essence blood had a chance of opening a second talent or upgrading the original talent. He himself was already a dual talent, so opening a second talent was out of the question. It would be nice to level up talents. And at this moment, his first talent, the growth of all things, was raised from F rank to a rank. Growth talents are a pretty good talent category in the plant line. This is because most plants have a long growth cycle. Possesses a growth class talent that drastically accelerates the maturation of plants. However, Su-chun's previous talent grade was too low, only F grade. The maximum growth acceleration for plants is 7 days at a time and the cooling period is long. But after everything grows was upgraded to a rank. The maximum growth acceleration time for plants has been increased to 100 days at a time. The cooldown period hadn't changed much, but the time for a single acceleration had increased by a full dozen times. This change made Su-chun ecstatic. As he gradually leveled up, the F rank everything grows appeared to be a bit of a chicken. But after a boost, its usefulness to you can be highlighted at once. A full 100 days of accelerated time. It only takes a few catalysts to bring those plants to maturity and peak strength. Phew! Su-chun could barely suppress the smile on his face and silently clenched his fist. This Shen bird essence blood is so worth it. I'm glad I didn't miss such a great opportunity. If not for the fact that the beginning emperor was indebted to his own batch of trainees, it was absolutely impossible for him to take out the Shen bird essence blood. I don't know when the next time I get this kind of divine object will be. Only after a long period of excitement did Su-chun gradually regain his composure. It was only at this time that he noticed that he had a greasy layer of sludge on his body.
Vom Tilde.
Su-chun pinched a bit and brought it under his nose to smell it, and immediately let out a burst of dry retching. The smell? It's stinky and topsy-turvy. Su-chun hurried to the washroom on the 2nd floor to rinse off, while having Song Chao and the others clean up the meditation room. When Su-chun came to the 3rd floor in his bathrobe, he heard a rising and falling sound of dry heaving. Vomit, get some more water over here and air freshener spray. Open all the windows in the room. Laugh? I'll tear the mouth off anyone who laughs again. Vomit. Hearing Song Chao's command mixed with dry heaves, Su Chun revealed an embarrassed expression. Only after everything was packed up did Su Chun return to the meditation room. He hadn't used up the Shen bird essence blood and still had a small portion left over. The Thunderheart swordgrass and Iron Hand vine all looked blearily at the bit of essence blood in the vessel. The rest, you three split equally. Su Chun smiled and split the remaining essence blood into 3 parts, giving them to the Iron Hand vine, Thunderheart swordgrass, and Forgetful Dream Lotus respectively. The 3 plants immediately devoured the tiny drops of blood like hungry wolves. Immediately afterward, all 3 plants immediately took on a shriveled posture. Su Chun was all worried. After all, he had just experienced such pain. He received the 3 plants into his ring and drummed up the meditation acceleration chamber himself. If you turn on the meditation acceleration effect, it consumes a lot of energy every minute. But either way, it's cheaper than the accelerated prices in the public areas. Su Chun took the Great Phoenix Source Crystal out of the ring and placed it in the area of energy supply. In the next moment, Su Chun turned on the acceleration effect of the meditation room to its extreme state. Several hours hurriedly passed, and Su Chun opened his eyes. He was getting closer and closer to the first order of excellence. If I could use the dream entry effect of the Forgotten Dream Lotus, I would be able to cultivate for a few more hours and I would be almost there. After ending his meditation, Su Chun took the time to look at the few plants in the ring. Since all the remaining Shenbird essence blood was very small, they quickly absorbed it. The Forgetful Dream Lotus and Thunderheart Swordgrass didn't change much. It just felt like their auras had become a bit more powerful. Although the Shenbird essence blood has the effect of enhancing the bloodline. But this tiny bit of essence blood obviously couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, several of Su Chen's plants had already been raised to the upper limit of their strength, and even if they were absorbed again, there was no way to raise their strength. The strength of plants, exotics, and imperial beasts is limited by bloodlines. The level of bloodline determines their strength after maturity. That's the ceiling of strength they can reach. Unless the bloodline shackles were broken, they could not continue to ascend. Plants, on the other hand, rarely manage to break their own shackles, and generally need the help of external objects. Su Chen's life-leaping talent was their best help. As long as there were enough energy supply items, it could easily help them break the bloodline shackles. It was because of the restriction of bloodline that the strength of the Forgotten Dream Lotus and the Thunderheart Swordgrass and Iron Hand Vine wouldn't improve. But strength enhancement doesn't simply refer to equilibrium enhancement. Either, there are still other ways that can make them stronger. Just like the Iron Hand Vine after absorbing the Shen Bird's essence blood. You need a lot of gold elemental crystals? Su Chun looked a little surprised after receiving the fluctuation of the Iron Hand Vine's intention. Iron Hand's Fuji continued to express what he had to say very reluctantly. As Su Chun listened, the smile on his face grew wider. The Iron Hand Vine's ability to steel itself was further strengthened after absorbing the Shen Bird's essence blood. It even vaguely felt the sensation of fusing the elements of gold. Therefore, it hoped that Su Chun would be able to find some elemental crystals for it to help it fuse the element of gold. No problem. Of course, Su Chun was happy to see it. The Iron Hand Vine's ability and the gold element were originally a perfect match. Moreover, in the history of the Blue Star, there were cases where the Iron Hand Vine had been allowed to successfully fuse the golden element. If the Iron Hand Vine was able to successfully fuse the element of gold, then its battle power would increase by a very large leap. Chapter 58. Using as bait again? An international competition to divide the country's resources. In addition to being born with an affinity for a certain element, a creature must reach awakening level to gain elemental powers. If one could obtain the power of the elements at an earlier age, it would undoubtedly be a great enhancement to strength. It also had a certain amount of help for the promotion to the monarch level later on. That's why fusing elemental powers is the sooner the better. The 3 main battle plants under Su Chen's command, the Forgotten Dream Lotus-fitting element is unknown. Blue Star also had no precedent of successfully having Forgotten Dream Lotus successfully fuse a certain element. The Forget-Me-Not Lotus, as a mere meditation aid plant, seems to be completely devoid of any kind of element to which it can fit. And the highest pedigree it had recorded was only the 8th rank of excellence. Sword Heartgrass has a higher pedigree instead, and although there are no cases of successful fusion of elements, most of the awakened elements of Sword Heartgrass are wood and wind. However, This Thunder Heart Swordgrass of Su-chun was a rare thunder element. Compared to fusing the other two elements, the killing power of the Thunderheart Swordgrass was clearly more powerful, and the Iron Hand Vine's attunement and awakening elements were both gold elements. Su-chun had originally planned to evolve the Iron Hand Vine to awakening level before saying anything about fusing elements. However, he didn't expect the Iron Hand Vine to accelerate the process after absorbing the Shen bird's essence blood. Of course, Su-chun was willing to help Iron Hand's vine out. He opened his treasury and exchanged 500 gold elemental crystals. These should be enough for the Iron Hand Vine to absorb. Regarding the matter of the Iron Hand Vine fusing the gold element, Su-chun was far less worried than he was at first. Because even without fusion, when the Iron Hand Vine was promoted to the awakening level, it would naturally awaken the power of the elements. So this time, the difficulty of the Iron Hand Vine's fusion of the gold element was probably only as great as 1% of the Sword Heartgrass's fusion of the thunder element. All one has to do is wait quietly. Su-chun sat cross-legged in the meditation room, his face full of smiles. The enhancement brought to him by this drop of Shen bird essence blood was simply too great, especially the leveling up of the first talent. Raise your level and strength. Su-chun secretly clenched his fist. This time, the battle in East Sea City had also given Su-chun a deep realization. Until they were strong enough, they were pawns to be manipulated. The only way to control your destiny is to have enough power. You can't afford to waste your time now that you have so many resources to support you. Thinking of this, Su-chun let the forgetful dream lotus release its skill, allowing himself to enter a dream. Iron Hand Vine's gold elemental fusion was indeed as smooth as Su-chun had imagined. After only 10 days, the Iron Hand Vine had completely fused with the power of the golden element. After fusing the power of the elements, the defense of the Iron Hand Vine increased drastically. The steeled rattan is also much harder. Sturdy, after all, is the attribute of the gold element. The Iron Hand Vine would naturally display the corresponding elemental characteristics after fusing with elemental power. After the Iron Hand Vine successfully fused with the gold element, Su-chun was also promoted to the excellent first rank with it. That great Phoenix Source Crystal was also completely consumed by him. Su-chun didn't rush to buy new energy items, but instead put his mind on the soul attack technique. These 2 secret books that Sacred Willow had left behind for him were precious and worth spending a lot of time studying. The 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda is a soul defense method. As long as the base of the tower is constructed, it will have some defense. After that, one only needed to keep constructing the 9 layers of the tower body to block all soul means. It took Su-chun half a month to construct the tower base prototype extremely reluctantly. If we want to construct a complete 9-layer tower body, I'm afraid it will take several years or even a dozen years. Su-chun felt shocked in his heart. Good thing defense effects stack. Even if he hadn't constructed a 9-tiered tower body, he would still be able to possess soul defense. After constructing the base of the tower, Su-chun temporarily put the 9 Shocking Spirit Tower aside. He was destined to spend a long time in cultivating this Tao, and there was no use in rushing. As for the soul offense means in the Dark Spirit method, Su-chun also focused on selecting a few moves to cultivate. Among them, the soul-striking whip and spiral thrust were Su-chun's 2 favorite moves. The former was not very lethal, but it was able to continuously inflict attacks on the enemy's soul. The spiral spikes, on the other hand, possessed the ability to break through soul defenses. When he encountered those mind-based awakened, or foreign beasts that were proficient in the soul, Su-chun wasn't as afraid as he was before. And after constructing the base of the tower, things like what happened in the last East Sea City would hardly happen again. If the dream electric butterfly wanted to brand its soul, it had to break through the tower base's defenses first. This left Su-chun with a certain amount of time to defend and react. As he cultivated these 2 soul secret techniques, Su-chun marveled more and more at how extraordinary Sacred Willow was. He had also searched the treasure trove for secret soul techniques. The prices were higher than one another, but none of them could compare to the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda and the Dark Spirit Law. The caliber of these 2 soul secret methods had completely surpassed the top level of Blue Star. Su-chun was puzzled by this. Were these 2 secret methods created by Saint Willow herself, or did she get them from somewhere else? If it's the former, it's a little better. But if the latter is the case, things are a bit intriguing. But Su-chun didn't mull over this point for too long. After all, the current him hadn't touched that level of strength yet. Even if you know, what's the point? Might as well spend more time on your own strength enhancement. So, after the award ceremony, Su-chun stayed in the manor for a full 2 months. This amazed the campers and teachers alike. The cadets are not usually seen in camp, but they spend most of their time on missions or meditating. It's rare to go straight into a 2-month retreat. Besides, Su Chen's strength was only at an advanced level, so how could he need to be in seclusion for such a long time? If it wasn't for the fact that Chang Mu had indeed detected Su Chen's life fluctuations within the manor, he would have suspected if the latter had been assassinated. Little Su, how's your cultivation going these days? Chang Mu stared at Su Chen with a smile and said in a warm voice. Su Chen had a puzzled look on his face and was somewhat unsure. He was cultivating well inside the manor when he was suddenly notified to go to Chang Mu's office. As soon as he came in, he saw the smiling Elder Chang, which made Su Chen's heart flinch a bit. Elder Chang, did you call me to order anything? Su Chen asked cautiously. Chang Mu gave a hey and waved his hand. Don't be so formal. You're a man of honor valued by His Majesty. Feel free to be more casual in my place from now on. What about calling you here? It's nothing much. Just caring about your cultivation progress. You've risen very quickly. You've already reached the excellence level. Absorbed the Xian bird's essence blood? Su Chen nodded heavily. It's been absorbed, and all this time I've been meditating on the estate. Chang Mu nodded approvingly and said, well, it's good for young people to be diligent. But get out more too. Just being cooped up in the house won't make you anything. Su Chen scratched his head with some uncertainty. Elder Chang, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Although Chang Mu was usually in the training camp, he was the posture of a kind elder. But it's too kind to him now, isn't it? This made Su Chen a little uncomfortable. Chang Mu laughed a few times and stated the purpose of calling Su Chen. There's a contest, and I hope you'll sign up for it. Su Chen, this will hear the word competition 2 words on the headache. Grinned. Knot it and win the fish. Knot and go to the competition. The last time he was the bait, Su Chen was still fresh in his mind. All the top brass in Daqin are fishermen, aren't they? You're addicted to fishing for law enforcement? It's only been a couple of months since it died down, and they're letting themselves go as bait again? Chang Mu glared at Su Chen and said seriously, what kind of bait? Don't you talk nonsense, Ao. Letting you go to the tournament is a sign of how much the camp values you. It's expectations. Besides, young men don't go to fight and make a name for themselves and stay in the house as a cadet? In the face of Elder Chang, who was a man of gold, Su Chen was somewhat powerless to refute for a moment. You're strong, you're in a good position, and you're right about everything. Little Su, don't worry, it's very safe this time. Elder Chang's words changed, and his tone became softer again. This time it's an international tournament, with top geniuses from all the countries of the Blue Star gathered together. Can something happen? Su Chen nodded silently. Times like these when geniuses pile up are often the times when converts act the most frantically. Elder Chang revealed an expression of hatred and hummed lightly. Anyway, your name has been reported and approved by His Majesty. Not going is cheating the king, and you'll be beheaded. Su Chen silently sighed and helplessly flirted. Is it too late for me to become His Majesty's righteous son? Only then did Chang Mu's face reveal a slight smile. The arm can't be twisted, little Su. Just submit. Su Chen's face was a bit odd as he sniffed. Old Chang, you're not old at heart, you're always so good at talking. Chang Mu then looked a bit more serious and briefly introduced the specifics of this competition for Su Chen. This time it's an international competition to compete in, and it's huge. Each country would send 10 talented players to participate in the battle, with the level limited to below transcendent. In the case of the plant and imperial beasts, the strength of the plant or imperial beast will be the qualifier. The main reason for holding this large tournament is to peacefully resolve certain issues of disputed interests. Just for example, several islands located in the center of the ocean and rich in resources. Countries have gone to great lengths to exploit the resources contained in these islands. But how to distribute the extracted resources becomes a problem. Humanity, while not entering into true unity in the face of danger, can never implode. If the strongest people from various countries fought over this, I'm afraid that the only ones who would benefit would be the Fae. It was then proposed that the talented contestants be allowed to compete. Each player represents a country, and the higher the player's ranking, the more resources are allocated to their country. Compared to the battles of the most powerful, the geniuses fighting would hardly have much impact on the strength of the country. This is a peaceful solution to the distribution problem. The competition is held once a year, which means that the benefits are redrawn once a year. Various countries have chosen to agree to this distribution. In fact, it was mainly because the 5 supreme beings nodded their heads in agreement that the other state consuls had to agree as well. The 5 totem supreme beings, including the first emperor, worked together to formulate and maintain the balance of the blue planet. And the countries that these 5 supreme powers belonged to were all among the top superpowers on the blue planet. Tichin is one of them. The Big 5 have basically taken the top 5 spots every year, with occasional changes. So this time, little Su, you can't disgrace our great Qin, Chang Mu explained in a serious tone. After listening to Chang Mu's explanation, Su Chen had a preliminary understanding of the so-called national competition. It may seem like just a competition, but there are countless interests at stake. I'm afraid it would have to be in the hundreds of billions if it was measured in source crystals. But these are benefits to the state, not to you. It also depends on how much you can put in your pocket. Elder Chang, is there any reward for this competition? Su Chen rubbed his fingers and asked tentatively. Chang Mu revealed a smile that he had expected and replied with a laugh. Of course I have. The rewards for the top 5 every year are quite generous. The exact reward for this session hasn't been announced yet, but it's certainly worth a lot. I don't even think it's low, as you can imagine. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he finally had something to run on. I'll do my best. Chang Mu's eyes flashed with relief and anticipation. The reason why he strongly persuaded Su Chen to participate in the competition was because not all of the 10 players participating in the competition this time were selected from the training camp. 2 from each of the 4 regions. Training camp, Southwest, Northwest, Southeast, and Northeast. Whichever region sends someone to get a good ranking, which region gets more resources allocated for the following year. Most of the resources for the camp since its formation have been gouged out of the hands of the other 4 regions. Even when Chang Mu went to receive resources with the beginning Emperor's Oracle, Wei Shenlang and others did not treat him well. If Su Chen could obtain a higher ranking this time, the Great Qin Treasury would allocate resources directly to the training camp for the next year. He wouldn't have to look at Wei Shenlang and the others, so to speak. Chang Mu actually had a selfish motive for doing this. Of course, his selfishness was not for himself, but for the camp. In addition to the training camps, each of the major military regions has its own training and nurturing system. The most powerful way for Chang Mu to prove that there is nothing wrong with his training system is to speak with results. Who am I going to participate with in this competition? Su Chen casually asked. You and Waring Ho. Su Chen's face changed a bit. This was really not an enemy. I forgot to tell you that after the training camp's mine department teacher's diagnosis, it was discovered that Huang Hao had lost part of his memories from the secret realm of Old Monarch Mountain. So he might be a bit of a stranger to you. Chang Mu said suddenly to Su Chen in an odd tone. Lost your memory? Su Chen frowned, his heart quietly shaking. No wonder last time in the auditorium, when Huang Hao saw himself, he didn't have any reaction at all, as if he was looking at a stranger. So it is. But did he really lose it himself? Doubts surfaced in Su Chen's heart. It couldn't have been washed away by Cheng Lao and the others. Well, someone will let you know when it's time, so go back to your business. This is an information of the potential candidates from other countries that will be competing in the competition. Take it back and remember not to divulge it, so as not to cause an international dispute. Elder Cheng's words interrupted Su Chen's thoughts, and as he spoke, he also took out a bunch of documents from the drawer. Su Chen picked up the information and left the office after giving a slight salute towards Chang Mu. Chapter 59 Thunderheart Swordgrass's Second Elemental Awakening. Goodwill from the Military Region Overlord. Su Chen returned to the manor and found Song Qiao and a bunch of others busy packing their luggage. You guys are? Su Chen asked in disbelief. Song Qiao quickly came to Su Chen's side and softly explained. Just now, the training camp's General Affairs Office sent a notification saying that Gongzi might have to go abroad recently. We will be traveling along to serve the prince when the time comes, so prepare in advance what you will be taking with you. Gongzi is now at Songlong Cadet, and has his own exclusive transporter that allows him to carry his slaves along with him. Only then did Su Chen realize this and waved his hand to signal Song Qiao to continue to go about his business. He had almost forgotten that this would be the time when he was already at Songlong Cadet, with a higher rank and authority than Divine Phoenix Cadets. After being promoted to Songlong Cadet, Su Chen's most intuitive feeling was that there were more things that could be exchanged. Almost all of the items in the treasury he could exchange for glory points and at a much more favorable price. Other than that, the other changes Su Chen had yet to feel. After all, He had stayed in seclusion in the manor since he became a Tsanglong cadet, and he hadn't had the chance to experience it. Su Chun came to sit down in the living room on the first floor of the villa and flipped through the information in his hand. The document is full of information about talented players from other countries. This information is very detailed. Matters big and small, personality changes, talent levels, and power-ups are clearly marked, from the player's birth to his or her growth. This kind of genius secret is obviously not likely to be given by another country. It should have been made privately by Great Qin intelligence. Looking at the information in front of him, Su Chun couldn't help but feel the power of Great Qin in his heart. One has only seen the tip of the iceberg. Intelligence infiltration is common in international exchanges. Maybe your own information will be on the other contestants' tables this time. Su Chun probably flipped through the information and couldn't help but be a little staggered. These contestants were immobile with S-rank talents, and the talent types all fit very well with the system they belong to, strengthening their battle power tremendously. For example, Higgins, a mind-awakened person from the Lighthouse Nation. His first talent was soul augmentation. After using it, it was able to increase the soul power by 10 times in a short period of time without any side effects. On the labeling at the end of the information, the Great Qin Intelligence Department speculated that Higgins was most likely a dual-talent awakened person, only that they hadn't been able to find out any information about his second talent for the time being. The strengths of these contestants ranged from the 7th rank of excellence to the 9th rank of awakening. Half an hour later, Su Chun put the information in his hand aside and rubbed his brow. All of these players are very strong in battle, so they can't be underestimated. It was necessary to bring up the level of the 3 plants a bit more on their own. The qualification for this tournament was that it could not exceed the 9th level of awakening. Su Chun opened the treasury and once again exchanged a Great Phoenix Origin crystal. That previous piece had consumed nearly all of its energy just by using it for meditative acceleration. Shortly after the new Great Phoenix Source Crystal was delivered to Su Chun immediately walked up to the 3rd floor and entered the middle of the meditation room. "Start lifting," Su Chun secretly said in his heart, holding the Great Phoenix Origin crystal tightly in his hand. As his strength continued to grow, his own level and the plant level were gradually shrinking. In the past, when he was at the lower 2nd rank, he was able to harness plants at the higher 1st rank. However, now that they had reached the 1st rank of excellence, they could only raise the bloodlines of a few plants to the 3rd rank of awakening at most. According to Su Chen's estimation, by the time he reached the monarch level, his own level and the level of the plants he cultivated would remain the same. Fruity. This time, Su Chun utilized his talent to raise the bloodline of the 3 main plants, and was only able to raise them to the awakened 3rd stage. Although this matter was expected by Su Chun, this promotion still gave Su Chun no small surprise. The Thunderheart Swordgrass had previously fused the thunder element. However, after being raised to the awakening level, it awakened the 2nd element, the wind element. Boom! The Thunderheart Swordgrass wandered around Su Chun, its speed even swifter than before. There was a sound of wind and thunder in flight, and the sound was extraordinary. Plant life form, Thunderheart Swordgrass. Bloodline, awakening 3rd order. Current level, awakening 3rd order. Growing, maturity, element, thunder element, wind element. Status, peak. Abilities, leaving the sword leaves leave the root and act alone. Sprinting sword leaves unite and attack the enemy. Nesting sword leaves fall into the root and absorb the root nutrients. Containing thunder sword attacks are accompanied by the power of the lightning attribute. Wind walking flight speed and combat distance are increased. Special ability, Thunderbolt 3 sword leaves unite and explode all their power to form a thunder sword to attack the enemy. Wind and thunder movement use the 2 elements of wind and thunder to create a storm of sword blades. After the Thunderheart Swordgrass had the 2 elements of wind and thunder, there was no doubt about the increase in battle power. That's kind of the only surprise of this evolution. Su Chun had thought that the Thunderheart Swordgrass had already fused the thunder element and would not awaken other elements. I didn't expect this Thunderheart Swordgrass of his to be so powerful. Not bad for an upwardly mobile sword heartgrass. The Iron Hand Vine, on the other hand, had not awakened a new element this time because it had fused the gold element before. After all, it fits best with just the gold element. Of the 3 major plants, the Forgetful Dream Lotus also surprised Su Chun. This was because even though Forgetful Dream Lotus had reached the awakening level, she had not awakened any of the elements. This made Su Chun feel a bit shocked. The most important characteristic of an awakening level was that it would awaken a certain elemental power. Whether it's the awakened themselves or the fey or plant life, there's bound to be an element that fits better. Without fusing the power of the elements, there was no way to comprehend the laws, and there was no way to advance to the monarch level. This was the consensus of the Blue Star Awakened. And Forgetful Dream Lotus surprisingly did not awaken any of the elements, which made Su-chun feel incomparably puzzled. Did it mean that there was no way for the Forgotten Dream Lotus to ascend to the monarch level? Su-chun guessed in his heart. However, whether or not this matter would affect Forgotten Dream Lotus promotion to the monarch level would have to be confirmed later. Maybe it's just that the current stage of the Forgotten Dream Lotus hasn't completely awakened yet, and it will awaken the appropriate element later on. Su-chun didn't ruminate on this point for too long. This was because he had something more important to do now, and that was to cultivate a fourth plant. After possessing the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence, the strength of his soul force skyrocketed. By now, there was entirely enough soul power to cultivate a fourth main battle plant. Su-chun picked through the treasury for a long time before finally choosing his fourth plant. Dragon's Blood Tree. The exchange price of the Dragon Blood Tree seedling wasn't expensive, just a few hundred glory points. There were actually plants with higher bloodlines in the treasure trove, and there was even a plant life with a monarch-level bloodline. But Su-chun never looks at pedigree when picking plants. None of them ended up having as high a pedigree as the plants he bred anyway. The reason why the Dragon Blood Tree was picked was because it focused on offense and healing. After the exchange, the seedlings of the Dragon Blood Tree were quickly delivered to Su-chun's manor. It was said to be a seedling, but it was actually already a small tree that was more than 3 meters tall. It's just that compared to the long life of trees, this will be a very young Dragon's Blood Tree indeed. Plant life. Dragon's Blood Tree. Pedigree. Excellent first order. Current level. Intermediate 7th order. Growing. Seedling stage. Status. Good. Ability. Red blood regularly produces sap that contains life force. Gestation uses branch buds to spawn 3 small tree people with offensive abilities. Special ability. Symbiosis channeling life force to a designated target. The Dragon Blood Tree's current abilities are just 2, with spawning tree people being its main means of combat. The first time Su-chun got the Dragon Blood Tree, he accelerated it. Everything grows. If it was an F-ranked Everything Grows, it could only accelerate the time for 7 days, which was almost useless. However, the A-ranked Everything Grows is able to accelerate the time for 100 days. Su-chun would use the growth talent, and his own force power was already enough to support it. Under the illumination of the green fluorescent light, the Dragon's Blood Tree began to pull up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original 3-meter-high trunk quickly grew to more than 5 meters, and the canopy became more and more dense and lush. As its growth accelerated, the level of the Dragon Blood Tree increased from intermediate 7th rank to advanced 5th rank. Su-chun estimated that with another acceleration, the Dragon's Blood Tree would be completely mature. Let's just leave it for now. This would raise the bloodline in a less meaningful way, as the Dragon Blood Tree hasn't reached the power ceiling of the current bloodline. Conception. Su-chun experimented with the effects of the Dragon Blood Tree's conception. The main trunk of the Dragon Blood Tree burst into a hazy glow. A somewhat scrawny-looking tree man walked out from within the hazy mass of light. This little tree man looked somewhat similar to Tinder. Its strength, on the other hand, was only advanced first order. The Dragon's Blood Tree was currently able to spawn 7 advanced first-order lesser tree people. As it increased in strength, the strength and number of tree people it could spawn would also increase accordingly. Go back. Su-chun waved his hand towards the little tree man, and the latter immediately hopped back into the main trunk of the Dragon Blood Tree. Su-chun then turned around and returned to the villa, leaving the Dragon Blood Tree in the courtyard. On a subsequent day, Su-chun received a notice from the training camp. The international competition is about to begin. He and Hua Yinghao would meet up with the other 8 players from the other 4 regions and head to the competition venue together. The competition was organized by the 5 major powers on a rotating basis, and the competition venues were set within each country. It's not that other countries don't want to host it, they just don't have the strength to be able to guarantee the safety of the competitors. Instead, the contest is being held within the lighthouse, and the proceedings will be broadcast live across the Blue Star. It's kind of an annual event. Su-chun and Hua Yinghao boarded the fighter jet and headed to the rendezvous point to gather. Inside the cabin of the fighter jet were just Su-chun and Hua Yinghao. Just as Changmu said, Hua Yinghao seemed to have completely forgotten about those things with Su-chun. I heard that I had struck out at you for the thunder elemental crystals in the secret realm. During the flight, Hua Yinghao suddenly opened his eyes and inquired. Su Chen didn't know why he would take the initiative to bring this up and nodded silently. Hua Yinghao showed a hint of apology on his face. Sorry, but if I had to do it all over again, I think I'd still take a shot at you. Su Chen's fists were suddenly clenched and squeezed. I'm sorry. I'll do it again, won't I? You're pretty honest. Hua Yinghao's face was serious as he gazed at Su Chen. This competition is about the majesty of Great Qin. I apologize to you for what happened before. I hope the two of us can work together in good faith. Don't lose face to Great Qin, and don't lose face to the training camp. Su Chen sighed at his words. Good. Whatever. Hua Yinghao is at least a true villain, not a hypocrite. Su Chen's impression of him was slightly reversed. Besides, the two were not enemies in this contest, but companions. The fighters soon arrived at the rendezvous point, and the 8 players from the other 4 major military regions also arrived one after another. The one leading the team in this competition was Zhang Yunsheng, a hegemony-level powerhouse from the southeast region. He was a martial Dao awakened who comprehended the law of wind. His self-created wind god leg was extremely powerful, combining the comprehension of laws and the essence of martial arts. The rest of the players from the 4 major military regions swept Su Chen and Hua Yinghao with a gaze that carried a provocative undertone upon their arrival. Especially when they saw Song Qiao and the others in Su Chen's entourage, their faces grew more and more disdainful. Laughing my ass off. You're taking the whole family on a trip abroad at public expense? The training camp is different. This row is much bigger than ours. Elder Chang might as well return those resources to our military region, lest they be wasted by you for nothing. There was no small amount of resentment in the words of the military district player. Because of the emergence of the training camps, the resources allocated to each of the 4 regions have been reduced. The share of them, the geniuses of the military department, has naturally been reduced. That's why the crowd carries a natural hostility towards the training camp members. Su Chen's face sank as he listened to these conspiratorial words, and he was about to retort immediately. None of your business. But before his words could come out, Zhang Yunsheng rebuked first. Shut up. This competition is important to Great Qin. You 10 should work together. If I ever hear that kind of talk again, get your own ass back in there. Have to say, Zhang Yunsheng's words were obviously more shocking. The few contestants who had opened their mouths earlier, all of their faces turned slightly white. Zhang Yunsheng's stern gaze swept swiftly from Su Chen. Others are not sure, but he has heard about it. During the awarding ceremony of the training camp, the beginning emperor's importance to Su Chen had reached a point of no return. Even to take the latter as a righteous son. He even graduated and took up his position as the 9th hunting ambassador of Great Qin directly after graduation. That's a hunting expedition. This position was higher than the status of the military lords of the 4 regions. It even has the power of life and death with first to file. This was enough to show His Majesty's great love for Su Chen. Regarding the conflict between the 4 major military regions and the training camp, Zhang Yunsheng certainly knew about it. He himself had no problem with the establishment of the training camp. The resources that the training camp took away from the 4 major military regions every year were not just half a star. If this group of military region contestants were targeting other people, Zhang Yunsheng would only casually reprimand them for a couple of perfunctory sentences. But the one being mocked was Su Chen, so he couldn't be indifferent. If Su Chen is really the future 9th hunting ambassador, now to make a friendship, it is absolutely right. Go! Zhang Yunsheng boarded a fighter jet with 10 contestants and headed to the Lighthouse Kingdom. On this journey, they would have to cross the vast ocean, and there was a possibility that they would have to encounter several attacks by foreign beasts. However, the Great Qin side had already done a good job of cleaning up, and there was still him, a hegemonic level, personally sitting on the scene, so there was not much of a problem. Chapter 60. The right of refusal of powerful nations, the drawing of lots, and the start of the finalists tournament. The fighters flew quite smoothly all the way without encountering any danger. Only a few powerful countries, such as Great Qin, dared to choose a route across the oceans, like the smaller countries that choose to go around. Because as far as the current situation in Blue Star is concerned, the oceans are still the domain of the Fae. The number of marine alien beasts was far more than that of the land, and the number of high-level alien beasts contained therein was also much higher. It was even rumored that in the depths of the ocean, there were several ancient beasts that had survived from the ancient times to the present, and their strength was extremely terrifying.